I am the fated villain. Chapter 599 to Chapter 649. Of course, the news of Xianxia killing the successor of the ancient reincarnation art was only spread within the royal court of Juyin. Many people in the outside world still believed that Xianxia had obtained the inheritance of the ancient heavenly lord of samsara. Jiao Luo respected Xianxia. This was one of the reasons. The royal court of Juyin valued strength. Xianxia had already reached a level that no one could reach at such a young age, so he was naturally respected by Jiao Luo. Another reason was that the royal court of Juyin would need Xianxia's help to build the reincarnation stage in the future. The reincarnation stage was extremely important to beings of Juyin. In some ways, it was even related to the birth of beings of Juyin. It seems that young Master Xianxia has already interacted with the royal court of Juyin before this. Emperor Yu laughed. A strange light flashed through his eyes. If Jiao Luo hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have known that Xianxia had a connection with the royal court of Juyin. It wasn't just him. There probably weren't many people in the entire upper realm who knew. Xianxia had truly hidden too deeply. I met Prince Jiao Luo's sister by chance before, but we didn't have a deep relationship, Xianxia said with a smile. If there's a chance, young Master Xianxia must come to our royal court of Juyin as a guest. I think my sister and father would be very happy to see you. After returning to the royal court, my sister often talked about you in front of us. Jiao Luo was also full of smiles as he extended an invitation to Xianxia. His words made everyone's imagination run wild. A princess of the royal court of Juyin was constantly thinking about Xianxia, many of them even thought of a romantic scene under the moonlight. From Prince Jiao Luo's words, it seemed that his sister's identity in the royal court of Juyin was not simple. Of course, this was also Jiao Luo's intention. He deliberately said this in order to get closer to Xianxia. He had always had his eyes on the top of his head and did not put the rest of the people here in his eyes. Even if it was Emperor Yu in front of him, it was only because of his status that he treated him like this. After some time, I will indeed be making a trip to the Yinan royal court. At that time, I will have to trouble Prince Jiao Luo to lead the way. Xianxia continued to smile. Of course, there's no problem. If young Master Xianxia comes, it will be the honor of my Juyin royal court. Jiao Luo's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. The attitude of this prince of the imperial court of Absolute Yin towards Xianxia and the others could be said to be completely different. Even Princess Xianxia, the marriage partner, didn't seem to care so much. At this sight, many of the officials present had different thoughts. They felt that this Prince Jiao Luo had come on orders and not because he admired Princess Xianxia for so long. Imperial sister, this person's attitude is so perfunctory. If Imperial father really agrees, I'm afraid that you will be wronged and left out after marrying over. Although Yu Ming was usually carefree and straightforward, at this time, he was sincerely thinking for Xianxia and was somewhat worried. Even though he was a prince, he still couldn't influence Emperor Yu's decision. Even his second brother Yu Lai couldn't. Although his words were said very softly, the people around were all people with profound cultivation and naturally heard it. Since Emperor Yu didn't give any orders, the officials naturally didn't dare to say anything. Xianxia's expression didn't change and only lightly shook her head without saying anything. Jiao Luo naturally also heard this and couldn't help but smile. He looked at Xianxia and said, because this one has seen the person I have always respected, I can't help but feel a bit agitated. I hope Princess Xianxia doesn't mind. Xianxia smiled appropriately and said, Prince Jiao Luo is offended. How could Xianxia care about such a small matter? Haha, Prince Jiao Luo is a man of striking appearance with extraordinary talent. Even if Xianxia marries over, how could Xianxia be wronged? Emperor Yu also laughed at this moment, his mood extremely cheerful. Hearing this, many of the officials echoed one after another. The scene was lively. Only Tuoba Xiaoyao remained silent, looking at Xianxia from time to time with unconcealable worry. Because of the arrival of the Juyin imperial court's prince, the hunting gathering ended early. Afterward, the official in charge of this gathering announced the rankings of the disciples of each faction and bestowed various rewards. Tuoba Xiaoyao revealed his strength. In the end, although the five-colored mysterious yellow pagoda didn't reveal how he survived, there was still some suspense. However, he still made it into the top 5. That knife-scarred man's strength was obvious to all. It was extremely terrifying. Even many of the imperial family's disciples had a hard time defeating him. Tuoba Xiaoyao naturally deserved such a ranking. One had to know that even his second sister only made it into the top 30. After the hunting gathering ended, many flying ships and ancient warships passed through space and returned to Great Yu's imperial capital. Emperor Yu was extremely happy. He gave out rewards according to merit and held a banquet, bestowing treasures and cultivation methods to the various young supremes. Of course, it was also because second Prince Yu Lai didn't encounter any assassination, which made him feel relieved. During the banquet, although many of the officials were curious as to why Tuoba Xiaoyao hid his strength until now, they tactfully didn't ask. On the contrary, Emperor Yu took advantage of this matter to ask Yufia where she found out about the assassination. Regarding this, Yufia only said that she heard some rumors, but didn't know who spread it. As for why no assassin appeared in the end, it was very likely that the other party saw that Emperor Yu was extremely guarded, so they gave up. Many of the officials, including Emperor Yu, could hear that Yufia was being perfunctory. However, they didn't say much. Emperor Yu shook his head and smiled. He knew that Yufia was deliberately hiding something. In front of so many people, especially Guchanga, it was naturally not good to ask. If Guchanga knew that Yufia secretly said that he intended to send people to assassinate second Prince Yu Lai, Emperor Yu didn't know how to deal with this matter. During this banquet, Tuoba Xiaoyao naturally became the focus of attention outside of the Juyin imperial court's princes. Many of the officials wanted their daughters to approach him. From a certain point of view, Tuoba Xiaoyao didn't have a marriage contract, and his father was an important official with a boundless future. Naturally, he became the most popular person in everyone's eyes. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao tactfully rejected them all with a calm appearance, unmoved by external matters. It seems that this Tuoba Manor's third young master's ambition isn't small. Your Majesty Emperor Yu, why don't you take advantage of this opportunity to bestow a marriage? At this moment, Guchanga, who was leisurely drinking a mouthful of wine, suddenly smiled and said to Emperor Yu beside him. Hearing this, many of the ministers below were stunned. Then, they revealed looks of envy and jealousy. Guchanga personally bestow a marriage? What kind of virtue did this Tuoba Xiaoyao have? Even Tuoba Yuntian had an excited and flattered expression. In his view, Guchanga speaking out to bestow 2 marriage fate on his son's behalf meant that he thought highly of his son. If Tuoba Xiaoyao could enter his eyes, that would be a wonderful thing. Only Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression was somewhat stiff and unsightly. The hand holding the wine cup was also stiff, extremely unnatural. A bad premonition appeared in his heart. Guchanga definitely didn't have good intentions when he spoke out to bestow a marriage. It wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. Haha, young Master Changa's words are extremely correct. Such a young talent is naturally worthy of this emperor's daughter. This is a good opportunity. Emperor Yu heard this and laughed. After hearing Guchanga's words, he also had this idea. After carefully sizing up Tuoba Xiaoyao a few times, he couldn't help but reveal admiration. He asked, planning to choose a princess to marry Tuoba Xiaoyao. P.S. After tidying up the later parts of the story, the update will resume tomorrow. Emperor Yu took the initiative to speak, intending to choose a daughter to marry Tuoba Xiaoyao. In his eyes, Tuoba Xiaoyao was young, but he was mature and steady, looking like he could achieve great things. From his low-key personality, it was enough to see that he wasn't simple. He wasn't an impatient person who saw fame and fortune as everything. In addition, with Guchanga's suggestion at the side, Emperor Yu was also very moved. He had many children. Apart from his eldest daughter, Yufia, there were a few other princesses with outstanding talents, moving appearances, and heavenly fragrances. If he bestowed a marriage, he could also rope in Tuoba Yuntian, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Haha, but for this kind of thing, we still have to listen to the opinion of the person involved. Emperor Yu laughed as he looked at Tuoba Xiaoyao with admiration. Your Majesty Emperor Yu is right, but I think this third young master of Tuoba Manor won't reject your Majesty's good intentions. Beside him, Guchanga was dressed in white. She looked otherworldly and refined, elegant and graceful. He gently sipped his wine and occasionally glanced around. The corners of his mouth always carried a cultured and refined smile, causing many of the heavenly beauties here to secretly look over. Their faces were slightly flushed. It was as if he was an outsider who was witnessing an insignificant matter. Many young supremes looked at Tuoba Xiaoyao with envy and jealousy. If he could really marry a princess and hug the thigh of great Yu celestial dynasty, Tuoba Xiaoyao wouldn't have to worry about his next life. Even the Tuoba manor behind him would be able to enjoy endless glory and wealth, and their power would be further enhanced. What did he do to deserve this? In many people's eyes, if it wasn't for Gu Chang'e suddenly saying this, Emperor Yu probably wouldn't have bestowed a marriage. This made them incomparably envious. Why couldn't they encounter such a good thing? Tuoba Qiongling and Tuoba Qingyu, who heard Tuoba Xiaoyao say that Gu Chang'e would harm him, were also completely confused. If Gu Chang'e wanted to harm Tuoba Xiaoyao, then why would he bestow a marriage? After the marriage alliance with the royal family, Tuoba Xiaoyao was naturally valued by Emperor Yu. It could be said that there were only benefits and no disadvantages. Wouldn't it be more difficult for Gu Chang'e to deal with Tuoba Xiaoyao in the future? While everyone's thoughts were running wild, the person involved, Tuoba Xiaoyao, finally spoke. He calmed down and raised his head to look straight at Emperor Yu's face. After deliberating over his words, he tactfully declined. Tuoba Xiaoyao thanks Your Majesty Emperor Yu for his kind intentions, but my heart already belongs to someone else. If Your Majesty were to grant me a marriage, I reckon that I would be letting down that princess. Tuoba Xiaoyao appreciates Your Majesty's kindness. He clearly knew that this was Gu Chang'e's scheme, but he had no choice but to reject it despite the consequences of angering the dragon countenance. No matter what the reason was, it was impossible for him to agree to this marriage. Emperor Yu would definitely bestow a marriage upon his daughter, not Yufei. Other than Yufei, there was no room for anyone else in his heart. What? Hearing this, the hall fell silent for a moment. After regaining their senses, everyone stared with their eyes wide open, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Tuoba Xiaoyao actually rejected His Majesty Emperor Yu's betrothal? Where did he get the guts? They simply couldn't believe it. Was this Tuoba Xiaoyao really that stupid or just pretending to be stupid? At this time, he actually rejected Emperor Yu in front of everyone. Where did Tuoba Xiaoyao place Emperor Yu's face? Did he not know what kind of benefits this marriage would bring him? This made everyone feel disbelief. Tuoba Xiaoyao's second sister and fourth sister's complexion also turned pale, incomparably worried. Perhaps the only person present who wasn't surprised was eldest Princess Yufei. She quietly stood behind Emperor Yu and only raised her head to look at Tuoba Xiaoyao when he opened his mouth to refuse. From a certain point of view, she understood Tuoba Xiaoyao even better than his parents. Xiaoyao, Yu, Tuoba Yuntian, whose heart was filled with joy and complacency, was drinking wine with a few of his companions. At this moment, his eyes widened as the wine cup in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Even his voice was trembling. He simply didn't expect Tuoba Xiaoyao to actually reject him. From his point of view, there was no reason for him to reject. From now on, his status as a relative of the emperor would be even more prominent than before. But Tuoba Xiaoyao actually rejected him, causing his vision to turn black. He couldn't catch his breath and almost fainted. Emperor Yu was also stunned. Clearly, he also didn't expect Tuoba Xiaoyao to actually reject him in front of all the officials. The smile on his face quickly disappeared as he said with a dignified voice, "Could it be that you look down on this emperor's daughter?" Compared to his previous amiable expression, the current Emperor Yu emitted a terrifying pressure. The officials trembled as they hurriedly got up from their seats and prostrated themselves on the ground, begging Emperor Yu to calm down. As long as one had a discerning eye, they could see that Emperor Yu was angry. Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression slightly changed before returning to normal. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Your Majesty Emperor Yu misunderstood. It's not that Xiaoyao looks down on the princesses. It's just that my heart belongs to someone else and I can't tolerate her. The princesses are heavenly beauties, rarely seen in the world. If not for this reason, Xiaoyao wouldn't even have time to be happy. These words are all true and not false." He had already decided that even if he had to risk offending Emperor Yu, he would make things clear today. This guy is still thinking about imperial sister. Yu Ming immediately saw through Tuoba Xiaoyao's intentions and couldn't help but sneer. Beside him, Yu Lai's expression was as calm as water and he didn't say anything. As the future successor of Great Yu, Tuoba Xiaoyao personally rejecting Emperor Yu's marriage made him feel that his imperial prestige was being challenged. He, who didn't have a good impression of Tuoba Xiaoyao to begin with, now found him even more displeasing to the eye. Haha, I think you don't have the guts. Which one of my daughters isn't a peerless beauty? Since your heart belongs to someone else, then I naturally won't force you. Emperor Yu coldly snorted. Although he was displeased, he didn't continue to be angry. Although this kind of matter made him lose face, he wouldn't overly blame Tuoba Xiaoyao. However, from today onwards, it would become more and more difficult for Tuoba Xiaoyao and the family behind him to obtain his rewards and regard. The officials also kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say anything. Although Tuoba Xiaoyao's explanation was very reasonable, it was extremely stupid in their eyes. This matter is due to this one's rashness, which caused your majesty to be displeased. If I had known that Tuoba Manor's third young master's heart didn't belong to me, I wouldn't have proposed the marriage. Gu Changge lightly sighed at this moment, seeming to be rather helpless and slightly apologetic. Hearing this, the anger on Emperor Yu's face dissipated. He waved his hand and said, "Young Master Changge, what are you saying? How can this matter be blamed on you? You also had good intentions." He didn't say the rest of the sentence, it's just that Tuoba Xiaoyao doesn't know how to appreciate kindness, but the officials clearly understood what he meant. They couldn't help but cast a pitiful and gloating expression at Tuoba Yuntian. Just a moment ago, they were still envious of him, but in the blink of an eye, not only did he spit out the fatty meat that was sent to his mouth, he even cursed that it tasted bad. The result of this not only angered Emperor Yu, but also caused him to be neglected from now on. It was likely that he had inadvertently offended Gu Changge. The glory of Tuoba Manor would most likely be gone from today onwards. A gloomy expression appeared on Tuoba Yuntian's face, appearing extremely dispirited as he lamented in his heart. In front of so many people, he couldn't blame Tuoba Xiaoyao. He should have been happy that Tuoba Xiaoyao hid his strength, but now, he couldn't feel happy at all. "Young Lord Changge, why do you care about such a small matter? You lie, quickly come and offer a toast to young Lord Changge. If you have the chance in the future, you should interact more with young Lord Changge. To think that you and young Lord Changge are about the same age, but the gap between you is like a natural chasm. As long as you can reach 1/10 of young Lord Changge's level, I can hand Great Yu to you without worry." At the head of the table, Emperor Yu's expression quickly returned to normal. After all, he was the ruler of the Celestial Dynasty. He immediately smiled and changed the topic. He extended his hand to let the second prince, Yu Lai, come forward and offer a toast. "Yes, father." Yu Lai knew that this was a chance to get closer to Gu Changge. A humble smile appeared on his face as he walked forward. He held a wine cup in his hand and looked extraordinarily handsome. He walked with a majestic gait and a noble bearing. This expression was completely different from the cold and arrogant expression he had when facing Tuoba Xiaoyao. Yu Lai offers a toast to young Lord Changge. "Second prince, please." Gu Changge smiled and nodded. Then, he thought of something and said with interest, "Speaking of which, I'm actually a little curious. What kind of woman is worthy of this third young master of Tuoba Manor to reject your majesty's good intentions?" His words stunned everyone. It would have been better if he didn't say it. Once he said it, everyone couldn't help but be curious. To put it nicely, it was rejecting good intentions. To put it bluntly, it was looking down on those princesses. Emperor Yu's expression was also a little moved. He was also a little curious. If Tuoba Xiaoyao couldn't give a reason, he would be charged with the crime of deceiving the emperor. Since young Lord Changge said so, I also want to know. He smiled and nodded. Gu Changge smiled and said, "How about this? If the third young master of Tuoba Manor likes a woman from Great Yu, why don't your majesty grant a marriage between the two? It just so happens that I was a little reckless just now. I can apologize to the third young master of Tuoba Manor." Emperor Yu didn't know why Gu Changge valued Tuoba Xiaoyao so much that he even wanted to apologize. However, since Gu Changge said so, how could he refuse? He immediately asked Tuoba Xiaoyao again. After all, this was just a small matter that could be settled with a single word from him. "What do you think? If the woman you like is from Great Yu, then I'll make the decision to grant a marriage between the two of you, Emperor Yu said with a dignified gaze. It should be because young Lord Xianxia cherishes talent. Tuoba Xiaoyao's performance at the hunting meet was noticed by young Lord Xianxia. That's right. I've heard that young Master Xianxia empathizes with his subordinates and is very protective of them. He treats his followers extremely well. How can this brat be so lucky to be so highly regarded by young Master Xianxia? Not only did he fail the first time, he even has a second. Seeing this scene, many ministers guessed, feeling even more envious and jealous. Tuoba Xiaoyao looked at the smiling Gu Xianxia. That familiar feeling of fear struck him again. His expression turned ugly as he clenched his fists. He knew that Gu Xianxia definitely did not have good intentions. Whether it was the marriage before or the current question, they were all for his good on the surface. However, they were all secretly to incur Emperor Yu's anger and alienation. Gu Xianxia must have guessed the relationship between him and Xianxia, which was why he deliberately said this. Every word was filled with murderous intent, leaving him with no way out. It was truly abominable. Facing Emperor Yu's question, Tuoba Xiaoyao took a deep breath and answered again, Your Majesty, the person I like is actually Princess Xianxia, not anyone else. He spoke very boldly and directly, without any intention of beating around the bush. When he spoke, he looked at Xianxia. Seeing that her expression was somewhat shocked, he couldn't help but sigh softly. If it wasn't for Gu Xianxia's scheme, he wouldn't want to make things so clear at this time. However, this was also good. If he said this in front of all the ministers, he could also make plans to stop the marriage between Great Yu and the imperial court of Juyin. Even if he would thoroughly offend Emperor Yu after today and destroy many of his previous plans, there was no other way. Gu Xianxia had forced him to a dead end. He had no other choice. Are you serious? Emperor Yu's face sank again, his voice containing suppressed anger. He really did not expect Tuoba Xiaoyao to say that the woman he liked was eldest Princess Xianxia. How could he end up with what he said just now? All the ministers were deeply shocked. They widened their eyes, unable to react for a moment. At this time, even the imperial court of Juyin's Prince Jiao Luo, who had been silent during the banquet, narrowed his eyes and looked at Tuoba Xiaoyao, who stood up. His marriage partner was eldest Princess Xianxia. Now that this guy stood up and said this, was he planning to fight with him? Only Xianxia was somewhat silent. Her white hands tightly gripped her sleeves. Her heart was not calm. It seems that Princess Xianxia and the third young master of Tuoba Manor have a good relationship. At this time, Gu Xianxia's slightly surprised voice sounded, causing Xianxia to recover. Why does young Master Xianxia say this? She asked puzzledly. Gu Xianxia said with a smile, looking at Princess Xianxia's appearance, You don't seem too shocked. Presumably, Princess Xianxia already knew about third young Master Tuoba's secrets, right? Seeing Xianxia remain silent, Gu Xianxia knew that he guessed right. He smiled indifferently and looked at Tuoba Xiaoyao again. Now that things had developed to this point, he wanted to see how this guy would deal with it. Tuoba Xiaoyao still wanted the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty to be his final shield? He was thinking too much. After today, even if Emperor Yu knew that Gu Xianxia wanted to steal the heaven-wielding sword from Tuoba Xiaoyao, he would turn a blind eye and not interfere. Even if Tuoba Xiaoyao's talent was extraordinary and his future was limitless, so what? In Emperor Yu's heart, Tuoba Xiaoyao was no longer the young elite from before. He was just an ignorant fool who did not know how to appreciate kindness. He could not shed all pretense of cordiality with Gu Xianxia for such a Tuoba Xiaoyao. Because it was not worth it. Reporting to Your Majesty Emperor Yu, this is absolutely true. The woman that Xiaoyao admires is Princess Xianxia. Tuoba Xiaoyao did not care about the expressions of the people around him. He took a deep breath and said again. After being reborn, he had been timid and full of misgivings. Today, he was going to be heroic for once. He couldn't bring himself to hide his feelings at this time. Good, 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 very good. Emperor Yu was so angry that he laughed and said the word good 3 times. Golden light flickered in his eyes, as if the world was about to be destroyed. A terrifying pressure circulated around him, causing the stars in the sky to tremble. Thousands of stars swayed as if they were about to fall. Terrifying clouds rolled and covered the sky, covering the sun. This was the anger of the Celestial Dynasty's ruler. It directly affected the changes in the stars and the territory. happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. Any change in emotions was closely related to the fate of the territory and affected everything in the world. At this moment, countless living beings and cultivators in the Great Yu Celestial dynasty raised their heads in shock. They were shocked by such a phenomenon. Many ministers in the hall were trembling like sieves. They prostrated on the ground and did not dare to raise their heads. The faces of Tuoba Yuntian and his two daughters behind him were also deathly pale. They were frightened. Today, Emperor Yu was angry twice, and this time was probably even more serious. Tuoba Xiaoyao clearly knew that Emperor Yu wanted Yufei to marry into the Juyin royal court. Wasn't this slapping Emperor Yu's face? Moreover, it was a slap in the face of all the ministers. Could it be that Emperor Yu was really going to agree to the marriage that he promised before? This was obviously impossible. Very good. Then I'll tell you now that it's impossible. It's impossible for me to give Fia to you. You can give up on this thought. Since you are sincerely provoking me today. Men, take Tuoba Xiaoyao into the prison. Emperor Yu was furious and could not suppress his anger. He immediately shouted and waved his hand. The guards outside the hall came forward and took Tuoba Xiaoyao into the prison. Tuoba Xiaoyao had already guessed that this would be the outcome, so he was not surprised. His expression was extremely calm. However, when he looked at Guchanga, there was unconcealable hatred in the depths of his eyes. Soon, the guards outside the hall came in with weapons like heavenly sabers and heavenly halberds. They took Tuoba Xiaoyao away. Tuoba Yuntian and the others were pale. Seeing this scene, they didn't even dare to say a word, let alone stop it. Many ministers also felt a wave of sigh. Instead of being a proud son of heaven, he became a prisoner in the blink of an eye. Wasn't this what he deserved? Silence filled the hall. Many of the female singers prostrated themselves while trembling in fear. The ministers were also silent out of fear. Tuoba Xiaoyao was taken away by the furious Emperor Yu's men. Although it was only a small episode, many ministers could feel Emperor Yu's displeasure. His face was extremely gloomy, emitting an imposing aura that made one's heart palpitate. Even the most favored princes did not dare to open their mouths easily. Yufei looked worriedly at the direction Tuoba Xiaoyao was taken away and continued to remain silent. She did not know why Tuoba Xiaoyao would anger Emperor Yu at this juncture. Wasn't he clearly trying to slap Emperor Yu's face in front of everyone? As the master of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty, how could Emperor Yu let him off so easily? For a moment, she sighed in her heart, not knowing what to do. She did not know what to do next. Tuoba Xiaoyao was still too impulsive. He did not consider the severity of the matter as well as the gains and losses. Fia, it seems you are also hiding a lot of things from me. Emperor Yu's expression finally returned to normal as he looked at Yufei indifferently. He was not stupid. From Tuoba Xiaoyao's attitude, he could tell that he and Yufei did not simply know each other. But before this, Yufei had never mentioned it to him. This caused Emperor Yu to be somewhat disappointed. In his eyes, Yufei had always been an obedient, steady, and well-behaved person. Not long ago, she would hide so many things from him. When did she learn to hide so many things from him because of a man? Yufei's face was slightly pale as she said in a low voice, "Daughter did not intend to hide it from father. There is a reason." She was about to explain, but Emperor Yu had already waved his hand to interrupt her. He said indifferently, "You don't need to explain. From today onwards, you will stay in the mansion. Without my order, you are not allowed to take half a step out of the mansion." Hearing this, Yufei's face turned even paler. Her body trembled as if she was struck by lightning. She found it hard to believe. In all her life, this was the first time she was grounded by Emperor Yu, not allowing her to take half a step out of the mansion. She was clear that Emperor Yu was truly angry. "Yes, father." However, at this moment, she did not dare to go against Emperor Yu's wishes. She lowered her head and replied in a low voice. Her eyes appeared somewhat dim. She inadvertently glanced to the side and saw Guchanga with a faint smile on his face. He seemed to be sizing her up as well. This gave birth to a strange and indescribable feeling in Yufei's heart. It was as if everything that had happened in the hall today had been intentionally pushed forward by Guchanga. If not for Guchanga, Tuoba Xiaoyao would not have incurred the wrath of Emperor Yu. I've let young Master Chunga see a joke. I didn't expect something like this to happen today. It's really embarrassing. Soon after, Emperor Yu turned to look at Guchanga. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Guchanga withdrew her gaze from Yufia's expression. He had been watching the development of the situation and found that it was more or less what he had expected. Hearing this, he smiled, then shook his head and said, I'm really surprised that the third young master of Tuoba Mansion would say such words in front of everyone. I originally cherished his talent, but looking at him now, I'm afraid he won't be of much use. Not only did he refuse Emperor Yu's betrothal in front of everyone, he even said that the person he liked was eldest Princess Xianxia. This could no longer be described as simply rebellious. It was courting death. For Guchanga, things became easier after Tuoba Xiaoyao was locked up in the heavenly prison. Although the heavenly prison of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was known as an inescapable net, and even imprisoned the enemies of those who had attained the Tao in the past. However, if Guchanga wanted to sneak in silently, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Even if Tuoba Xiaoyao died in the heavenly prison, no one would suspect him. With such a thing happening, the rest of the banquet, including Emperor Yu, lost interest. Everyone in the Tuoba mansion had a gloomy expression. With such a big thing happening, there was no need to even think about it. From today onwards, the Tuoba mansion would definitely be alienated by Emperor Yu, and would no longer be valued. Their glory was no longer there, and they were heading towards decline. Although Tuoba Qiongling and Tuoba Qingyu were very concerned about Tuoba Xiaoyao, they were helpless and could only worry. They really wanted to tell their father about Tuoba Xiaoyao, but Tuoba Xiaoyao repeatedly warned them not to tell anyone else, including their parents. During this time, the Prince of Juyin Imperial Court, Jiao Luo, once again brought up the matter of marriage. Just now, Tuoba Xiaoyao said those words in front of everyone, which made him feel rather unhappy, and he was worried that Emperor Yu would refuse. Although he didn't really admire Yufia, in his eyes, the marriage between the two was already set in stone. Now that Tuoba Xiaoyao had suddenly jumped out with the intention of stopping this matter, it felt as if the other party didn't put him in his eyes at all. In Jiao Luo's eyes, Tuoba Xiaoyao was only the son of a small general. Whether it was cultivation or identity, he was far from being able to compare with him. As long as Emperor Yu was smart, he would know what to choose. As for the matter of Prince Jiao Luo's marriage, this emperor will consider it for a few days and give you an answer in 5 days. Facing Jiao Luo's proposal of marriage, Emperor Yu's reply was watertight, and he didn't intend to completely agree. He actually had other thoughts in his mind, which was to first ignore Prince Jiao Luo for a few days before discussing the price. On the other hand, Emperor Yu actually had other thoughts. During the great hunting meet, Tuoba Xiaoyao had displayed terrifying strength. That was definitely not something that could be displayed by someone of his realm. Therefore, Emperor Yu concluded that Tuoba Xiaoyao was definitely hiding some great secret that no one knew about. If there was time, he would like to interrogate him. After the banquet ended, the officials left in fear and trepidation. The people from the imperial court of Juyin were also led to the other side of the palace by the maids. Guchanga also took Jiang Chuchu back to his residence. He wasn't in a hurry to investigate Tuoba Xiaoyao's situation. If he guessed correctly, Yu Tianjing should be waiting for him at his residence right now. During the great hunting meet, he'd ordered Yu Tianjing to give up on the assassination, worried that he would ruin his plan. Now, Yu Tianjing was definitely unwilling to give up and wanted to get to the bottom of this. It looks like I still have to make that guy listen to me, Guchanga narrowed his eyes. With such a chess piece around, he naturally had to plan carefully. Now that he knew the identity of the divine-wielding sword master, the matter of the divine-wielding sword wasn't urgent. Instead, this huge Great Yu Celestial Dynasty gave him an opportunity to take advantage of. Did you already know about what happened between Tuoba Xiaoyao and Princess Xianxia? Jiang Chuchu and Guchanga walked side by side. She was dressed in white and wore a light veil over her face, revealing only her dark brows and eyes. Her aura was otherworldly, and her hair danced in the wind like a moon goddess about to return to her home. She asked softly. After witnessing everything in the palace today, she could naturally tell that those words were purposely said by Guchanga. He wanted Tuoba Xiaoyao to incur the wrath of Emperor Yu. Logically speaking, Tuoba Xiaoyao and Guchanga had never met before. However, Guchanga seemed to know him very well, which puzzled her. Yes, I knew about it long ago. Otherwise, why would I be so bored as to grant someone a marriage? Guchanga smiled and reached out to hold her slender waist. Jiang Chuchu had an as-expected expression. Seeing that she still wanted to ask, Guchanga couldn't help but smile and say, that Tuoba Xiaoyao has the heaven-wielding sword. In order to avoid my detection, he hid for so many years. It's a pity that I saw through it during the hunting meet. Something like the heaven-wielding sword would only take his life if it fell into his hands. Unfortunately, he still didn't understand and tried to go against me. Heaven-wielding sword? Jiang Chuchu blinked her eyes and pondered. She naturally knew about the 7 artifacts of heaven-wielding, and knew that Guchanga had a few of them. No wonder he wanted to attack Tuoba Xiaoyao. So this was the reason. However, Guchanga actually told her such a secret so frankly, which made her feel a little touched. After all, people like Guchanga were rarely willing to tell the truth. You don't have to tell me this, Jiang Chuchu's eyes sparkled. She raised her head and glanced at Guchanga, then looked into the distance as if nothing had happened. But I just want to tell you, Guchanga smiled, grabbed her delicate hand, and placed it in his palm. Who asked you to tell me? I don't want to know about these things. Jiang Chuchu felt her heart suddenly beating faster. Her face couldn't help but blush. She wanted to pull her hand away. However, Guchanga held on tightly, which made her feel a little embarrassed. There are so many great use guards watching us, what's wrong with watching? Can't I hold your hand? Guchanga smiled gently. We're an old married couple. Why are you still so shy? Who's an old married couple with you? Yu Mingkong is your fiancé. Jiang Chuchu wanted to roll her eyes at him and show her annoyance. At this moment, she felt that her face under the veil must be as red as rouge. In front of everyone, she was the holy and dignified saintess of the human ancestor temple. She was untainted and detached from worldly affairs. Her emotions were as clear as a mirror and would not be affected by external matters. If Mingkong is my fiancé, then what are you to me? Guchanga was still smiling. You. Jiang Chuchu was embarrassed again when she heard this question. She felt an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. Yes, Yu Mingkong was his legitimate fiancé. Then what was she? Guchanga sighed and said, I understand. You'll probably be a servant girl who gets bullied in the future. Not only will you be bullied by me, but also by others. You're not allowed to bully me. Although Jiang Chuchu was adjusting her emotions, she still felt wronged when she heard this. She pulled her hand out of Guchanga's grasp. Then don't be a servant girl who gets bullied in the future. Guchanga smiled, showing a gentle and sympathetic expression. Jiang Chuchu felt that he was purely teasing her today. You'll marry me, right? She lowered her eyes and her voice gradually became softer. Marry, this word appeared in Guchanga's mind. Then, he smiled and said, of course. The sky was orange, and the sun was setting. The two of them strolled side by side in the palace like an immortal couple. Even though they were speaking softly, Jiang Chuchu could feel the gazes of the surrounding guards quietly looking at them. That Tuoba Xiaoyao is now locked up in the heavenly prison. Should we kill him and take the heaven-reaching sword? The heavenly prison of the great Yu celestial dynasty should not be able to stop the two of us. On the way back to the residence, Jiang Chuchu suddenly thought of this and asked. Guchanga did not expect her to say this. He reached out and touched her face. He smiled and said, of course we have to kill him. I want to take the heaven-reaching sword, but it's not us. It's me. I can help you too. Jiang Chuchu could not help but say. Guchanga shook his head gently and said, no need. Don't forget your identity. You are the saintess of the human ancestor hall. This kind of thing is not suitable for you. Jiang Chuchu had been influenced by the human ancestor hall scriptures since she was young. She cared about the people of the world and upheld justice. If she did this kind of thing, it would only stain her heart for Tao. For you, I have already betrayed my sect. These things are nothing. Jiang Chuchu lowered her eyes. She knew what Guchanga meant. But I don't want you to fall into the secular world and be tainted by the secular world. Guchanga smiled. Jiang Chuchu's bright eyes focused on his face. Finally, she nodded softly. At this moment, she felt that she had done so much for Guchanga. It was all worth it. When Guchanga returned to the palace, as expected, Yu Tianjing was already waiting there. He was silent. Although he still appeared respectful, there was a hint of unwillingness in him. He seemed to want Guchanga to explain. You should go and rest first. Guchanga smiled and asked Jiang Chuchu to leave first. Then, he walked over to them. Yu Tianjing greets young Master Chang'e. Yu Tianjing's appearance was extremely similar to Emperor Yu's. He had a square nose and a square mouth, but he looked older and gave off a sense of vicissitudes. He obeyed Guchanga's instructions and cancelled the plan to assassinate Second Prince Yu Lai during the hunting meet. However, he could not figure out why Guchanga would do such a thing. If Second Prince Yu Lai died there, the entire Great Yu Celestial dynasty would be in chaos, and the many tricks he had set up would come into play. This was also the part where he had always wanted to question Guchanga. Guchanga smiled and said unhurriedly, "What's the matter? Why did you come to see me?" He asked despite knowing the answer, wanting to know Yu Tianjing's attitude. If Yu Tianjing was a little smarter, he would have obediently listened to his orders and not asked about things that he shouldn't. Then, Guchanga could let him go. If he didn't know what was good for him, Guchanga naturally wouldn't show him any mercy. There's something I don't understand. I hope young Master Chang'e can explain it to me. Yu Tianjing raised his head and said with a questioning tone. He had been unwilling to give up these past few days. Oh, what is it? Guchanga continued to speak unhurriedly. Yu Tianjing looked straight at him and said, I came with sincerity, intending to cooperate with young Master Chang'e. If I could take over the Great Yu Celestial dynasty, I would have sworn an oath to the heavenly Tao to hand over the Great Yu Celestial dynasty to you. However, young Master Chang'e didn't tell me the reason and asked me to give up on the assassination. If it wasn't because you forgot the agreement between the two of us, or because you and Emperor Yu conspired to capture me? He had made many preparations before coming here, so his words were not polite at all. Previously, he had been too polite, which made Guchanga feel that he was easy to bully and was restrained by him. His cultivation was slightly higher than Emperor Yu's, and their cultivation methods and abhijna were different. After all these years of enduring hardships, even if he faced someone who had attained the Tao, he could still fight. Moreover, Yu Tianjing was sure that if Guchanga still had any ulterior motives towards the Great Yu Celestial dynasty, he wouldn't act against him. On the one hand, he wanted to vent the anger in his heart. On the other hand, he wanted Guchanga to know his importance. In the following actions and plans, he should consider his words more. So you came here specifically to question me? Guchanga still had a faint smile on his face. However, for some reason, Yu Tianjing had a bad feeling. He still braced himself and said, I'm not questioning you. I just want young Master Chang'e to give me an explanation. Otherwise, the following plan. What's the following plan? Guchanga interrupted him and asked with interest. In the following plan, I'm afraid I won't listen to everything you say, Yu Tianjing said directly. Guchanga smiled and said, actually, it's nothing much. I didn't ask you to cancel the assassination plan because I was worried that you wouldn't succeed. It's because you're interfering with my business. Your business? Yu Tianjing's expression changed slightly, and there was some anger in his voice. What could be more important than an assassination? You don't have to worry about that. Guchanga smiled faintly. He naturally wouldn't tell Yu Tianjing about the heaven-wielding sword and Tuoba Xiaoyao. Alright, since that's the case, I'll think about the following plan myself. Yu Tianjing was silent for a moment. He felt that Guchanga still didn't take him seriously. His heart sank, and he directly cupped his fists and planned to leave. However, in the next moment, before he could finish his words, shock and disbelief appeared on his face. Guchanga, Yu Tianjing's face was full of anger, and his expression changed greatly. Wang. Did I allow you to leave? Guchanga's expression was calm, and he didn't say much. He just stretched out his hand toward him, and the void seemed to freeze at this moment. A giant hand shrouded in 5-colored chaotic energy reached forward, as if covering the sky. At this moment, all the hair on Yu Tianjing's body stood on end. His spirit trembled, and his entire body felt cold. He had never imagined that Guchanga would suddenly attack so ruthlessly. If that's the case, Yu Tianjing roared angrily. Even though he knew that he couldn't win, he still went forward to block. He didn't want any accidents to happen. With a clang, a sparkling and translucent Dao sword surrounded by the principles of heaven and earth appeared and slashed down. This was a pseudo-thearch weapon. Although it had yet to awaken, it still possessed terrifying power. Clang, however, Guchanga's giant hand didn't dodge at all. Instead, it grabbed forward. The sparkling Dao sword struck one of Yu Tianjing's fingers, causing sparks to fly. It didn't move at all. This horrified Yu Tianjing. His pseudo-monarch weapon was sturdy and indestructible. It was refined from the fortune Dao metal, yet it actually couldn't cut through Guchanga's finger. It released a terrifying trembling sound as if it was about to shatter. He really didn't know how Guchanga cultivated his physique, and it was hard to imagine what kind of realm he had reached. Buzz. In the next moment, the void in front of him collapsed, unable to withstand the power of this palm. Moreover, what made Yu Tianjing despair was that the surrounding heaven and earth seemed to have turned into Guchanga's domain, sealing every inch of the void with a thought. Even if he wanted to escape, there was no way he could do so. Young Master Chang'e, please spare me. I was wrong. Yu Tianjing was terrified. The Dao sword in his hand actually cracked, and it was about to be shattered by Guchanga's palm. One had to know that this was a quasi-emperor artifact. In terms of forging materials, it was already comparable to some Dao attainment artifacts. However, he was still no match for Guchanga's casual palm strike. Begging for fresh flowers he was extremely regretful. He thought that he was already strong enough and had many methods that he hadn't used yet. But now, it seemed that even if those methods were used, they would not have the slightest effect. Guchanga was definitely a person who had attained the Dao. Perhaps not many people in the upper realm knew about this news. I don't like smart people. If you don't want to die, release your primordial spirit and let me plant a slave imprint on you. Guchanga said indifferently. He imprisoned Yu Tianjing and pulled out his Yuan spirit from his forehead. He didn't intend to kill Yu Tianjing just like that. Leaving him alive was still useful. However, in order to ensure that Yu Tianjing would be obedient, he still planted the magic bottle of exorcism. Young Master Chang'e, please spare my life, I'll release my primordial spirit. Although planting a slave imprint meant that he would be a slave for life, Yu Tianjing had no other choice. He trembled as he spoke. The magic bottle of exorcism's terror lay in its strangeness. It was rooted in the deepest part of the Yuan spirit. Even a person who had attained the Dao in the Yuan spirit would not be able to find out the truth. The news of the third young master of the Tuoba residence incurring the wrath of Emperor Yu and being imprisoned in the heavenly prison spread throughout the entire imperial capital almost immediately after the banquet ended. 0 cultivators on the streets and alleys were all discussing this matter. As the person involved, Tuoba Xiaoyao was pushed to the forefront of the storm. Tuoba Xiaoyao had kept a low profile for more than 20 years. He shone in the hunting meet and became a young supreme being who was comparable to the second prince. He was in the limelight for a while, and countless people were envious of him. However, in the blink of an eye, he fell from the altar and became a prisoner. Even the entrance of the Tuoba residence, which used to be bustling with noise and excitement, was deserted. This change was like the difference between heaven and earth, which made many people sigh. Tuoba Xiaoyao's declaration of his love for the eldest princess, Yufia, was treated as a farce, which made many people not know whether to laugh or cry. Some busybodies even spread the word of Gu Chang'e's comment at the banquet that it was not suitable for big things. Many people could empathize with the disappointment that was revealed in his words. There was clearly a chance for him to reach the heavens in a single step, but Tuoba Xiaoyao forcefully rejected it. If this was not stupidity and embarrassment, what was it? Just as the outside world was discussing this matter. In the depths of the imperial capital of Great Yu, the heavenly prison was extremely quiet. Tuoba Xiaoyao's figure was tall and straight, and his expression was resolute. He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed in the cell, as if he had turned a deaf ear to many things in the outside world. Strands of sword intent circled around his body. In a trance, there were thousands and thousands of strands of sword chi intertwining, which made one's skin hurt. As a person of several lifetimes, he naturally knew that the chances of him escaping the heavenly prison were close to zero. The only way was to wait for Emperor Yu to calm down and let him out. Otherwise, his father, Xianxia, and the others would think of a way to save him. Therefore, he did not resist, nor did he have any thoughts of escaping. Although the heavenly prison's security was tight, Tuoba Xiaoyao was still worried. With Guchang's strength, it should be easy for him to sneak into this place. The many guards, jailers, and all kinds of formation patterns outside were useless to him. At this moment, Tuoba Xiaoyao suddenly felt a change in the void in front of him. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a dazzling sword intent flashed through his eyes. His expression became extremely fearful. Buzz! A layer of silver ripples spread out, and the void collapsed. A slender figure like a god stepped out from it. Guchanga. Tuoba Xiaoyao squeezed out this name from his mouth. This was the first time he faced his greatest enemy, and the depths of his eyes were filled with unconcealable hatred. 2. I'm actually very curious as to why you're so hostile towards me. Logically speaking, we've never met before. A door opened in the void and Guchanga walked out in his white robe. He smiled as he spoke. His sparkling hair carried radiance. 3,000 indistinct deities appeared behind him, releasing a terrifying aura that made one's heart tremble. Just as Tuoba Xiaoyao predicted, the many restrictions here were useless to Guchanga. Even the few enlightened cultivators in deep sleep in the heavenly prison would not be able to detect his aura and traces. Tuoba Xiaoyao calmed himself down and stared at Guchanga. Shouldn't you have known the reason long ago? What's the point of asking me now? Rebirth was one of his biggest secrets. He would not reveal it to anyone easily. There are no outsiders here. Guchanga, put away your hypocrisy. He said coldly. Guchanga smiled faintly, then said unhurriedly, since you want to say so, then you should know very well that I'm here to get something from you. That thing will only bring you disaster and misfortune if it lands in your hands. If you know what's good for you, give it to me and I might spare your life. However, upon hearing those words, Tuoba Xiaoyao reacted as if he had already anticipated those words. He sneered with disdain. Haha, Guchanga, give up. Even if you kill me, you won't get the heaven-wielding sword. To prepare for this day, he used the secret technique he learned in his past life and cultivated the mixed essence heaven-wielding sword into the mixed essence heaven-wielding sword a few years ago. The mixed essence heaven-wielding sword was closely related to his life and primordial spirit. The two could not be separated. Even if Guchanga killed him, he would not be able to get the heaven-wielding sword. There was no way to break it in the upper realm now. The only way to break it was hidden in the sword pavilion of the Shu sect, which he cultivated in his past life. Even he did not have a way to break it. It was because of this that Tuoba Xiaoyao was fearless and felt that Guchanga wouldn't kill him. This was because once he died, the heaven-wielding sword would be destroyed at the same time. Guchanga would not be able to gather all 7 heaven-wielding weapons. Oh, since you're so confident, it seems that you already have a plan. Hearing this, Guchanga smiled faintly, not taking it seriously. As a reincarnator, Tuoba Xiaoyao must have predicted that this day would come, so he would definitely do his best to ensure that the heaven-reaching sword would not fall into his hands. Therefore, there was no need to think too much. Guchanga could guess. Tuoba Xiaoyao must have used some sort of method to tie the sky-wielding sword master's life and death together. As the saying goes, if the sword exists, the person exists. If the sword dies, the person dies. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao was alone after all. Guchanga didn't believe that he would ignore the safety of the people around him. Before he came, he had thought of Tuoba Carefree's reactions. So give up. You won't be able to get the sky-wielding sword. Tuoba Xiaoyao stared at him coldly, not knowing what Guchanga was thinking. Guchanga shook his head and smiled casually. I also don't know why you have so much enmity towards me. You give me the sky-wielding sword and I spare your life. This is a win-win situation. What other use does the sky-wielding sword have in your hands? Why do you have to go against me and control the sky-wielding sword so tightly? Don't you like Xianxia? But now, she's about to marry that Juin imperial court prince while you're locked up in the heavenly prison. I remember that you have a few brothers and sisters. Do you think I can't deal with them? Taba Xiaoyao's face sunk. Whether it was Yufia or Taba Qiongling, they were all his weak spots. However, he had already made up his mind to burn both jade and stone. His voice was very resolute. Gu Changge, if you want to use them to threaten me, then give up. When the time comes, I'll self-destruct and you can forget about gathering the 7 sky-wielding weapons. You'll never get the sky-wielding sword. Although this was the most helpless and had no choice, Taba Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't have any misgivings if things developed to that stage. He was now certain that Gu Changge wanted the sky-wielding sword and wouldn't dare do anything to him. Oh? Gu Changge narrowed his eyes and then smiled. He still didn't seem to care. According to what you said, I'll just give up the sky-wielding sword. But your family and friends will pay a heavy price for your stupid choice. You should know that I have thousands of ways to make them regret living in this world. Perhaps I don't need to say more. You can think of it. Although Gu Changge said these words casually, Taba Xiaoyao felt a terrifying chill that made his hair stand on end. He couldn't help but tremble. For a moment, Taba Xiaoyao's expression was extremely ugly as he fell into silence. In fact, what Gu Changge said was what he was most worried about. He had thought about it before. To Gu Changge, the sky-wielding sword was just an external object. He was now standing at the peak of the upper realm. Even if he couldn't get the sky-wielding sword, he wouldn't lose anything. However, Yufia, Taba Qiongling, Taba Qingyu, and the others were a threshold in his heart that he couldn't cross. They were his reverse scale, his weak spot. Because of his rebirth, he always felt that he could take revenge in this life, which was why he endured until now. However, when Gu Changge saw through his disguise and faced Gu Changge directly, he finally understood how big the gap was between the two of them. This was simply despairing. All the hard work he had put in these past few years had been of no use at all. If he continued, he would definitely follow in the footsteps of his previous life. However, if he gave in to Gu Changge just like that, he really couldn't accept it. The hatred from his previous life was still fresh in his mind. I'll give you time to think about it. Next time I come to find you, I hope you can give me an answer. Gu Changge noticed Taba Xiaoyao's uncertain expression and smiled faintly, knowing that he was wavering. He already had 6 of the sky-wielding 7 artifacts, so he had to get the sky-wielding sword no matter what. Since Taba Xiaoyao tied his life and death to the sky-wielding sword, then he definitely had a way to solve this. Even if he didn't, he had to think of a way. Hearing this, an uncertain expression appeared onto Taba Xiaoyao's face again. He knew that he couldn't keep the sky-wielding sword no matter what. Between the sky-wielding sword and his family, he had to make a choice. If he hadn't met Gu Changge so early, he would have other choices, but now, it was no longer up to him. Taba Xiaoyao deeply breathed in and said, "The sky-wielding sword has merged with me. The sky-wielding sword has already become one with me. I can borrow its power, but I can't separate it from my body. Right now, in the upper realm, there is no way to solve this. Including me." Hearing this, Gu Changge raised an eyebrow and the smile on his face disappeared. "Do you really think I won't kill you?" As he spoke, he reached forward. Under Taba Xiaoyao's shocked gaze, he broke through the sword and tent in front of him and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him up like a chicken. At that moment, Taba Xiaoyao felt like he couldn't breathe. A terrifying chill swept over, as if a vast abyss was pressing down on him, causing his divine sense to tremble and his skin to almost burst open. All the bones in his body were making cracking sounds, and his spine was about to be crushed. Blood flowed out from his 7 orifices, and his vision became blurry. I can swear with my Taoist heart that I am not lying at all." Taba Xiaoyao's face turned white and his soul trembled. Once again, he felt the fear of death. As he coughed up blood from his mouth, he answered intermittently. "Is that so?" Gu Changge's expression returned to normal. One couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. At a time like this, Taba Xiaoyao shouldn't have the guts to lie to him. This situation was actually somewhat out of his expectations. Taba Xiaoyao was a ruthless person. To prevent the sky-wielding sword from being taken away, he didn't hesitate to do this. However, Gu Changge thought of the boat of destiny. If he used Taba Xiaoyao to refine the sword, would he be able to refine the sky-wielding sword? As the high priest of destiny, Xiao Ruoyin might have a way. The heavenly prison was dead silent. Only deep roars could be heard from the depths of the prison. It was as if some terrifying beast was locked up there. In this world, all the rules and order were restrained. Even those who had attained the Tao would find it hard to notice. Guchanga grabbed Taba Xiaoya's throat. He didn't care about Taba Xiaoya's pale face. He seemed to be thinking about something. It was still unknown whether Xiao Ruoyin, the high priest of fate, could use Taba Xiaoyao to refine the heavenly sword. Before this, Guchanga couldn't help but doubt the things that Taba Xiaoyao said. If Taba Xiaoyao was simply reborn, why was he so sure that there was no solution in the upper realm? Looks like you're hiding many secrets. Guchanga stared at Taba Xiaoyao's forehead. He wanted to see through his soul. But at this moment, he seemed to have sensed a terrifying danger. Buzz. A dazzling light spread out like a red glow. Taba Xiaoyao's head shone so brightly that even his bones and blood could be seen flowing. A sword talisman the size of a palm appeared. It was less than an inch long, but it emitted a dazzling sword intent. It hummed like a divine sword that was about to be unsheathed. It could cut through everything. So you refined the heavenly sword and primordial spirit into a sword embryo. Guchanga looked at it carefully and recognized that it contained Taba Xiaoyao's life force. At the same time, it also had the unique mark of the heavenly sword. If he forcefully searched his soul, he would definitely destroy this sword embryo and the heavenly sword. You should believe what I said now, right? Taba Xiaoyao's face was pale, but there was still an unyielding and unwilling look in his eyes. Guchanga released her grip on his throat and said calmly, I don't care how you did it, but if you don't hand over the sky-wielding sword in half a month, both Xianxia and your brothers and sisters will pay a heavy price for you. Just as he said before, even if there was no way, Tuoba Xiaoyao had to think of a way. Who asked him to choose such a dead end back then? Now, he was just reaping the consequences of his own actions. If he still could not take out the Palm Heaven sword after half a month, Guchanga would naturally have to use other methods. And this half a month was just enough time for Xiao Ruoyin to rush over. Half a month? Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression changed. Guchanga only gave him half a month. How was he going to find a way to break this technique? However, he also understood that this was the deadline that Guchanga had given him. If he still couldn't hand over the heaven-wielding sword after half a month, then Xianxia, Tuoba Qiongling, Tuoba Qingyu, and the others would probably pay a painful price for his actions. I understand. Tuoba Xiaoyao saw that Guchanga didn't want to talk to him, so he turned around and stepped into the void, disappearing. After a moment of silence, he heaved a sigh of relief and touched his neck that was almost broken. The feeling of facing death directly still lingered on him, causing his back to be completely drenched in cold sweat. If he hadn't cultivated the Palm Heaven sword and primordial spirit as one, he would probably have been searched by Guchanga to find out the secret of his rebirth and reincarnation. Although Guchanga gave him half a month's time, it also included the time he was imprisoned by Emperor Yu in the heavenly prison. Therefore, after careful calculation, he didn't have much time left. Revenge? This was just an unreachable dream. On the other side, after Guchanga returned to the palace, he sent someone to summon the scar-faced man from the hunting meet. The scar-faced man was called Song Yi, and he was a sequence seed nurtured by the spring breeze jasper pavilion. He had the strength to kill all the young kings, and he was proficient in disguise, escape, and assassination. That day, he safely escaped from Emperor Yu's inescapable trap. He even changed his appearance and hid in the great Yu imperial capital. Greetings, young master. Soon, Song Yi rushed over. He now had the appearance of a weak scholar. His face was pale and weak, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. In front of Guchanga, he was extremely respectful. As a sequence assassin of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, he had the qualifications to come into contact with the upper management. He naturally knew that the current owner of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion was actually Guchanga's man. In other words, Guchanga was actually the real owner behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion. Go and capture the fourth miss of the Tuoba Manor. Guchanga ordered indifferently. Although he had already given Tuoba Xiaoyao half a month's time, he still had to threaten him so that Tuoba Xiaoyao wouldn't have any other thoughts. Yes, young master. Song Yi didn't dare to ask the reason and nodded. The Great Yu imperial capital was known as an inescapable trap, and its security was tight. It wasn't that there was a guard every 5 steps, but it was close. However, as a sequence seat of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, he was confident that he could take Tuoba Qingyu away unknowingly. After Song Yi left, Guchanga fell into deep thought again. He wasn't worried that Tuoba Xiaoyao had warned Tuoba Qingyu and the others in advance, causing the Tuoba Manor to be on guard. He was just thinking about his next plan. It was almost time for the Aradao fruit to ripen, but before that, he hadn't finished laying out this big net. There was no need to mention how great the temptation of becoming an immortal was. Even he couldn't avoid it, let alone other people. However, he still lacked a place to lay out this big net. Gu Chang'e considered manifesting his inner universe as a killing ground. However, the current state of the inner universe wasn't stable, and it wasn't at the level that Gu Chang'e expected. Therefore, he planned to refine part of the Yin terminating origin, and then refine his inner universe again before considering this matter. Before that, he had to consider the 7 artifacts of heaven wielding and the secret treasure of the immortal palace. His strength had reached a bottleneck, and it would be difficult for him to break through without the origin of an immortal. It had been a few days since Tuoba Xiaoyao was imprisoned in the heavenly prison, and the entire Great Yu imperial capital had gradually calmed down. Under Emperor Yu's intentional arrangement, the grounded eldest princess Xianxia was released. She accompanied the prince of Yin terminating imperial court, Garlot, to walk around a few times in the name of getting to know each other. However, Emperor Yu was still very tight-lipped, and didn't mention whether he would agree to this marriage alliance. There were all kinds of guesses and rumors among the ministers. Some people felt that Emperor Yu still hadn't given up, and was still thinking about Gu Chang'e. If Gu Chang'e showed the slightest bit of interest in Xianxia, he would definitely not hesitate to abandon the Juyin prince Garlot. However, Gu Chang'e stayed in Great Yu for the past few days, and rarely came out. Many princes wanted to see him, but it was very difficult, not to mention the other ministers. Many people also noticed that the Prince of Yin terminating imperial court often visited Gu Chang'e, but they didn't know if they saw him or not. In the past few days, something neither big nor small happened in Great Yu's imperial capital. On a certain day, the 4th miss of Tuoba Manor, Tuoba Qingyu, suddenly disappeared mysteriously in the manor. Several maids in charge of serving her also silently died tragically in the manor. Many of the guards patrolling outside didn't notice this. Tuoba Yuntian had just experienced being ignored and alienated by Emperor Yu, and his hair was white and his face was full of worry. His 4th daughter was kidnapped in the manor, and he almost fainted at the cost of 480. Many people suspected that this was done by the scarred man at the hunting meet, and his actions could be said to be extremely daring. However, no one witnessed this, and it was even more difficult to find any clues. In addition, the Tuoba Manor was ignored by Emperor Yu, and very few people paid attention to this matter. After a few days, Emperor Yu's anger at the banquet had more or less dissipated. He remembered that Tuoba Yuntian had made many contributions to him in the past, and now that his daughter was kidnapped, he was depressed and couldn't bear it, so he ordered Tuoba Xiaoyao to be released. Originally, he was a bit interested in Tuoba Xiaoyao's secret, but after experiencing this matter, he felt some compassion and didn't make things difficult for him. Of course, part of the reason was that Emperor Yu saw Xianxia's depressed expression these days, and his heart softened, feeling somewhat guilty towards her. Qingyu was taken away from the manor? After leaving the heavenly prison and finally returning to the manor, Tuoba Xiaoyao heard this news, and his expression quickly turned unsightly. His big brother was still at the border and hadn't returned home yet. Only his unhappy father and second sister, Tuoba Qiongling, were at home. The elders didn't care about this matter at all. "Sai, I don't want to revive the clan right now, as long as you guys are safe." Tuoba Yuntian originally had many things to say to Tuoba Xiaoyao, but at this time, he could only sigh with a helpless expression. Tuoba Xiaoyao clenched his fists and remained silent. In fact, he had already guessed who sent this person. Third brother, Tuoba Qiongling also had a guess in her heart, and couldn't help but look at Tuoba Xiaoyao and ask with her eyes. "Qingyu will be fine, second sister, father, don't worry," Tuoba Xiaoyao said in a deep voice. Tuoba Yuntian only sighed at Tuoba Xiaoyao's promise. He thought he was comforting him and didn't take it to heart. His 4th daughter was kidnapped in the residence and her whereabouts were still unknown. Although he had sent people to search everywhere these days, they didn't find any clues. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. Tuoba Yuntian already had a bad premonition, but he still couldn't accept this reality. Looks like I can only thicken my face and beg His Majesty. Maybe he will send people to help me on account of my hard work. Tuoba Yuntian had a bitter expression as he placed his last hope on Emperor Yu. If even Emperor Yu couldn't find Tuoba Qingyu's whereabouts, then he couldn't do anything. One had to know that the other party was extremely bold and arrogant. Not only did he commit murder in Great Yu's imperial capital, he even infiltrated the general's residence and kidnapped Tuoba Qingyu in front of all the maids and guards. Although there were many factions in the upper realm that had such methods, they weren't something a small state general like him could contend against. After Tuoba Yuntian left, only Tuoba Xiaoyao and his second sister Tuoba Qiongling were left in the courtyard. Xiaoyao, is what you said true? Could it really be Gu Changge who sent people to kidnap Qingyu? After a moment of silence and seeing that there was no one else here, Tuoba Qiongling asked in disbelief. Apart from Gu Changge, no one would do anything to Qingyu. He is warning me not to play any tricks. Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression was gloomy as he clenched his fist. He naturally knew what Gu Changge was planning. This was to prevent him from acting rashly. At the same time, he had to hand over the heaven-wielding sword at the agreed time. Otherwise, Tuoba Qingyu's life would be in danger. Gu Changge, Tuoba Qiongling fell silent as a strong sense of helplessness grew in her heart. Facing such a terrifying enemy, even if they resisted, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. They would be courting death. However, second sister, don't worry. As long as I didn't give that thing to Gu Changge, Qingyu will be safe. Gu Changge shouldn't make things difficult for Qingyu during this period. Tuoba Xiaoyao comforted her, telling her not to worry and that he would think of a way. I hope so. Tuoba Qiongling sighed. By the way, second sister, some time ago in the border area, it is said that an ancient world that has never been opened before appeared. Big Brother is now leading troops to guard that place. How much do you know about this matter? Tuoba Xiaoyao's expression turned solemn as he recalled another important matter. He asked in a deep voice. This matter was very secretive, and only the higher-ups of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty knew a little about it. He had only heard about it from his father by chance. When he was in the heavenly prison, he had carefully considered how to hand over the heaven-wielding sword at the agreed time. In the end, he concluded that he should go to the Shu sect, which he had cultivated in his previous life, and read the ancient books in the sword pavilion in the forbidden area. In his past life, when he was observing his ancestors' tribulation, he was affected by the heavenly tribulation and accidentally lost his life. In the end, a remnant of his soul did not perish and floated to the upper realm. That was how he was reborn in the body of the third young master of the Tuoba residence. Then, when he was in his teens, he awakened his memories of rebirth. So, to be exact, he had lived 3 lives. The ancient book on refining the mixed essence heaven-wielding sword embryo came from the sword pavilion of the Shu sect. What's wrong? Big Brother is guarding the space portal over there right now to prevent the other imperishable sects from discovering it. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Tuoba Qiongling was puzzled. That ancient great world that had yet to be opened was said to have a deep foundation and a long history. It could even give birth to existences of the enlightened path. This also meant that the ancient great world contained endless resources. Before it was opened, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty would definitely do everything possible to cover up news of its existence. They would try to get the biggest share of the pie before the news was exposed. All the major forces in the upper realm did the same when facing such an ancient great world, so Tuoba Qiongling was not surprised. That was because the upper realm was the center of the heavens, where hundreds of millions of lower realms gathered. The level of the space barrier of some of these realms was comparable to that of the upper realm. Occasionally, when 2 realms collided, a space crack would appear, exposing their existence. I need to go and find Big Brother. Tuoba Xiaoyao nodded as he heard this. He had a thoughtful look in his eyes. He was not interested in that ancient great world, but he suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that he reincarnated into the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty because his previous world was adjacent to this one? What if the ancient great world that was suddenly exposed was the world he used to live and cultivate in? If that was the case, then he could return to his original world and look for a solution. Of course, Tuoba Xiaoyao had other plans in mind. His desire for revenge was active again. If that world was really the world he used to live in, did that not mean that he had an ancient great world as his foundation and could fight against Xianxia? Tuoba Xiaoyao did not stay as he thought of this. After packing his luggage, he stepped on the road to the border. After leaving the heavenly prison, he did not have time to look at Xianxia. Of course, Tuoba Xiaoyao knew that now was not the time to talk about love. There were more important things waiting for him now. Compared to Tuoba Xiaoyao, who was in a hurry, Xianxia was more leisurely on the other side. In the past few days, the Prince of Juyin Imperial Court, Jiao Luo, came to find him from time to discuss when to go to Juyin Imperial Court. Xianxia was naturally perfunctory about this. However, even so, Jiao Luo's attitude towards him was still quite respectful. There was no lack of flattery in his words, and he even wanted to follow him. Xianxia thought about it and felt that he would go to Juyin Imperial Court sooner or later. It would be good to have such an errand runner, so he did not refuse Jiao Luo's request. After a while, Jiao Luo became familiar with him. The back mountain of the Imperial Palace was an extremely open hunting ground. The ancient forest was lush, the mountain range extended, and the mountains were tall and majestic. It was shrouded in a thin fog. Occasionally, there would be multicolored light shooting into the sky, brilliant and brilliant. This was once a blessed land. It was said that there were immortals who preached here, but it was abandoned later on. However, in some corners, there would be many rare treasures. There were even ancient inscriptions that recorded some powerful treasured arts. Therefore, a certain emperor Yu purposely transformed this place into a hunting ground. Normally, when the members of the imperial family had nothing to do, they liked to come here to hunt fierce beasts. There were many formations and restrictions engraved around the hunting ground. There were also soldiers patrolling, so there was no need to worry about people coming to disturb them during the hunt. There were many buildings and pavilions in the hunting ground. They were built magnificently, shining with treasure light, like a majestic immortal palace. At this moment, Xianxia, second Prince Yu Lai, Jiao Luo, first Princess Xianxia, and many famous young supreme beings of the great Yu celestial dynasty were gathered here. They stood in the pavilion and looked at the scene in the hunting ground. Xianxia wore a moon-white robe. His sparkling black hair was tied up with a simple hairband. His gaze was gentle and calm, appearing simple and leisurely, revealing a sense of laziness. Today, I invited young Master Xianxia here because I have nothing to do. Coincidentally, many captives from the border were sent over, so I wanted to play a little game. Yu Lai's figure was tall and straight. He walked with a majestic gait, like a young emperor. There was a divine glow around him as he spoke with a smile. Emperor Yu had personally ordered him to get closer to Xianxia. Therefore, since he had nothing to do, Yu Lai arranged a little game and invited Xianxia and the others to come and take a look. This was to improve his relationship with Xianxia. Xianxia heard this and smiled. Oh, what is this little game? It made Prince Yu Lai put on such a great show and invite us here? Although he said so, he was not curious at all, nor was he interested. During this period of time, Xianxia actually planned to arrange for people to kill Yu Lai, so that the great Yu celestial dynasty would fall into chaos. However, this matter had not been arranged, and Yu Lai could not die in front of him. It was not good to do it in the imperial capital of the great Yu celestial dynasty, so he could only postpone it. Prisoners brought back from the border? The expressions of many young supreme martial artists changed slightly when they heard this. It was obvious that they had guessed something. Of course, it's a little game. In other countries, these people would be incredible geniuses and big shots. Yu Lai laughed and did not explain further. Then, as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound came from outside the hunting ground. A few prison carriages were pushed over. They were covered with a layer of black cloth that could block the probing of divine perception, so the crowd could not see clearly what was inside. However, from this formation, the crowd could guess something. Yufia's eyes flashed with pity, but she did not say anything. Bring them all up. Yu Lai's expression was cold. He waved his hand and ordered the prison carriages to be pushed over. When they were near, the black cloth was removed, revealing the scene inside. There were many cultivators and living beings imprisoned in these prison carriages. There were men, women, old, and all races. Their faces were pale, their clothes were tattered, and they were in a sorry state. Their expressions were either anger, coldness, stupefaction, hatred, despair, fear. They were all different. As an immortal force, the great celestial dynasty had a boundless territory and a strong foundation. However, there were still conflicts with the big forces around. There were often battles at the border. These people were all prisoners of the enemy forces who were captured at the border. There were ordinary disciples, as well as geniuses, saintesses, and elders of the enemy forces. Since you are not willing to surrender to the great celestial dynasty, I will give you a chance to live today. Yulai looked at the people in the prison carriages coldly and said. These people were shackled with cultivation restrictions. They were extremely heavy. Even the elders with profound cultivation were no different from ordinary people now. They could not use their cultivation and magic power. It was extremely difficult for them to even walk. You can kill me or torture me as you wish. If I frown, hearing this, someone in the prison carriage immediately cursed. However, before he could finish his words, he let out a shrill scream. The chains under his feet suddenly glowed. Streaks of purple lightning flashed and crackled. His whole body was turned into ashes, and his body and soul were destroyed. This scene made the surrounding people even more terrified. Many people could not help but tremble in extreme fear. You really don't know what is good for you. I gave you a way to live, but you didn't take it. You just had to court death. Yulai's expression did not change at all. He was still incomparably cold. These prisoners of the enemy forces should have been executed long ago. However, he wanted to bring some fun to him, so he kept them. I can let you live today. This ancient forest in front of you will be the place where you will escape to next. If you are still alive after 3 days, then I will let you go. I can even let you return to the forces behind you. Yulai said lightly and explained the rules of this game to everyone. Not only were there ferocious beasts in this hunting ground, but there were also all kinds of dangerous places. In addition, there were also people chasing behind. These prisoners had their cultivation sealed. They were no different from ordinary people. Even if they tried their best to escape, they could not run far. Of course, in order to add to the fun of the game, Yulai and the others would not use their magic easily. The other young supremes here were obviously used to this kind of thing. They were not surprised and their expressions did not change. However, the prince of the extreme imperial court, Garlot, was a little interested. He did not expect the little game Yulai mentioned to be this. After Yulai finished explaining the rules of the game, the prisoner carriage was opened. Everyone inside, dragging the heavy chains, scattered. No matter how much of a backbone he had, he still chose to compromise and desperately fled into the depths. He wouldn't let go of such a chance to live. Even ants struggled to survive, let alone humans. Although this chance of survival was very slim. I will not participate in this little game. I will just watch from here. Seeing this, Guchanga's expression did not change much. He shook his head and smiled in response to Yulai's invitation. Haha. In that case, see you in 3 days. Yulai did not expect Guchanga to refuse. His expression froze, but he did not care. After laughing, he mounted his mount, picked up his bow and arrows, and quickly chased after them. In this kind of hunting game, the participants would be ranked according to the number of prisoners they killed. The winner could also get a lot of good things and win the prizes. Soon, there were only a few people left in the pavilion. Except for Guchanga, First Princess Xianxia did not participate. Her expression was quite haggard, as if she had something on her mind. Why does young Lord Chang'e not participate in this hunting game? Xianxia saw that Guchanga seemed to be looking at her and could not help but come back to her senses. Although these people were prisoners of the enemy forces, she still could not bear to torture them one more time before they died. Naturally, I feel bored. Guchanga smiled faintly and said casually. Xianxia forced a smile and said, for young Lord Chang'e, this kind of hunting game is indeed boring. Are these prisoners all brought back from the border? Guchanga smiled noncommittally and then asked. Of course. Xianxia nodded. She didn't know why Guchanga asked this question. Then this is a bit interesting. Guchanga's eyes became a little interested. In an instant, his divine sense enveloped the entire ancient forest and fell on a thin and delicate figure who was struggling to escape with heavy chains. The hunting ground was not very big. It only covered a radius of a few 100,000 miles. For a cultivator with a high cultivation base, his divine thought could completely envelop the hunting ground in an instant and see everything that happened there. Guchanga stood on the pavilion with his hands behind his back. He looked out the window with a deep gaze. Interesting? Xianxia was stunned. She did not know what Guchanga meant. She had a lot on her mind and seemed a little absent-minded. Guchanga smiled and did not intend to explain to her. Before coming to the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, he knew that there was a suspected ancient world at the border of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. It was just that this news was well hidden by the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. It was hard to tell whether it was true or not. He sensed a strange aura among the captives from the border of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. To be exact, it was a completely different aura of the laws of heaven and earth. If it's just contamination, that kind of aura will disappear with time. But it seems that it's not a simple contamination. It's more like it was born and bred in another world. Could it be a native of another world? Then how did it end up in this world and become a captive? Guchanga's divine thought swept across and landed on the petite and thin figure. From the appearance, it was a 15 or 16-year-old girl in linen clothes. Her hair was unkempt, and her face was dirty. Her long hair was stained with blood and stuck together. Some parts were even knotted. It was only vaguely possible to distinguish her gender. Her ankles were locked with heavy shackles. It was very strenuous for her to move, and it made a lot of noise. Even under such circumstances, she was still running desperately in the wild forest. Her eyes were exceptionally calm on her filthy face, revealing a strong desire and will to live. No matter what her cultivation base was before, or what her background was, she was now just a captive. The only way to survive was to run as fast as she could and not let the hunter behind her catch up. Guchanga's divine thought swept across the rest of the captives, but he did not sense the unusual aura of the laws of heaven and earth from them. This young girl suddenly piqued his interest. If she really came from the ancient world that the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty tried to hide, perhaps he could get a lot of information from her. Guchanga's inner verse was at a critical juncture, and his epic Tao fruit was about to mature. He urgently needed to find a suitable world origin to fuse with. Although there were hundreds of millions of lower realms around the upper realm, the levels of those lower realms were too low. Even though he had fused with the world origin, it wouldn't have much of an effect on Guchanga's inner universe's transformation. Furthermore, he was planning to set up a bait to lure the orthodoxies from the upper realm. If he could use an ancient great world as bait, it would be more appropriate. Thinking of this, Guchanga was not in a hurry. Instead, he used his spiritual force to observe the girl's actions. The hunting area was very large. The forest was vast and boundless. There were also quite a few captives who were fleeing for their lives. There were at least a few hundred of them, and they were fleeing in all directions. Some of them were chased by a few princes riding ferocious beasts and were shot to death by a few arrows in despair. Most of them were bitten to death by the ferocious beasts in the hunting ground and became food. Some of them accidentally entered dangerous places and triggered dangerous prohibitions. They exploded into a bloody mist in an instant. There's a deep pool 3,000 miles ahead. There's a poisonous dragon hiding there. If we continue to flee, I'm afraid we'll die in its mouth. Guchanga raised his eyebrows. He wanted to see if the girl could survive. However, judging from the current situation, she was about to face a life-threatening crisis. With her cultivation sealed and her hands and feet shackled, she would definitely die if she faced a poisonous dragon of the Saint Realm. If she died like this, it would be difficult for him to find any clues about that ancient world. Since we have nothing to do, Ada, come with me. Guchanga wasn't interested in this hunting game at first. However, he immediately changed his mind. He ordered Ada behind him to pick up the bow and arrows, and was about to get up. Xianxia was a little stunned. She didn't expect Guchanga to change his mind. However, she didn't ask anything. In her opinion, perhaps Guchanga felt that it was boring to stay here with her. So, he preferred this hunting game. Since young Master Changa wants to participate, it's better to let Fia accompany you. Fia thought for a moment and took the initiative to speak. However, before she could finish speaking, Guchanga smiled and waved his hand to refuse. Princess Fia, I don't need to trouble you. I'll let Ada follow me. He naturally wouldn't let Fia follow him in this kind of matter. That girl was obviously hiding some secrets. She didn't look like an ordinary captive. Okay. Fia didn't expect Guchanga to refuse so straightforwardly. She felt a little embarrassed in her heart. However, as the eldest princess of Great Yu, she didn't show the slightest abnormality due to her good self-restraint. She knew that Ada, whom Guchanga mentioned, was a subordinate of a quasi-emperor. His strength was extremely terrifying. He had once displayed a terrifying aura in Kanwa City. Guchanga didn't say much to her. Then, he left the pavilion with Ada and went into the dense forest with ancient trees. The mist was thin, pervading the surroundings. The trees were extremely lush, covering the sky, casting down a large shadow. Rustle. Large patches of dried leaves were crushed by the rapid footsteps. Then, they were trampled into the deep mud. This was a swamp full of thorns, surrounded by miasma. Many insects and ants could be seen crawling around. There were also some corpses buried in the mud. No one knew how long they had been dead here. The girl had disheveled hair and a dirty face. Her coarse hemp clothes were extremely tattered. Her exposed skin was covered with blood and mud. She had fled all the way here while dragging the heavy chains. At this moment, she looked back and didn't see the hunters chasing after her. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Then, she leaned against a withered tree and gasped for breath. However, when she was gasping for breath, she seemed to have touched her injuries. She frowned and her face turned pale from the pain. Fortunately, her face was full of dirt and her expression couldn't be seen clearly. After resting for a while, the girl quickly got up. She didn't covet the comfort of this moment. Instead, she chose to continue fleeing. Although they had been given 3 full days to escape, she was very clear that the other party had a cultivation base. It would be too easy for them to find her location. Therefore, she had to seize every opportunity to escape into the depths of the swamp. Only then could she have a better chance of surviving these 3 days. She had to live. She couldn't die here. She still had a lot of things to do. The girl's eyes were very serious and calm, which was extraordinary. Especially at this moment, she was full of scars and dragging the heavy chains. Since she was caught and her cultivation was sealed, she hadn't eaten any food, including water. Even though she was once a powerful cultivator, she almost fainted in this situation. Moreover, she was now no different from a mortal. Apart from her strong body, she had no advantages. In the eyes of those hidden beasts, she was the best food. Father fought against the extraterrestrial demons and his whereabouts are unknown. Mother is still waiting for me at home. I can't die here. I have to go home. The girl clenched her fists. She was holding an extremely ordinary-looking short sword, which was less than the length of a palm. This was her only weapon now, and her only means of survival. She wasn't a person of this world. To be precise, she wasn't a person of the upper realm. Instead, she came from an ancient world where everyone cultivated the sword. Her father was one of the strongest existences in that world. He was also one of the few remaining Earth Sword immortals. However, because he was indifferent to fame and didn't like fighting, he had been living in seclusion in the mountains. She had been practicing the sword since she was young. Her talent was amazing, and she had long been taught by her father. At such a young age, she had defeated all the geniuses. Together with a few other geniuses, they were called the 4 Little Sword Immortals. However, everything that seemed perfect was destroyed half a year ago. On that day, a terrifying crack suddenly appeared in the sky. It spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, as if a wound had been opened in the sky. Even though they were far away, mortals could see the terrifying scene clearly. They trembled in fear. Terrifying gales and chaotic turbulence constantly blew from that place, as if it was leading to another terrifying world. Even the strongest existences who were known as Earth Sword Immortals didn't dare to step into that place rashly. They were worried that they would be sucked in and be smashed to pieces. In their world, the lifespan of Earth's sword immortals could be counted in tens of thousands of years. Their strength could only be described as terrifying. It was easy for them to pluck the stars and take the moon, move mountains, and fill seas. However, they were helpless in the face of such a huge crack in the sky. Then, something even more terrifying happened. In the following days, many creatures appeared from that crack. Their strength was incomparably terrifying. Some old people said that these were the extraterrestrial demons recorded in ancient books. They came from the distant and boundless outer realms. They might even be on the other side of the starry sky. When the space barrier shattered, they would invade. They held all kinds of terrifying weapons in their hands. Their appearances were even more ferocious and terrifying. They started to kill and wreak havoc in their world, trying to take over their world. There seemed to be no end to such creatures. After they resisted one wave, more and more of them came. Moreover, their strength was even more terrifying. In the end, even the Earth's sword immortals who were known to be invincible were seriously injured by the strongest of those creatures. Their lives were in danger. Although they finally forced the group of terrifying extraterrestrial demons to retreat, they also suffered heavy losses. Moreover, they knew that the extraterrestrial demons that came next would be even more terrifying. They had no chance of resisting. Therefore, the major sects, Shu sect, Sword Cliff, Kongshan, began to gather all the sword immortals to discuss the matter of resisting the extraterrestrial demons together. In the end, they came up with the idea that since they couldn't seal that crack, they would send people to pass through it and go to the source of the crack. They would eliminate the source and thus stop this disaster. Ever since the previous sword immortal of Shu sect passed away, no one in their world could break through space. Therefore, this was the only way. Her father happened to be among the group of Earth sword immortals who went to eliminate the source. Her father promised her and her mother that he would return after eliminating the source. However, after several months, there was no news at all. All the Earth sword immortals who went to eliminate the source were like stones sinking into the sea. There was no trace of them. She didn't believe that something would happen to such a powerful existence like her father. Therefore, she ignored her mother's objection and resolutely stepped into that crack. Although it had been less than half a year since the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons, it had already caused great panic and disaster in their world. Many of the older generation even asserted that the next invasion of the extraterrestrial demons would be the time when their world would be completely destroyed. Therefore, many of the most powerful people who had reached the level of Earth Sword Immortal had gathered in various sects, trying to find a solution. And this time, the elimination of the source of the extraterrestrial demons was also proposed by the current sect master of Shu sect, E-Sword Deity, who was known as the one who flattened the sky with one sword. Her father was a famous and powerful existence in their world. In the face of such a crisis, he naturally chose to rush to that crack in an attempt to stop this disaster. Unfortunately, several months had passed, and there was no news of her father. The rest of the people who went with him also disappeared without a trace like a clay ox entering the sea. Then, without telling her mother, she stepped on the path that her father had once left. If her father had died there, she would have to bring his body back. Before she found traces of her father, she could not die here. Many thoughts came back, causing the girl's expression to be a little absent-minded. In fact, when she passed through that crack in space, she did not expect that on the other side, besides the terrifying space turbulence and various chaotic storms, there would be majestic and heavy auras of various worlds. Under that kind of heavy aura, even the battle suit that her father had left for her could not withstand for a moment and was shattered. She hadn't gone far when she saw the familiar group of otherworldly demons charging at her. They drove the purple bronze warship over, majestic and terrifying, like a towering demonic mountain, passing through the space turbulence. All kinds of terrifying chaotic auras around them could not stop them at all. At that time, the girl finally understood in despair that the power of the extraterrestrial demons was far from what they could contend against and resist. Even the Earth Sword Immortal who was known as the invincible Earth Sword Immortal could not move an inch in such a place. However, the extraterrestrial demons could walk on flat ground, control all kinds of terrifying weapons, and destroy heaven and earth. How could they resist such a group of terrifying enemies? Facing that group of extraterrestrial demons, she was caught before she could escape far. Her hands and feet were shackled with heavy shackles, and she could not use the slightest bit of cultivation, becoming no different from an ordinary person. After that, she was imprisoned in a cold and damp cage, where she spent a period of time in darkness and fear. Fortunately, she later discovered that a senior who had come with her father to eliminate the source was actually imprisoned beside her. That senior's injuries were very serious, and he was about to die, but he still dragged his injured body and told her some useful information. The good news was that her father was not captured by those extraterrestrial demons. At the critical moment, he suddenly made a breakthrough in his cultivation and escaped into the chaotic space turbulence. Then, his whereabouts were unknown. But the bad news was that the group of extraterrestrial devils was only a certain power in this enormous world that they resided in now, and it was absolutely not all the races in the world. Their strength and terror were far from something that they could go against. Eliminating the source? That was just a joke. What kind of despairing news was this? The true supreme expert had yet to appear, and everything was still in the process of probing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to repel those otherworldly demons. Later on, that senior used a secret technique to burn his remaining body to create chaos and help her escape. But this escape was not successful, and she was caught halfway. The only thing that could be confirmed was that her identity as a native was not exposed, and she was imprisoned with a group of local captives who tried to escape. From those captives, she gradually learned some information about this world. This world is extremely vast and is the center of the heavens. There are countless experts, and it connects to various worlds, so there are often invasions and attacks on other worlds. The young girl's eyes were extremely calm. She did not recall what happened these days and began to focus on escaping. She was very clear that those so-called extraterrestrial devils were actually sent by the power that imprisoned her now. Even in this vast and mysterious world, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was a terrifying power at the level of a supergiant. Its inheritance had exceeded tens of millions of years and spanned across many eras. In the world that she lived in previously, the power with the longest inheritance was only a few 100,000 years old. In front of such a colossus, she was simply as insignificant as an ant. There was no possibility of comparing the two of them at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly, the sound of wind breaking through the air came from behind. The young girl's expression changed, and she hurriedly hid in a corner of the blue stone. Although she did not have any cultivation now, her five senses were extremely sharp, and she could hear the movement coming from not far away. Some people were chasing in her direction, and there were many of them. She quickly suppressed her breathing and did not move at all. Now, she was no different from a mortal. Facing a group of cultivators, there was no chance of survival at all. Now, she could only pray that that group of people did not discover her tracks. Hey, I clearly sensed that there was prey in this direction just now. Why did it suddenly disappear? Could it be that I sensed wrongly? A group of young men and women in luxurious clothes rushed here on ferocious beasts. Their bodies were shrouded in treasure light, and they were very extraordinary. The person who spoke was a man in embroidered clothes with decent facial features, but his face was slightly gloomy. He held a treasure bow in his hand and seemed to be preparing to shoot the prey with an arrow. At this moment, it was as if he saw his prey escape. He looked around with a surprised expression on his face. Maybe we sensed wrongly. Why don't we look in another direction? Next to the man in embroidered clothes, another gloomy-looking man showed a mocking smile and deliberately asked. Seeing this, the rest of the people also laughed. With a cat-and-mouse smile on their faces, they echoed, "It seems that the prey has escaped. What a pity. If we had come earlier, we might have been able to catch it. What a pity. Forget it, let's look in another direction." The man in embroidered clothes had a helpless expression and seemed to sigh. Then, the group turned around and left on their ferocious beasts. They were going to look in other areas. The young girl had been hiding behind the blue stone. Her body was tense and extremely nervous. She held her breath, and her body was drenched in cold sweat. She did not dare to move at all. At this moment, hearing the sound of the group leaving, she could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. However, she was very cautious and did not directly reveal herself. Instead, she continued to hide and planned to leave when the time was safe. After a few minutes, the young girl finally felt that the danger had passed. The group of young men and women went in another direction and did not find any trace of her. She almost collapsed from behind the bluestone. Her entire body was drenched in sweat. However, just as she was about to reveal herself from behind the bluestone and continue to flee, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the other side. It was incomparably abrupt, like a clap of thunder exploding on the spot. Hearing this voice, the girl's body stiffened, and her face suddenly turned pale. Although it was covered by the filth, one could still see her uneasiness and disbelief. However, she was not an ordinary person. She quickly recovered. Her gaze was incomparably calm as she turned her head to look at the group of young men and women riding on the ferocious beasts. The small hand under the sleeve tightly gripped the short sword that was less than an inch long, like a little tabby cat that was about to pounce on the enemy. Ha ha ha, this guy is really lucky that we didn't notice him. What a joke. I like to see their expressions change from hope to despair. A moment ago, they thought they had escaped, but the next moment, they fell into hell. You didn't expect it, did you? How interesting. Begging for fresh flowers 0, the more desperate you are, the happier we are. This kind of struggle when watching the prey on the verge of death is simply one of the great joys of life. The man in embroidered clothes and the others riding on the ferocious beasts appeared on the other side of the girl with a playful smile on their faces. They did not leave, but just circled around in another direction, and then returned to the original place. Therefore, they had been watching the various changes in the girl's expression, from the initial long sigh of relief to shock and disbelief. This was what they liked to do the most before hunting. After all, with their strength, how could they not discover the traces of the girl? However, in the face of the merciless mockery and ridicule from the brocade-robed man and the others, however, at this moment, the young girl showed an extraordinary calmness and ferocity. Her dark eyes did not show the slightest ripple, as if she was not in this world. She did not show the fear, and despair that the man in embroidered clothes and the others wanted to see. This expression made the smiles on their faces gradually disappear. The man in embroidered clothes frowned and was very displeased. What a boring guy. Death is at hand, but he is calm? The man with a gloomy expression cursed in a low voice, and he was also extremely displeased. This was because the young girl didn't show any fear or despair as they had hoped, let alone beg for mercy. This made them suddenly feel that this matter had become boring. If you want to live, perhaps you can kneel down and beg us, and we might let you go. The man in embroidered clothes spoke indifferently with a superior expression and a compassionate attitude. If the girl knelt down and begged for mercy at this time and cried bitterly and wanted to live, then they could slightly show that they wanted to let her go, and then kill her when she was full of hope. They were very good at how to torture people. However, the man in embroidered clothes was still disappointed. The girl's expression was still so indifferent, calm, and fierce, as if she would fight them to the death at any time. It's better to kill such a boring guy. It's boring. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to flee. Once these 3 breaths of time have passed, whether or not you can escape my arrows will depend on your fate. The man in embroidered clothes spoke indifferently, and as soon as he finished speaking, he started to draw his bow. The attendant at the side withdrew a few arrows that were tainted with a light green color and passed them to him. Obviously, these arrows were tainted with poison. Even if it was just a layer of skin, it could take a cultivator's life in a short period of time. Moreover, the following path of escape would be accompanied by fear and pain, and they would be unable to do anything and could only wait for death to descend. When she heard the man in embroidered clothes, the girl's expression changed slightly, and then she turned around and fled towards the swamp behind her. Miasma surged into the sky there, and it was filled with all sorts of mud and poisonous insects. This group of young men and women in luxurious clothes would definitely not chase her there. 1, 3, swoosh. Swoosh, the corners of the man in embroidered clothes carried a wisp of a mocking arc. After he finished counting to 1, he didn't continue counting and directly drew his bow and shot towards the direction the girl fled towards. The arrows pierced through the air, bringing with them a terrifying whistling sound. Like streaks of heavenly rainbows, they directly split open the mud above the swamp, revealing the dry riverbed below. Many ancient trees on both sides of the swamp exploded under this aura. Not to mention people without cultivation, even ferocious beasts with powerful physiques would be blown up by this arrow and be destroyed in both body and soul. The others watched this scene with expressions of mockery and pity. They silently waited for the moment the girl was shot to death. From their point of view, there would be no accidents. Am I going to die here? The girl originally didn't think the man in embroidered clothes would keep his promise to a captive like her, so she started to flee at the first moment. However, her speed was still far from the arrow behind her. That was the only thought left in her mind. Her feet stumbled and her entire body fell into the swamp. 2. The next moment, thick blood splashed in the air, looking extremely dazzling. The girl stared blankly at the scene in front of her, somewhat in disbelief. She did not feel the slightest pain because those arrows were shot down by an invisible force when they were about to hit her, exploding into ashes in the air. Not far away, several arrows were shot and pierced through the brocade-clad man's glabella like lightning. There was even a cruel sneer on his face. Until the moment of his death, he did not realize what was going on. Who saved me? The girl struggled to stand up in the swamp and looked around, trying to find the direction of the arrows. She found it hard to believe. Who would save her at this critical moment? Zhao Kong is dead, it's over. His father is the elder of the Scarlet Sect. We're all doomed. The brocade-clad man's companions were also stunned at this moment. Their faces were full of horror. They never thought that someone would suddenly kill Zhao Kong. Who is it? Who launched a sneak attack in the dark? Then, someone reacted and roared. His eyes were full of anger as he tried to find the attacker. It's me. In the thin fog not far away, a calm man's voice was heard. Gu Changge appeared with Ada. He seemed to have just finished shooting the arrows and handed the bow and arrows in his hand to Ada behind him. Then, he walked over unhurriedly. The moment they saw Gu Changge, many young men and women here turned pale. Many of them widened their eyes in disbelief and could not help but tremble on the spot. They were extremely frightened. Changge. Young Lord Changge, the voice of the person who had just roared was trembling, and he was extremely terrified. Even if he was given 10,000 times more courage, he would not dare to scold Gu Changge casually. Leave them as an eyesore. Kill them all. Gu Changge did not pay attention to the expressions of the people here. He said to Ada casually and still walked over. Yes, my lord. Ada wore a cold and emotionless expression. Wearing a dark blue armor, he looked like a burly god of war. He directly moved forward, intending to kill those young men and women. Seeing this scene, the group of people turned deathly pale. They were almost scared silly. They never thought that Gu Changge would actually want to kill them. Someone reacted, and was about to turn into a streak of divine rainbow and flee. However, Ada's palm directly covered dozens of miles. It even crushed the sky and enveloped everyone. With a puff, all of them turned into a bloody mist. They didn't even have time to scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. The royal family expert who was secretly in charge of guarding this hunting ground watched this scene from afar. His eyelids twitched, and he quickly averted his gaze, pretending not to know anything. You can stand up now. The young girl stared blankly at all of this. Before she could come back to her senses, she suddenly heard a man's calm voice. She looked at the outstretched hand in front of her in disbelief. He was slender, fair, and clean, as if he was not tainted by the slightest bit of dust. At this moment, this exceedingly good-looking young man had passed through the muddy swamp all the way to her. His clean white clothes were stained with a lot of dirt, but he didn't seem to care at all. He was completely different from those people she had met before. Moreover, he was the one who suddenly appeared, killed those young men and women, and saved her. The young girl saw clearly that those young men and women were extremely fearful of him. The follower behind him was even more frightening. He even gave her the feeling that she had seen a land sword immortal. Even so, the young girl remained silent. Her eyes were vigilant. She didn't grab the hand and stand up. Instead, she frowned and endured the excruciating pain. She grabbed the vines next to her and struggled to stand up. She understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. She didn't know this person, so why did he suddenly save her? This was abnormal to begin with. Seeing that the young girl was stubborn and calm, and at the same time had an incomparably vigilant look in her eyes, Gu Changge gently smiled and took back his hand. What a pair of beautiful eyes. The young girl understood his words. In fact, during the time she was imprisoned, she had learned the language of this world. It was just that she rarely spoke. Seeing that Guchanga didn't have the slightest malicious intent, the young girl was silent for a moment. Then, she slowly walked to the edge of the swamp and asked in a somewhat hoarse voice, why did you save me? She was very calm and collected. Her hand tightly grasped the dagger, but her heart was still full of vigilance. A real bad person wouldn't show their malice on their face. This was a principle that she had understood since she was young. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. I just happened to see this scene and feel that you are very pitiful. You have to know that in this world, there are good people. It's just that it's very rare to meet them. Guchanga gently smiled. His words were very casual. The young girl was silent for a moment. She raised her dark eyes and looked at him. You are a good person? This was the first time that she had seen someone who would so bluntly say that he was a good person. No, I'm not a good person either. I just occasionally show kindness. Guchanga shook his head and still smiled. The young girl was still silent. The young man in front of her clearly made her feel very scared, but she didn't feel the slightest danger. This was a strange and contradictory feeling. Your injuries are very serious. Even if you can escape, you will be eaten by some vicious beast. Guchanga's eyes casually swept over her body. The young girl nodded. Her eyes didn't change. I know. Then, as if she felt that it wasn't appropriate to say this, she said, Thank you for saving me just now. Guchanga smiled and waved his hand. You're welcome. It's just a small matter. I'm going to continue running for my life. The young girl's face was full of dirt. Her expression couldn't be seen clearly. If I can survive, I will repay your kindness in the future. After saying this, she planned to turn around and continue to escape. Although Guchanga seemed to be very strong and had a mysterious background, it was very likely that he could easily let her live. But she wouldn't ask for it. In this situation, she was still proud in her bones. Moreover, she understood that the white-clothed man in front of her had no obligation to save her. Perhaps just now, it was only because it was a small matter that he helped her. But why should she let him continue to save her? But when she tried to take a few steps, she accidentally touched her injuries. It was so painful that her face suddenly turned white and she almost fell to the ground again. I already said that your injuries are very serious. Guchanga seemed to sigh helplessly. The young girl frowned slightly and covered her wounds. Fresh blood seeped out again, mixed with a lot of dirt, turning the ground in front of her black. She really couldn't run anymore. If she ran again, she would probably die from her injuries before the hunters behind her could catch up. Thinking of this, the young girl fell silent. She still hadn't found her father, and she still hadn't returned to give her mother an explanation. She couldn't just die here like this. Can you help me? She raised her eyes and looked at Guchanga, who was behind her. Her eyes were filled with questions and a little bit of vigilance. What's your name? Guchanga didn't answer her directly. Instead, he smiled casually. Ah Ching, China Ching, the young girl replied. Ah Ching? That's a good name, Guchanga praised and said. I can save you and let you live, but I want to know about the things in your world. The young girl Ah Ching was stunned. Her eyes suddenly became alert. Guchanga was different from the others. He actually saw through her background. Don't look at me like that. It's not difficult to see through this. Living in a different world, you'll always be tainted with the aura of your original world. Your aura is different from ours, Guchanga said with a smile. And you must know that there are good people in this world. Why don't you try to trust me? You're a good person. Ah Ching fell silent again. She didn't know what to say and could only say this sentence. It seemed that this sentence was the only thing that could make her feel relieved. I've always thought so too. Guchanga smiled. Because of Guchanga's protection, the young girl Ah Ching was slightly relieved. Her nerves and body that had been tense all this time suddenly relaxed. However, this relaxation almost made her pass out from the pain. Both her old and new injuries were triggered at the same time. Fortunately, she had cultivated the sword since she was a child, and her willpower was extremely shocking. she forcibly endured the pain. Besides, she was still quite worried. She knew nothing about Xianxia, including his name, identity, and background. Although his follower was very powerful. After experiencing the incident of fighting against the extraterrestrial demons, she realized that in this world, masters of that level were not rare. Previously, Xianxia casually killed that group of people, so how would he deal with the many troubles that followed? She was very clear and calm. She knew that the young men and women who participated in this hunting game were the descendants of famous families in this world. They had powerful backgrounds and must not be provoked. Although Xianxia's expression had always been very casual and relaxed, as if she didn't take those things to heart, she was still very worried. Nevertheless, she couldn't take the initiative to ask Xianxia about these things. For the next few days, the young girl Qing didn't find anyone chasing after her, and there were no ferocious beasts roaring in the surroundings. Because she had consumed a pill given by Xianxia, many of her old injuries were miraculously healed. The effect of the pill could be said to be a divine pill. In the world that she lived in before, if such a pill appeared, it would definitely cause a scramble for it. Its value was simply unimaginable, and it could even be regarded as another life. However, in Xianxia's hands, it was used to treat her injuries, which seemed extremely ordinary. In fact, given some time, her injuries could be healed. There was no need to waste 0.2 of such a precious pill. Many details made Qing speculate about Xianxia's identity. Who was he? Along the way, she didn't see Xianxia shoot the other captives. Even if she saw it, she didn't care and let it fend for itself. Soon, several days passed, and the hunting game finally ended. Qing silently followed behind Xianxia, returning to the place where they were imprisoned. To be precise, it was in the pavilion there. There, the second Prince Yu Lai, Yu Ming, Prince Juyin Jia Luo, and many other young supreme martial artists were already waiting. They came back early and were very surprised to learn that Xianxia also entered the dense forest after they left, so they quietly waited here for Xianxia's return. This hunting game was just a way for them to pass the time. In fact, it wasn't of much use. However, if they could use this to deepen their relationship with Xianxia, it would naturally be for the best. Young Master Xianxia, this is? Yu Lai, Yu Fia, and the others were very surprised to see Qing following behind Xianxia, and asked in puzzlement. She wore coarse hemp clothes, and some parts were even tattered. Her hair was dirty, and her face was covered in dirt. Only the outline of her face could be vaguely seen, and one could tell that she was a young girl. She looked exactly like a captive. Why was such a person following behind Xianxia? Qing was still dressed the way she was when she was captured. Her coarse hemp clothes were very old and stained with mud and blood. She lowered her head and followed behind Xianxia. Along the way, she seemed to have turned a blind eye to everything around her. Although she had settled down these days and did not need to continue running, she did not clean the dirt and blood on her face. That was because it was also a good way for her to cover up. She did not need to worry about others seeing her real face and causing unnecessary trouble. Xianxia did not show any disdain for her appearance. I met a pitiful person in this hunt. I couldn't bear to see her like this, so I saved her. Xianxia said casually with a faint smile on his face. I see. Everyone was enlightened and did not doubt his words. They were just a little envious of Qing. In that case, she was a blessing in disguise and turned from a captive to a captive. If she followed Xianxia, even the great Yu celestial dynasty, which was her previous enemy, would not dare to say a word. Of course, no one knew Qing's identity. Even Yu Lai and the others did not know. They just treated her as an ordinary captive. Like the others, she was escorted here after being defeated at the border. Qing stood quietly behind Xianxia and watched him talk casually with the many young heavenly legends in front of him. Everyone showed a respectful and flattering attitude towards him. Even the future successor of the great Yu celestial dynasty, who arranged this hunting game, was extremely respectful to him. This made her feel like she was in a dream. She could not tell whether it was real or not and could not calm down. What was the background and identity of Xianxia who saved her? In the past few days, Xianxia did not take the initiative to ask about her background and other things. He only showed interest occasionally. She had always maintained a vigilant attitude towards everything around her, so she had always remained silent and never talked about the things that happened in her world. Guchanga didn't seem to be in a hurry. But this made her even more confused. She didn't know how to repay his kindness. She was a person who didn't like to owe favors, but Guchanga had saved her life twice. For such a favor, even if she had to work like an ox or a horse, it wouldn't be too much. A few Heaven's Prides from the Scarlet Lotus sect have gone missing. 17 A young Heaven's Pride suddenly noticed that some of the people who had returned were missing. How could anyone get into trouble in such a hunting game? And it was actually a group of people? Ah Qing's hands tightened under her sleeves as she broke out in a cold sweat. The group of people who chased after her seemed to be from the Crimson Lotus sect. If the other party found out that the disappearance of that group of people was related to Guchanga, then she would not hesitate to stand up and take responsibility for everything. The hunting ground is fraught with danger. Sometimes, when you encounter danger, it's normal for accidents to happen. Second Prince Yu Lai didn't seem to be surprised. He waved his hand and smiled, gesturing for the crowd to not take it to heart. Of course, he had already heard about it. After all, there were experts guarding the hunting ground who were paying close attention to the situation. When Guchanga killed that group of people, that expert had already sensed it. But he didn't dare to say anything and could only pretend that he didn't see it. Yes, it is indeed fraught with danger. Even we encountered many dangers and almost lost our lives. Brother Zhao Kong and the others are really unlucky. The people present were not fools. They understood that the second prince was implying that they shouldn't get involved in this matter and should just treat it as an accident. Immediately, they all agreed. Even the second prince had to cover up for him. How did that group of people disappear? Was there a need to think further? Ah Qing looked at all this in a daze and almost couldn't react. This was a big trouble in her opinion, but it was solved just like that. She was not stupid. She could see that the second prince was telling everyone to not get involved in this matter. Come, take off this girl's shackles. While Ah Qing was feeling conflicted, the second Prince Yu Lai suddenly glanced in her direction and ordered with a smile on his face. This was a forbidden weapon specially made by the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, and it was engraved with special array patterns and restrictions. If it was forcibly opened by external force, it would only explode with a bang, and the captive would be destroyed in body and soul. Therefore, most people wouldn't touch it, let alone open it. Soon, with a clang, the heavy shackles fell to the ground, and the long-awaited Dharma power flowed in her body again. Ah Qing sensed all this in a daze and felt that it was all too surreal. Not only did the future heir of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty have a huge change in attitude towards her, but even the people around her looked at her with envy. Envy a captive like her. Although it hadn't been long since Ah Qing came to this world, she still understood what the future heir of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty represented. To put it bluntly, he only needed to say a word to send many of the terrifying armies from before to attack the world she was in and occupy it. Such a person was now standing in front of her and speaking to her nicely. It was completely different from his previous cold and heartless attitude. Ah Qing subconsciously looked up at Guchanga. However, he just sat at the head of the table with his usual warm smile on his face. He sipped his tea unhurriedly and looked down as if everything was natural. At this moment, Ah Qing noticed that everything in this world was centered around him. She suddenly understood why Guchanga could kill that group of people so easily. Even the powerful figures behind the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty could only pretend that they didn't know anything when they found out. After leaving this place, Ah Qing was in a daze. The long-awaited peace made her feel that it was somewhat unreal. Guchanga's temporary palace was located in the northeast of the Imperial Palace. It was extremely beautiful and ethereal. There were all kinds of exotic flowers blooming, rockery, and pavilions. It was extremely majestic and peaceful, far away from the hustle and bustle. After Ah Qing was brought here, she didn't see Guchanga. A maid took her to wash her clothes and clean the mud and blood stains. She didn't resist. She lay in the bath made of limestone. The surface of the bath was steaming with many beautiful petals falling down. Her black hair floated down like a mass of seaweed. Since the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons and the disappearance of her father, she hadn't relaxed like this for a long time. She was extremely lazy. Her mind was empty. She didn't want to think about anything. After coming to this world, she became a captive and lived a dark life. Every day, she thought about how to survive, find her father, and go home. Clean water, food, spiritual fruits, and beautiful clothes. These things were far away from her, but now they were suddenly placed in front of her. It's really like a dream. Ah Ching murmured softly. She didn't close her eyes. If this was a dream, when she opened her eyes, would everything burst like a bubble? These are the best healing panaceas. They are very effective for the scars on your arms. At this time, the maid came over with a medicine box and put it beside the bath. Thank you. Ah Ching took the ointment from the maid and thanked her politely. She looked at it and planned to apply it on her arms and other parts. Although her injuries were healed, there were still some faint scars left on some parts. It would take a long time for them to disappear. You're welcome. This is what we should do. Besides, this is what young Master Xianxia ordered us to do. The maid was obviously flattered by Ah Ching's gratitude. She shook her head and said with a frightened expression. In her opinion, since she was brought back by Xianxia, the girl in front of her was no longer in the same world as her. The order of seniority couldn't be confused. Ah Ching was silent for a while. Then she muttered, Young Master Xianxia? Is this his name? You don't know the name of young Master Xianxia? Hearing this, the maid's eyes widened in disbelief. It was as if she had seen something unbelievable. She didn't know how to describe the feeling in her heart. It was sour and envious. The girl in front of her didn't even know who young Master Xianxia was? What did she do to be brought back by him? Ah Ching nodded and didn't explain much. Can you tell me more about him? I know he's a good person. I owe him a big favor, Ah Ching said. The maid came back to her senses with difficulty. Her eyes were very complicated. However, since she was chosen to be a maid here, she was naturally extraordinary. Then, she quickly recovered and said with respect and admiration, If you want to know more about young Master Xianxia, I'm afraid you won't be able to hear all of it. However, you just need to remember one thing. What is it? Ah Ching asked curiously. Young Master Xianxia is at the top of the upper realm in terms of cultivation and power. In the upper realm, as long as you mention that you're under young Master Xianxia, even the sect masters of the supreme sects and imperishable sage orthodoxy won't dare to make things difficult for you. You won't be able to do whatever you want, but no one will dare to provoke you. The maid's eyes shone with longing. The top of the upper realm? Ah Ching was extremely shocked. Then, she fell silent again to digest the huge amount of information. She had greatly underestimated Xianxia's background. She had thought that his status was similar to that of the great Yu Celestial dynasty's successor. However, it seemed that even the real master of the great Yu Celestial dynasty had to treat him as an equal. How could such a person save her? No wonder so many people were so envious of her. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay such a huge favor in my life. Ah Ching smiled bitterly. Young master, the information is completely correct. There is indeed a stable space crack at the border of the great Yu Celestial dynasty. It has been almost a year since it appeared. The great Yu Celestial dynasty has sent many troops to guard the surroundings. They claim that they are guarding against hostile forces, but in fact, they are hiding the entrance to the ancient world. Deep in the palace, Xianxia casually flipped through a jade slip in his hand as a confidant beside him reported respectfully. The great Yu Celestial dynasty is trying to hide this matter. It seems that they have already infiltrated that world. There should be some secrets hidden in it. The water is not muddy enough. Go and spread this news to attract the attention of the other forces. Xianxia nodded and pondered for a while before he spoke again. The great Yu Celestial dynasty wanted to monopolize this ancient world, but Xianxia would definitely not agree. He was looking for a suitable place to fish and enforce the law. No matter how he looked at it, this world that had suddenly appeared seemed more suitable. Yes, young master. The confidant nodded, then thought of something and asked. By the way, young master, the fourth miss of the Tuoba mansion has been shouting to see you these days. She also said that she knows the person behind this is you. Do you want to get rid of her? Xianxia put down the jade slip in his hand and said casually, then let her shout. We can't kill her now. We need to keep her for a while longer. I understand. Soon, the place became blurry, and the trusted aide turned into smoke and left. Gu Chang'e pondered. He had given to Tuoba Xiaoyao half a month's time, but half of it had already passed. After 7 days, if Tuoba Xiaoyao still couldn't hand over the sky-wielding sword, then Gu Chang'e would have to find another way. However, he was still very curious about where Tuoba Xiaoyao got the secret method from. He had been reading various ancient books these days and even asked someone to investigate, but there was no clue at all. It seemed that what Tuoba Xiaoyao said was true. There was no solution in the upper world? Could it be the secret method of the other 483 worlds? Gu Chang'e thought of another possibility. Could it be that before Tuoba Xiaoyao was reborn, he went to another world and got the secret method from that world? Forget it. Gu Chang'e didn't continue to care about this matter. He ordered someone to bring Ah Qing here. He still had many things to ask her. Benefactor. Soon, under the guidance of the maid, Ah Qing, who had freshened up and dressed up, appeared in front of Gu Chang'e. Compared to the first time he saw her, she was unkempt and dressed in coarse hemp clothes. Now, she was like a beautiful hibiscus. She wore a plain, light-colored long dress. Her eyes were dark, her hair was loose, and her small face was beautiful. Her facial features were like finely picked works of art, delicate and fair. Her slightly raised eyebrows didn't lose a sense of fierceness. No matter who it was, their eyes would light up when they saw such a fierce and beautiful young girl. Although she knew Gu Chang'e's identity, she didn't have the restraint of ordinary people. She was very calm. Sit. Gu Chang'e smiled and gestured for her to sit. Ah Qing didn't refuse. She sat opposite Gu Chang'e. Looking at the many delicacies, spiritual fruits, and all kinds of meat on the table, she forced herself to calm down and soon recovered. She hadn't seen such delicacies for a long time. Every single piece of meat exuded a power of qi and blood that made her feel a little apprehensive. There are only 2 of us in the hall. You can let down your guard. Gu Chang'e smiled and said. I'm just used to it. I don't mean to doubt your kindness. Ah Qing nodded. Then, as if she was afraid that Gu Chang'e would misunderstand, she couldn't help but explain. It's good to be vigilant. In this world, if you're not careful, you won't live long. Gu Chang'e smiled, raised his cup, and gestured for her to eat. Thank you, benefactor. I won't stand on ceremony. Ah Qing didn't refuse and didn't care about trifles. She also began to eat. She hadn't completely recovered her cultivation. The spiritual fruits and meat in front of her were exactly what she needed. First, it was the ointment. Now, it was the meat that could help her recover her cultivation. Gu Chang'e's attentiveness surprised Ah Qing. With his status, he didn't need to consider these things at all, but he was so thoughtful. Was there really such a perfect person in this world? You should know why I asked you to come here, right? Gu Chang'e asked. Benefactor, you said before that you wanted to know about the world I live in. Ah Qing nodded and said. Taking advantage of this time, she told some information about her world to Gu Chang'e. It was not a secret that couldn't be told. She didn't like to owe anything, especially when it came to saving her life. Of course, she didn't think that telling Gu Chang'e this information could offset his kindness. But it was better to pay him back. In Ah Qing's original world, the way of the sword had reached its peak. Everyone was born with a sword spirit. Because of this, since ancient times, they had divided the sword spirits into various levels such as heaven, earth, black, yellow, spirit, god, and so on. Those with great talent could achieve twice the result with half the effort in cultivation, and their future was limitless. However, a god-level sword spirit had not appeared for many years, and a spirit-level sword spirit was a genius that all sects and clans vied for. For example, Ah Qing herself had a spirit-level sword spirit, and this was because her father was a powerful land sword immortal. It should be known that land sword immortals were already at the peak of the secular world in their world, and they were only one step away from breaking through the void and ascending to the heavenly tribulation. However, it was extremely difficult to break through the void. The last land sword immortal who had reached the peak of the land sword immortal realm, the old sword immortal of the Shu sect, failed the heavenly tribulation at the back mountain of his own sect, and his life and soul were destroyed. Since then, no one had heard of anyone who had reached that realm. Land Sword Immortal Realm? Gu Changge nodded slightly and listened to the news that Ah Qing told him, and he was somewhat thoughtful. The rules of heaven and earth and the environment were different in different worlds. However, the level of breaking through the void had obviously reached the maximum level that world could withstand. As for the lifespan that Ah Qing mentioned, Gu Changge did not care about it. After all, this was affected by the environment of heaven and earth, and some worlds lacked longevity materials. If the supreme experts of the upper realm were to live in these worlds, it would be difficult for them to live for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, in his opinion, the so-called Land Sword Immortal Realm should not have reached the heavenly tribulation, and should at most be between the Supreme Realm and the Quasi-Emperor Realm. However, he could not be sure before seeing it with his own eyes. Thank you, benefactor, I will definitely find a way to repay your kindness. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, and even her cultivation had recovered a lot, Ah Qing got up and said to Gu Changge in satisfaction. Gu Changge was still thinking about the things that she had said, and when he heard this, he waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's nothing, Miss Ah Qing, you don't have to be so polite. It would be great if the people in this world were as kind as you, benefactor." Ah Qing's eyes fell on Gu Changge's face and said very seriously. "Oh, isn't it too early for you to say that?" Gu Changge smiled gently. A suspicious look appeared on Ah Qing's fierce and beautiful face. She felt that Gu Changge's words seemed to have some inexplicable meaning. However, Gu Changge did not explain anything to her. He smiled and said, "It's getting late. Miss Ah Qing, you should go and rest. I see that you have been practicing swordsmanship since you were young. Tomorrow, I will send someone to take you to make a suitable sword." This, Ah Qing was a little stunned, but she hurriedly waved her hand and said, "My benefactor has been so kind to me. I can't trouble you anymore." Although she did need a suitable sword right now, she felt very apologetic for always troubling Gu Changge. "Like I said, it's nothing." Gu Changge still had a faint smile on his face. "You can't do this. Benefactor, I can't repay the kindness you've shown me." Ah Qing insisted. She had her own principles. She owed Gu Changge enough. Gu Changge seemed to sigh and said, "Okay, since it's like this, Miss Ah Qing, you should rest early." He could see that the girl in front of him had a stubborn and inflexible personality. Once she had decided on something, she would not easily change her mind. After a while, Gu Changge planned to go to the world she had been in before. There were some things that he still needed her to do. Ah Qing looked at him. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. She cupped her hands and left. Her parents always told her that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Gu Changge, a person who had only known her for a few days, was so kind to her. However, she could not understand Gu Changge's intentions. However, Gu Changge's actions did not seem to have any ulterior motives. It was as if he was simply being kind. After watching Ah Qing leave, the smile on Gu Changge's face quickly disappeared. A strange look flashed across his eyes. He learned from Ah Qing that her father was a land sword immortal. However, he went missing while fighting against the so-called extraterrestrial demons, which was the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's army. She also had the intention of finding her father. That was why she passed through the spatial rift and was caught by the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. In her original world, she was considered to be very famous and had a high status. In the next few days, news about traces of an ancient great world in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty suddenly spread like wildfire. No one knew who spread the news, but it alarmed many forces in the surrounding area. Many imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies took notice and began to send people to investigate. Some people even came to ask Emperor Yu directly. Emperor Yu was naturally furious. He ordered a strict investigation to find out who leaked the news. Of course, he also suspected Gu Changge. However, there was no evidence to prove that Gu Changge knew anything about this matter. However, among the people guarding the spatial portal, there was the eldest son of the Tuoba residents, who was also Tuoba Xiaoyao's eldest brother. Emperor Yu was naturally suspicious. A few days ago, Tuoba Xiaoyao left the Tuoba residence and went to the borderlands to look for his eldest brother. He naturally knew about this matter. Therefore, he could not help but wonder if the news was leaked because of Tuoba Xiaoyao. The timing was also right. However, since the news was already exposed, Emperor Yu could not think of a way to monopolize the ancient great world. In the face of the envoys sent by the various orthodoxies, he revealed a lot of what he already knew. This kind of ancient great world that had not been opened before meant rich resources. There was no orthodoxy that did not covet it. Immediately, the various orthodoxies began to send people to the spatial portal. At the same time, they came to discuss with Emperor Yu about how to conquer the ancient great world. Due to the spatial barrier and the natural order of heaven and earth, those who went to that world could not unleash their original strength. However, the various orthodoxies were already experienced. They just did not want to delay and let the great Yu celestial dynasty take the lead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the various imperishable sects also sent out their outstanding disciples. Compared to the older generation, the younger generation would be less suppressed when they entered the void realm. Moreover, as the successors of the great sects, they had many treasures on them and did not have to worry about their lives. Emperor Yu was naturally unwilling to let other forces get ahead of him. Therefore, he chose many of his sons and planned to let them go with him. The second prince, Yu Lai, was the future successor of the great Yu celestial dynasty. Accidents could not be allowed, so Emperor Yu did not let him go with them. The marriage between the eldest princess, Eufia, and the prince of Absolute Yin, Jiao Luo, had not been decided yet. Jiao Luo also took his leave these few days due to some matters. He went back to report and planned to return after some time. Therefore, Emperor Yu discussed for a while and let Eufia take the lead in sending people. That ancient great world was not to be underestimated. It might even contain a divine item like the origin of a world. Emperor Yu attached great importance to it. Ancient warships swept across the sky, carrying a mighty army that crushed through the star regions and rushed towards the distant borderlands of the great Yu celestial dynasty. The young girl, Qing, looked a little worried when she saw this. She learned from Guchanga that the ancient great world she lived in had been exposed to the various orthodoxies in the upper realm. Previously, only the great Yu celestial dynasty sent an army there. Now, the other forces were also interfering. An even more terrifying disaster was about to befall her hometown. In the face of such a disaster, it was impossible for them to resist. The only result was that they would fall and be divided by these orthodoxies. Benefactor, isn't the force behind you interested in this matter? Qing suddenly felt a little confused and could not help but ask Guchanga who was beside her. Because I'm not interested, so naturally, the force behind me is not interested as well. Guchanga said casually. Qing nodded and understood. This depended on Guchanga's attitude. If he wanted to, he could also send such a terrifying army like the other orthodoxies. However, he did not seem to be interested in this. Don't you have any plans after this? Guchanga asked with a faint smile on his face. I might have to go back. Mother must be very worried about my safety. Moreover, I have to stop this disaster with my people. Qing was silent for a moment before she answered. Although she knew that her strength was insignificant in the face of this disaster, she still had to do her part. Moreover, she had left home for a few months. Her mother must be very worried about her leaving without saying goodbye. Moreover, she was very satisfied to know that her father was not dead and that he was still alive. However, I'm afraid that I won't be able to repay your kindness in this lifetime. Qing glanced at Guchanga and said. Guchanga only smiled and said, Actually, have you considered that you can solve this disaster? I can solve it? Qing was a little stunned. With her power, she definitely could not do all this. Was there any other choice? The border of the great Yu celestial dynasty was actually an extremely vast star zone. There were many floating stars and continents around it. It was extremely vast. There were many cities in the central area. They were scattered all over the place and were inseparable. With the arrival of the mighty army from all over the place, this place became the focus of all forces. Even some rogue cultivators came after hearing the news and tried to take advantage of the situation. Apart from the great Yu celestial dynasty, many other great sects and orthodoxies in the area had also sent a large number of people to station around the star zone. Without His Majesty Emperor Yu's order, we can't go through that space portal. There are many powerhouses guarding it. Even I can't go near it easily. So, we can only wait for all the armies to arrive before you can join them and go with us. In one of the cities, Tuoba Xiaoyao was talking to a young man with strong facial features in front of him. The young man's facial features were similar to his. He was his elder brother, Tuoba Feiyun, who was in charge of guarding the space portal at the border. I don't have much time left. I have to go there and find a way to save Qingyu. Tuoba Xiaoyao said in a low voice. He seemed to be a little anxious. It had been a few days since he arrived here. He was very sure that the world behind the space portal was the world where he lived and cultivated in his previous life. However, there were less than 5 days before Guchanga asked him to hand over the sky-wielding sword. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Since Guchanga still needs the thing on you, then he can't force you too much. Unless he doesn't want that thing anymore. Qingyu should still be safe now. Tuoba Feiyun said slowly and comforted Tuoba Xiaoyao, telling him not to worry too much. I know, but what if Guchanga doesn't care about anything? A person like him can do anything. Tuoba Xiaoyao took a deep breath and rubbed his temples. If it wasn't for the fact that time was too tight, he wouldn't have to do this. Now that Emperor Yu had ordered that without his order, no one could easily set foot in that world. So even if his big brother was guarding this place, he couldn't easily let him go and let him pass. The army of Great Yu will be here soon. When the time comes, you should follow them. There shouldn't be any problems, said Tuoba Feiyun. He didn't know why Tuoba Xiaoyao was so sure that the way to save Tuoba Qingyu was in that world. However, at this juncture, the only thing he could do was to trust Tuoba Xiaoyao. He knew all the news about Tuoba Xiaoyao during this time, and he was both confused and relieved. However, everyone had their own secrets, including him. That was why he didn't ask Tuoba Xiaoyao about these reasons. I understand. I'll go and make some preparations now. I'll meet up with Big Brother tomorrow. Tuoba Xiaoyao nodded, then got up and left. He was sure that the world behind the space portal was the world where he lived and cultivated in his previous life. But how long had it been since his soul crossed over? What happened in that world, whether or not his original sect and fellow apprentices were still around, was still unknown. Even he suddenly felt a sense of homesickness. More and more armies gathered in the starry regions around the borderlands. Many carriages and even dragon boats sped past. There were many figures standing on them. Their oars were powerful, and banners fluttered in the wind. It was a magnificent scene. Among them, the most eye-catching ones were the immortal guards of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. They rode ferocious beasts and wore armors. It was as if they had killed their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They were finally stationed in the depths of the starry regions. The city stretched out continuously, incomparably ancient and tall. It was like a mountain ridge that stretched across this place, able to defend against external enemies. Experts from various great orthodoxies had rushed over. Other than the older generation, most of them were from the younger generation. Elite disciples of various major powers could often be seen passing by on the streets. Their qi and blood were astonishing, and their bodies contained spirit energy. They walked with majestic gait and divine light lingered around them. Are these the people who are going to conquer my hometown? In a pavilion next to the street, the young girl Ah Qing looked at the people coming and going below through the window and couldn't help but whisper. Perhaps it's not appropriate to use the term expedition. They're just going there to gain experience. Guchanga shook his head and smiled gently. Experience? Ah Qing pondered over these two words and felt self-deprecating. To their world, this was a terrifying calamity that could be called a catastrophe. However, in the eyes of the cultivators of the upper realm, it was just an insignificant experience. Their life and death were insignificant. Perhaps you're already used to this, benefactor? Ah Qing said. Guchanga smiled ambiguously and said, that's why I want you to seriously consider what I said. Ah Qing fell silent. Her mind replayed the solution that Guchanga mentioned the other day. It sounded crazy. That was to bury all the orthodoxies who went there. However, she couldn't do it with her own abilities. Therefore, she needed to unite all the forces in her world to have a chance of resisting. As for how to unite them, she could only rely on herself. Guchanga only gave her this suggestion. In fact, Qing didn't know why Guchanga said that to her. He was from the upper realm, so why would he help a native like her? Could it be that he couldn't stand it? Those who are just will be supported by others, while those who are unjust will be supported by none. This is the cycle of the heavens, and it's inevitable that everything in the world can't escape their fate. Qing looked at Jiang Chuchu, who suddenly spoke. She didn't know Jiang Chuchu's identity, but she knew that everyone respected her. Moreover, she and Guchanga were inseparable, like a celestial couple. It's the cycle of the heavens. Isn't it karma? Qing nodded and stared at Jiang Chuchu's face. It was a flawless and unparalleled face. It was so beautiful that it was like a dream. Her eyelashes were very long, and her eyes were as clear as water. She was like a celestial fairy who had descended to the mortal world. She was crystal clear and extraordinary. As a woman, she was slightly envious. How could there be such a flawless face in this world? It was so beautiful that it made people forget about the world. Jiang Chuchu said calmly, "If you want to save your hometown, what Chang'e said is the only way." As for the origin of Qing, Guchanga had only briefly mentioned it to her. However, Jiang Chuchu still guessed Guchanga's intention. The ancient world that the Great Yu Celestial dynasty was trying to hide probably contained the world's origin. Guchanga had the forbidden demonic technique, so he could devour and refine the world's origin. Furthermore, at his current level, ordinary origins were no longer of any use. Only a divine item at the level of the world origin could help him. As a native of that world, Qing's father was one of the strongest people in the world. Although she was young, she had a great reputation. In such a situation where there were foreign enemies and the world was about to be destroyed, if she could stand up, she would be able to gather many people's hearts. Under this premise, it would be much more convenient for Guchanga to find the whereabouts of the world's origin through her. I actually understand what you're saying, but how can I resist when there's such a big gap between us? Qing's eyes seemed a little dim. You have to understand that if you don't resist, you won't have the slightest chance. Only by resisting can you have a chance of survival. After all, there's always a way out. There's always hope. Guchanga smiled casually, his expression calm. Then, he looked at Jiang Chuchu. Maybe I have to make a trip to that world this time. You don't have to follow me. Jiang Chuchu nodded softly. Then I'll return to the human ancestors' hall in a few days. Guchanga smiled. You're so obedient. Just as they were talking, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the street not far away. Runes rushed out of the sky, shining brightly in all directions. The waves were very violent, instantly clearing a large area. Many cultivators and living beings avoided them and looked over in shock. I heard that you've been keeping a low profile all these years, but your true strength is comparable to the second prince of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty. I'll give it a try today. A young figure stood at the end of the street like an ocean. He looked very tall and sturdy. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like heavenly blades. When they swept across the void, they even let out a terrifying rumbling sound, making people tremble in fear. In front of him stood a slightly thin figure with a cold and gloomy face. It was Taba Xiaoyao. The two of them suddenly started to fight on the street without the slightest sign. If it wasn't for the powerful formation engraved on this place, many of the buildings would have been destroyed. The surrounding cultivators and living beings all watched this scene in shock. More and more people heard the commotion and rushed over in the form of divine rainbows. Among them, there was no lack of successors of some great sects, as well as the older generation that gathered here. There were even a few living fossils who rubbed their chins thoughtfully. Even Yufia, Yu Ming, and the others rushed over after hearing the news. They appeared in the surroundings and frowned at this scene. The young master of the demon palace, the mad demon god. It said that he once fought with the second prince of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty for 3 days and 3 nights. The two were evenly matched. I didn't expect it to be him. He actually came here. It said that he went to the demon god cave of the demon palace some time ago and entered the 13th level. There, he obtained a supreme secret technique, and his strength increased by another level. After coming out of seclusion this time, he planned to fight with the second prince again. However, the second prince has been staying in the palace and hasn't left. The surrounding people discussed animatedly as they recognized the burly figure. The Demon Palace was an ancient great sect. Although its foundation wasn't as strong as the Great Yu Celestial dynasty, it was also ancient and unfathomable. As for Taba Xiaoyao's identity, it was quickly recognized by the crowd. After all, it was a hot topic in the Great Yu Celestial dynasty some time ago. Everyone knew that the third young master of the Tuoba general's estate hid his strength so deeply. The reason the Demon God Palace's young master had suddenly come here was most likely related to this. He wanted to test the second Prince Yu Lai's strength by fighting with Tuoba Xiaoyao. However, he had forgotten one thing, and that was that just because they were comparable, it did not mean that they had already fought before. Taba Xiaoyao and the second prince had never fought before. Who knew who was stronger and who was weaker? This was also why Taba Xiaoyao's face was so gloomy now. Soon, Taba Xiaoyao and the young master of the Demon Palace fought fiercely again on the street. Terrifying ripples spread out, erupting with unparalleled power. Divine light and sword chi rushed into the sky, covering all directions. It was chaos. It was hard to imagine that this was a battle between two young people. Even many of the older generation frowned, feeling troubled. They knew that it would be difficult for them to deal with the two's methods. Especially when Taba Xiaoyao only used a steel longsword and didn't use any other artifacts. How could he fight against the young master of the Demon Palace? His attainments in the way of the sword were truly shocking. How does he know the sword technique of the Shu sect? Ah Qing's shocked voice sounded. This was the first time she showed such shock since coming to this world. She was naturally paying close attention to this battle. She wanted to know the difference between the young experts of this world and her world. However, she didn't expect to see such a familiar sword technique in this world. Moreover, it was a direct disciple of the Shu sect. Because she had fought with the successor of the Shu sect of this generation, she knew the way of these sword techniques very well. Who are you talking about? Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows. He didn't have much interest in this battle. Taba Xiaoyao, as the son of fate, had a taunting aura. Wherever he went, he couldn't avoid a battle. There was nothing strange about this. However, he didn't expect Ah Qing to suddenly say this. Knew the sword technique of the Shu sect? Could it be that Taba Xiaoyao had been to her world in his past life, or was he originally from that world? Was this the secret that Taba Xiaoyao had been trying to hide? This is a sword technique that only the direct disciples of the Shu sect would use. If it was leaked out, they would be hunted down by the Shu sect. They would not be able to escape death no matter where they go. He is definitely a direct disciple of the Shu sect. There is the aura of the sword spirit on him. The young girl, Ah Qing, stood by the window and watched the battle. At the end of the long street, there was a huge battle. Two figures were fighting crazily, and the momentum shook the surroundings. There were blade gleams and sword shadows intertwining, and there were also various ancient runes that were evolving and spreading, making the place blurry. The cultivators who were watching were all frightened and kept a distance. It was hard to imagine that this was a battle between two young people. If they were from the older generation, they would believe it. The young master of the demonic palace was a famous young supreme being. He was an invincible existence. As for Taba Xiaoyao, he had only suddenly appeared during this period of time. In the past, he had been extremely low-key, concealing his strength and biding his time. However, his strength was not to be underestimated. He was not at a disadvantage even after hundreds of moves with the young master of the demonic palace. The young supreme beings who were watching all this were slightly moved. They felt that Tuoba Xiaoyao would be a great enemy. It seems that Tuoba Xiaoyao's rebirth into this world was not a coincidence. Gu Chang'e put down the cup in his hand, and his eyes suddenly became interested. It seemed that the secret technique of the Hunyuan Heavenly Palm Sword embryo that Tuoba Xiaoyao cultivated should be from the Shu sect. It should be from the hometown of the young girl, Ah Qing. The reason why he rushed here at the first possible moment was definitely because he wanted to return to that world through that spatial portal. With this thought, Gu Chang'e suddenly moved and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already at the place where Tuoba Xiaoyao and the young master of the demonic palace were fighting. Greetings to the young master, Chang'e. Yu Fia, Yu Ming, and the others were watching the battle closely. They did not notice when Gu Chang'e appeared here. They immediately bowed and greeted him. Even the expressions of many of the older generation around them changed slightly. They did not dare to disrespect Xianxia. We are at the critical moment of conquering that great world. Why do you have to start a conflict over such a trivial matter? Why don't you give me some face? If there are any conflicts, we can resolve them in the future. Is that okay? Xianxia looked at the two people who were fighting and said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that Xianxia would stand up at this time to dissuade the two of them. Since he had already said so, who would dare to make a move, that would mean not giving Xianxia any face. Tuoba Xiaoyao didn't expect Xianxia to appear and dissuade him. His expression flickered, but he didn't continue to attack. He landed on the other side and coldly looked at the demon god palace's young palace master. Since young master Xianxia said so himself, how would I dare to make a move? The young master of demon divine palace was known as the mad demon god, but he didn't dare to go against Xianxia's wishes. He landed on the other side and cupped his hands as he said, "Thank you for your kindness." The mad demon god was the name everyone called him, which showed his temperament. He didn't even respect the ancient existences of demon divine palace. He was extremely arrogant and only wanted to challenge the young geniuses. However, in front of Xianxia, he was very obedient. He didn't want to offend Xianxia. Today, I'll give young master Xianxia some face. Next time, we'll fight to our heart's content. The mad demon god glanced at Tuoba Xiaoyao like a heavenly knife, then cupped his hands at Xianxia. He turned into a beam of divine light and left. He didn't stay for long. Tuoba Xiaoyao snorted coldly. He was a little angry. If this person didn't suddenly want to fight with him, it wouldn't have caused such a big commotion and even attracted Xianxia. His original plan was to follow Great Yu's army through the space portal and then go to Shu sect to find a way to break it. However, now that he was seen by Xianxia, what if Xianxia thought he wanted to escape with the heaven-wielding sword in the chaos and didn't care about Tuoba Qingyu's safety? That would be difficult to explain. However, now that he met Xianxia, he could test how his sister was doing. Tuoba Xiaoyao was very sure that the person who sent people to kidnap his sister was definitely Xianxia. Looks like you still have a lot of opinions about me. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. Xianxia seemed to know what Tuoba Xiaoyao was thinking and smiled faintly. Thank you, young master Xianxia, for helping me out. Tuoba Xiaoyao snorted coldly in his heart. However, he didn't dare to show it on his face. He cupped his hands and said. Xianxia smiled faintly. It's nothing. Brother Tuoba, you don't have to do this. Young master Xianxia, I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Now that I have other things to do, I will take my leave first. Tuoba Xiaoyao glanced at Xianxia and the others and planned to leave first so as to not affect tomorrow's plan. Then I hope brother Tuoba won't forget. Xianxia said casually. Of course. Tuoba Xiaoyao cupped his hands and turned to leave. He knew that Xianxia was reminding him not to forget about the heaven-wielding sword and the agreed time. In the eyes of Xianxia and Yu Ming, this scene showed that Tuoba Xiaoyao was still brooding about what happened in the hall. Although he was imprisoned in the heavenly prison by Emperor Yu and was released now, many things that happened back then had spread everywhere and caused quite a stir. In the eyes of many cultivators and living beings, Tuoba Xiaoyao was a toad that wanted to eat a swan. Especially at that time, Xianxia personally evaluated him, saying that he was useless. So it was natural that Tuoba Xiaoyao didn't have a good attitude towards Xianxia. After that day in the hall, it seems that this guy has given up and didn't bother you anymore. Yufi's younger brother, Yu Ming, still had an arrogant appearance. Seeing that Tuoba Xiaoyao left without greeting them, he let out a disdainful snort and said. Yufi sighed. I see that Xiaoyao seems to have a lot on his mind. He should have encountered some trouble. But why would he appear here? Could it be that he is also heading to that world this time? She didn't go up to greet Tuoba Xiaoyao because she already understood after being grounded by Emperor Yu last time. If she didn't want to incur Emperor Yu's displeasure towards Tuoba Xiaoyao again, then she shouldn't get too close to him. Young Master Xianxia, are you going to that world this time? Yufi gracefully walked over. She wore a snow-white robe, and her black hair was like clouds. She appeared noble and elegant as she asked Xianxia. Guchanga said casually, "That's exactly what I was thinking." When she heard that Guchanga also wanted to go, Euphia was slightly curious and couldn't help but extend an invitation. No cultivator has set foot in that world before, so there are too many unknowns and dangers. Since that's the case, why don't we travel together, young Master Chunga? She was only leading the younger generation of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty because of Emperor Yu's instructions. However, this time, Guchanga was clearly alone. There were no members of the Longevity Gu family by his side. Why did he go to that world, begging for fresh flowers? 0-inch I'm used to being idle. I'm afraid I can't accept Princess Fia's invitation. Guchanga had a faint smile on his face, but he did not agree. His objective was different from that of Euphia and the others, so traveling together would only bring him unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the young girl Ah Ching was with him. How many times had Guchanga rejected her? Hearing this, Euphia was slightly stunned. Even though she was intelligent, it was difficult for her to understand the reason why Guchanga rejected her. At this time, it was obviously much safer to travel together. That world was full of unknowns. Although Guchanga's strength was strong, he might not be able to resolve all the dangers. Could it be that Guchanga really hated her, so he kept rejecting her? The battle on the long street today was just an insignificant episode for many of the surrounding forces, because everyone's attention was on the big world that they were about to go to. In the past few days, a lot of news about that ancient big world had been revealed, causing quite a stir. Many ancient existences were speculating that the ancient big world might nurture a great way of the sword, which led to the extremely prosperous reproduction of the way of the sword in that world. Rumble. In the most central region of the star field, along with a dazzling divine light, surging and vast energy erupted like the ocean, as if there was a thick and majestic world crushing through. A huge spatial crack that was tens of thousands of miles long lay there, filled with all kinds of chaotic auras and chaotic storms. Many broken star skeletons were floating around, revolving around the giant space crack. Ordinary cultivators did not even dare to approach the edge of the area, as they would be crushed to death by the aura here, turning into dust, and being destroyed in body and soul. This place was like a cosmic tunnel opened by a supreme immortal king, which could allow one to travel to another world, mysterious and vast. At this moment, many ancient warships were speeding along, their runes shining brightly as they resisted the spatial aura here. They forcibly crossed over and landed in the huge spatial crack. These ancient warships were filled with figures, clad in armor, holding heavenly sabers, and battle spears. Their murderous aura soared into the sky, and their brilliance was unparalleled. The spatial doors opened, and various orthodoxies sent out their armies to conquer this big world. The Sword Arcane world was an extremely vast and boundless land. However, if one looked at it from a high altitude, they would realize that this was an extremely ancient planet. Other than the vast land, it was surrounded by oceans and various islands scattered like stars in the sky. The land was divided into 13 provinces, and the territory of each province could be said to be boundless. Even if one's cultivation base was extremely high, it would be difficult to see the end of a province. Within each province, there were large and small forces and sections. They were like several routes that depended on each other for survival. Among them, there were also immortal overlords that had stood tall for hundreds of thousands of years. Shu Sect, Kongshan Mountain, Sword Cliff. These forces were extremely ancient, and every disciple who walked out from them was a hero of a region. They were powerful and respected by countless people. Within these overlord forces, there were land sword immortals who had lived for more than 10,000 years who were in deep slumber. The cultivation base of these existences was unparalleled, and it was difficult to describe their magnificence with words. With a single sword strike, they could freeze all 13 provinces, and the world bowed down to them. However, with the upheaval in outer space half a year ago, many extraterrestrial devils descended in an attempt to invade this world. The former glory and brilliance were no longer there, and the flames of war and disputes were everywhere. Even the land sword immortals who appeared in the world were severely injured by the extraterrestrial devils. Countless cultivators and living beings lived in fear every day, worried that this world would completely fall, and everyone would be slaughtered and enslaved by the extraterrestrial devils. 2. The weather has changed again. It seems that the extraterrestrial demons attacking this time are even more terrifying. I wonder if we can still withstand them. We can only pray for hope. In the center of the sword-profound world, there was an extremely magnificent and tall pavilion. Many incomparably powerful figures were gathered here. Around these figures were many altars. The altars were made of all kinds of strange stones. They flowed with divine light and intertwined with divine light. There were many blurry stone inscriptions on the stone walls at the side. Although they were very blurry, they could still be seen clearly. They were left behind by the ancient people when they resisted the extraterrestrial demons. There were very few such records, especially after millions of years had passed. Only a few words could be found. It was impossible to recreate the tragedy of the past. It was impossible for them to find a solution to this problem. Can we only sit and wait for death and wait for the day of destruction? One of these figures spoke. His eyes were calm, but contained a terrifying will like wind and thunder. Until the final moment, who can say for sure? Another figure spoke. Her voice was soft and her figure was graceful. However, she wore a mask, so only her clear eyes could be seen. What's no sort of mortal said makes sense. Who can say for sure until the final moment? After all, from the divination this time, there is still a glimmer of light. A trembling white-haired old man spoke. He wore a simple Taoist robe and his hair was tied up in a bun. He held a wooden sword in his hand, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. However, no one here dared to underestimate him. There was a saying in the sword-profound world that the sword immortals of the world came from the Shu sect. The white-haired old man in front of them was an old sword immortal of the Shu sect. In the past, in the depths of the boundless ocean, he killed a land sword immortal ferocious beast with a single strike, shocking the 13 provinces. Although his vitality was weak now, his strength was extremely powerful and unfathomable. The few brothers who went to eliminate the source of the disaster have not returned. There is no news of them either. It seems that they are most likely dead. We still need to be prepared to fight those extraterrestrial demons. Another person spoke. His face was rough and there was an extremely obvious scar on his face. However, traces of sword light could be seen flowing in his eyes, making people not dare to look directly at him. Without a doubt, this group of people were the only land sword immortals left in the sword-profound world, standing at the peak. Although there were some land sword immortals who were too well hidden and had never shown themselves, there wouldn't be too many of them. It could be said that they were the final hope of the current sword-profound world, as well as the strongest battle force. Although the rest of the sword practitioners were many in number, they were still unable to play a key role in determining the outcome of the battle. If the final battle were to erupt, they would have to place their hopes on them. According to this hexagram, there will be someone who will step forward to save us from this crisis. But who will that person be? The old sword immortal of the Shu sect murmured as his gaze fell on the altar. This was an altar left behind by the ancient natives. It contained the indestructible will of the heroic spirits, which could be used at critical moments. And now, they were using this altar to divine, wanting to see the path ahead. The result they obtained was that although the path ahead was vague, it contained a faint ray of light. This faint light also became their conviction to persevere. Gather the army and gather at the battlefield first. I feel that the suppression of the heavens and earth on that group of extraterrestrial demons is gradually weakening. The strongest among them might use this opportunity to descend from the heavens. The old sword immortal sighed. Then, his figure turned into a gust of wind and left this place. The other experts were also extremely silent as they left this place one after another. Only a few people's eyes flickered slightly, and they had other thoughts. More than half a year ago, a terrifying crack that spanned across the heavens suddenly appeared. From that crack, an endless stream of extraterrestrial demons descended, bringing them a huge disaster. However, the only thing that was certain was that the will of the heavens and earth was resisting that group of extraterrestrial demons, causing the experts among them to be unable to descend to the ground. They could only watch everything coldly from the outer realm. If they were to erupt with powerful pressure and aura here, they would be suppressed by the rules of the heavens and earth immediately. They were very cautious and worried that something unexpected would happen, so they had never descended with their true bodies. Boom! At this moment, all the living beings in the sword mystic world felt an extremely terrifying aura descend from the heavens. It was as if the eternal blue sky was about to collapse. There was a great will of the universe crushing down, causing their bodies to explode and their hair to stand on end. All the living beings felt a chill all over their bodies. They trembled to the extreme as they looked at the heavens in horror. The army of extraterrestrial demons has descended again, and it's even more terrifying than before. An expert rose into the sky, and two terrifying divine lights shot out from his eyes. They pierced through the heavens and earth as he looked at the outer realm. He was extremely solemn. Boundless sword chi soared into the sky from every place in the 13 prefectures, turning into human figures. They looked at the scene outside the heavens and earth with heavy expressions. That's the ancient worship of the extraterrestrial demons. It's full of figures, and there are even more people behind it. The number of extraterrestrial demons that have descended this time is unimaginable. An expert endured the pain of his body that was about to shatter and couldn't help but roar in a low voice. His voice was filled with despair. Those who submit will be spared from death. While everyone was trembling, a divine will that was as boundless as an ocean swept over from the heavens and earth. It carried a cold thought as it transmitted these words. This type of fluctuation engulfed tens of millions of li, sweeping over from an endless distance. It made one shiver in fear, their skin about to explode. Ordinary cultivators even bled from the 7 orifices, their divine souls collapsing. They couldn't endure this type of aftermath at all. Don't worry, our world is resisting them. They can't descend yet. Don't be scared by them. An expert roared angrily, his eyes red. These words transmitted over, waking up many creatures who had almost fallen unconscious. Heh, truly ants. If you obediently submit, you all can still live. Incomparably enormous ancient warships appeared one after another in outer space, emitting ice-cold and bloody fluctuations. A figure that looked like a scarlet divine phoenix appeared. His entire body was bathed in heaven-overflowing divine flames. He spoke coldly, and an incomparably powerful aura swept through the heavens and earth. However, when he was about to rush down, scarlet multicolored light suddenly interweaved between heaven and earth. Streak after streak of natural laws turned into heavenly blades, hacking towards him to stop him. He snorted coldly. He understood that this was the world protecting the creatures below, so he could only give up. Seeing this scene, many experts from the sword mystic great world let out a long sigh of relief. When they saw so many ancient warships descend just now, their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. This was a despairing scene. Fortunately, that group of supreme experts feared the will of this world, so they didn't dare to continue attacking. Kill. Then, a large number of knights and soldiers rushed out from the ancient warships. They either rode on vicious beasts or controlled magical artifacts, charging towards the ground below. What used to be a huge battlefield had already turned into a barren land. Spatial fluctuations were spreading above the heavens. One could see streaks of ripples spreading out. A large number of higher realm cultivators and creatures descended. Because a terrifying will was awakening in this world, it could resist the fluctuations of supreme experts. That was why the leaders of the various orthodoxies were all very cautious, not descending with their true bodies. Below, the battle was extremely bitter. Countless vicious beast riders were charging, the tips of their spears shining as they pierced into the bodies of their opponents. Strings of blood splashed out as they carried the corpses far away. Even further away, long blades hacked down, roaring and shaking the world. Blade radiance was like lightning, sword chi rushed into the sky, people shouted and horses neighed. Blood flowed like rivers, corpses everywhere. The creatures of the two realms were currently engaged in a life and death battle. Not far away, ancient cities towered majestically one after another. However, the city walls were already broken, blood everywhere. In the sky, powerful cultivators activated ancient treasures, continuously attacking. Even though the city walls were shining, they couldn't stop the attacks. The light barrier protecting the city had long cracked, looking like it was about to be broken through. Boom, at the crucial moment, a streak of sword chi descended from the sky, blasting several hundred cultivators into meat paste. Several young sword cultivators appeared above the city walls, holding divine swords in their hands. Divine weapons descended from the heavens, releasing incomparably powerful sword chi, sweeping through enemies in all directions. Are you going to return home first? Not far from the city walls, looking at the young lady Qing's silent and complicated expression. Gu Changde had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth as he spoke casually, strolling leisurely in this battlefield. Ada followed behind him. The three of them casually walked in this place, blood blooming on both sides, angry roars resounding in the sky, and corpses everywhere. However, everyone in the surroundings seemed to turn a blind eye to them. Even the cultivators from the upper realms didn't notice this scene. Yes, I want to go home and see my mother first. She should be very worried about me running away from home. Qing finally recovered from her silence and nodded. The scene before her eyes made her feel very absent-minded. It was clearly her compatriots fighting against the cultivators from the upper realms, but she seemed to be uninvolved. The last time she left the Sword Mystery World, the battle wasn't this desperate. She also didn't expect that she would set foot on this familiar homeland again under such circumstances. This is the southern barren state of the 13 states. When the extraterrestrial demons descended, they appeared under the sky outside the southern barren state. Gu Changde, Qing, and Ada walked casually on the battlefield. There seemed to be an invisible domain around them. Even the most powerful cultivators would not be able to see them. All of the attacks and shockwaves were neutralized by an invisible force when they were about to reach the three of them, dispersing like ripples. Qing understood that this was Gu Changde's method. It was mysterious and difficult to guess, so she looked at the scene of the battle in front of her and explained in a low voice. She knew that Gu Changde meant no harm. After bringing her back to her hometown, he came alone with only one of his subordinates. He did not walk with the army of the upper worlds. Gu Changde was her savior, completely different from the other cultivators of the upper worlds. The southern barren state of the 13 states? Then the city in the distance is the southern barren city? Gu Changde nodded. From Qing, he knew that there were 13 states in the Sword Mystery World, and the territory of each of them was extremely vast. Although it was far from comparable to the upper worlds, it was much vaster than the territories of the other ancient great worlds. Moreover, ever since he came to this world, he felt that there was an extremely clear will in this world. To be precise, this world had a spirit that could even manipulate the rules of heaven and earth, so that it could contend against the strongest cultivators of the upper worlds and prevent their arrival. It was not something that the ordinary will of heaven and earth could compare to. Gu Changde's cultivation method was completely different from that of other cultivators. When he restrained all of his aura, no one could detect his actual situation. Therefore, in this world, Gu Changde's existence was more like a piece of nothingness, vast and unknown. He was not worried about being resisted by this world. Moreover, he came for the origin of this world. If he had a consciousness, it would be easier to deal with him. Yes, but it seems that it won't be long before the southern barren city is breached. Those cultivators were sent by the Nanming dynasty in the southern barren state. The Nanming dynasty is affiliated with the Sword Cliff. They are also a famous superpower in the southern barren state. They have been fighting against the extraterrestrial demons all this time, Qing said, looking at the ancient city in front of them. Although the 13 prefectures had sent experts over, they were too far away. Even if they passed through the spatial altars, it would take a lot of time. Furthermore, there were simply too many extraterrestrial demons. There was simply no way to wipe them all out. Even if they managed to fend off one wave, there would be a second wave after a while. The barren land outside of the southern wasteland city was all caused by the recent battle. In the past, there were many forces that resided here. The city stretched on and was extremely prosperous. But now, it was all in ruins. There was not a single place that was still intact. It wasn't a river of blood, but it was close. Just as the two of them were talking, a loud noise suddenly came from the towering ancient city in the distance. The tall city walls collapsed, and so did the light curtain. It was difficult to continue defending against the surrounding attacks. A golden cauldron fell from the sky, carrying wind and thunder. It was summoned by a cultivator and shattered the protective shield. The few young sword cultivators who attacked before also coughed up blood. Then, they were sent flying backward, covered in blood. Everyone was shouting. Some were frightened, some were desperate, and some were determined to fight against the army of the upper world. Kill! Shouts shook the sky. The ancient city was breached. The army of the upper world shouted and rushed forward like wolves and tigers. They took the absolute initiative and wanted to occupy the southern wasteland city. On the other side, the army was defeated. The defeated army fled like a tide. Their faces were full of fear and despair. However, the army of the upper world was surrounding those powerful sword cultivators. They did not care much about those soldiers with weaker cultivation. Cover the escape of the fourth princess. Fight against these extraterrestrial demons. We can't let the fourth princess fall into their hands. Someone in the southern wasteland city shouted loudly. Several terrifying sword auras rushed out. Several figures held long swords and attacked that cultivator in the sky. That place immediately became chaotic. Light shone brilliantly, illuminating the skies. Blade radiance and sword shadows scattered in all directions. Countless people were fighting. The fourth princess of the southern wasteland dynasty is also here? Ah Qing raised her head and looked at the southern wasteland city that was gradually collapsing. A hint of surprise appeared on her face. Not only did she recognize the fourth princess, the two of them even had a good relationship. In the past, they discussed the way of the sword together. They were quite like-minded. However, at this juncture, even if she wanted to go and rescue the fourth princess, she had no way to do it. The figure in the sky who summoned the golden cauldron was really too powerful. Just by standing there, he had an invincible might. He swept through many sword cultivators in the surroundings without falling into a disadvantageous position. They were now in the midst of chaos. Although everyone in the surroundings turned a blind eye to them, Ah Qing could still feel that kind of terrible and desperate situation. That fourth princess is an old friend of yours? Hearing her words, Guchanga said with a smile. Ah Qing nodded and looked at Guchanga. Yes, she is the fourth princess of the southern wasteland imperial city. At the same time, she is also the first genius and the second beauty of the southern wasteland imperial city. The first genius and the second beauty? Guchanga seemed to be a little surprised. Xiandai is a very good person. After learning of the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons, she immediately went with the army to the border to resist, Ah Qing said. Boom. The fluctuations in front of them became more and more terrifying. The towering mountain-like walls were collapsing. In the end, the endless brilliance collapsed. They couldn't resist the army of the upper world at all. Endless sword aura soared into the sky. Each of them was as big as a mountain ridge. They slashed horizontally. However, in front of the figure holding the golden cauldron, they burst like bubbles and turned into ashes. Everyone was coughing up blood and retreating. Even if they tried their best, they couldn't resist the enemy's footsteps. This was a despairing and shuddering scene. The soldiers riding ferocious beasts attacked in large numbers. Their shouts shook the sky. Everything in their way was destroyed. They were like terrifying sharp swords that could cut through anything. In the city that was about to collapse, a carriage rose into the sky. There were many figures around it protecting it. It seemed that they wanted to take the opportunity to break through. Beside the carriage, an old man without a white beard held a Taoist sword. He stood in the air and wanted to block the terrifying figure holding the golden cauldron. Don't even think about getting there. He shouted in a low voice. The Taoist sword shone resplendently. It spewed out terrifying sword rays that illuminated all directions. Ignorant ant, how dare you stop me? The terrifying figure holding the golden cauldron said coldly. He didn't look like a human. There was a vertical eye between his eyebrows that was surrounded by lightning patterns. Without a doubt, he was extremely powerful. He was one of the powerhouses sent by the upper world to the sword mystery world this time. In this direction, the two people soon started fighting. Terrifying fluctuations swept through the sky and the ground. Countless mountains in the surroundings trembled. Great cracks cracked open, and endless murderous auras rushed out. Even if it was only the aftermath of a battle of this level, it was a destructive disaster for all the living creatures and cultivators below. In the face of the merciless slaughter of the upper world's army, the cultivators of the sword mystery world had almost no room to resist. They retreated in defeat. The southern wasteland city, which had been standing tall a moment ago, had completely collapsed at this moment, turning into ruins. The young girl Ah Qing looked at this scene and clenched her small hands. She couldn't bear it and turned her head away. In such a tragic battle, the sword mystery world had no way to resist. Moreover, she knew very well that the army in front of her was only a small part of the people sent by the upper world this time. More of the army was still stationed in outer space. There were more powerhouses there. It seems that your old friend won't be able to escape. Guchunga's expression didn't change. He smiled faintly and led Ah Qing through the ruins of the ancient city in front of him. His speed wasn't fast, but the ground under his feet seemed to be changing. In the next moment, he appeared thousands of miles away. Benefactor, can you help her? At this moment, Ah Qing also noticed the changes in the battle situation. There was a pleading look in her eyes. The old man without a white beard was obviously no match for the person from the upper world. He had already coughed up blood and was at a disadvantage. His body was stained with blood, and his aura was weak. Even the Taoist sword in his hand had shattered. In the next moment, a golden cauldron descended from the sky with terrifying lightning. Death appeared on the old man's face. With a scream, he was directly turned into a bloody mist. His body and soul were destroyed. This scene made the army on the tragic battlefield even more desperate. However, after killing the old man, the figure didn't stay any longer. Instead, he took out the cauldron and chased forward again. He could see that there was an extremely important person in the carriage in front. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have used his death to buy time. Dong. In the sky, more knights rushed down. The big bell boomed, and the sound waves spread out like knives. It was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, crazily harvesting lives. Not only were many sword cultivators in the sky shattered, but even the army on the ground fell in droves. The world was filled with an aura of despair. Fourth princess, Elder Yuan has fallen. He was killed by the extraterrestrial demon. The people in the carriage felt the waves in the distance. They couldn't help but reveal sorrowful expressions. A servant girl with a pretty face lost all color in her face. Her face turned pale as she trembled uncontrollably. In their eyes, Elder Yuan was already a super strong cultivator. That was why the Nanming dynasty's emperor sent him to protect the princess. However, under the hands of that horrifying extraterrestrial demon, they were quickly killed. They couldn't even delay for time. A calm voice sounded in the carriage. The extraterrestrial demon that descended this time is far more terrifying than the previous ones. Elder Yuan was already a 7th realm cultivator, but he was still not that person's match. The other party is very likely half a step into the 8th realm. In the sword mystery world, the cultivation realms were divided into 9 major realms. Only by completing all 9 major realms could one enter the Earth Sword Immortal realm. The 7th realm was already enough to look down on the world. It was difficult to find a match. The girl who spoke had black hair like clouds. She had bright white teeth and a smile that could topple cities. She was so beautiful that it was dreamy. Her hair fluttered like a fairy. She was the number 1 genius of the Southern Barren State, known as the Second Beauty, Princess Xianxia. Even in such a desperate situation, she still maintained an extraordinary calmness. She looked at the scene behind her. There was a sword pill hidden in her sleeve. She wouldn't let the other party capture her. If she was faced with death, she would end her life at the first moment. As a princess, she wouldn't be humiliated until death. She would die with dignity. Princess, what should we do? That extraterrestrial demon will catch up soon. The rest of the people in the carriage were pale with fear. They were frightened by the scene just now. Although the carriage had the ability to travel through space, it was obvious that the other party was also very fast. It was only a matter of time before he caught up. They didn't have many guards with them. Moreover, they couldn't possibly be the other party's match. The men of sacrifice who came with Princess Xianxia had all died during this time. Now, there weren't many people left with her. Elder Yuan was her last trump card. Unfortunately, he was already dead. His body and soul were destroyed. Now, there were only 2 paths in front of everyone. Either they were captured, or they were killed. Don't be afraid. At worst, we'll just die. As citizens of the Nanming Empire, why should we fear death? Princess Xianxia didn't show any despair. Instead, she was calm. She didn't show any fear at this juncture. However, her words were obviously not of much use. The others trembled even more. They could feel the terrifying pressure chasing after them. It swept through the heavens and earth, making their skin feel like it was going to collapse. Let's see where you can run to today. The figure with the great golden cauldron in hand caught up, and with a single palm, this space was locked down, making it difficult to move even a single step. Protect the princess. Don't let him take another step. Several figures around the carriage roared angrily. Their eyes were red. They charged out, wanting to fight the other party to the death. Princess Xianxia also took the initiative to walk out at this moment. There was calmness between her brows. She held an exquisite longsword in her hand. It flickered with dark green radiance as she faced everything. She wasn't inferior to men. Even though she knew that she couldn't win and might lose her life here, she was incomparably calm. So it's a princess. Seems like you have some value. The figure holding the golden cauldron sneered. He stood in the air. A terrifying aura spread out from his body, making people's hearts tremble. Princess Xianxia looked at him calmly and said, "Why did you invade our world? What's the reason? We trample ants to death. Do we need to care about the reason?" The figure sneered. He didn't plan to talk nonsense. He directly stretched out his hand and tried to grab Princess Xianxia. His attitude was incomparably casual. When the others saw this, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They tried to stop him, but under the huge difference, they could only cough up blood and fly backward. Their bodies were full of wounds and were about to collapse. Princess Xianxia's expression changed. She wanted to fight back, but soon found that the surroundings were like a swamp. There was no way to fight back. As for activating the sword pellet, it was even more impossible. Can't I even die today? Princess Xianxia felt a sense of helplessness towards her own weakness. However, in the next moment, the hand that was about to reach her suddenly stopped. The figure with the golden cauldron on his head also stopped. His expression seemed to be a little uncertain. Then, his expression changed. He cupped his hands in a certain direction and didn't dare to stay. He hurriedly turned into a divine rainbow and fled. What happened? Princess Xianxia's face was also filled with uncertainty. She didn't know what had happened. The rest of the people were also confused. They had no idea why that powerhouse suddenly left and spared their lives. That direction? Princess Xianxia suddenly remembered that the expert looked in a certain direction. Then, his expression changed, and he fled. She looked in that direction with doubt and confusion. But soon, she couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. She was in disbelief. Her voice was filled with surprise. "Ah Qing?" Princess Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. She never thought that she would see Ah Qing again. Originally, she was very worried when she found out that Ah Qing had entered the crack in outer space alone in an attempt to find her father. She even thought that they would never meet again. Today, she was pleasantly surprised to see Ah Qing again. She felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. Xianxia. A rare smile appeared on Ah Qing's face as she walked towards Princess Xianxia and the others. Seeing that Princess Xianxia and the others were in danger, she was the one who asked Xianxia to save them. The expert from the upper realm had retreated because he sensed Xianxia's existence. These two are? Princess Xianxia's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of surprise. She looked at Xianxia and Ada behind Ah Qing and could not help but ask. She did not forget how that expert had retreated. He had glanced in Ah Qing's direction. Moreover, his attitude was extremely respectful and fearful. Could it be related to this extraordinarily handsome man in front of her? This caused Princess Xianxia to feel an inexplicable sense of vigilance. To be able to scare away an expert who was half a step into the 8th realm, it was impossible for him to be unknown. It was also impossible for him to be someone from the sword mystery world. Although she was indebted to him for saving her, if he was from outer space, it would be difficult to determine whether he was a friend or a foe. Moreover, Xianxia gave her an extremely mysterious and powerful feeling. Even the burly figure behind him, who looked like a subordinate, emitted an aura that made one's heart tremble. Combined with the expert's fearful attitude just now, this person's background was definitely not ordinary. This is young Master Gu. He is also my benefactor. Don't worry. Although he is also from outer space, he has no ill intentions towards us. Qing did not know how to explain to Princess Xiandai why Guchanga had come. She could only make a long story short and casually introduce him. Princess Xiandai nodded. Although Qing said so, she was still a little worried. However, the kindness of saving her life just now was real. If Guchanga had not appeared and scared away that expert, she and her many followers would have died tragically here. Immediately, her expression became slightly solemn as she clasped her hands at Guchanga and said, "Thank you for saving my life, young master. If there is a chance in the future, Xiandai will repay you." Guchanga had an easygoing and indifferent smile on his face as he said, "It's just a small matter. Princess, you don't need to worry about it." The others could see that Guchanga's background was not simple. Moreover, judging from the current situation, it was not clear whether they were friends or foes. Thus, after expressing their gratitude, they remained silent, feeling somewhat vigilant and uneasy. Although Guchanga had a gentle and refined appearance, he was not someone from the sword-profound great world after all. Looking at this scene, Guchanga still had a faint smile on his face, as if he did not care. He indeed had no ill intentions towards the living beings of this world. After all, he was here for the origin of this world. Qing, what did you see after you went to the crack? Did you see those seniors? And the source of the disaster? Then, Princess Xiandai thought of something important and asked Qing, ignoring the fact that Guchanga was still beside her. Hearing this, everyone else's expressions became serious, and they pricked up their ears to listen. Back then, the four-sword celestials of the land had stepped into the crack together to find the source of the disaster and destroy it. But after going there, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. No news was sent back. Many people guessed that they had fallen because the soul lamps left behind by the four-sword celestials of the land had mysteriously been extinguished. Later on, people tried to search for their whereabouts, but none of the people who went to search for them returned safely. It could be said that apart from Qing, no one else had returned alive. As such, they all desperately wanted to know what had happened to Qing. When I first passed through that crack, I was caught by those demons. Then, I was brought to that huge world and imprisoned there for a few months. If it wasn't for Mr. Gu saving me, I'm afraid I would already be dead. I wouldn't have been able to return. Qing recalled that experience as a complicated look appeared on her face. To her, that was an extremely dark and despairing past. She was imprisoned in a dark dungeon, unable to see the slightest bit of light. During that hunting game, Guchanga's appearance was the first ray of light in the darkness for her. I see. Princess Xiandai did not expect Qing to almost die there and experience such a difficult experience. She could not help but feel a lingering fear. The others were somewhat disappointed. They thought that they could learn a lot about that world from Qing. What about your father and the others? Princess Xiandai asked again, somewhat concerned. I don't know. I didn't find any information about them. Qing shook her head. Then, she threw out a piece of shocking news that could be described as a bomb to everyone. The power of that world is beyond our imagination. The large-scale invasion army this time can only be described as insignificant to that world. Insignificant? Princess Xiandai felt a bitter taste in her mouth. Even if it was an insignificant force, it was not something they could contend against. This was truly despairing. Princess. Just then, a sound came from afar. A few figures quickly approached and descended from the sky, their faces full of anxiety. Qing looked over. The person who rushed over was a full level 8 cultivator. He was a royal consecrator of the Nanming dynasty. The others were also level 6 cultivators. There were many young men and women among them. They had the sword cliff symbol on their sleeves. Nanming dynasty was the most powerful country among the sword cliff subsidiary forces. With such a huge incident like the southern barren city being destroyed, it was impossible for the sword cliff not to send disciples over. In the entire southern barren state, the sword cliff was fully deserving of being the overlord. The current master of the sword cliff was the snow sword fairy, who was known as the #1 beauty of the southern barren state. Princess Xiandai was also her inner disciple. Worship Chen? Princess Xiandai and the others saw the level 8 expert and let out a long sigh of relief. It should be that Royal Lord Nanming had immediately sent this worship Chen to rescue them after hearing the news of the southern Baron city being destroyed. Princess, it's good that you're fine. Worship Chen saw that Princess Xiandai was safe and was completely relieved. It's good that junior sister Xiandai is fine. The other disciples of the Sword Cliff behind Worship Chen also looked worried and surrounded her. Hey, isn't this Miss Ah Qing? Suddenly, someone recognized the young girl Ah Qing and was very surprised. As one of the 4 young heroes of the sword mystery world, many of the younger generation had been defeated by her sword. Her father was a reclusive sword fairy of the land. His strength was so extraordinary that he could look down on the world. Rumor had it that she had stepped into the crack in the sky to find traces of her father. How could she appear here? Doubts arose in their hearts, but they were also very puzzled. Princess, these two are? Worship Chen, who was at the level 8, looked at the indifferent Guchanga and Ada. His heart skipped a beat and he could not help but ask. In his perception, this young man with a smile was like a deep and vast unknown space, filled with an aura that made his heart tremble. This feeling was even stronger than when he had faced the Snow Sword Fairy. He did not dare to underestimate him and became extremely cautious. This is young Master Gu. He saved our lives just now. If it wasn't for him, we would have been killed by that extraterrestrial demon just now like Elder Yuan, Princess Xiandai explained. Princess Xiandai explained. She repeated Ah Qing's original words and briefly explained what had happened. What? Elder Yuan is dead? High Priest Chen and the others were shocked. Then, they looked sad. A 7th realm cultivator was killed before they could get here. It seemed that Princess Xiandai and the others had been lucky to survive. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear. If it wasn't for Guchanga's help, Princess Xiandai would have been a pile of bones by the time they had arrived. Thank you for your help, young master. When we return to the imperial capital, His Majesty will definitely thank you. Mr. Chen didn't know the origin of Guchanga. With a respectful expression, he cupped his hands in front of his chest and said, It's nothing. There's no need for that. Guchanga only smiled. Young master, your strength is unfathomable at such a young age. May I know your master? A young disciple of the Sword Cliff with a tall and straight figure couldn't help but ask curiously. They felt that Guchanga was about the same age as them, but to be able to kill a level 7 expert so easily, he was obviously at level 8 or above. Therefore, they were very curious about Guchanga's background and master. Hearing this question, Princess Xiandai frowned. Her hair danced in the wind, her skin was fair and smooth, and her eyes were full of spirit. She wanted to say something but hesitated. She did not know how to explain to everyone that Guchanga was also from outer space. However, just as she was about to explain, Guchanga smiled and said, I'm from outer space. As for master, it's hard to say. After all, I've learned a lot. What? From outer space? Both the Sword Cliff's disciple and Mr. Chen's expression froze when they heard this. They were a little dazed. After they reacted, a chill swept over from the top of their heads, causing their expressions to change drastically. They looked at Guchanga in disbelief and fear. Outer space? The disciples of the Sword Cliff were pale. Their voices were trembling, and they could not help but step back. Consecrator Chen stared at Guchanga with fear. Intentionally or unintentionally, he blocked Princess Xiandai behind him. Actually, those living beings and cultivators from outer space are not what you think. Young Master Gu is a good person. He has no evil intentions. Ah Qing sighed. She had expected things to turn out like this. She explained to everyone to calm down and not be so afraid. Then, Princess Xiandai also spoke, telling Worship Chen and the others to relax. Even so, Worship Chen and the others did not dare to treat Guchanga as casually as before. They felt their hair stand on end and their bodies tremble. As for Ah Qing, let's go back to the imperial capital first. The southern Baron city has been destroyed, and we can't defend this place anymore, Princess Xiandai said. The southern Baron state was extremely vast, and the Nanming dynasty was located in the depths. It had a vast territory and vast territory. After leaving this place, everyone used the space talisman to cross the void several times, crossing mountains and rivers, and finally arrived at the imperial capital. This ancient city was extremely majestic and occupied a large area. It was like an immortal divine city in the sky, emitting an ancient aura. The city gate was as tall as a small mountain. Even if a large group of ferocious beasts walked side by side, it would not be crowded. The walls were mottled, and there were mana fluctuations on them. If there were enemies, they would overflow with divine light and protect the entire ancient city. In the center of the city, purple chi soared into the sky and turned into the shape of a dragon. At first glance, it was obvious that this was the place where the dragon veins gathered. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth flowed. It was the best place for cultivation. Many sword cultivators gathered around. Their auras were powerful, and they turned into streaks of flowing light. They rode on their swords and flew between heaven and earth. Princess Xianxia, Worship Chen, Xianxia, and the others appeared outside the city gate through the space transmission formation. The royal capital of Nanming was an ancient city that had existed for a very long time in the entire southern barren state. It was said that in ancient times, it had survived a terrible turmoil and was immortal. Because of the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons, the royal capital of Nanming was in a state of panic. Soldiers could be seen patrolling everywhere. In the sky, there were many experts flying back and forth on long swords, vigilant of any movement. After returning to the royal capital, Princess Xianxia led Xianxia and the others to the royal palace in a divine rainbow. The current royal Lord Nanming was waiting for Xianxia in the royal palace. On the way, Minister Chen and the others had already informed royal Lord Nanming of what had happened. Royal Lord Nanming was extremely cautious and did not dare to slack off. Xianxia's identity and origin were not to be underestimated. Moreover, according to Princess Xianxia's message, Xianxia's status in the world of the extraterrestrial demons was extremely high. I just don't know if this person is an enemy or a friend. I heard that he saved Xianxia's life. Royal Lord Nanming was wearing a light golden dragon robe and a purple gold crown. He had an extremely valiant aura and a strong physique. He paced back and forth in the hall as he softly muttered to himself. Apart from him, there were also a few elders of the Sword Cliff in the hall. They had all entered the 8th realm. They were famous experts in the entire southern barren state. With a stomp of their feet, they could change the color of mountains and rivers. They had great power and influence. They had also heard the news from Princess Xianxia, so they hurried over from the Sword Cliff to see the guest from the outer realm. The Sword Cliff attached great importance to this matter. Even Sword Immortal Snow, who had rushed back from the ancient altar, had a change of expression. If it were not for the fact that he could not leave, he would have made a trip here. If he shows any hostility, we will take him down immediately, an elder of the Sword Cliff said with a fierce look. Royal Lord Nanming looked worried. He waved his hand and said, I hope he is not an enemy. I hope he's a friend and not an enemy. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The subordinates of the young master that High Official Chen mentioned are at least at the 9th realm. Unless Sword Immortal Lu makes a move, no one can stop him. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. There was simply no other way. Even in the Nanming dynasty, there were only a handful of people who had entered the 9th level. Even he had to treat them with respect. However, by the side of that young man, they could only be reduced to subordinates. Furthermore, that young man's cultivation was even more unfathomable. If such a person showed hostility, it was hard to say whether the Nanming dynasty could withstand it. A 9th realm subordinate? The expressions of the Sword Cliff's elders changed. They gasped and looked at each other. Their scalps were numb. The elder who had been glaring at him earlier turned pale. His lips trembled slightly, and he didn't dare to say anything else. There were 9 great realms, and each realm was a different level. What was even more important was the gap between the realms at the end. To put it bluntly, other than the Sword Immortal of the land, a 9th realm cultivator was almost invincible. If they wanted to kill an 8th realm cultivator, they only needed to blow a breath and their soul would scatter. Since he saved Xianxia's life, he shouldn't be an evil person. We can only hope that he doesn't have any other intentions. The elders sighed. Xianxia's father stepped into the crack in the sky. Unfortunately, there has been no news of him until now. We don't know if he's dead or alive. Our world has lost 4 sword immortals of the land. Our hope of winning this battle is even slimmer. When mentioning Xianxia, an elder of the Sword Cliff couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. His tone was filled with regret. After all, she was a sword immortal of the land. She was comparable to their Cliff Master. Even in a super force like the Sword Cliff, there were only 2 or 3 of them. Losing one would be a huge loss. Oh right, what did the Cliff Master say about the ancient altar? At this moment, Royal Lord Naming's expression suddenly turned serious. He knew many secrets about the ancient altar. It was said that one could predict the future and predict the future of the sword mystic world. There were even records of ancient people resisting the extraterrestrial demons. However, the ancient altar was located in an extremely mysterious place. It required several sword immortals of the land to work together to open it. In the eyes of many living beings, the ancient altar was their last hope. The Cliff Master only nodded and shook her head. She didn't answer our question. The elders looked regretful. They didn't know what the outcome would be. At this moment, a voice came from outside the palace. Princess Xianxia walked in front, followed by Xianxia, the young girl Qing, and the others. Father. Princess Xianxia bowed to Royal Lord Nanming and was about to introduce Xianxia to them. However, Royal Lord Nanming had already waved his hand. He looked at the young man in front of him and cupped his hands. I'm the lord of the Nanming dynasty. Greetings, young master. His attitude was very humble. He didn't look like the ruler of a country at all. The rest of the Sword Cliff elders were also sizing up Xianxia. Their eyes were filled with caution and caution. They did not dare to do anything that would displease Xianxia. In terms of appearance, he didn't look like an evil person. Instead, he had a sense of transcendence, as if he was an immortal who was accidentally left in the world. That made them feel slightly relieved. Sometimes, that was their first impression. You don't have to be so polite. I don't mean any harm. You don't have to be so careful, Xianxia said with a gentle smile. Young master, I'm sorry. You give us too much pressure. Seeing Xianxia's attitude, Royal Lord Nanming heaved a sigh of relief and squeezed out a smile. When he stood in front of Xianxia just now, he couldn't even breathe. His back was already wet with cold sweat when he didn't realize it. This had nothing to do with the strength of one's cultivation base. Instead, it was a natural gap between the two. It was like an ant standing in front of a real dragon. They couldn't help but tremble. Although Xianxia looked like a gentleman now, Royal Lord Nanming had been in charge of the dynasty for thousands of years. He still had the discerning eyes. He just didn't care about them and looked down on them. It was like looking at a stone on the street. He wouldn't feel anything. So he knew that Xianxia wouldn't put them on the same level. The only thing he could do was to be as humble as possible. Who are they? Xianxia didn't care about the change in Royal Lord Nanming's expression. He looked at the elders of the Sword Cliff. The Nanming dynasty wasn't the master of the southern barren state. Xianxia knew that. He was looking for the real master of the southern barren state, not just Royal Lord Nanming. We are the elders of the Sword Cliff. Greetings, young master. The elders of the Sword Cliff didn't dare to be careless. They quickly cupped their hands and said, Elders of the Sword Cliff? Xianxia nodded and smiled. I heard that the Cliff Master of the Sword Cliff is the most beautiful woman in the southern barren state. She's also a sword immortal on the land. Can I meet her today? Hearing that Xianxia wanted to meet their Cliff Master, the elders of the Sword Cliff were shocked. They could only brace themselves and say, Young master, the Cliff Master has something important to do. I'm afraid she won't be able to come to the Nanming dynasty today. Oh, since I can't meet her today, then forget it. I think I'll have a chance in the future. Xianxia smiled gently. He didn't seem to care. However, Royal Lord Nanming was cautious. Why did Xianxia want to meet Sword Immortal Snow? Although he looked different from the other extraterrestrial demons, why would he come from outer space for no reason? However, he didn't dare to ask Xianxia why he was here. That would only make Xianxia unhappy. Thank you for saving Xianxia's life, young master. If you have any requests, just say the word. As long as the Nanming dynasty can do it, we'll do it for you. Royal Lord Nanming glanced at Princess Xiandai and cupped his hands. His attitude was very sincere. No matter what, Guchanga had saved Princess Xiandai's life. That was an undeniable fact. Princess Xiandai stood quietly beside Royal Lord Nanming. She was tall and slender. Her lips were bright, her nose was straight, and her eyes were clear. She was extremely beautiful. Her long hair danced in the wind like a fairy. She was the second most beautiful woman in the southern Barren state, second only to her master, Sword Immortal Snow. Guchanga smiled faintly. It's just a small matter. There's no need to tell me anything. Actually, you don't have to be so cautious around me. All you need to know is that not all forces in the upper world like to fight for hegemony and invasion. There are also many orthodoxies and clans that value longevity and peace. The extraterrestrial demons in your eyes are terrifying, but in our world, they're just ordinary cultivators. You're overthinking things. It's too scary. Everyone in the hall was stunned by Guchanga's sudden words. Royal Lord Nanming's eyes flashed. He felt that Guchanga was giving them some advice. Everyone in the hall turned their attention over. Even Princess Xiandai and Ah Qing looked at Guchanga in surprise. They did not expect him to say that. Princess Xiandai was pondering in her heart. She was thinking about what Guchanga had said. Not all orthodoxies liked to invade and fight for hegemony. There were also those who wanted to live a long life and stay aloof from worldly affairs. Was he talking about the orthodoxies behind him? Was that why he had no ill intentions towards the Sword Mystery World? What did he mean by that? The cultivators of the Sword Mystery World were overthinking things. Were the extraterrestrial demons just a group of ordinary cultivators? The elders of the Sword Cliff also fell into deep thought. They felt that Guchanga was implying something, as if he was reminding them of a way to get out of this situation. Please enlighten us, young master. At that moment, Sovereign Nanming's expression became extremely solemn. He bowed respectfully to Guchanga. The rest of the elders of the Sword Cliff also became unprecedentedly solemn. They pricked up their ears, afraid that they would miss a single word. Guchanga was not surprised by everyone's reaction. He smiled faintly and said, "Didn't you notice one thing when you were defending against the extraterrestrial demons?" "What is young master talking about?" Sovereign Nanming was a little stunned. The rest of the elders of the Sword Cliff were also confused. They looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. To them, the extraterrestrial demons were extremely powerful and had endless tricks up their sleeves. Not only did they have terrifying secret treasures and artifacts, but they also had all kinds of ferocious mounts. Their numbers were endless. After defending against one wave, the next wave would arrive very soon. Their strength was even more terrifying than before. That was why they fell into despair and could not find a solution. However, Ah Qing suddenly fell into deep thought. That was because when they were in the upper realm, Guchanga had told her about karma and retribution. Could it be that the invasion of the extraterrestrial demons would result in some kind of consequence? And that consequence was the turning point for the Sword Mystery World? The heavens have the virtue of cherishing life. Everything will always leave a glimmer of hope. Although there are many extraterrestrial demons, no true experts have come because they are afraid of the will of this world. I wonder if the experts of your world have realized this. Guchanga smiled faintly. The will of this world? Royal Lord Nanming and the others were shocked, and their eyes were filled with shock. In fact, at their level, they had more or less come into contact with sword immortals of the land. Therefore, he had heard a little about the will of heaven and earth from it, but he didn't really understand it. Originally, they were still wondering why there would be such a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to shatter the universe. However, in the end, it did not descend upon the sword profound world. So this was the reason? Then what does young Master Gu mean? The will of heaven and earth in our world is the key to resisting the extraterrestrial demons? Princess Xiandai's eyes flickered as she couldn't help but ask. Imperial Lord Nanming and the others were also deep in thought. Was this what Guchanga wanted to teach them? What did he mean by that? Actually, you can say that. You can also ask the experts of your world about this. They should have come into contact with it. Gu Changde said with a strange look in his eyes. The will of heaven and earth? The young girl Qing frowned and suddenly thought of what her father had mentioned to her. There was indeed an unfathomable and mysterious power in the sword-profound world that was protecting the living beings and cultivators of this world. Although her father did not mention what kind of power it was, from the current situation, it should be the will of heaven and earth that Gu Changde was talking about. Thank you for your reminder, young Master Gu. We will definitely report this matter to the Cliff Master. The Sword Cliff Elders all said with solemn expressions. Your Cliff Master should know more about this than you. However, as far as I know, although the will of heaven and earth exists, it won't manifest easily. Unless it reaches a certain level, or you can find the manifestation of the will of heaven and earth. Gu Changde smiled faintly. Intentionally or unintentionally, she mentioned this secret to them. Usually, ancient worlds with world origins would give birth to part of their will. However, a clear will of heaven and earth like the one in the sword-profound world was extremely rare. There were only two possibilities. The first was that the world's origin was extremely huge. The second was that the will of heaven and earth was extremely ancient and could be traced back to a very long time ago. Therefore, he could use these people to find the origin of the world and save some time. Furthermore, if the cultivators of the sword-profound world awakened the will of heaven and earth, the various orthodoxies that descended in this world would definitely start a war with them. Gu Changde could use this opportunity to benefit from it. The Sword Cliff Elders looked extremely serious and did not dare to stay any longer. They turned into divine rainbows and left, planning to return to the Sword Cliff to report this matter. Royal Lord Nanming did not dare to delay and ordered to send more troops to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. Because of Gu Changde's words, hope rose in his heart again. This battle was not completely hopeless. After all, they still had a final trump card, which was the will of heaven and earth. We should inform the other 13 states about this. Only by uniting can we persevere and wait for the will of heaven and earth to manifest, Princess Xianxia also said with a glimmer of hope in her beautiful eyes. So this is the slim chance of survival that our benefactor mentioned before? Qing finally reacted at this moment. After this incident, the Nanming dynasty regained its faith. The royal lord personally ordered to mobilize troops from all over to support the various sects and clans that were fighting against the extraterrestrial demons at the border. All of a sudden, a mighty army rushed out of various cities. Riding on flying boats and divine swords, they went forward to fight against the extraterrestrial demons. A tragic battle that involved the entire southern Barren state broke out at the ruins of the southern Barren city. The orthodoxies from the upper realm were shocked to find that the creatures of the sword-profound world, who were originally in despair, were now fighting with all their might as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This was a kind of desperation and courage to fight for survival in the face of death. I heard from the supreme being of the Silver Feather clan that he met Gu Changde when he was attacking the southern Barren city and was about to capture the princess. He was scared away by him. Gu Changde wouldn't come to this world for no reason. He definitely has a purpose. But what is his purpose? Why did he bring that young girl with him? The eldest princess of the great Yu celestial dynasty, Xianxia, was leading many young sky prides to rest in an ancient city in the southern Barren state. Her dark brows were tightly knitted together, and her heart was filled with confusion. Back when she was in the great Yu celestial dynasty, she had not thought about this in detail. However, when she heard that the supreme being of the Silver Feather clan was scared away by Gu Changde, she finally understood. Gu Changde definitely had a purpose, but no one knew. After all, the sword-profound world was not a difficult place for them to conquer. At most, it would take them some time. The ancient city in front of them had already been captured by them, and everywhere was filled with great armies from the higher realms. Even if the cultivators from the profound sword world were to put up a desperate resistance, they would only be able to quickly collapse in the end. They would not be able to hold on for long. The difference in strength between the two sides was clear for all to see. Additionally, there was also an army that was constantly descending from outer space. It was only a matter of time before the southern desolate province fell. Begging for fresh flowers 0-inch to Oba Xiaoyao has disappeared since he came to this world. No one knows where he went, Yufi's younger brother, Yu Ming, said with displeasure. In the first place, he did not have a good impression of Tuoba Xiaoyao. In the end, during the battle with the Sword Profound World, that fellow actually vanished without a trace, his whereabouts unknown. This made him even angrier. He should be in possession of something. Yufei gently shook her head and couldn't help but guess. On the other side, Tuoba Xiaoyao had disguised himself and left the southern Baron state, heading straight for the Shu sect. He had to go to the Shu sect's sword garret before the appointed time to find a solution. In his previous life, he was a core disciple of the Shu sect. Now that he had disguised himself, it was extremely easy for him to sneak in. In addition, he was extremely familiar with the profound sword world. He understood the environment and terrain of the various places. Even if he encountered any danger, he would be able to find a way to resolve it. Therefore, there was no danger along the way. Furthermore, Tuoba Xiaoyao had also heard that it had been a full 500 years since he had died while observing the patriarch's tribulation in his previous life. 0 inches other words, there were probably not many old acquaintances of his in the Shu sect. This made him feel a little regretful. Although he had undergone reincarnation and changed his body, his original soul was still that of a disciple of the Shu sect. This time, the profound sword world is in great trouble. I might be able to do something in it. Tuoba Xiaoyao looked at the vast territory in the distance. When he thought about how this place would become a scene of devastation after the flames of war spread over, he could not bear to see it. For a moment, he felt that the responsibility on his shoulders had become heavier. Not only did it concern the fate of his family in this life, but it also concerned the survival of his hometown in his previous life. Reporting to the Cliff Master, this is what that young Master Gu said himself. At the Sword Cliff, on a peak where the cold wind was blowing, 2 figures stood. One of them wore a Taoist robe and had his hair tied up in a bun. He looked extremely old, but his eyes were extremely clear and spirited, like a divine sword that had been tempered for countless years. The figure by his side was extremely graceful. She wore simple and plain clothes and wore a moon-white mask. Her skin was translucent like snow, and only a pair of clear eyes could be seen. Her fine black hair fluttered in the wind as if thousands of strands of sword chi were interweaving in the air. It was the Cliff Master of the Sword Cliff, the #1 beauty of the southern Baron state, known as the Snow Sword Fairy. The old man was an old sword immortal of the Shu sect. His strength was extraordinary and unfathomable. The will of the world? The Snow Sword Fairy listened to the Sword Cliff Elder's report and frowned slightly, thinking about these 4 words. It seems that world already knows us very well. It actually knows that our world has given birth to a will. This is not a good sign. The old sword immortal shook his head and stroked his beard. That young Master Gu probably doesn't have good intentions. But what he said doesn't make sense. From the signs on the ancient altar, the will of the world is indeed our last hope. The Snow Sword Fairy's eyes showed that she was pondering. Do you believe that guy? The old Sword Immortal frowned. Sword Immortal Snow shook his head. I just feel like his words make some sense. Furthermore, I captured an extraterrestrial demon and searched his soul. In their world, the young master with the surname Gu has an unimaginable background. To put it bluntly, if he wanted to, he could destroy our world as easily as blowing off dust. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be difficult for him to destroy our world. Then why didn't he do that? What is his goal in coming to this world? That's what I haven't figured out. The Snow Sword Immortal was tall and slender, and her hair was like a waterfall. Her hair danced in the cold wind, giving her a strange sense of beauty. At this moment, her brows were tightly furrowed under her moon-white mask, and her words were filled with disbelief. That guy's background is so great? That's even more unbelievable. The old Sword Immortal's brows furrowed even tighter, and he was even more confused. He would never believe that Guchanga didn't have a goal. There was no such thing as kindness without reason in this world. Let alone this group of demons from the outer realms. According to the information he had gathered, the group of otherworldly demons had already conquered countless ancient worlds like the Sword Profound Great World. All that talk about longevity and standing aloof from worldly affairs was bullshit to him, and he couldn't believe it at all. Perhaps not. If he really did have some sort of plan for our world, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. The Snow Sword Immortal shook her head. Are you really going to believe him? The old sword immortal furrowed his brows, and his gaze was like a sword, causing the void to tremble. His expression was extremely solemn. Little Snow, you're the current master of the sword cliff. Think carefully before you act. Don't be as rash as you were in the past. In terms of seniority, he was actually from the same generation as the Snow Sword Immortal's master. A few years ago, he had personally taught the Snow Sword Immortal. As such, he had some understanding of the Snow Sword Immortal's personality. He knew that she was saying this because she wanted to see that young Master Gu. However, according to the information he had gathered, that young Master Gu's subordinates were suspected to be Ninth Realm cultivators. As for young Master Gu's strength, it was probably even more unfathomable and unimaginable. Although the Snow Sword Immortal was already a terrestrial sword immortal, she was far from enough in front of that young Master Gu. If he harbored ill intentions, then wouldn't the Snow Sword Immortal be like a lamb in a tiger's den? Do I have any other choice at a time like this? The Snow Sword Immortal's expression didn't change. I've already considered the consequences. Uncle, you don't have to worry about it. You. The elderly Sword Immortal pointed a trembling finger at Sword Immortal Snow with an enraged expression on his face. In the end, when he saw that Sword Immortal Snow's expression didn't change at all, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Then, he transformed into a streak of sword light, flicked his sleeves, and left. The Snow Sword Immortal had already made up his mind, so it was difficult for him to persuade him. However, he did not trust that young Master Gu. In the old Sword Immortal's opinion, since his identity and status were so terrifying in the upper realm, if he captured him, he would definitely be able to make the forces in the upper realm fear him. At a critical moment, it might even be able to play a miraculous role. It's time to take out the Sword Immortal token and unite the Sword Immortals to vanquish the demon. In the eyes of the old Immortal of Sword, there were thousands of sword lights flowing, sweeping across the sky as he walked in the void. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared thousands of miles away, heading back in the direction of Xianxia. Seeing the old Sword Immortal disappear without a trace, Sword Immortal Snow, who had been standing there for a long time, sighed softly. With a bang, his figure transformed into a burst of white mist. When he reappeared, he was already 5,000 kilometers away. She actually understood the worries of the old Sword Immortal, but some things had to be tried. For the entire Sword Mystic world, that was their only chance. There were a total of 13 states in the Sword Mystic world, and in each state, there were giant forces like the Sword Cliff and Xianxia. Such forces had a very long history, more than hundreds of thousands of years, and there were at least 2 Sword Immortals on the land in the forces. Therefore, the news of Guchunga's appearance in the Nanming dynasty quickly spread among these major forces, causing a huge commotion. As a guest from the outer realm, he was the same kind of person as the group of extraterrestrial demons. However, he did not have any ill intentions, as if he came to this world to play and relax. After that, many details, including Guchunga's origin, intentions, and so on, were constantly interpreted by the major forces, causing many speculations. Although he saved Xianxia and Princess Xian Dai of the Nanming dynasty, it was still not enough to make people completely believe him. After all, he was not of the same race as them. Some expressed their worries, while others expressed their disdain. They felt that Guchunga's intentions were unclear, and that he was definitely up to no good, so they needed to be extremely vigilant. However, the royal lord of the Nanming dynasty trusted Guchunga's words very much. He began to gather many forces around and sent people to search for the Sword Mystic World's will. According to Guchunga, the world's will was not always awake, but would appear at a certain time. Usually, it would choose to sleep in a certain place, and unless its location could be found, it would be difficult to wake it up. In the following days, a terrifying battle broke out in the southern Barren state. The vast Upper Realm army arrived and fought with the Nanming dynasty and the surrounding forces at the ruins of the southern Barren city. It was extremely tragic. This battle caused the mountains and rivers to change color, and mountains of corpses were piled up. Blood gathered into a river, and many corpses floated in it. The world was dark. The forces of the other states also sent their armies to support at the first moment. It could be said that this battle was the real beginning of the many orthodoxies of the Upper Realm to attack and occupy the Sword Mystic world. The entire Sword Mystic world was shrouded in a terrifying shadow. Too many powerhouses had fallen in it. Large areas of territory had fallen and turned into a barren land. It was a scene of devastation. In this battle, many young supreme martial artists from the upper realm performed extremely well. They swept through the area with irresistible force. They did not join the battle with the army. Instead, they went to various cities alone to challenge the younger generation of the sword mystic world. Their attitude was extremely arrogant, and they did not put the younger generation of this world in their eyes at all. The outcome was naturally destined. Even the disciples of the Sword Cliff, Shu Sect, Mount Kong, and other forces of the sword mystic world were no match for the younger generation of the upper realm. They would either be defeated and flee, or be killed on the spot. They would die in the sky, and their blood would splatter everywhere. At the same time, on the other side, Gusang City, located in the extreme north of the northern Liang state of the sword mystic world, became famous because of an ancient mulberry tree in ancient times. However, tens of thousands of years had passed, and the ancient mulberry tree in Gusang City had long withered, leaving only a withered tree stump. Guchanga followed Ah Qing and left the Nanming dynasty, returning here to wait for her to see her mother. The city was dilapidated, and the two gates were about to collapse. The moat was also turbid, filled with mud, and was about to dry up. Some loaches could be seen drilling here and there. It looked extremely dilapidated. "Halt, who are you?" On the ancient city wall that was full of cracks, there were more than a dozen soldiers. Their armor was disheveled, and they held iron spears and rusty sabers. They were very vigilant as they shouted at Guchanga and the others who were walking over. Now that the extraterrestrial demons had invaded, although Gusang City was far away from the battlefield, news had already been sent back, causing everyone to be incomparably vigilant. Moreover, Gusang City was extremely desolate. During this period of time, it had experienced many disasters. Even the common people lived an extremely difficult life. It was rare to see such an extraordinary and handsome figure like Guchanga. At this moment, they were incomparably vigilant. The runes on their bodies shone, and they were ready to attack at any moment. "I'm back." At this time, the young girl Ah Qing looked at the ancient city in front of her with a complicated expression. She walked out from behind Guchanga and said, "Gusang City was originally an ancient city that was taken over by her grandfather. Although it was desolate in the past, it was not as dilapidated as it was now. Something must have happened when she disappeared. After her father stepped into the crack, she and her mother moved from their place of seclusion to Gusang City to live with her grandfather. Half a year ago, she quietly left this ancient city and embarked on the path to find her father." What happened to Gusang City? Why did it become like this? Princess Xianxia, who followed them here, was also surprised. Because of Ah Qing, she had been to Gusang City before. At that time, although Gusang City was not very prosperous, it was not as dilapidated as it was now. It was like two different cities. "This city is a little strange." Guchanga's eyes were a little strange. There were black and white flowing in his eyes as he looked carefully. "What? It's really Miss? Miss is back?" A few soldiers standing on the city wall recognized Ah Qing. Their eyes widened in shock, and they could not believe it. The news about Ah Qing had not spread from the southern barren state. They had always thought that Miss had died in outer space. The old city lord almost fainted as he could not accept this fact. They had never thought that they would see Miss today. They almost suspected that it was all an illusion. "It's me. I'm back." Ah Qing nodded with a complicated and dazed expression. "That's great. It's really Mississippi. She's safe and sound. Quickly report to the city lord." The soldiers on the city wall were boiling with excitement. Soon, the entire Gusang City was alarmed. Miss, who had disappeared for half a year, suddenly appeared and was safe and sound. It caused a great commotion. Divine rainbow swept over, and everyone in the city lord manor appeared. The old city lord, who had heard the news, rushed over immediately. Tears flowed down his old face. He was extremely emotional. "Grandfather," Ah Qing looked at her grandfather, who was much older than before. She felt a little sour and said softly, "I'm sorry." It's okay. Ah Qing, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." The old city lord's figure was somewhat stooped. His head of silver hair was like steel needles. He was like an old lion that was not angry but had an awe-inspiring aura. One could vaguely see that he was extraordinary when he was young. He stretched out his fan-like palm and gently stroked Ah Ching's head. His eyes were filled with relief. "I'm sorry for making you worry. I shouldn't have secretly left Gusang City to find father without telling you and mother," Ah Ching said with guilt. "It's over. It's good that you're safe now. Your mother was worried about you during this time and almost fell ill from overwork. Knowing that you're back, she can finally relax." The old city lord sighed. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Guchanga, who was behind Ah Ching, with questions and doubts. "And this is?" He naturally recognized Princess Xiandai, but he felt that Guchanga looked very unfamiliar. His granddaughter suddenly came back with such a young man. If it were anyone else, they would be puzzled. Moreover, with his cultivation realm, he could not see through Guchanga, which made him feel very apprehensive. "Mother?" Ah Ching was a little worried, but she still explained, "This is Mr. Gu, my benefactor. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to come back safely." "Benefactor?" The old city lord was stunned. He suppressed the more doubts in his heart and let Ah Ching bring them into the city. On the way, he briefly told Ah Ching what had happened during this time, including why Gusang City had become so dilapidated. In the end, it was because Ah Ching's father had provoked an enemy. After hearing that he had disappeared, the enemy had come to seek revenge. Father's enemy? A cold look appeared on Ah Ching's small face. She clenched her delicate white fists tightly. Her father was a land sword immortal. His enemy was at least an 8th realm or even 9th realm expert. Her grandfather was only at the 7th realm. He could not go against them at all. "Are those enemies still here?" she asked with a murderous look on her face. Hearing this question, the old city lord showed a smile on his face. He shook his head and said, "I don't know what happened a while ago. Those enemies who came to provoke us suddenly disappeared. I suspect that it's because your father's old friends secretly helped them." "I see." Ah Ching heaved a sigh of relief. Since her father was gone, she should protect her grandfather and mother now. This is actually a place where the spiritual veins of heaven and earth converge. After entering Gusang City, Guchanga's expression became more and more strange. Although this place was extremely desolate from the outside, in his eyes, he could see purple chi rising and drowning the heaven and earth. It was as if thousands of immortals were returning to their nest, and 2 dragons were rising into the sky. Such a terrain was obviously the source of all spiritual veins. It was even more precious than the Nanming dynasty's palace. Could it be that there's something hidden here? Or is there something special? Guchanga was a little thoughtful. Soon, in the city lord manor, Ah Ching and her mother finally saw each other after half a year. She could not hide her excitement and took a long time to calm down. "You left without saying goodbye. Do you know how worried I was for the past half a year?" Ah Ching's mother held her daughter's hand tightly with a reproachful tone. "I'm sorry, mother. I won't be leaving this time. Father shouldn't have fallen into the hands of those otherworldly demons. According to the information I received, Father's cultivation level broke through again at the critical moment, and he escaped into the spatial rift." Ah Ching took a few deep breaths before speaking slowly. "I knew your father wouldn't be in trouble so easily." Hearing this, Ah Ching's mother and grandfather sighed in relief. Then, her gaze landed on Guchanga. She could not help but ask, "Is this the benefactor you were talking about?" Although Guchanga looked extraordinarily handsome and gentle, she had an indescribable feeling that such a person should not appear here. He was not from the same world as them. "Yes, young Master Gu saved me. He's actually from the outer world." Ah Ching's eyes were filled with gratitude. Then, she thought for a while before nodding and saying, intending to explain. "From the outer world?" However, at this moment, a slightly surprised voice was heard outside the hall. A young man of medium build, wearing a butler's uniform, stood there with a cup of tea in his hand. He seemed to be a little surprised. The man who looked like a butler looked to be in his 20s. His facial features were handsome and he had an extraordinary bearing. Although he was wearing a butler's uniform, his expression was calm and composed. He had the demeanor of a recluse. He walked over with a jade plate with many fruits and wine on it. It was obvious that he had received the orders of the old city lord. Lin En, put the things here first. The old city lord said with a solemn expression and waved his hand to signal the butler to leave. However, the man named Lin En did not move. Instead, he asked in surprise, from outer space? His gaze landed on Xianxia as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, he said respectfully, City Lord, I can protect you and the young miss. The old city lord nodded, but his expression did not change. He was filled with vigilance. When Qing mentioned Xianxia's background, everyone in the hall was stunned. They could not believe their ears. After regaining their senses, everyone's expressions changed drastically. They widened their eyes in shock and could not help but take a few steps back. In their eyes, the extraterrestrial demons came from outer space. They had mysterious origins, terrifying strength, and endless numbers. In the current sword-profound great world, the mere mention of the otherworldly demons would cause one's expression to change. No one would not feel fear. The Xianxia in front of them was also from outer space. How could this not shock them? At that moment, the old city lord and Qing's mother tensed up as they stared at Xianxia with extreme vigilance. Grandfather, mother, don't be like this. Young Master Gu is a good person. He is completely different from what you think. Qing knew that things would turn out like this. Although she was helpless, she still explained again, telling them that Xianxia was different from the group of extraterrestrial demons. He had no ill intentions towards the sword-profound world. Not only did he save her life, he also saved Princess Xianxia. So that's how it is? The old city lord and Qing's mother still looked skeptical, but they still heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Thinking about it carefully, if Xianxia really had any ill intentions towards them, they would not be able to resist at all. Furthermore, Princess Xianxia was also here, so this matter should not be fake. I'm sorry, young Master Gu. I've caused you to be misunderstood again. Qing said to Xianxia apologetically. Xianxia's face was still as gentle as jade. He waved his hand slightly and said with a smile, it doesn't matter. It's just a small matter to me. Qing nodded in a low voice. Her mind was full of strange thoughts. Regardless of whether it was when he saved her in the upper realm or returning to the sword-profound great world, he was misunderstood by everyone. Xianxia was always so gentle and refined, as if even if the sky fell down, his expression would not change in the slightest. Although she was devoted to the Tao, obsessed with cultivating the sword, and determined to surpass her father, she was still a teenage girl after all. During this period of time, some emotions that she shouldn't have kept growing in her heart. Fortunately, she hid them well and didn't reveal them. To her, Xianxia was not only her savior, but also a ray of light that pierced through the darkness of despair. My actions just now were too presumptuous. I hope young Master Gu won't take offense. After all, the old city lord was someone who had seen the world. After calming down, he cupped his hands and apologized to Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and said, it's okay. It's a special time now. Your reaction is normal. Seeing that Xianxia's attitude was easygoing and did not seem to be fake, the old city lord and the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were not as vigilant and uneasy as before. Grandfather, this is? At this time, Qing noticed the young man dressed as a butler beside the old city lord and asked with some doubt. In her impression, the butler of Gusang City was an old servant who was extremely old. How could he become an unfamiliar young man? His name is Lin En. He is Uncle Lin's grandson. Some time ago, Uncle Lin passed away due to illness. Lin En came here with a token and planned to find a job in Gusang City. I saw that he was mature and steady, clever, and reliable. I let him take over Uncle Lin's affairs. The old city lord explained. When he mentioned Lin En, his eyes were full of satisfaction. I see. Qing nodded and retracted her gaze from Lin En. Greetings, Mississippi. Lin En had been standing beside the old city lord with a smile. At this moment, he opened his mouth and greeted Qing. He had a medium build and extremely handsome facial features. His expression was calm and steady, giving people a sense of trustworthiness. During this period of time, it's all thanks to Lin En. Otherwise, Gusang City would be in chaos. Some time ago, your father's enemies came here, and it was Lin En who helped to deal with them. Ah Qing's mother said. She was very satisfied with this young butler. Mother, don't worry. After I come back, leave the matter of those enemies to me. If they dare to come here again, I will make sure that they will not be able to return. Ah Qing had a cold murderous look on her face. Butler? Gu Chang's thoughtful gaze fell on the man named Lin En. The original butler had just died of illness not long ago, and his grandson came here with a token. This was too much of a coincidence. Moreover, he felt an unusually familiar aura from this man. The Son of Destiny, moreover, it was an extremely huge Son of Destiny. In this sword-profound world, there was also such an existence as the Son of Destiny. It was such a coincidence that he bumped into him here. This made Gu Changde feel a little strange. If it was a coincidence, he actually did not believe it. Previously, he felt that this Gusang city was not simple. Although it looked extremely desolate, it had a spiritual aura, and it had the scene of the origin of thousands of sections. Thinking about it this way, the reason why the Son of Destiny came here was not as simple as it seemed. In addition, with the identity of the City Lord's mansion's butler, no matter what he did in this Gusang city, it would be easy and would not arouse the slightest suspicion. And I always feel that this is not his real body, but more like an incarnation. Ah Qing's father's enemies were probably dealt with by him. Gu Changde thought of this and could not help but laugh. However, he did not choose to act rashly and alert the enemy. He actually wanted to know what this Son of Destiny wanted to do. If it was just an incarnation, then where was his real body? Because of Ah Qing's return, the entire Gusang city became lively. The City Lord's mansion held a big banquet, and at the critical juncture of the war, it finally diluted the haze that shrouded everyone's hearts a little. However, the origin of Gu Changde was only circulated in the City Lord's mansion, and was not spread outside to avoid causing an unnecessary sensation. At the banquet, they learned in detail about Ah Qing's tragic experience during this period of time, and even almost being shot to death as a captive. The old City Lord and the others felt a burst of fear, and the last trace of doubt in their hearts towards Gu Changde was also dispelled. If there was no Gu Changde, Ah Qing would have been buried in the outer world, and how could he return safely? No matter what, Gu Changde was their great benefactor. It turns out that the outer world is such a vast world, the place where the heavens meet. At the banquet, the young butler, Lin En, silently ordered many maids to serve various delicacies. He had been listening to the conversation from Gu Changde's side, and his expression was quite moved. At the very beginning, he thought that the land sword celestial realm in the sword mystery world was the peak of this world. It was not until later when he learned that there was another world beyond the heavens that he realized it. It turned out that the land sword celestial realm was just another starting point, and there was a wider world waiting for him there. The world is vast, and the realm is endless. What kind of world is above the land sword celestial realm? Lin En could not help but be fascinated. He felt that he had reached the limit that this world could bear, and had reached the point where he could break through the void, but it was still difficult to take that last step. Perhaps only by transcending this world and going to the so-called place where the heavens meet, could he break through the final shackles. Legend has it that this Gusang city was the place where a peerless celestial sword celestial lived in seclusion 800,000 years ago, and he was the only one who had successfully broken through the void. It's a pity that I have searched here for half a year, but I still can't find the notes he left behind. After the banquet was over, Lin En walked in the courtyard, and his gaze gradually deepened. A temperament that was completely different from before emerged from him. Gusang City had been tainted with the aura of that peerless celestial sword celestial for 800,000 years. Even though so much time had passed, it was still extraordinary, and there were inexplicable aura imprints in many areas that could help people comprehend and cultivate. However, what he cared about was not the comprehension of that peerless celestial sword celestial, but the cultivation method left behind by that peerless celestial sword celestial. Since the day he was born, he had a terrifying cultivation talent that was beyond ordinary people. For the same cultivation method, the first time he cultivated it, the speed was 1. Then, the following speed would become 2, 4, 8, showing a terrifying exponential increase in speed. This also led to a result that any cultivation method in his hands could quickly reach the realm of perfection. In a short period of time, his cultivation had reached a terrifying level that was difficult for his peers to reach. But the next problem he faced was that he could not find a cultivation method to break through to a higher realm. Even the major sects in the sword mystery world today, such as Shu sect, Kongshan, Sword Cliff, could not find a suitable cultivation method for him. In the end, it was by chance that he saw records about Gusang City in an ancient book, so he came to try his luck, trying to find the inheritance left behind by the peerless celestial sword Celestial 800,000 years ago. If I can't find it in the last few days, then I can only return to Shu sect. Senior brother suddenly used the sword celestial token to summon all the sword celestials in the world. What is the reason? Linen's figure gradually faded and disappeared from the courtyard, and once again began to search in Gusang City. He was originally a disciple of Shu sect, but because his master's seniority was higher, his status in Shu sect was very high, and he was respectfully called the young ancestor. But in terms of his real age, he was only in his 20s. In the city lord's mansion, Guchanga temporarily stayed in a courtyard with an extremely quiet environment. There was a small bridge over flowing water, and there was a clear spring with flowing flowers, tinkling, and extremely elegant. Next door, he could hear the zither music played by Princess Xianxia. It was clear and moving, like hundreds of birds. It was quite leisurely. Looks like that guy is looking for something. Guchanga's divine sense swept out, enveloping almost the entire Gusang City, so he quickly found the traces of the young butler, Linen. After leaving the city lord's mansion, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and wandered around the city, as if he was looking for something. This made Guchanga a little interested. But suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and looked at a certain area in Gusang City. That place was originally a lush ancient forest, with a large number of ancient mulberry trees and ancient scholar trees, but most of them had withered and died. The old trees were withered, and many of their trunks had become hollow holes, but they were tenaciously alive, like dragons lying there. From those tree trunks, there was now a strange phenomenon manifesting. Between heaven and earth, strands of purple gas rose, and there were even phantoms appearing, with tens of thousands of sword chi intertwining and blooming. It was as if a supreme sword immortal had once practiced his sword here, and the heaven and earth had branded his Taoist aura. After many years, it had tainted this land. That's great. I finally found it. Linen's figure appeared in this ancient mulberry forest, and there was a rare look of excitement on his face. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, he could still feel the supreme sword chi branded here. Even if it was only a remnant, he could see the power of the original owner. He was worthy of the title of Supreme Sword Immortal. If I were to comprehend here, I might be able to feel the inheritance of that sword immortal. At that moment, Linen did not hesitate and casually formed several sword seals to prevent anyone from disturbing him. Then, he went to the depths of the ancient mulberry forest and began to sit cross-legged. Guchanga's divine sense had been watching this scene. When he saw the excitement on Linen's face, his eyes suddenly became a little playful. Since you want the inheritance, I'll give it to you. He smiled, and then used his vast divine sense to perform an ancient language. To be precise, this was not any language, but just a kind of divine sense. It seemed to have passed through the ages and spread for hundreds of millions of years, as if it had passed through a star-filled universe and reappeared in the world. What? Linen's divine sense was very powerful, but under the aftermath of this Tao sound, his face was extremely pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood from the corner of his mouth, almost collapsing. It was unknown how long this ancient scholar tree forest had existed in the world. Many of the scholar trees had withered and died. Their bark was chapped, as if true dragons were crawling here. Now, a shocking sound came from it. It was as if thousands of swords were resonating, causing one's eardrums to hurt and their souls to tremble. The sound could shake the ancient times and cleanse the future. Linen only took a step forward, but his divine sense trembled violently and was almost shattered by this wave. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Under the impact of the divine sense just now, he had suffered a strong backlash. What exactly is this? He was extremely shocked. He took a few steps back before he stabilized his footsteps. Huge waves surged in his heart. One had to know that although he was only an incarnation now, he was not here with his real body. However, he was still a real sword. Immortal on the land, standing at the peak of the sword profound world. However, he could not withstand the remnant divine sense fluctuation here. Moreover, it had been 800,000 years. How terrifying was the strength of that peerless sword immortal. He has definitely transcended the shackles of the sword profound world. The strength at his peak is unimaginable. Lin En's eyes were filled with excitement. He took a deep breath and walked up again with an exceptionally sincere attitude, intending to experience the Tao aura here closely. In a trance, he saw a supreme existence sitting cross-legged in it. There seemed to be endless sounds of worship surrounding him, and there were 3,000 great worlds burning sword runes, worshipping him together. This was an extremely shocking scene. Even Lin En, who had a good understanding of all kinds of ancient records, was stunned. For a moment, he was stunned on the spot, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. That senior from 800,000 years ago used the sword to connect with the heavens and the 9 nether realms. I thought it was a legend, but after seeing it today, I feel that the rumors are not false. It's hard to prove it. Lin En found it difficult to calm down. He sat down cross-legged again. He kept his sword heart bright and clear, without the slightest speck of dust. Only then did he calm down and comprehend the aura. However, in the next moment, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face again. His divine sense seemed to have been cut apart by thousands of sword chi, and he spat out a mouthful of blood again. The intense pain caused Lin En's face to turn pale again. He could not help but take a few steps back, and his expression was uncertain. Why are these ripples resisting me? Could it be that there is a problem with the aura left behind by that senior sword immortal? No, that's not right. That senior's aura couldn't possibly hurt me. Something's not right. There's definitely something wrong. A look of bewilderment flashed across Lin En's face. He took out an extremely old jade slip from his bosom. There were several clear sword marks on it, faintly echoing with the fluctuations here. This was the jade slip that recorded the events of Gusang City 800,000 years ago. It was the handwritten letter left behind by the peerless sword immortal. If the aura here was really left behind by that peerless sword immortal, then this jade slip would definitely have a reaction. He had clearly refined the chi in the jade slip into his body in order to find this place. But why would the chi in this place hurt him? It's not just that senior's aura. Who else could it be? Could it be that the inheritance here has been taken by someone else? Jolson's face became a little gloomy. He looked at the rest of the ancient mulberry trees around him again, trying to find traces among them. In addition to the sound of the sword, there was also an extremely obscure and ancient language in this place. It was this language that had hurt his divine sense just now. What kind of template is this son of destiny? His strength is actually much stronger than many of the younger generation in this world, and he even saw through it? Gu Chang'e had been watching all this with interest in the courtyard all the time. He could see that there was once a peerless master who comprehended the Tao in this ancient mulberry forest. The surrounding rules of heaven and earth had been influenced, leaving behind his aura. And this son of destiny in front of him had found this place through the aura left behind by that master, triggering a change in the ancient mulberry forest. It was not an exaggeration to say that the son of destiny was a treasure-seeking mouse. However, such an opportunity was insignificant in the eyes of the current Gu Chang'e. Even though the aura left behind by that peerless master was not simple, Gu Chang'e did not care about it at all. He had just tried to invade the son of destiny's space of consciousness with his divine sense, but it was seen through by the other party. This surprised Gu Chang'e a little. He would not believe that the other party did not have the protection of the will of the heavenly path of this world. Forget it, I'll let him live for the time being. I want to see where his real body is. Gu Chang'e shook his head gently and quickly withdrew his divine sense. He did not want to alert the enemy, lest this son of destiny found something unusual. In addition, he felt that this son of destiny was protected by the will of the heavenly path. Perhaps he could find the source of the world through this person. However, he still erased the sword aura here and did not let Jolson get the inheritance here. It disappeared. In the ancient mulberry forest, Jolson did not know that Gu Chang'e had withdrawn his divine sense. He frowned slightly and felt that the mighty aura in this place had disappeared. It was more like he was hallucinating just now. However, the injury in his divine sense could not be faked. This place is a little strange. Jolson then circled around the ancient mulberry forest, much more cautious than before. However, he did not know the reason, but the sword aura he had triggered before seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and he could not find the slightest trace of it. He was a little unwilling to give up and started to search again. He cast several sword talismans in the void to seal the aura here. However, until late at night, the surroundings were extremely dark, and the sword sound did not sound. Impossible, the sword aura from before was still there, someone must have beaten us to it. Who was the one who left that divine sense behind? His strength is unimaginable. Jolson's face suddenly became ugly. However, he was not an ordinary person after all. After taking a deep breath, he calmed down. He decided to search again tomorrow. If he still could not find anything, then he could only choose to leave. Ancient Mulberry City was not big. It stretched for hundreds of miles, and living beings and cultivators of various clans lived together in the city. Usually, other than the city lord's mansion, there were other clans, but they could only dominate within ancient Mulberry City. Outside of the city, they were at most third-rate forces in the outside world. The Wu clan was one of the few major clans in ancient Mulberry City. At this moment, in the Wu clan's mansion, a group of people were gathered in the hall with solemn expressions, discussing something. An old man with slightly closed eyes and white hair raised his hands slightly, indicating for everyone to quiet down. He was the current head of the Wu clan, Wu Xing. His strength had reached half-step 7th realm. Did you know? Miss Qing actually returned from outer space. The young man who entered the city with her also came from outer space. The news has already come from the southern barren state. He opened his eyes, and rays of golden light flashed in them as he slowly swept his gaze across everyone in the hall. An old sword immortal from the Shu sect ordered to gather all the sword immortals in the world to capture that young man. I heard that his identity in outer space is not simple. If we can capture him, we can command that group of extraterrestrial demons. What? Hearing this, everyone in the hall was stunned. They only knew that Miss Qing had narrowly escaped death and returned from outer space, but they did not know that the young man beside her was also from outer space. Didn't that mean that Miss Qing was already in cahoots with the extraterrestrial demons? They all found it hard to believe. From his appearance, they could not tell that the young man beside Miss Qing was actually an extraterrestrial demon. In their impression, the extraterrestrial demons were a group of extremely vicious people, extremely ferocious and ferocious. It was really hard to associate them with Xianxia. Head of the Wu clan, could it be that this matter is mistaken? A clan member could not help but ask, still finding it hard to believe. This matter is absolutely true. The Shu sect has already sent the news. All the sword immortals from the land are gathering there, planning to hold the emperor hostage and command the vassals. As long as we capture that young man, we can solve this disaster of the extraterrestrial demons, the head of the Wu clan said in a deep voice. The Wu family head said in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with majesty as he swept his gaze over everyone. However, that person's strength is unfathomable. The subordinate beside him is suspected to be in the 9th realm, so we cannot act rashly. Before the sword immortals from the land arrive at Gusang City, we only need to keep a close eye on his tracks. As he spoke, his eyes revealed great ambition. With the Wu clan's power, if they were to be swept into this matter, they would easily be crushed. However, when he thought of the generous rewards after this matter was successful, he could not help but tremble slightly. He was extremely excited. At that time, not only him, but the entire Wu clan would welcome an unprecedented glory. Then, head of the Wu clan, what should we do? If we are detected by him, our entire Wu clan will be annihilated. It's better for us not to get involved in this matter. An old man's eyes carried some fear. A subordinate who was at least in the 9th realm only needed a breath to completely wipe out the entire Gusang City. In front of him, the Wu clan was no different from an ant. I have already thought about the consequences. Moreover, we are only paying attention to his whereabouts. When he is about to leave Gusang City, we will inform the Shu sect. Nothing will happen. The other clans in Gusang City have also been informed of this matter. I think that if they are not stupid, they will know what to do. After all, this concerns the entire Sword Profound world. The Wu clan head waved his hand and said. he would not let go of such a rare opportunity. When the time came, the entire Wu clan would become the savior of the Sword Profound World because of this matter. As the clan head, he naturally contributed greatly. Sword Immortal Token? Holding the Emperor to command the Sword Immortals? In the City Lord manner, Lin En, who looked like a steward, touched a jade scroll in his sleeve. His handsome face revealed some surprise. As the young ancestor of the Shu sect, although he was far away from the Shu sect, he received this news immediately. It seems that guy's origin is not as simple as what Miss Ah Qing said at that time. She must be hiding something. Lin En looked into the depths of the matter. His gaze suddenly became deep, but he quickly recovered. He was not stupid. Although he knew that he could catch the other party off guard, he still chose to wait and see. After all, he was only a clone now and not his real body. At this time, outside Gusang City, an uninvited guest appeared. The eyes under the moon-white mask were as cold as snow. Her hair seemed to be tainted by the cold wind, exuding a coldness that prevented strangers from entering. Outside Gusang City, Snow Sword Fairy walked over. She was dressed in a plain green robe, and her hair was wrapped in the cold wind. In the blink of an eye, she entered the city. None of the patrolling soldiers on the city walls could discover her. As one of the strongest cultivators in the Sword Profound World, she had already reached the Earth Sword Immortal realm many years ago. Unless she wanted to, it was impossible for ordinary cultivators to discover her. The aura here, walking on the street, Snow Sword Fairy frowned slightly. She sensed the strange aura in Gusang City. It did not seem like a simple city. However, her purpose of coming here was to see Xianxia, not to explore the uniqueness of Gusang City, so she quickly put it behind her. From the emperor of the Nanming dynasty, she learned that Xianxia had accompanied Ah Qing back to her family, so she expected them to come to Gusang City. This was a matter of life and death for the Sword Profound World. She had to take a great risk to come here. Reporting to the city lord, there is a woman outside the mansion who calls herself Snow Sword Fairy. In the city lord mansion, the old city lord was frowning as he read a letter in his hand. When he heard the servant's report, his face suddenly became gloomy. Snow Sword Fairy? Why is she here at this time? Is it because of the Sword Immortal Token? He naturally knew about the Sword Immortal Token. However, Xianxia had saved Ah Qing's life, so he could not do anything to repay kindness with enmity. Snow Sword Fairy was the master of the Sword Cliff. Her strength was extraordinary and unfathomable. She had once sealed a 30,000-mile cold pond with a sword and killed monsters of the same level, shocking the world. Her arrival at Gusang City at this time inevitably made the old city lord think of the Sword Immortal Token. Shu sect and the Sword Cliff came from the same source. The current Snow Sword Fairy had even cultivated in Shu sect. Shu sect issued the Sword Immortal Token, ordering the Sword Immortals in the world to try to capture 493 Xianxia. Snow Sword Fairy had no reason to ignore it. Could it be that she wanted to attack Xianxia? I have to inform young Master Gu. He saved Ah Qing's life, so she can't be ungrateful. The old city lord pondered for a moment before instructing his steward, Lin En, to inform Xianxia of this matter. He also stood up and walked out of the mansion. After all, the other party was a sword immortal of the land, so he didn't dare to be disrespectful. Why did senior sister Shui come here alone? She's too reckless. It's difficult for her to capture that person by herself. Jolson naturally heard the servant's report and could not help but shake his head gently. Even though he was worried about the safety of the Snow Sword Immortal, he still decided to inform Xianxia of this situation as a safety precaution. After all, his current identity was only the steward of the city lord's mansion. At this juncture, he could not easily reveal his true identity. In terms of seniority, Sword Immortal Snow was of the same generation as him. However, Sword Immortal Snow was much older than him, so he had to refer to her as senior sister. Snow Sword Immortal was known as the #1 genius of the Sword Profound World in the past 3,000 years. However, in front of him, Snow Sword Immortal paled in comparison. However, because he kept an extremely low profile and never revealed himself to the outside world, no one knew of him. My lord, do you want me to deal with those people outside the city? In the courtyard, Xianxia seemed to be in a leisurely mood. Steam was rising from the teacup on the stone table. He gently blew on the tea and drank it unhurriedly. Ada stood to the side. He was wearing a dark golden battle armor with many flowing lights flickering on it. He gave off a powerful and terrifying pressure as he asked respectfully. It's fine. Since they want to keep an eye on us, then let them keep an eye on us. This so-called Sword Immortal badge is quite interesting. Xianxia smiled lightly and did not mind. With his current cultivation, although his divine sense could not cover the entire Sword Profound world, it was almost there. How could the rustling of leaves in the wind in a mere Gusang city be hidden from him? However, since that group of people wanted to take control of the emperor to order his vassals, then go ahead and do it. Xianxia could let them understand what despair was. Only after experiencing despair would that group of people learn to be smart and obediently help him search for the will of the heavenly Tao and the world's origin. Young Master Gu, a woman called Snow Sword Fairy is outside the mansion. Do you want to avoid her? At this time, outside the courtyard, Linen knocked on the door and his voice was heard. Snow Sword Fairy, is that the woman who is known as the most beautiful woman in the southern Barren state? Xianxia smiled faintly as a strange look flashed across his eyes. Since she's here to find me, why should I avoid her? Linen was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. However, he was only here to inform Xianxia. Whether he met her or not, that was his choice. Snow Sword Fairy's sudden visit alarmed Qing and Princess Xiandai. To the latter, Snow Sword Fairy was her master. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, everyone gathered. The old city lord had a questioning and respectful expression, not understanding the purpose of Snow Sword Fairy's visit. If she had any enmity, then she did not sense it. She only said that she wanted to see Xianxia. This made him confused. Or was it that the Sword Immortal badge was useless to Snow Sword Fairy? At this moment, Snow Sword Fairy was standing in the middle of the hall. She was dressed elegantly, like the goddess of Luo. Her figure was peerless, and her skin was as smooth as ice. Her jade-like hands were delicate and flawless. She looked at Xianxia quietly, not saying a word. There seemed to be many thoughts flashing through her eyes. Master. Princess Xiandai rushed over and bowed respectfully. Snow Sword Fairy glanced at her and nodded slightly. Xianxia, who had arrived in the main hall, asked curiously, "You came here to see me?" The Snow Sword Immortal nodded and said coldly, "That's right. I've heard what you said from Royal Lord Nanming. I want to know if you can be trusted." Her plan was different from the old Sword Fairies. The consequences of holding the emperor and ordering his vassals around were too great. If Xianxia, who originally held no ill will toward the Sword Profound world, developed ill will toward this world because of this, then they would be the greatest sinners. From the mouths of the extraterrestrial demons that she had captured, she had some understanding of the upper realm. She was well aware of how terrifying Xianxia's power was. Whether I am trustworthy or not is not something that I should be thinking about. Xianxia smiled lightly as his gaze fell on her face. And you are wearing a mask. Is this your attitude? Snow Sword Fairy frowned under her mask. Although she was known as the #1 beauty of the southern Barren state, not many people had seen her true appearance. After she became a terrestrial Sword Immortal, no one dared to speak to her in such a frivolous manner. Princess Xiandai and the others were also stunned. They felt that Xianxia's attitude toward Snow Sword Fairy was not as gentle as he was toward them. Could it be that Snow Sword Fairy's intentions were unclear? Was it because of enmity? Master, young Master Gu is different from those extraterrestrial demons, Princess Xiandai said worriedly. She was worried that her master would clash with Xianxia. Snow Sword Fairy nodded and was about to say something. However, Xianxia interrupted her with a faint smile. Do you know about the Sword Immortal badge? Not only did Snow Sword Fairy's expression change, but the old city lord and the others also trembled as they felt a chill sweep over them. He was about to inform Xianxia about this, but he did not have time to do so. Moreover, how did Xianxia know about this? A look of confusion appeared on Qing's face. Sword Immortal badge? What is that? Princess Xiandai said in a low voice, the Sword Immortal badge is a secret badge of the Shu sect. It can summon all the Sword Immortals in the world. Only when something serious happens. She did not continue to explain, but Qing understood as well. Her expression also darkened. At this time, the purpose of the Shu sect using the Sword Immortal badge was self-evident. In her eyes, Guchanga had no malicious intentions towards the sword profound world. Not only did he save her life, but he also sent her home. If the Shu sect chose to make a move against Guchanga at this time, wouldn't that be pushing Guchanga to the opposite side of the sword profound world, who could bear such a terrible consequence? I did not participate in the Shu sect's Sword Immortal badge, but the other Sword Immortals who received the news are probably on their way to Gu Mulberry City. Snow Sword Fairy said. She did not want Guchanga to misunderstand that she was involved. Could it be that they want to kill me? Guchanga smiled faintly. Snow Sword Fairy shook her head. They just want to capture you and order the extraterrestrial demons to leave our world. Capture me, huh? Do you think they can do it? Guchanga's expression did not change. On the other hand, Ah Qing, Princess Xianxia and the others were shocked. They did not know that such a big thing had happened. The Shu sect's Sword Immortal badge could summon the Sword Immortals of the world. Although there were not many Sword Immortals left in the Sword Profound world, they were not few either. Although they had not been with Guchanga for a long time, they could feel that Guchanga's strength could only be described as unfathomable. The Sword Immortals of the land were definitely not Guchanga's match. Although you are very strong, you might not be able to display your true strength in this world. What if something unexpected happens? Snow Sword Fairy's gaze fell on Guchanga's face as she said coldly. Guchanga smiled and did not say anything more. If this is your purpose in coming to see me, then your purpose has been achieved. He casually waved his hand. I'm not interested in your world, but if you provoke me, I think you will understand what regret is. Don't you have a purpose? I think we can come to a consensus. Snow Sword Fairy did not expect Guchanga to have the intention of sending her away. Her voice was like a wisp of spring breeze, cold and pleasant to the ear. However, there was also an unshakable will contained within it, like the gentle cry of a celestial phoenix. However, she was sure of one thing. Guchanga indeed had no intention of attacking her. Otherwise, if she had come alone, it would have been very easy for Guchanga to capture her. If we come to a consensus? As long as you don't provoke me. If there is no enmity between us, I prefer to be aloof from worldly affairs. Guchanga revealed a strange expression, then smiled faintly. It seemed that this Snow Sword Fairy was not as smart as the rumors said. Princess Xianxia did not suspect that Guchanga had other intentions when he said that he was aloof from worldly affairs. She only felt that Guchanga was warning them not to provoke him. However, this dispelled the last remaining worry in her heart. Don't worry, young master. We, the Sword Cliff, will not do anything to provoke you. The Sword Immortal badge this time has nothing to do with the Sword Cliff, the Snow Sword Immortal assured. That's great, master. Young Master Gu is really not a bad person. If he really had any ill intentions towards us, he would have attacked us long ago. With his strength, there is no need for any schemes at all. Princess Xianxia's eyes were filled with joy. No matter what world it was all about appearances. Moreover, Guchanga had saved her life. Even as the second most beautiful woman in the southern Barren state, she could not help but be vulgar. These days, when she was playing the Guqin, Guchanga was actually able to give her a few pointers, which shocked her greatly. The Snow Sword Immortal sighed softly. He did not expect his disciple to be so biased towards Guchanga. In the past, Princess Xianxia had always been arrogant. Ordinary geniuses could not even hope to enter her eyes. Even the other 4 heroes of the Sword Mystery world were beneath her. However, after spending a few days with Guchanga, she said such words. Although the Sword Cliff does not provoke me, the Sword Mystery world does not only have the Sword Cliff. Hearing this, Guchanga smiled lightly. Under the shocked gazes of everyone in the city lord residence, he took a step forward and appeared on the city wall in the next moment. Not good, the Snow Sword Immortal's expression changed slightly. Only now did he feel the terrifying sword chi in the sky. And from the aura, there were quite a few of them. She understood that the other Sword Immortals of the land had found their way here to capture Guchanga. Looks like a fierce battle is unavoidable. The Snow Sword Immortal frowned. His figure quickly flew out and appeared in the sky. She stood proudly in the air, her black hair fluttering in the wind and sparkling snowflakes. A domain of ice and snow formed around her. Even the air seemed to have frozen. Terrifying cold air pervaded the air, turning into a boundless expanse of snow that blotted out the sun. It wasn't without reason that she was called the Snow Sword Fairy. Just her attainments in the way of ice and snow were unparalleled in the same realm. As far as the eye could see, the world was a divine domain of ice and snow. The appearance of Snow Sword Immortal had shocked the entire ancient Mulberry City. The sudden appearance of a Sword Immortal of the land had definitely caused a commotion. All the living beings and cultivators looked up in shock, completely confused. Looks like the time has come. You can choose to act now. Sensing this aura fluctuation, the eyes of the various clan leaders within the Gusang city glinted. They had vaguely guessed something and immediately dispatched the experts within their clans. If the Sword Immortals of the land wanted to attack Guchanga, they would naturally want to get involved. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You are that young Master Gu? A cold voice came from afar. Above the sky, a figure was rapidly approaching like a meteor. He had no white beard, wore a starry robe, and held a 7-star Dao sword in his hand. His entire body exuded an awe-inspiring pressure. Without a doubt, this was a Sword Immortal of the land. His majestic aura was like a supreme divine mountain, pressing down on the hearts of every living being in ancient Mulberry City. On the city walls of ancient Mulberry City, Guchanga stood above. Behind him, Ada stood tall like an iron tower. He had a terrifying demonic aura, causing all the living beings and cultivators in ancient Mulberry City to tremble and suffocate. The strongest expert of this world is only at this level? Guchanga's expression didn't change much as he chuckled. Don't be so rampant. Everyone has the right to kill an extraterrestrial demon. If you are smart, this old man advises you to surrender. Resistance is futile. The figure landed outside ancient Mulberry City. His eyes were as bright as the stars, revealing a sword light that could shatter the void. What? Hearing these words, the entire ancient Mulberry City was in an uproar. Everyone stared in disbelief, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Extraterrestrial demon. The young man who came back with Miss Ah Ching was actually an extraterrestrial demon. Many people's expressions became fearful. In the city lord's mansion, Ah Ching, Princess Xian Dai, and the others' expressions changed. They felt that things were not going well. This Sword Immortal of the land obviously wanted to expose Guchanga's identity and arouse the crowd's anger. However, this would completely push Guchanga to the opposite side of the Sword Profound world. What he did was simply stupid in their eyes. Although Guchanga had never shown his strength, since he dared to come to the Sword Profound world so openly, why would he worry about this? You? Where did you get the guts to say this to me? On the city walls, Guchanga raised his eyebrows slightly, seeming to be quite surprised. You have guts. This old man wants to see what else you can do in our world. The old man in the starry robe said coldly, killing intent flashing in the depths of his eyes. The descendant he thought highly of was buried in the hands of an extraterrestrial demon. Therefore, he hated every single one of the extraterrestrial demons and wished he could wipe them all out. Although the old Sword Immortal of the Shu sect had used the Sword Immortal token to summon everyone to capture Guchanga, he was eager to kill Guchanga here. At the level of Sword Immortal of the land, he had some understanding of the laws of heaven and earth of the Sword Profound world. He knew that although Guchanga was terrifying, he would definitely not be able to display his original strength in this world. What's more, he was not the only Sword Immortal of the land who had come to kill Guchanga this time. Not to say that the entire Sword Profound world's strongest force had come, but it was not far off. It could be said to be an inescapable net. Star Sword Immortal, don't make a mistake. Young Master Gu has no ill intentions towards the Sword Profound world. You will only bring disaster to yourself by doing this. Snow Sword Immortal walked over step by step, the bright eyes under the mask looking coldly at the old man in the starry robe. Her voice was cold. Although it was not loud, it contained a terrifying will that enveloped the entire Gusang city. Everyone who was originally in a state of panic was now even more confused. They could not understand. Snow Sword Immortal's reputation in the Sword Profound world was far above this old man. But at this time, she actually wanted to protect that extraterrestrial demon? Snow Sword Immortal, are you determined to protect this person and make an enemy of us? Star Sword Immortal's eyes were also very cold. He did not expect Snow Sword Immortal to stand up at this time. This was beyond his expectations. I am saving you. Snow Sword Immortal said coldly. The ice divine domain spread under her feet, turning into boundless snow that swept out, freezing the void and cracking a terrifying gray valley. I didn't think that you would side with an otherworldly heavenly demon. The way I see it, you are under his control, the Star Sword Immortal said coldly. Inside the city lord's mansion, Lin En, who was dressed as a butler, furrowed his brows. He performed a mysterious footwork and disappeared in an instant, reappearing in another area without revealing his true body. Why would senior sister help that young master go? He was a little confused. He had originally thought that Sword Immortal Snow had come here because of the Sword Immortal badge. Begging for fresh flowers. Zero boom. At this moment, the old man in the starry robe had a cold expression. He had already made his move. He raised his hand and displayed a powerful sword move. Immediately, 12 astral divine swords slashed over. Each of them was incomparably terrifying, and they actually carried with them the roars of gods and demons. One sword, one world, the 12-star divine formation unleashed a sword Tao that shook the world. Each sword opened up a world with the cycle of earth, fire, wind, and water. This was the power of the Earth Sword Immortal. All the cultivators in Gusong City were trembling under this terrifying aura. They could not resist and could not help but prostrate themselves on the ground, worshipping that place. Star Sword Immortal, 600 years ago, comprehended the extraterritorial stars and took the last step. Now, his Star Sword Tao has reached the perfection realm. This 12-star divine formation contains the power of gods and ghosts, and can destroy all enemies. The old city lord's expression was solemn. Although his strength was not weak, in front of the Earth Sword Immortal, he was no different from an ant. Ah Qing and Princess Xian Dai also frowned. You are really going to attack? The Snow Sword Immortal's expression turned cold. Large pieces of ice and snow condensed into an ice shield, and rushed forward to block the sword formation. However, it was obvious that the Star Sword Immortal was prepared. He did not use such a method. There was star-like brilliance flowing in his sleeves, and it entered the surrounding void. Haha, this old man wants to see what you have up your sleeve. The Star Sword Immortal sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. At the same time, an aura that frightened everyone in Gusong City was emitted. Radiance surged into the sky from all directions, as if an eternal divine furnace was burning. This person is really good. Does he want to refine us here alive? The old city lord was shocked. In the surrounding void, there were ancient altars suspended one after another. They were like stars, engraved with mysterious divine runes, and emitted strands of terrifying brilliance that intertwined with each other. Star-sealing blood sacrifice. The Snow Sword Immortal's expression changed slightly. This was a terrifying formation. Trapped in it, it could refine people alive, and there was no way to resist. She did not expect the Star Sword Immortal to use such a method. It was simply ruthless, and he did not consider the people in Gusong City at all. At this time, everyone in Gusong City was suddenly frightened. They felt as if their flesh and blood were burning, and their souls and mana were flowing out uncontrollably. Many people directly exploded, affected by the power of the blood sacrifice, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. However, in the next moment, a scream suddenly sounded, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. There was an aura between heaven and earth that made people tremble, and their skin was about to crack. The terrifying fist print seemed to penetrate through eternity. It was mixed with a dark demonic aura, and directly tore all the divine runes and star divine swords in front of it, and blasted onto the Star Sword Immortal. Impossible, his eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. Before he could even react, he found that a tall demonic shadow had appeared in front of him. The opponent's fist fell, and everything in front of him was torn apart, collapsing and exploding. This was a horrifying scene. The Star Sword Immortal, who was incomparably powerful a moment ago, turned into a bloody mist in an instant, mixed with bone fragments, and filled the void. One should know that this was a Land Sword Immortal. An existence that stood at the peak of the sword mystic world. It's definitely not the ninth realm. Just the strength of his body alone surpassed that of a Land Sword Immortal. The old city lord and others looked at Ada in horror. They did not expect that this subordinate, who followed Guchanga silently, would have such terrifying strength. Just by relying on the strength of his body, he killed a land sword immortal with one punch. 2. There was dead silence in front of Gusang City. Only the bone fragments mixed with blood mist were still lingering in the void, telling everyone what had just happened. Even the snow sword immortal, who wanted to stop it, looked at all this in a daze, as if he had not reacted yet. The several big families in the city were silent, and they were terrified to the extreme. The family heads trembled uncontrollably, looking at Guchanga as if they were looking at some great horror. What terrifying strength! Ah Qing, Princess Xiandai, and the others all stared with their eyes wide open, wondering if they had seen wrongly. Although the Star Sword Immortal was not famous in the sword mystery world, he was a genuine Earth Sword Immortal, and was one of the people who stood at the peak. But now, he was killed by one of Guchanga's subordinates with a punch, and his body and soul were destroyed. They had never thought that the subordinate who had been silent beside Guchanga would be so terrifying. This scene was too shocking, making many people's minds buzz, becoming completely blank. How is it possible that his physical body has surpassed that of a Earth Sword Immortal? He did not use any magical power at all. In an area of Gusang City, Linen's pupils shrank, and there was also a huge wave in his heart. His vision was unique, and he could naturally see it. That terrifying iron tower-like figure just now had only suppressed the Star Sword Immortal with strength. Then, when he was caught off guard, he smashed down with infinite force. It was as if hundreds of thousands of divine mountains were covering him, and there was no way to stop it. The power could be called destructive. This was a terrifying and trembling fact. He felt that even if his real body came, it would be difficult to resist this unexpected punch. Lin En even clearly saw that under the void where he stepped, there was a terrifying grey crack, and it spewed out chaotic chi and astral wind. Such a physical body could only be described as a monster. A Earth Sword Immortal had fallen, and it caused a huge sensation in Gusang City. Everyone who had witnessed the scene just now was trembling with extreme fear, and felt that the sky was about to collapse. In their eyes, the Earth Sword Immortal was the representative of invincibility, but now he was killed by one punch of the extraterrestrial demon's subordinate. This was tantamount to causing their world to gradually crumble and shatter. Looking at the calm expression of Guchanga on the wall, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They were inexplicably terrified. The death of a land sword immortal seemed to be as simple as crushing an ant in his eyes. It seems that I was worrying too much. Sword Immortal Snow took a deep breath and calmed himself down before descending from the sky. Although she couldn't bear to see the Star Sword Immortal die like this, he asked for it, so he couldn't blame anyone else. He should have some power behind him, right? On the city wall, Guchanga turned to the Snow Sword Immortal and asked, as if he didn't care at all. After all, Ada was born after bathing in the true blood of the demonic master. His physical body was terrifyingly strong, and he wasn't any weaker than the average cultivators who had achieved the Tao. Furthermore, in Guchanga's opinion, the land sword immortals of this world were at most at the quasi-emperor level. The difference in strength between the two was so great that it could be described as a natural chasm. How could the Star Sword Immortal possibly stop Ada? Behind him is the Stellar Sword Valley. The Star Sword Immortal acted on his own accord. It has nothing to do with the sword mystery world. For some reason, the Snow Sword Immortal felt a chill run down her spine. Her expression under the mask changed slightly, but she still forced herself to speak. She hadn't felt this way for a long time since she became a land sword immortal. In front of Guchanga, she couldn't sit still, and the hair on her skin stood on end. She couldn't help but tremble. Although she had already advised the Star Sword Immortal to stop today, he didn't care at all and still wanted to attack Guchanga. No matter what the consequences were, the Star Sword Immortal should bear the consequences himself. Moreover, she could vaguely guess the purpose of Guchanga's question. Stellar Sword Valley? Guchanga's expression didn't change, and he still smiled casually. Although I've always stood aloof from worldly affairs, since others have provoked me, I can't just do nothing, right? Ada. At this point, the smile on his face disappeared, and he said indifferently, "There's no need for this power to exist in this world." "Yes, my lord." After receiving the order, Ada still had an indifferent expression on his face. He directly tore open the void in front of him and stepped in. To him, killing the Stellar Sword Immortal was no different than crushing an ant to death, and there was no difference. This stellar sword valley could be destroyed with a raise of his hand. Seeing this scene, everyone in Gusang City began to tremble. Their faces turned pale, and they were filled with fear. They didn't expect that Guchanga would destroy the stellar sword valley at the slightest disagreement. That was a great force comparable to the Nanming dynasty. Although the snow sword immortal wanted to stop it, she could only sigh softly and remain silent. The star sword immortal was the strongest person in the stellar sword valley. If even he died so tragically, there was no need to think about what would happen to the stellar sword valley. On the other hand, she also understood a principle. To Guchanga, their life and death were not important. What was important was not to hinder or provoke him. Guchanga was not a kind person. Ah Qing, Princess Xiandai, and the others were also silent. At this juncture, who would dare to persuade Guchanga? They were not stupid. Although Guchanga's attitude towards them was very gentle and polite, it didn't mean that they were important in Guchanga's eyes. How could anyone who had reached this realm be a simple person? Since you're all here, why are you in a hurry to leave? At this time, Guchanga's gaze fell on a certain place, and he spoke again, his expression unchanged. The snow sword immortal and the others were slightly shocked when they heard this, and they looked in the direction Guchanga said. Boom! The next moment, heaven and earth shook violently, and a terrifying aura spread out. Guchanga stretched out his palm and imprisoned a certain place in the void. As his palm stretched out, heaven and earth became dim, and all the light disappeared, as if they had fallen into eternal darkness. A boundless and terrifying hand seemed to have reached out from a black hole in the universe. It was powerful and terrifying, and with a shake, everything was destroyed. The void collapsed at the first moment. Like a spider web, countless dense cracks appeared and shattered into nothingness. What is that? Is the world going to be destroyed? Countless living beings and cultivators within a radius of 10 million felt their souls tremble, and they wanted to kneel down and worship in that direction. The people in Gusang City felt it the most. It was as if doomsday had arrived, and they were suffocating. Their bodies and souls were about to collapse under this aura. They were extremely shocked. Even the snow sword immortal's soul trembled, and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn, feeling the terror of Guchanga. Even if the rules of heaven and earth suppressed him under such circumstances, it was enough to sweep the world with one hand. Ah, between heaven and earth, there was a sound of bones breaking and screams that made one's teeth ache. Somewhere in the void was collapsing rapidly. Blood seeped out from it. Several figures that were hiding within revealed themselves. But now, they were extremely miserable. They were caught by a terrifying dark hand, unable to move. Their faces were filled with fear and despair. Their bones were exploding, and their bodies were collapsing. That's Granny Sky Demon, Sword Immortal Dust, and a peerless old emperor of a dynasty. Everyone in Gusang City trembled in fear as they recognized the identity of these people. There was no doubt that they were all sword immortals of the land. Especially the old woman with disheveled hair, she was the famous Granny Sky Demon, who had the Sky Demon sword spirit. She had made a name for herself in the Sword Arcane Great World 4,000 years ago, and was not something the Star Sword Immortals could compare to. But today, she was miserable. Her body was covered in blood, and her bones were shattered. Her body and soul were about to be destroyed. The other two Sword Immortals of the land were also extremely miserable. They were suppressed to the point that it was difficult for them to even move. They were almost crushed into a cloud of blood mist. That terrifying black hand covered everything, as if it was the hand of the Celestial Emperor. It carried a power that made one's heart palpitate and despair. It grabbed the three Sword Immortals of the land as if they were three little insects. They should have come with the Star Sword Immortal for the Sword Immortal token. Seeing that the situation was not right, they wanted to retreat. Snow Sword Immortal frowned. Among them was her old acquaintance, Granny Sky Demon. The two had clashed before, and their strength was on par. But later, when she comprehended the Ice Divine Domain, Granny Sky Demon was no match for her, and disappeared without a trace. She did not expect Granny Sky Demon to appear here in such a way. Looking at Granny Sky Demon's miserable appearance, she could not help but feel complicated. Everyone in Gusang City also looked at this scene with trembling. The Sword Immortals of the land were usually high and mighty, figures that they needed to look up to and worship. But today, they were begging for mercy so miserably. They were reduced to fish on the chopping board, and their lives were not in their hands. Such a big contrast made them even more frightened. "You want to capture and kill me with just you?" Guchunga's expression did not change. He stood on the city wall and spoke casually. "Spare me, we are all here under the sword immortal token of the Xianxia's old sword immortal. This is none of our business. We are just following orders. We have no ill intentions." Granny Sky Demon and the others all had a miserable and frightened look. Blood mist constantly spread out from their bodies, and their bones cracked, as if they were about to be crushed into ashes. When they saw the fall of the Star Sword Immortal, they felt that the situation was not right and wanted to escape. But a terrifying pressure, like the will of heaven and earth, shrouded them, sealing every inch of the void. Then, a huge hand that covered the sky reached out. It was as if the universe was condensing, and they could not escape. For the first time after becoming a sword immortal of the land, they experienced what it meant to be weak and desperate. That was not a power they could contend with. What was laughable was that they thought that they could kill Guchunga by relying on their numbers and force back the many extraterrestrial demons. It was no different from a dream. In such a desperate situation, they only wanted to live. "Xianxia's old sword immortal? Sword immortal token? Don't worry, he will accompany you soon." Guchunga smiled gently, his eyes did not fluctuate. "Spare me." Feeling Guchunga's killing intent, Granny Sky Demon and the other two sword immortals of the land revealed despair and fear. They did not expect that they would die such a cowardly death one day. In front of Gusang City, everyone was trembling in fear to the extreme. They felt that something that would sweep across the entire sword-profound world would definitely happen today, setting off a shocking wave. In the next moment, Guchunga gently shook his head. The terrifying black hand in the void suddenly closed, and there seemed to be endless light intertwining within it. Then, with a bang, it exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The giant black hand stretched across the sky and stretched out for thousands of miles, grabbing the three sword immortals of the land in its palm. Then, it slapped them into ashes, leaving only terrified and desperate screams. This was a scene that made people tremble in fear. Even the Snow Sword Fairy, who was also a sword immortal of the land, felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't help but clench her fists under her white dress. This was an indescribable gap, and it was not an exaggeration to describe it as a natural chasm. Even she felt a deep sense of powerlessness and despair. If she were to face these three sword immortals of the land, she would definitely die. But in front of Guchunga, they were as fragile as paper. He could kill them with just one slap. At this moment, the Snow Sword Fairy finally understood why when she searched the souls of those extraterrestrial demons. That group of people had such a deep fear of Guchunga's name. It was like ants facing a true dragon. That feeling of kneeling and trembling seemed to come from the deepest part of their divine souls, and it was difficult to erase. So this was the reason. Ah Ching and Princess Xiandai looked at Guchunga on the city wall, whose expression didn't change at all. For some reason, they felt an extremely strange feeling. Even the sword immortals of the land were no different from ants in his eyes. Maybe this is what a savior should be like. 17-inch he's still too gentle in front of us, Ah Ching whispered. The eyes of the old city lord and the others beside her were also filled with fear. Previously, they treated Guchunga as their savior and were worried that something would happen to him. But after seeing this scene, they suddenly realized that he dared to come to the sword mystic world so calmly because he was not worried about any danger. This kind of invincible and terrifying strength was the reason for his confidence. How did he do it? This world clearly doesn't allow people with such strength to appear. Lin En's pupils contracted violently, and he could not hide the shock in his heart. Originally, he was quite proud of himself for reaching the sword immortal of the land in his 20s. But today, he was finally shocked. All of this was simply unbelievable to him, like a dream. At this moment, Lin En felt a strong sense of crisis. If Guchunga wanted to kill him, even if his real body came, it would be difficult for him to block a palm strike, and now, his master, the old sword immortal, had issued the sword immortal order, ordering all the sword immortals in the world to surround and kill Guchunga. This was a great enmity that could be said to be irreconcilable. How could Guchunga let Xianxia off? Let go of the old sword immortal? No, my strength is still too weak. I have to think of a way to become stronger. Otherwise, I will definitely not be able to protect the Shu sect. Jolson's gaze gradually became serious, and he felt that his shoulders had become much heavier. It seems that the strength of sword immortals on land is different as well. In the sky, Guchanga gently shook his head. He didn't care about the fear in the eyes of the people around him as he descended from the city wall. In his opinion, the stellar sword immortal was at most a first-tier quasi-emperor. The few land sword immortals from before were much stronger than the star sword immortals. This was perhaps due to the influence of the profound sword great world's laws of heaven and earth. From his point of view, it was obvious that this great world could give birth to a more powerful existence. Because of the existence of the will of heaven and earth, it did not allow for the birth of someone who was too strong, so as to avoid exceeding its control. From the strength of Granny Sky Demon and the others, it also confirmed Guchanga's guess. These people could be considered to be standing at the peak of the profound sword great world. But they were still too far away from the realm of Tao attainment. It seems that the will of heaven and earth of this world is not small. Guchanga had a faint guess in his heart. After all, after the will of heaven and earth was born, it would definitely not be as impartial and heartless as before. Otherwise, with the foundation of this world, how could it not give birth to an existence at the level of Tao attainment, as Guchanga stepped into Gusang City? Everyone looked at him with fear in their eyes and couldn't help but retreat. The patriarchs of the major families who had planned to join forces with several land sword immortals to attack were also terrified, their bodies trembling. It seems that you want to attack me too? Guchanga casually glanced at them and said. At this moment, the Wu family head and the others only felt the blood in their bodies freeze. Their divine souls collapsed into ashes, and their entire bodies were completely erased from this world. They wanted to open their mouths to explain, but when the words reached their mouths, they trembled and could not speak. Boom! In the next moment, Guchanga's gaze fell, and a terrifying pressure poured down like a mountain torrent. A strand of heavy pressure crushed the void and collapsed the rules. Many of the buildings and pavilions in front of them disappeared in an instant, as if they had turned into ashes. Including the Wu family head and the others, they also collapsed in an instant, their flesh and divine souls turning into ashes. A thick blood mist filled the world, sprinkling down like splashed ink. It was mixed with many broken weapon fragments and bone fragments, causing all the cultivators in Gusang City to tremble in fear. They could naturally see that when Granny Sky Demon and the others appeared, these major families had the intention to attack. However, it seemed that their intentions had been seen through by Guchanga very early on. Today, a total of 4 land sword immortals had died outside Gusang City, and they had died one after another because of a single person. Even when they were barging into the crack in the sky, there had not been so many peak experts who had died. This was definitely a terrifying loss to the sword profound world. The news of this place spread out almost immediately, causing a sensation in the 13 provinces of the sword profound world, causing countless cultivators to be terrified and shocked. No one had expected that when the armies sent by the various forces were resisting the extraterrestrial demons at the front lines, such a shocking event would happen in the hinterland. For land sword immortals had fallen. If this was during peacetime, it would definitely be unimaginable. And now, it was equivalent to dying tragically at the hands of the same person. On that day, the location of the Stellar Sword Valley was razed to the ground by an expert. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, a terrifying crater appeared. It was a scene of devastation, and everything had turned into ruins. This was a great force that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Its foundation was extremely deep, and it had a land sword immortal overseeing it. However, it was still slaughtered by a single person, completely erased from this world. This matter caused all the forces in the sword profound world to tremble in fear, worried that the flames of disaster would burn their heads. Many people understood the cause of this matter. If the old sword immortal had not taken out the sword immortal token, such a disaster would not have occurred. It could even be said that the existence of the sword immortal token was the source, and the old sword immortal was the culprit. He's simply courting death. He could have provoked anyone, but he had to provoke that person. He really doesn't know his place. He just had to throw himself at the edge of the blade. When the cultivators of the upper realm learned of this matter, they all laughed mockingly and gloated. On the contrary, they expressed sympathy for the many forces in the sword profound world. Tuoba Xiaoyao, who had already infiltrated the Shu sect, had a drastic change in expression. He felt that the old sword immortal's actions were leading the flames of war to the Shu sect, which could very well cause his plan to fail. Shu sect was one of the top holy lands for sword cultivation in the sword mystery world. The saying that all the sword masters in the world came from Shu sect was not without reason. In the forbidden area of Shu sect's back mountain, there was a sword pool that covered thousands of miles. It was said that it was built by the first ancestor of Shu sect. It was taken from a meteorite and was refined using more than 100,000 methods. There were more than 300,000 divine swords in it. Every time there was a full moon or a scorching sun in the sky, there would be the sound of thousands of swords humming, showing many mysterious sword wills. Countless sword shadows circled in the sky. Sword chi intertwined. Many disciples and elders of Shu sect came here to comprehend swordsmanship and improved quickly. This was one of the forbidden areas of Shu sect. At the same time, in the sword pavilion that towered into the clouds, there were all kinds of swordsmanship and supernatural powers collected by generations of Shu sect elders and disciples. The sword pool and the sword pavilion were the two forbidden areas of Shu sect. They were specially guarded by elders of the ninth realm. Usually, even flies could not fly in. But at this moment, Tuoba Xiaoyao, as a guest from outer space, walked into the sword pavilion with a calm expression. He was wearing the clothes of Shu sect disciples. There was a faint sword will flowing around him. Even the crippled elder who was in charge of guarding the door showed admiration for him. The pure aura of a Shu sect disciple. He had comprehended a powerful sword will at such a young age. He would definitely be the pillar of Shu sect in a few years. Things are still the same, but people have changed. I can't see the past at all. The elder at the entrance of the sword pavilion naturally did not know what Tuoba Xiaoyao was thinking. He looked at the neatly arranged bookshelves in the sword pavilion, looking for those familiar jade scrolls. His eyes gradually became absent-minded. Once upon a time, he was like the other disciples, reading all kinds of scriptures here. But now, he could not see a familiar figure. Even the crippled elder at the door was a very unfamiliar face. Since he watched the ancestor pass away, too many things had happened in Shu sect. Even many of the scriptures in the sword pavilion were lost. I hope I can find a solution. My sister's life is still in the hands of Guchanga. Regaining his senses, Taba Carefree's figure gradually disappeared among the many jade scrolls. He began to flip through them continuously, starting from the first level, all the way to the 8th level. During this time, he encountered many strange looks from the Shu sect disciples, but he turned a blind eye to them. Tuoba Xiaoyao knew that Shu sect would enter Guchanga's eyes sooner or later. At that time, the secret of him being a disciple of Shu sect might be exposed. In this way, whether it was the upper realm or the sword profound world, there would be no place for him to stay. That was why he had to think of a way to save his sister from Guchanga before the armies of the upper realm's orthodoxies noticed the Shu sect. Because of the existence of the mixed Yuan sky palm sword embryo, Guchanga would not attack him for a while. However, once the mixed Yuan sky palm sword fell into Guchanga's hands, everything became unclear. Therefore, during this period, he had to do everything he could to increase his strength and find the means and confidence to contend against Guchanga. Buzz, at the same time, in the sword pool of Shu sect, there were hundreds of millions of swords trembling slightly. Many divine swords located in the cliffs, rocks, and hills seemed to be cheering in response, as if worshipping the Emperor of Swords. A tall figure sat cross-legged in the depths of the sword pool. His aura was calm and his eyes were closed. However, there were many sword shadows surrounding him, rising and falling like Wang Yang. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. The sword shadows in the sky were reflected in the depths of his eyes, as if they could cut through the long river of time and the endless void. Such a big problem. Not only is he the enemy of Shu sect, but he is also the enemy of the sword profound world. This figure was naturally the current young grandmaster of Shu sect, Lin En. Unlike the incarnation in Gusang City, this was his original body, and his strength had already reached the level of a land sword immortal. Even the old sword immortal who had taught him before was defeated by his sword a few years ago. To put it bluntly, in the current sword profound world, he was the first person. Lin En's figure stepped out of the sword pool. The surrounding divine swords also slowly quieted down, showing a devout worship to him. He looked in the direction of Gusang City, frowning. The connection between the incarnation and the original body was quite deep, so he was very clear about everything that had happened in Gusang City. The fall of the four land sword immortals was really shocking. Until now, the entire 13 provinces of the Sword Profound World were still in a state of panic. The terrifying strength that Guchanga had displayed brought a deep sense of powerlessness and despair to everyone. It was absolute invincibility and suppression, and there was no other possibility. Even if his original body went and used all his means, he would not be Guchanga's opponent. Now, this terrifying enemy was planning to make a move on Shu Sect and the Old Sword Immortal. After all, the Sword Immortal's token was issued by the Old Sword Immortal. Master is far from being a match for Guchanga. Even the Grandmaster who went through the tribulation back then would not be able to do so. This is a disaster for Shu Sect. It seems that we can only go to Wuming Valley. Otherwise, before the Sword Profound World is destroyed, Shu Sect will be razed to the ground first. Lin En sighed softly and took a step forward. The void blurred, and his figure soon disappeared. The Wuming Valley he was talking about was a mysterious place in the Sword Profound World. There was no law there, no heaven, no earth, and no restrictions. The sky was round and the earth was boundless. If a cultivator stepped into it, there was no second possibility other than being trapped to death. Even he had only stopped at the outermost area of the Wuming Valley. He sensed great danger and did not continue to step in. But since ancient times, misfortune and blessing came hand in hand. Lin En happened to cultivate a divination sword technique, which told him that there would be a glimmer of hope. So he decided to take advantage of the fact that Guchanga had not killed his way to Shu Sect and go to the Wuming Valley first. That Guchanga will definitely not let Shu Sect go. For now, we can only join forces with the Sword Cliff, Mount Kong, and other forces to have a chance of survival. Snow Sword Immortal has already betrayed the Sword Cliff. She still does not understand that Guchanga has good intentions. At this moment, in the main hall of the Shu Sect, many elders were gathered. The current sect master of the Shu Sect, including the Old Sword Immortal and the others, were also present. The person who spoke was the Old Sword Immortal. He stroked his beard, and there was a hint of anger in his heavy gaze. It was obvious that he hated Snow Sword Immortal for not fighting for him. In his opinion, Guchanga's strength was enough to sweep through the Sword Profound World. How could he come here for no reason and even tell them how to fight against the extraterrestrial demons? This was unreasonable in itself, but Snow Sword Immortal chose to believe in Guchanga, which made him extremely angry. However, as the Old Sword Immortal's words fell, the hall fell into silence. Many elders, including the current sect master of the Shu Sect, Graceful Sword Immortal, were also silent. The Old Sword Immortal's unauthorized issuance of the Sword Immortal token had actually violated the rules of the Shu Sect. However, with his seniority and strength, no one dared to say anything. However, he still could not see the situation clearly. Guchanga originally did not have any plans to attack the Shu Sect, but after this incident, he had become the enemy of the Shu Sect. They were still very clear about who was more important. The main hall of the Shu Sect was completely silent. No one said a word as they quietly stared at the Old Sword Immortal in the middle. This was a matter of life and death for the Shu Sect. Even if the Old Sword Immortal had an astonishing seniority, he could not speak rashly at this time. Many elders looked at each other, their eyes flashing with thoughts and unwillingness. Martial Uncle's words are reasonable, but my Shu Sect did not need to attract such a calamity. That young Master Gu's strength is much more terrifying than that group of invading sky demons. Finally, the current sect master of the Shu Sect, the refined man known as the Sword Immortal, spoke with a helpless expression. Guchanga's strength was something that the entire Sword Profound World knew. He could kill 3 Earth Sword Immortals with a single palm. Not to mention the Shu Sect, even if the strongest experts of all the 13 prefectures were to join forces, it would still be difficult for them to contend against him. And the reason for all of this was because the Old Sword Immortal had issued the Sword Immortal token without permission. Originally, Guchanga and the Sword Profound World could live in harmony. So you're all blaming this old man now? The Old Sword Immortal was not stupid. He quickly understood the intentions of the people in the hall and said with a sullen expression. He really did not expect that at such a critical moment, the Shu sect would not think about how to fight against Guchanga, but instead think about how to avoid this calamity, and blame him. This made him very disappointed. How could this group of disciples and grand disciples lose their courage and only know how to resign themselves to fate? The sword-profound world had encountered such a great calamity. How could Guchanga be a good person? It was just that his disguise was very good. Now, not only was the snow sword immortal deceived by him, even the elders of the Shu sect were so afraid that they did not dare to accept the challenge. Martial uncle, we all understand what you want to say, but my Shu sect really cannot bear such a huge loss. Only ruins remain in the Stellar Sword Valley. As for the reason, I think you are very clear. Even if that young Master Gu does not have good intentions, before he reveals his intentions, we are still safe. We can continue to stall for time and find a way to solve this problem. Xianxia sighed. He had already made things very clear. If the Shu sect were to start a war with Guchanga, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Other than turning into ashes, there would be no other outcome. Now, the Shu sect still had one last hope, and that was to delay until the will of the heavens and earth recovered, waiting for the heavens and earth to undergo a huge reversal. This was the revelation and method they had obtained from the ancient altar. I understand now. So you're planning to capture me today and apologize to that Gu guy to avoid this disaster? Am I right? Hearing this, the old sword immortal suddenly revealed a cold smile. His originally sage-like face was now filled with sorrow. In the hall of the Shu sect, there was a solemn silence. None of the elders spoke. Only the sound of swords reverberated between heaven and earth. Good, 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 that kid Lin will avenge me. The old sword immortal suddenly laughed, slowly sweeping his gaze over everyone, full of disdain. I believe that he is the final hope of our world, and not the will of the world that you have entrusted to him. Xianxian's expression did not change. I hope that martial uncle will not make things difficult for us. On that day, something terrifying happened in the Shu sect, shocking all the disciples. The ancient bells on the various mountain peaks trembled incessantly. Streams of sword chi circulated, sweeping across the heavens and earth, rushing towards the main peak. An ancestor of the Shu sect, who was also the old sword immortal, issued the sword immortal order without permission, bringing great calamity to the Shu sect and even the 13 prefectures. When the news spread, the entire sword-profound great world was shaken. The Sword Cliff, Mount Kong and the other powers were even more shocked. Countless cultivators and living beings widened their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they had heard wrongly. The old sword immortal of the Shu sect was a supreme figure in the hearts of countless sword cultivators. In the various cities, there were still many rumors about him when he was young spreading. The cliffs, sword valleys, and stone tablets that he had once cultivated in had all attracted countless people to observe and comprehend a strand of his sword intent. But until now, he had been abandoned by the Shu sect and had been reduced to an abandoned child. This matter shook the world. No cultivator or living being was not shocked. Many young people who viewed the old sword immortal as a god shouted in disbelief, unable to believe all of this. Without a doubt, this was a helpless choice of the Shu sect. At the same time, it was also a plea for mercy for Guchanga. Many cultivators could see that in the face of such a huge disaster, the Shu sect immediately took down the culprit, the old sword immortal. Such an attitude was already low enough. They just hoped that Guchanga's anger would not implicate the Shu sect. The Sword Cliff, Mount Kong, and the other forces also immediately distanced themselves from the matter. At this time, they could see that Guchanga was not in cahoots with the group of extraterrestrial demons. The moment they found out that the Shu sect had offended Guchanga, the extraterrestrial demons showed schadenfreude instead of anger. Therefore, the best choice was not to provoke Guchanga and mind their own business. This way, they could live in peace. Master, Lin, who was rushing to the Wuyin Valley, had a deep gaze for a long time. A strong killing intent filled the air, but it quickly disappeared and calmed down. He understood that if he wanted to save the old sword immortal, the only way was to kill Guchanga or avenge the old sword immortal. But no matter which one it was not something that he could do now. Therefore, he had to think of a way to go deep into the Wuyin Valley. In order to avoid this disaster, the Shu sect actually took down the old sword immortal personally. When Ah Qing and Princess Xiandai heard this news, they were also shocked. Because of the matter of Guchanga crushing 3 Earth Sword Immortals in Gusang City, the entire Sword Profound world fell into panic. Many forces were extremely uneasy. Fortunately, they were very close to Guchanga and did not have to worry about that. Now, they were on the way to the Shu sect with Guchanga to denounce the Shu sect. Today, they happened to hear the news from the Shu sect. If the Shu sect does this, it is wise. However, if they do this, I'm afraid it will attract the disdain of the other forces. Princess Xianxia frowned slightly as she looked at the vast mountain range in the distance. There, sword light could be seen whistling, and the mountains were endless. That was where the Shu sect was located. Unlike the other forces, the Shu sect was located deep in the mountains. It was a dangerous place with many pavilions and palaces, which looked majestic and magnificent. This matter is the fault of the Shu sect. Benefactor did not do anything wrong. Qing nodded. Hearing these words, the Snow Sword Immortal's eyes under the white mask could not help but reveal a complicated expression. At that time, she had advised the Old Sword Immortal not to act rashly. However, the Old Sword Immortal did not listen to her. Instead, he took out the Sword Immortal token and tried to capture Guchanga. Therefore, karma was a matter of life and death. With her friendship with the Old Sword Immortal, she did not want to see such a day appear. Unfortunately, things did not go as she wished. Swish! Swish! Soon, in the direction of the Shu sect, several divine rainbows flew over. They were all elders of the Shu sect. They had already known that Guchanga had arrived, so they did not dare to neglect him. Their expressions were filled with worry and fear. In addition to the elders of the Shu sect, there were also the graceful Sword Immortal and the others. What the Old Sword Immortal did was not what my Shu sect wanted. Now, he has been locked in prison and is waiting for young Master Gu to deal with him. The graceful Sword Immortal recognized Guchanga at a glance, and his attitude was extremely respectful. Many of the Shu sect disciples who followed him also revealed fear on their faces. Their bodies could not help but tremble. The man in front of them was an existence that could crush the Earth Sword Immortal to death with a raise of his hand. Even the huge Shu sect would not be able to contend against him. Even if it was a god, it was difficult to describe his terror. You can rest assured that I am not someone who would kill innocent people. Since you are tactful, then I will not blame you too much. Guchanga nodded with a calm expression. To him, the attitude of the Shu sect was not unexpected, and it also saved him a lot of effort. He had spent quite a bit of time in the Sword Profound Great World, so he could use this opportunity to borrow the power of the Shu sect to find the source of the world. I knew that Benefactor would not implicate the Shu sect. Qing was not surprised at all. On the other hand, Snow Sword Immortal and Princess Xianxia were secretly shocked. They never thought that Guchanga would actually let this matter go so easily. Hearing this, the many elders of the Shu sect, including the graceful Sword Immortal, could not help but heave a long sigh of relief. Following that, the entire Shu sect was shaken. Many disciples did not expect Guchanga to arrive so quickly. They were incomparably terrified, thinking that a great disaster was imminent. However, they quickly found out that Guchanga did not have any plans to vent his anger on them. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. Many disciples even felt that Guchanga was different from the group of sky demons that had invaded the Sword Profound Great World. At the very least, he would not willfully kill the innocent. The words he said were not untrustworthy. As for the Old Sword Immortal, his cultivation had long been crippled and he was currently imprisoned in the Shu sect's heavenly prison. Without Guchanga's consent, it would be difficult for him to be released in this lifetime. For such an ant that could be casually crushed to death, Guchanga was too lazy to care about it. However, from Snow Sword Immortal, he learned a lot of information. The Son of Destiny that he saw in Gusang City that day was the disciple of this Old Sword Immortal. Now, his aura was not in the Shu sect. It seemed that he had traveled far away, which made Guchanga quite surprised. Therefore, after thinking about it, he still instructed the Shu sect's sect master to spare the Old Sword Immortal's life. After all, for the Son of Destiny, this was his master, so he could more or less play a role. Shu sect did not know what Guchanga's intentions were. Seeing him give such an order, many elders were even more grateful and could not thank him. Soon, another few days passed. The entire sword-profound great world became more and more chaotic, and the 13 provinces were swept by the flames of war. Many orthodoxies in the upper realm sent down even more troops, which could be said to be endless. Now, even the existence of the quasi-emperor realm came here with supreme secret treasures to avoid their own aura, and wantonly slaughter. This made countless cultivators despair, and they could not feel the slightest bit of light. The Sword Cliff, Mount Kong, and other forces had placed their last hope on the will of heaven and earth. In the depths of the Shu sect, there was a magnificent palace. Xianxia temporarily stayed here for the past few days. At this moment, he stood with his hands behind his back, and his plain white clothes were not stained with dust. He looked up at the Shu sect's forbidden area that was surrounded by sword chi, and his eyes were somewhat thoughtful. Many female disciples who came to deliver the spirit fruit and spirit wine looked a little lost in thought. If it were not for the incident in Gusang City, who would have thought that the existence that could casually crush a sword immortal to death would be such a handsome young master? Is there something special about that place? In the courtyard, Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back. His hair was like black jade, shining brightly. He looked extraordinary, as if he could step into the sky at any time. He looked at the 2 forbidden areas in the depths of Shu sect and asked the Shu sect disciple who came to deliver the spiritual fruits. Young Master Gu, that is the direction of the sword pavilion and the sword casting pool. Usually, only the elders and core disciples can enter and leave at will. If other disciples dare to set foot there, their cultivation will be abolished and they will be expelled from the Shu sect, the female disciple of the Shu sect explained. There were countless sword techniques recorded in the sword pavilion, and the sword pool contained divine weapons. The two complemented each other, which led to Shu sect's dominating position in the sword mystery world. However, the sword pavilion and the sword pool were usually in a closed state, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. I see. Xianxia was deep in thought. Suddenly, he thought of something. Since Tuoba Xiaoyao had the identity of a Shu sect disciple, then the secret technique that he used to refine the divine palm sword into the origin divine palm sword embryo should have come from Shu sect. If Tuoba Xiaoyao wanted to save his sister, then he would definitely come to Shu sect again. However, Xianxia's goal was only the divine palm sword. He did not care much about Tuoba Xiaoyao's life or death. Therefore, from the current situation, it was only a matter of time before the divine palm sword was separated from Tuoba Xiaoyao's body and handed over to him. During this process, Xianxia only needed to pay attention to Tuoba Xiaoyao's little tricks. He paid more attention to the origin of the world. During this period of time, things developed as he expected. Because the war was getting more and more intense, all the forces in the sword mystery world joined forces to fight against the extraterrestrial demons in the southern barren state. Many forces were also sending disciples to investigate everywhere, trying to find traces of the will of the heavenly path. This was good news for Xianxia. As long as the will of the heavenly path appeared, he could naturally follow the clues and find the origin of the world. However, he always felt that the will of the heavenly path of the sword mystery world was deliberately avoiding everyone's pursuit and would not appear easily. Besides that, the epic tree is about to mature. It's time to release the news. Xianxia's consciousness sank into his own inner universe. He looked at the lush and ancient tree that towered into the sky. Strands of chaotic fog fell down, and it was as if the stars in the sky were condensing. Vaguely, he could see a river that had traversed countless eras flowing under the towering ancient tree. Many fragments of time flew out, reflecting ancient scenes. There was the birth of lightning, the withering of primal chaos, the shattering of heaven and earth, the collapse of the universe. The epic tree that was originally on the verge of death now glowed with life once more. The Eridao fruit that was about to mature was like a gorgeous and dreamlike nebula that floated between the treetops, and it seemed to hold up the sky for eternity. This epic Dao fruit contained the incomplete providence of the upper realm and a portion of the shattered precepts. If it was merged with the heavenly axiom of the upper realm, it could cause a huge change in the environment of heaven and earth in an instant and return to the most prosperous and glorious era. It was difficult to become an immortal in the upper realm, and the celestial gate was not open. The biggest reason was that after the battle of the Forbidden Era, the rules were shattered, and the environment did not allow it. Now, the epic Dao fruit was about to mature. However, Xianxia only needed to seal it in his inner universe. Unless he was willing, no one would be able to see through this aura. He had been planning to set up a trap with this epic Tao fruit because at his current level, the origin of ordinary Tao attainment beings would not be of much use anymore. Those who had been trapped in the Tao attainment realm for many years had reached a bottleneck. If heaven and earth allowed it, they could enter the immortal Tao realm at any time. That was his target. If those existences knew that the epic Tao fruit had matured, they would definitely go crazy and come looking for him, causing endless bloodshed. Those people were equivalent to standing at the peak of the upper realm, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe them as incomplete immortals. With a raise of their hands, they could shatter the universe, tear through galaxies, and easily destroy heaven and earth. If they chose an ordinary great world, they would not even need to descend in person. Just a wisp of aura would be enough to shatter it. Or rather, they would set up a trap to trap them and then hunt them down. That would not work at all. Therefore, Xianxia was faced with the problem of how to choose the location of the layout. After a period of investigation, Xianxia felt that the profound sword great world in front of him was actually not very suitable. The existence of the will of the heavenly Tao would become an unexpected factor. He temporarily gave up on this plan. After all, it would take him at least some time to break through to the immortal Tao realm. During this time, he could still plan again. Very quickly, a few days passed. The flames of war raged in the outside world. 4 of the 13 prefectures of Mysterious Sword had already fallen into enemy hands and were occupied by the orthodoxies of the higher realms. Begging for fresh flowers 0 at least on the surface, there was no possibility of a reversal. In the Shu sect, Xianxia also saw a person he had expected. However, he still looked a little surprised. He smiled and said, "It seems that you are quite punctual." The person who came was Tuoba Xiaoyao. However, he came as an outsider and not a disciple of the Shu sect. Therefore, many disciples and elders of the Shu sect did not dare to be negligent. When they knew that he was coming to look for Xianxia, they quickly led the way and led him over. Today was the deadline that Xianxia had agreed with him. If he did not hand over the heaven-wielding sword to Xianxia today, his sister Tuoba Qingyu would also disappear from this world. Tuoba Xiaoyao dared not joke about his sister's life. Fortunately, when he sneaked into the Shu sect some time ago, he found the jade scroll in the sword pavilion and found the way to break the origin heaven-wielding sword embryo. "I want to know about my sister's safety." Tuoba Xiaoyao's face darkened slightly. He went straight to the point. "Hand over the heaven-wielding sword first." Xianxia stood up and said casually, "You are not qualified to negotiate with me now." Princess Xiandai, Qing, and the others who heard the news all stood outside the courtyard. They were somewhat confused. They could see that although Tuoba Xiaoyao was also from the outer world, he did not seem to be on the same side as Xianxia. Although he maintained his composure, the hatred in his eyes could not be concealed. Heaven-wielding sword? Only the snow sword fairy frowned slightly under the mask. She felt that these 3 words were a little familiar, as if she had heard of them before. "Xianxia, don't go too far." Tuoba Xiaoyao's face was still very gloomy. He clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. Xianxia smiled. Suddenly, he waved his sleeves. A layer of ripples appeared in front of him. Then, an image appeared in front of him. In a quiet mansion, a young girl was watched by many experts. She could not move an inch. Her face was full of anger and unwillingness, mixed with the fear and uneasiness in the depths of her eyes. "Qingyu?" Tuoba Xiaoyao recognized the young girl at a glance. She was his sister, Tuoba Qingyu, who was captured by Xianxia's men. Seeing that she was safe and sound, he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the worry in his heart lessened. "Are you satisfied now?" Xianxia smiled inexplicably. 2. The courtyard was not big, but it was extremely quiet. There were small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, and wisps of fog lingered around. Lingji mushrooms and sacred plants were everywhere. It was like a fairyland that was independent of the mortal world. However, at this moment, the atmosphere here was dead silent. Even Qing, Princess Xiandai, and the others who came later could not help but feel a little scared. Not to mention the elders of Shu sect who brought Tuoba Xiaoyao here. Their faces were pale. They did not expect that this person had a grudge against Xianxia. However, Guchanga did not say anything, so they did not dare to say anything. Remember what you promised me. You are not allowed to hurt my sister. In the courtyard, looking at the scene in the void, Tuoba Xiaoyao finally felt relieved, but his tone was still cold. Don't worry, I never go back on my words. Since I promised you, I will naturally do it. Guchanga smiled gently and rolled up his sleeves. The scene in the void dissipated like a bubble. Looking at the disappearing scene in the void, everyone was silent. They did not dare to speak carelessly without knowing the truth. Although it looked like Guchanga had caught Tuoba Xiaoyao's sister in front of him and then threatened him to hand over something, Tuoba Xiaoyao was obviously from the upper realm. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao obviously came from the upper realm as well. Who knew if he was a friend or foe before they figured out his intentions? I hope you don't go back on your words. Tuoba Xiaoyao looked coldly at Guchanga. As his voice fell, a brilliant light spread out from his glabella. It was like a sword talisman the size of a palm. It was crystal clear and surrounded by ancient patterns. True dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird. Tao Tai, Bai Feng, all kinds of terrifying ancient beasts appeared and turned into sword shapes. At the same time, a supreme sword intent intertwined as if to break through the universe and oppress everyone around. At this moment, many elders and disciples of Shu sect felt a sense of fear. The accompanying life spiritual sword was suppressed as if it wanted to submit to the sword emperor. Buzz. Buzz, in the forbidden area of Shu sect, there were countless divine swords trembling as if they were about to wake up and submit to Tuoba Xiaoyao. Why is there such a strange movement in my Shu sect sword casting pool? The expressions of many elders and disciples changed greatly. Their bodies were trembling all over. Their skin was about to be pierced through by the sword light and turned into ashes. They couldn't believe it. It was the first time they had encountered such a strange situation. Even the accompanying spiritual swords in their bodies were suppressed, almost surrendering to Tuoba Xiaoyao. The master of the Shu sect turned into a beam of sword light and rushed over. He landed outside the courtyard and looked at everything in shock. He recalled a scene recorded in the ancient records. Back then, a peerless genius had appeared in the Shu sect. His accompanying spirit sword had such a mysterious phenomenon, causing countless divine swords in the sword-forging pool to react as if the Emperor of Swords had been born. Unfortunately, that peerless genius died early. Unfortunately, he was struck to death by the lightning tribulation while observing a Grandmaster's tribulation. This was the biggest regret of the Shu sect. Now, on to Tuoba Xiaoyao, the Shu sect leader actually saw the terrifying phenomenon that had appeared before. However, why was Tuoba Xiaoyao able to use part of the Shu sect's secret technique? This made him extremely shocked. A huge commotion arose in his heart as he tried to guess Tuoba Xiaoyao's identity. Unlike the Shu sect leader, the snow sword fairy, Ah Qing, and the others stared intently at the blurry sword shadow that gradually appeared between Tuoba Xiaoyao's eyebrows. Their hearts were also unsettled. In the sword mystic great world, every cultivator would be born with a spiritual sword. Based on this, different talents would determine the speed of their cultivation. The snow sword fairy was known as the first genius of the sword mystic great world in 3,000 years. Naturally, the spiritual sword that was born with her would not be simple. Therefore, she could feel the horror of the sword embryo that Tuoba Xiaoyao condensed. It was a terrifying power that transcended the world and the rules of this world. She even felt that the moment the power erupted, it was enough to destroy the sword mystic great world. Heaven-wielding sword. Could this be the purpose of Guchanga's arrival in the sword mystic great world? The snow sword fairy's eyes moved slightly. She couldn't help but look at Guchanga. She naturally heard the words heaven-wielding sword just now. However, that didn't make sense. After all, Tuoba Xiaoyao came from the upper world, not the sword mystic great world. There was no need for Guchanga to go through so much trouble to come to this world for someone from the upper world. No, this person can use the secret art of the Shu sect. What's going on? Where did he come from? Could he be a disciple of the Shu sect? The snow sword fairy soon noticed a strange scene. Her pupils contracted slightly under the mask. The secret art that Tuoba Xiaoyao used to separate the heaven-wielding sword carried a strong Shu sect aura. It was impossible to use it without the strength of a core disciple. She believed that everyone present, other than her, The other elders with discerning eyes would definitely be able to see through it as well. What's going on? Heaven-wielding sword? What's that? The many elders of the Shu sect were extremely shocked at this moment. They kept looking at each other in confusion. Buzz, at this moment, Tuoba Xiaoyao closed his eyes and stood in the courtyard. His robe and hair fluttered without wind. The crystal-clear sword talisman rotated between his eyebrows, about to condense into a real form. The terrifying sword chi swept across the heavens and the earth, causing countless divine swords of the Shu sect to vibrate and clang. There were even images of people ascending into the sky. That was the ancient people praying and offering sacrifices to the blurry immortals. Faintly, everyone heard the ancient and mysterious sound of the world. It was incomparably vast and resounded through the world. Even though they were separated by a great distance, everyone felt as if their internal organs had been struck by a terrifying impact. Countless sword chi burst out from the direction of the sword pool, cutting through their skin and turning their souls into dust. I'll give you the heaven-wielding sword now. Go ahead and catch it. At this moment, Tuoba Xiaoyao was shrouded in endless green light. There was a hint of madness in his eyes as he roared. The crisp ringing of a sword resounded through heaven and earth as a cyan immortal sword less than an inch long flew out from between his brows. Endless cyan cloud patterns swirled around it, and the laws of the immortal Tao floated within. This was an extremely resplendent immortal sword, as if it had been tempered by the heavens thousands of times. As soon as it revealed its true form, it triggered countless sword hums in Shu sect. Countless divine swords were touched. They unsheathed themselves and flew toward the immortal sword. They pierced through the sky and streaked across the sky, their sharpness shocking the world. Rumble! Heaven and earth were trembling. The void was about to be crushed by this sword light. Countless divine swords flew over, covering the sky and the sun, causing the earth to fall into darkness. Since the establishment of Shu sect hundreds of thousands of years ago, how many divine swords had accumulated? It was simply uncountable. But at this moment, they all flew over involuntarily, forming a vast and endless sea of swords. This was a shocking scene. Even the master of the Shu sect had a change of expression at this time, and it was difficult for him to control his weapon. Even the powerful Earth Sword Immortal felt that his skin was about to collapse. It was difficult for him to withstand the countless terrifying sword lights, let alone the others. This kind of power was enough to destroy the world. He actually dares to attack young Master Gu? Qing and Princess Xiandai saw Tuoba Xiaoyao's intention clearly and couldn't help but widen their beautiful eyes in shock. At this moment, the entire mountain gate of the Shu sect was filled with the humming sound of billions of divine swords. It was like a tsunami that could shatter the sky and collapse the void. It contained unimaginable terrifying power. At the front, the heaven-wielding sword appeared. It was surrounded by green divine light, emitting a dazzling brilliance as if it had come from another universe. Billions of divine swords followed behind it, turning into sword shadows that covered the sky. This was a shocking scene. All the disciples and elders of the Shu sect rushed out of their caves and courtyards and came to the sky, watching everything in disbelief. In the courtyard, Qing, Princess Xiandai, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others had to retreat. They really couldn't resist this terrifying wave. Buzz! The heaven-wielding sword was awakening, emitting an unparalleled aura. It was going to kill Guchanga in front of it and destroy his body and soul. Kill him! Tuoba Xiaoyao roared. His face turned crazy and blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes. He stared at Guchanga and crazily activated the heaven-wielding sword to kill Guchanga. He seemed to have gone crazy. His skin was cracking and blood seeped out from it. It was obvious that in order to activate the heaven-wielding sword, he had paid a huge price, and this was also his final attack. He wanted to use the power of the billions of divine swords of the Shu sect to cooperate with the heaven-wielding sword to kill Guchanga. This was something that Tuoba Xiaoyao had thought for a long time before making up his mind to do. Although the consequences of doing so were very serious, it was the only way he could think of at the moment. This was because in the mountain gate of the Shu sect, there were many sword auras left by the Shu sect's experts over hundreds of thousands of years. At the same time, there were also countless divine swords that had been sealed. After hundreds of thousands of years, the sword intent had already seeped into the swords. Under the guidance of the heaven-wielding sword, the power that it displayed was definitely destructive. If it was unexpected, it could definitely cause terrible damage to Xianxia and even cause him to die here. Boom! The sky was trembling, and the void in the courtyard collapsed inch by inch. The sword intent whistled and slashed down at Xianxia. My lord! Ada, who had been hiding in the dark under orders, showed himself, intending to block this strike for Xianxia. Even he felt a great threat. Bloody marks appeared on his body because of the heaven-wielding sword intent, and he almost collapsed. Not to mention a land sword immortal, even an existence close to the level of Dao attainment would find it difficult to resist this attack. It doesn't matter. This heaven-reaching sword took the initiative to fly towards me. How can I not accept it? Xianxia's expression didn't change at all because of this scene. He chuckled and asked Ada to leave. Actually, Xianxia had expected that Tuoba Xiaoyao would not hand over the heaven-wielding sword so willingly. However, he didn't expect Tuoba Xiaoyao to be so bold and choose to attack him at this time. Xianxia, how are you going to take this strike? Tuoba Xiaoyao roared in anger. He felt that Xianxia was looking down on him, and boundless anger surged in his heart again. He was using this secret technique with all his might. His cheekbone was shining brightly, and his primordial spirit there was ignited. A blazing aura rushed over like Wang Yang. If this is the reason why you're so confident, then it's really sad. Xianxia had a faint mocking smile on his face, and his eyes didn't waver at all. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, he raised his palm and pressed forward lightly. It was as if he was standing at the end of the universe and crushing the stars. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have become silent. Terrifying waves rolled back like a vast Wang Yang, sweeping towards the billions of divine swords in front of him. The void rumbled, and the sky dimmed. All the divine swords that were attacking Xianxia swayed. The blades rolled back, and cracks appeared. Then, with a crack, they began to collapse, turning into dust. The heaven-reaching sword was wrapped in an extremely dense green light. Clanging sounds could be heard, and the scene of flying immortals appeared on the sword, about to destroy everything. But at this moment, it was still blocked by an invisible field. There was a collision of rules, and chaotic chi overflowed from the edge of the void. This is impossible. Tuoba Xiaoyao's face was red, and blood kept flowing out. His eyes were full of madness. He couldn't believe that Xianxia could resolve it so easily under such circumstances. Could it be that Xianxia could still cover the sky with one hand in the sword-profound great world and do as he pleased? Boom! More divine swords rushed out from all over the Shu sect. They spat out sword light and slashed towards Xianxia. But the moment they were about to land in front of him, they exploded with a dazzling light and were blocked by an invisible hand. Xianxia only made a simple move, and that was to cut with his fingers. Clang! Many divine swords were broken under his 2 fingers. Large amounts of rules were extinguished like smoke, turning into a dazzling light and disappearing into the void. Even the heaven-wielding sword, which had the laws of the immortal Tao flowing within it, let out a trembling sound. It couldn't take another step forward. The space around it began to collapse and be annihilated, turning into nothingness that could devour everything in the world. Impossible! Heaven-reaching sword, kill him for me, Tuoba Xiaoyao roared in rage as he looked at this scene unwillingly. He tried his best, but in the end, he couldn't even touch a corner of Xianxia's clothes, let alone hurt him. This terrifying chasm that could be said to be like a natural chasm made him feel despair and powerlessness. If this plan failed, he would have no way to live. Xianxia would definitely not let him live. Thinking of this, Tuoba Xiaoyao began to burn his life source. A terrifying red light was ignited from his body, like a human-shaped bonfire. Vast waves of energy erupted from the heaven-reaching sword again. It was full of immortal intent and peerless sharpness. It pierced through the sky and even cut down the stars in the outer realm. Seeing this scene, all the elders and disciples of the Shu sect trembled. They were afraid of this person's ruthlessness and decisiveness, but more than that, they were afraid that this battle would destroy the Shu sect. Even if the heaven-reaching sword recovers at full strength, it can't stop you, let alone now. Xianxia's expression was calm. He didn't use any complicated moves. He just raised his hand and the traces of Tao appeared. To him, time seemed to have disappeared. After reaching the level of Tao attainment, even if this world was suppressed, the difference in realm was there. It wasn't difficult for the vast and endless Dharma power to crush and destroy this world. Countless divine swords collapsed. The mountain gate where the Shu sect was located exploded with a bang. The surrounding mountains and buildings instantly turned into powder as if they had evaporated. The void in front was collapsing. The chaotic light was faintly discernible, and a small world was created. There was an additional aura of heaven and earth here. This was a powerful attack. He used his bare hands to catch the immortal Tao artifact. Auspicious colors appeared in the sky, and divine lotuses appeared on the ground. All kinds of lights gathered together to form a divine sea. Is this the power of the supreme expert of that world? The Shu sect master, Snow Sword Immortal, and the other Earth Sword Immortals were extremely pale. They felt as small as ants. Everyone fell down. They weren't attacked, but they couldn't bear the pressure from the sky. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Wah! Taba Xiaoyao kept vomiting blood and was directly sent flying. At this moment, his entire body collapsed, and his soul fire was quickly extinguished. Without control, the light on the heaven-reaching sword quickly disappeared. All the divine swords in the void collapsed into ashes and were silently annihilated. Guchanga raised his hand to block it, wanting to seal the heaven-reaching sword. He could feel that this last heaven-reaching sword was different from the other heaven-reaching weapons. It was worthy of its reputation as the strongest attack among the 7 heaven-reaching weapons. With Taba Xiaoyao's cultivation level, he could almost fight with those who had attained Tao attainment by force. Although it was because of the hundreds of thousands of years of Shu sect's providence, it was enough to show that the heaven-reaching sword was extraordinary. Buzz, the moment the heaven-reaching sword was controlled by Guchanga, it spewed out a terrifying immortal Tao Qi, which vaguely turned into a blade that was about to slash towards him. However, Guchanga just flicked his finger and this immortal Tao Qi disappeared. In next to no time, the commotion on it gradually stopped, and it became completely silent. Taba Xiaoyao, who had fallen to the ground in the distance and was covered in blood, looked at this scene with an expression of unwillingness and despair. At this point, he also understood that all his plans had been reduced to nothing. In front of absolute power, there was no room for any tricks. Perhaps he had chosen to hand over the heaven-reaching sword from the start, everything would have been different. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. At this point, do you have anything else to say? Guchanga kept the heaven-reaching sword and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he slowly walked towards Taba Xiaoyao. Just kill me. I have nothing to say. Taba Xiaoyao laughed bitterly. Many memories of his previous life appeared in his mind. At that time, when he faced Guchanga, he was also in despair. However, at that time, Yufia was with him. Today, he had no one by his side. He might even implicate the family behind him. Of course I will kill you. Guchanga's expression did not change. Now that the heaven-reaching sword is in your hands, you promised me that you would let my sister go. Taba Xiaoyao laughed bitterly. Guchanga's gaze was inexplicable. Then, he smiled faintly and said, of course, I will never go back on my words. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt an inexplicable fluctuation. He could not help but frown and look towards the sky. It did not continue to hide. There seems to be something wrong with the will of the heavens? Guchanga frowned. Logically speaking, the will of the heavens should have chosen to hide after sensing his aura. However, why did it appear now? The fluctuation of his attack just now had already surpassed the shackles of this world, so it was normal that it would alarm the will of the heavens. Could it be that the will of the heavens is asleep? The part with the will is the other part that controls the will of the heavens? Guchanga shook his head lightly. Boom. At this moment, almost everyone in the Shu sect's territory had a drastic change in expression. They felt that there was an inexplicable rule appearing in the sky. In a faraway unknown place, it was as if a pair of eyes were watching everything that was happening here. Boom. Heaven and earth collapsed, and a pair of blood-red eyes appeared. They were sacred and vast, covering the sky. There were various ancient images of divine birds, suns, and other things circling around them. Countless cultivators and living beings were shocked, and their hair stood on end. Under the gaze of this pair of cold eyes, no action or thoughts could be hidden. They were as insignificant as dust. The sky was collapsing, and an extremely terrifying crack appeared. That place seemed to lead to an eternal unknown land, containing a vast will of the heavens and earth. The ice-cold blood-red eye that appeared was as huge as a mountain ridge, standing at the end of the world. It swept across the ground coldly and mercilessly, landing on the Xianxia mountain gate that had long been turned into ruins. What is this? All the cultivators and living beings felt their souls tremble under the gaze of this pair of huge eyes. They couldn't help but want to kneel down and kowtow in that direction. They were incomparably terrified. For the first time in their lives, they felt like they were being seen through. Even the Xianxia sect master and snow sword immortal couldn't help but tremble. They knew that this was definitely the will of the heavens and earth recorded in the ancient altar. It was also the sword profound world's greatest trump card against the extraterrestrial demons. This kind of power is too terrifying. Even the earth sword immortals are like ants. They can't resist at all. Is this the last hope of our world? If we have this kind of power, resisting that group of extraterrestrial demons will definitely not be a problem. Looks like the heavens don't want our sword profound world to die. Xianxia sect master, graceful sword immortal, looked at the huge blood-red eye. His body trembled slightly, and his words contained unconcealable excitement. His hands under his robes were also trembling. He had already given up hope, thinking that the will of the heavens and earth was just a rumor, and that such a thing didn't exist at all. But today, he had personally witnessed the evolution of the will of the heavens and earth. If that kind of boundless power and will were to crush down, no one would be able to resist. As a earth sword immortal, he was already an existence that stood at the peak of the sword profound world. However, under the gaze of that eye, he was still unable to move, and his entire body was ice cold. This kind of gap was no different from an ant standing in front of a true dragon. The rumors are true. In the most dangerous moment, the will of the heavens and earth will appear. Snow Sword Immortal's mood was also extremely unstable. Her jade-like hands gripped her sleeves tightly, unable to hide the agitation in her heart. She had always believed in the divination in the ancient altar, that there was still a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation. What is this? Taba Xiaoyao was about to explode, but at this moment, he felt as if there was a faint will seeping into his body, spirit, and soul palace from the heavens. His spiritual sea, which had been dried up due to the burning of his lifespan, slowly calmed down as an ancient and mysterious aura circulated within it. His eyes widened in disbelief. He suddenly felt that his body was no longer under his control, and he suddenly had a terrifying power. A voice rang out in his heart, telling him to leave this place. Who the hell are you? Tuoba Xiaoyao couldn't help but ask in his heart. His hands and feet were numb. However, this voice was still ancient and without ripples. It was filled with boundless intent, telling him to leave this place. Could it be that Tuoba Xiaoyao suppressed the fear in his heart and raised his head to look at the blood-red eyes. At this moment, countless cultivators and living beings felt their hearts palpitate, and their faces were filled with fear. This was especially so for the cultivators from the upper realm. They felt it even more deeply. Even their actions were almost out of their control. Under the gaze of that blood-red eye at the end of the world, his soul was frozen, and he couldn't move at all. The brilliant will of the world swept down, as if the celestial emperor was patrolling, intimidating the surroundings. Many sword immortals from the land in the sword arcane world looked up in horror. They swept across the sky, trembling non-stop. For the cultivators who didn't know the truth, the blood-red eye's deterrence was far more terrifying than the extraterrestrial demons. It was the suppression brought about by the difference in life levels. In the 13 prefectures, sword rainbows swept across, turning into figures with terrifying auras, and rushed towards the Shu sect. They had sensed the aura fluctuation there before, but they didn't know what happened. Now, they couldn't care less about the consequences. They had to come personally to investigate. In a faraway place, many ancient warships were floating in the sky. The powerhouses of the various orthodoxies from the upper realm were all gathered here, and there were even a few who had achieved the Tao. Chaotic fog surrounded their bodies, and their eyes were like heavenly blades, as if they could see through everything. Looking at the scene in the Shu sect, a few of the Tao enlightened ones frowned. This fluctuation seems to have alarmed the will of the world in this world, The reason why they didn't dare to descend with their true bodies was because they were afraid of the will of the world in this world. They were worried that accidents would happen and they would die here. Now that they felt the manifestation of the will of the world, how could they not be shocked? It seems to be related to Xianxia. Now, other than him, no one in the Sword Arcane world can trigger the will of the world. I don't know how he's going to solve this problem. An elder emperor of the Great Yu Celestial dynasty said. Beside him stood Great Yu's eldest princess, Xianxia, and the others, all looking at the scene in the Shu sect. Although they couldn't descend, what happened in the Sword Arcane world's 13 prefectures couldn't escape their eyes. For many of the Tao enlightened ones, conquering the Sword Arcane world was far less important than finding the world's origin. Rumble, at this moment, right above the Shu sect's mountain gate, the blood-red eye slowly turned, covering the sky. The surrounding void cracked open inch by inch, revealing a boundless and deep darkness. Die. It looked at Xianxia coldly, and a cold and vast will came from it, as if it was going to judge the disobedient. Suddenly, countless clouds bloomed brilliantly like blood. All kinds of laws intertwined around the eye, letting out a roar of the heavenly Tao. Hundreds of millions of divine lights burst out, suppressing Xianxia. It's just a part of the will of the heavenly Tao, not the complete one. It seems like my guess is right. I just don't know if I can find the hiding place of the true will of the world through this will of the heavenly Tao. Xianxia pondered for a moment, and then his figure flashed. The space under his feet collapsed, unable to withstand the spreading aftershock. Because the fluctuation of his attack had exceeded the limit of what this world could withstand, the will of the world woke up and attacked him, the disobedient one. However, it was still difficult for this level of power to hurt him. However, he considered another matter. Could he use this to find the place where the complete will of the world was sleeping and find the origin of the world? In this way, he could also leave the Sword Arcane world, return to the upper realm, and continue his original plan. Boom! In the next moment, under everyone's shocked and terrified gazes, Xianxia raised his hand and covered the sky. Hundreds of millions of runes circulated in his palm, like a sea of runes blazing. In the rumbling sound, chaotic divine light exploded, wanting to tear that eye light apart. This was an unimaginably terrifying fluctuation that was horrifying to the extreme. Every single strand of light that exploded and collapsed was enough to obliterate and destroy everything. The Shu sect, which was already in ruins, collapsed in an instant. A large number of cultivators and living beings were shattered like porcelain, and then turned into ashes when the wind blew. This blood-red eye was incomparably cold. Even if it was a living being born in this world, it was no different from an ant. There was no pity at all. This scene caused the expressions of the graceful Sword Immortal, the Snow Sword Immortal, and the others to change drastically. This was the will of the heavenly Tao that they had always hoped for. In the sky, Xianxia stepped into the air. Light appeared in his palm, and many supreme weapons appeared. The rules of the Emperor weapons interweaved. The blood-red eye was emitting boundless light. Scarlet clouds lingered, and divine laws were endless. The rumbling of the great Tao was endless. The surrounding Sword Immortals who had rushed over all knelt down. They couldn't withstand the divine power, and it was useless to resist together. Every bone in their bodies was cracking, and they were about to explode. The world was vast, and there was light everywhere. There were laws everywhere. Die. Die, die, die. A blood-red eye stood straight. It was incomparably cold and emotionless. It was as huge as a mountain, illuminating the sky, but in the end, it was torn apart from the middle. Xianxia's physical body was terrifying. The void collapsed, and the large palm slapped down, directly shattering the eye into pieces. This was a scene that caused countless creatures in the Sword Arcane world to tremble in fear. The graceful Sword Immortal, the Snow Sword Immortal, and the other Sword Immortals trembled. They never thought that even the will of the heavenly Tao could not resist Xianxia's power. Something's wrong, however. After tearing apart the eye, Xianxia's expression did not change. He was still frowning. He felt that the power of the will of the heavenly Tao was not very strong. At most, it was at the mid-stage of the Tao realization realm. It was still far from the power of the immortal Tao that he had estimated. He disappeared? Suddenly, Xianxia looked in the direction where Tuoba Xiaoyao was and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Tuoba Xiaoyao had disappeared silently. Originally, he was prepared to kill him after obtaining the heaven-wielding sword, but he didn't expect that he could escape. However, Xianxia had a feeling that Tuoba Xiaoyao's disappearance was not his own doing. With his strength, it was impossible for him to disappear into thin air. The terrifying pressure that enveloped the sky finally dissipated, but there was still a crack that spanned thousands of miles. A monstrous gray fog rushed out from there, accompanied by the primal chaos Qi. It overflowed into the sky, covering all directions. The scene was desolate, and the surroundings had become even more desolate. The originally incomparably prosperous land of Shu sect had turned into a pile of ashes and powder. The place exploded, and it was incomparably chaotic. Screams could be heard everywhere, and flames spread. There were bones and blood scattered everywhere. When Xianxia fought with the will of the heavenly Tao, the aftermath was terrifying. Even the Earth's sword immortals could only hold their heads and flee, let alone the others. The great mountain protection array of the Shu sect collapsed and exploded in the first instant, turning into smoke and ashes that dissipated into the world. Countless Shu sect disciples were like weeds. Under the divine might of the aftershock, they exploded one after another, turning into a bloody mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. This was a tragic scene in the human world. The many land sword immortals who had rushed over watched all of this silently. They were speechless for a long time. The Shu sect, which had stood tall in the sword mystic world for hundreds of thousands of years, had suddenly turned into ruins today and was removed from the world. Many of the surviving elders and disciples of the Shu sect watched all of this with sorrowful expressions. Many of them held towards the sky, unable to bear such a huge blow. The sect master of the Shu sect, Xianxia, had a pale face. He clenched his fists tightly and his body trembled. Everything has vanished into thin air. It no longer exists. He muttered, his eyes filled with endless grief. Snow Sword Immortal and the others stood in the distance, silent. The fluctuations just now were too terrifying. Whether it was Xianxia or the manifested will of the heavenly Tao, it was definitely not a power they could resist. The fact that they were able to survive was already considered extremely lucky. Could this be the hope we placed on it? But why would it kill us? Princess Xiandai said with some lingering fear. In their opinion, the will of the heavenly Tao was the last hope to protect the sword profound world. But just now, that blood-red eye was incomparably cold and despairing. The moment its gaze swept past, all living beings vanished into thin air, turning into ashes. This caused many of the thoughts in their hearts to waver. They even felt that it was too dreamy and unbelievable. Very soon, even more divine rainbows arrived. They were all supreme experts from the various forces of the sword profound world. Looking at this scene, they were shocked speechless, and their hearts couldn't calm down for a long time. Especially when he saw Xianxia, who seemed to be deep in thought, his heart trembled with fear. Such a terrifying manifestation of the will of the heavenly Tao was no match for this young man in the end. It was likely that if he wanted to destroy the sword profound great world, it would be an easy task. Countless people looked at Xianxia with fear and unease. From today onwards, I'm afraid that no one in the sword profound world will dare to question young Master Gu. Sword Immortal Snow came to his senses and heaved a light sigh in his heart. Fortunately, Xianxia had no ill intentions towards them. Otherwise, this would have been the most terrifying catastrophe for all of them. It seems that the will of the heavenly Tao entrusted it to him and he escaped. At this moment, Xianxia, who had been pondering for a long time, finally returned to his senses. He looked at the crack in the sky and seemed to be deep in thought. Although the heaven-wielding sword was already in his hands, he was someone who liked to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Although Tuoba Xiaoyao wouldn't pose any threat to him, Xianxia still didn't want to let him escape just like that. Follow this crack and chase after him. Find him and kill him. Xianxia casually ordered Ada to chase after Tuoba Xiaoyao. Yes, master. Ada received the order and did not stop. His figure turned into a ray of black light as he took a step forward and headed straight for the crack. Soon, he disappeared into it. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, their hearts trembled, and they did not dare to say anything. Young Master Gu, the sect master of the Shu sect, Xianxia, and the others walked over with sorrowful expressions. Although the reason why the Shu sect had turned into ruins was related to Xianxia, they did not dare to blame Guchanga. What happened today was due to my negligence. It was not my wish for the Shu sect to turn into ruins. Guchanga's eyes moved slightly, and then he said with a regretful tone. Xianxia smiled bitterly, we understand. If that man hadn't suddenly attacked, it wouldn't have attracted such a disaster. At this point, the rest of the people from the Shu sect also revealed looks of hatred. They hated Tuoba Xiaoyao who had escaped. The reason why the Shu sect had turned into ruins was all related to Tuoba Xiaoyao. Almost all the elders and disciples wanted to pull out his tendons and bones and tear him into pieces. Even though that person has escaped, as long as he is still in the territory of the Shu sect, I will definitely catch him. Xianxia said with a cold gaze. A terrifying sword intent appeared in his eyes, as if it could split mountains and split rocks. Why would the will of the heavenly Tao attack the living beings of our world? Snow Sword Immortal and the others were puzzled and could not help but come forward and ask. There seems to be a problem with the will of the heavenly Tao in your world. It is quite different from the will of the heavenly Tao that I understand. Guchanga shook his head lightly, his expression somewhat inexplicable. Seeing that everyone was still puzzled, he could not help but smile and continue, if we want to find this problem, it seems that we can only find the place where it is sleeping. The place where it is sleeping? Xianxia, Snow Sword Immortal and the others were all shocked. This was the first time they had heard that the will of the heavenly Tao had a place where it was sleeping. Could it be that the will of the heavenly Tao that had just awakened was not the true will of the heavenly Tao? I hope young Master Gu can explain. Xianxia said with a solemn expression. Guchanga smiled lightly, I am not sure about the place where the will of the heavenly Tao sleeps. I only know about it in the ancient books. In addition, my purpose for coming to this world has been achieved. It is time for me to return to the upper realm. What? Young Master Gu, you are leaving? Hearing this, not only were Xianxia, Snow Sword Immortal, Qing and the rest shocked, even the surrounding Earth Sword Immortals were in disbelief, wondering if they had heard wrongly. Guchanga actually did not have any thoughts about the Sword Profound Great World? He planned to leave just like that? Could it be that young Master Gu's purpose in coming to this world is for that sword? Snow Sword Immortal thought about the green immortal sword that contained the will of the immortal Tao and suddenly understood. If that was the case, then it could be explained. However, when he suddenly heard that Guchanga was about to leave, he was caught off guard. Even the graceful Sword Immortal was extremely shocked. If Guchanga were to leave just like that, it would not be a bad thing for the Sword Profound Great World. After all, his strength was extremely terrifying, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was invincible. If he stayed in this world, who knew what other accidents would happen? However, looking at the current situation, Guchanga did not have any ill intentions towards the Sword Profound Great World, and was not like the other sky demons, who would wantonly invade and kill. Young Master, are you going to return to the upper realms? Comparatively speaking, Qing, who had been by Guchanga's side for a long time, could not help but ask, as a sense of reluctance surfaced in her heart. In fact, she should have expected this day to come, but she did not expect it to come so quickly. The reason why Guchanga had come to this world was actually related to her. If not for sending her home, Guchanga would not have stepped into this place. From the beginning to the end, she had never doubted Guchanga's intentions. There's actually no point in me continuing to stay in this world. Guchanga shook his head lightly, a strange look flashing past his eyes. Qing's expression was somewhat dejected. All right then, young master, you are after all a person who belongs to the heavens. Sooner or later, you will leave this place. She actually wanted to ask Guchanga to stay behind and help them solve this disaster. However, she was also clear that Guchanga had no obligation to help the Sword Profound Great World. Seeing that, Princess Xiandai and the rest also wanted to say something, but when the words reached their mouths, they did not know how to speak. On the other hand, Snow Sword Immortal was silent for a moment, then the eyes under the mask suddenly landed on him, and said, Young Master Gu, can you give us a few pointers? We are willing to pay any price. She was clear that when Guchanga mentioned the place where the will of the heavens rested, he was definitely hiding something from them and did not want to tell them. Price? Guchanga chuckled, his expression revealing some indifference. Xianxia and the rest also looked over, their eyes filled with anticipation. From their point of view, Guchanga definitely knew something. After all, even the blood I formed by the will of the heavens was torn apart by him with his bare hands. What else was there in the sword-profound great world that was worth his attention? They basically did not doubt what Guchanga said. Forget it, there's no need to pay the price. For Qing's sake, I'll give you a few more pointers. The only way to break out of this situation is to find the will of the heavens. You can only find the location of its slumber as soon as possible. Guchanga sighed softly, as if he was somewhat helpless. So we really have to find its location? Many of the Earth Sword immortals had already guessed it, and when they heard this, they were all shocked. Immediately, many of them did not hesitate and took out their jade talismans and gave the order. Although the 13 prefectures of the sword-profound continent was vast and boundless, as long as they sent out enough people, they would be able to find some clues. Thank you, young Master Gu, for your advice. Snow Sword Immortal and the rest had solemn expressions. They did not hesitate and quickly gave the order. Guchanga nodded lightly, and then looked thoughtfully at the crack in the sky. Although he had tricked the people of the sword-profound great world into searching for the will of the heavens, there shouldn't be any results in a short period of time. After all, after being injured by him, it was unlikely that the will of the heavens would manifest at this time. In the following few days, the entire sword-profound great world was in an uproar. Many powers gave up on their plans to fight against the sky demons and began to search for ruins everywhere, especially the various dangerous and forbidden areas, in an attempt to find the last ray of hope. During this period of time, Guchanga had also ordered people to send the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts back to the upper realms and to Yumingkong. The 7 artifacts still required a process, and it was difficult for him to gather the various materials in a short period of time, so he could only ask Yumingkong for help. It just so happened that the refined key to the immortal palace could be kept by her. After the matter of the sword-profound great world was settled, Guchanga could go and open the immortal palace's secret treasure. Just as the entire mysterious sword world was in an uproar, searching for the will of the heavenly path, Lin En, who was far away from the boundless valley, was frowning as he trekked into it. The boundless valley was as its name suggested. From afar, it looked vast and boundless. There was no border to be seen. It was as if one was in a sea of smoke. An ethereal and dense white fog shrouded the place. It was scattered around the foothills. Waves of strange wind blew past, as if it was blowing from the other side of the sea. Except for the peaks of some mountain ranges that revealed the sea of clouds, the rest of the place was filled with vast fog. There was no way to find the entrance. Along the way, Lin En saw too many corpses buried outside the valley. They were white and sparkling. There were ferocious beasts and cultivators. He did not know how many years they had died here. It was rumored that the boundless valley hid the deepest secret of the mysterious sword world. Therefore, many powerful cultivators would come here to try their luck when they did not have much time left to live, to see if they could find a way to extend their lives. However, in the end, they all died tragically outside the boundless valley. They could not even find the entrance. Lin En was able to go so deep because he had once read a page of the incomplete book. He understood the route ahead. Other than that, it was his powerful cultivation that allowed him to avoid many disasters. Shu sect was destroyed, and Master's life is unknown. I must take revenge for this. Lin En closed his eyes slightly and closed his ears slightly. He could hear many things that happened in the outside world through the eyes and ears outside the boundless valley. He did not expect that such a major event would happen in the days that he left Shu sect. Not only was his master, the old sword immortal, handed over by Shu sect, but even Shu sect was removed from this world and turned into ruins. It was no longer as glorious as before. The reason for all of this was because of the battle between Guchanga and the will of the heavenly path. The boundless valley contains the method of transcendence. As long as I succeed in transcendence, I will take the head of Guchanga and avenge Master. Lin En's gaze was a little cold. His figure gradually disappeared. A few days later, Lin En found a path according to the incomplete book. The fog on both sides dissipated, and a stone forest appeared. He entered the stone forest and walked for more than 30 miles. Finally, he saw a magnificent place. Auspicious vapors were hazy, red-crowned cranes were dancing in the air, and all kinds of precious beasts were hidden. It could be said that the scenery here was completely different from what one saw in the outside world. It didn't have the slightest trace of the mortal world, and it even seemed like a paradise. This made Lin En widen his eyes in shock. It was hard to imagine. Could it be that this is the true scenery of the Endless Valley? These are all celestial birds that have only been recorded in ancient books. There are so many of them. Lin En slowly walked forward, his mood gradually calming down. The interior of the valley was like a fairyland. There were strands of multicolored light lingering around it. The entrance of the valley was connected to this stone forest, and there were all kinds of spirit trees, old medicines, and other things growing inside. At the entrance of the valley, there was a stone tablet with 4 ancient words carved on it, Limitless Immortal Valley. This was a peaceful and tranquil place. Auspicious light shone down, and the fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Calm and tranquil, calm and peaceful. After coming here, Lin En felt that his murderous aura had dissipated, and he was no longer as angry and uneasy as before. This place seemed to be able to resolve all the worries of the world. There is even a large area of the sword-heart ancient tree that has long disappeared in ancient books. Lin En looked ahead with some surprise. In this immortal valley, there was a thin layer of immortal fog lingering. There was an area of ancient trees, and a fragrance was spreading out from there. Each tree was like a dragon, and its branches were coiled, like a strange tree that had been carefully cultivated. Moreover, the most special thing was that the flowers on the ancient trees were very magical. They were crystal clear and shaped like small divine swords, shining brightly. It was very special. It seems that you are the fated person that I have been waiting for. And just as Lin En was puzzled and looking around, an old and peaceful voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the fog. He looked over in surprise, only to see that the fog in front of him took the initiative to part, revealing a small path that seemed to lead to an unknown place. May I know who you are? The vigilance in his heart did not make Lin En directly walk there, but asked aloud. I am the person you are looking for. The old and peaceful voice sounded again. The person I am looking for? Lin En was shocked. Although he was puzzled, he was no longer as careful and vigilant as before. He stepped forward. At the end of the path, he saw a thatched hut. It was extremely simple, surrounded by a fence, and planted with many spirit plants and spirit trees. There was also a spirit pool at the side, in which a few fish swayed and flashed by. It was harmonious and quiet, and the spirit spring gurgled. The clear water flowed under a small stone arch bridge, very poetic and picturesque. Such a peaceful scene dispelled many of the worries in Lin En's heart. His whole person became otherworldly and detached, as if he could ascend to immortality at any time and transcend this world. You are here? The fated person? An old man with white hair and a beard, dressed in a white robe, walked out of the thatched hut with a smile and greeted Lin En. Senior, you are? Lin En's heart trembled. With his cultivation, he could not feel the existence of the old man in front of him. He felt that the old man seemed to have merged with the world. He existed in every place, but he did not exist in every place. This was an extremely mysterious realm, where one's body transformed into heaven and earth and all things. This old man is just a nameless person, waiting here for the fated person to arrive. It seems that you are the fated person that this old man has been waiting for. The white-robed old man waved his hand and said with a smile, looking at Lin En with a peaceful and approving gaze. Seeing that Lin En was extremely puzzled, he did not waste any time and explained to Lin En, saying that he was from the guardian lineage of the Sword Profound World, and that he was specifically waiting for the fated person to arrive in the boundless immortal valley. When the Sword Profound World encountered a great calamity, a child of destiny would be born. They would shoulder the responsibility of saving a great building from collapse and save the people from calamity. In his opinion, Lin En was the fated person he had been waiting for, because only the fated person could find this place. This old man is the 3000th successor of the guardian lineage, and I am responsible for guarding the heavenly path sword. At the end of his words, the white-robed old man's expression became serious. The heavenly path sword is the gathering of the destiny of the Sword Profound World, and it can represent the authority of the heavens and contains supreme power. Heavenly path sword? Could it be that this is the greatest secret of the boundless immortal valley? Lin En was shocked. After hearing this, there was only one thought left in his mind, and that was to obtain this so-called heavenly path sword. Didn't controlling the authority of the heavens mean that he had supreme power in this world? Would it be easy for him to contend with Xianxia? Senior, do you have any requirements to obtain the heavenly path sword? Now, the outside world has been turned upside down, and there is no need to talk about life. The otherworldly demons have invaded, and the 13 provinces have begun to fall. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the sword profound world is completely occupied. I have to obtain the heavenly path sword in order to solve this crisis and return peace to this world, Lin En asked solemnly, feeling that the burden on his shoulders had become much heavier. The world is in chaos, and there is indeed a need for the heavenly path sword to appear again to quell the chaos. The white-robed old man revealed an approving expression, as expected of the fated person that this old man has been waiting for a long time. This courage is indeed extraordinary. As he spoke, light appeared in his palm. Strands of rules and order intertwined and fell, turning into the shape of a key. This is the key to opening the heavenly path sword. Take this item and search for it in the depths of the mirror lake. Back then, the heavenly path sword was sealed within. Only by holding the key can the seal be undone. The old man explained to Lin En and gave him the key. Mirror Lake, isn't that the lake where Sword City was buried? After Sword City was buried, the Mirror Lake disappeared as well. How are we going to find it? Begging for fresh flowers, Lin En was extremely shocked. The Mirror Lake was a mysterious place in the sword profound great world. The surface of the lake was like a mirror that could reflect the entire world. Many powerful individuals went to search for it, attempting to use the materials within to forge swords. Because of this, a city named Sword City appeared around Mirror Lake. During its golden age, all the famous swords in the world were produced there. Even the current Shu sect could not compare to it. However, for some unknown reason, Sword City collapsed overnight. It was burned down by fire and sunk into the depths of Mirror Lake, never to be seen again. This legend had been around for thousands of years. There was no lack of people in the sword profound 13 prefectures who went to search for Mirror Lake, but they all found nothing. Over time, Mirror Lake and Sword City had become legends. Don't worry, Mirror Lake has always been there, but very few people can find it. You have the key to opening the heavenly path sword, so you will find Mirror Lake. The white-robed old man smiled slightly, his expression peaceful and calm. I understand. Lin En nodded. He knew that this matter was very important and could not be lost. There was actually such a divine sword in the sword profound great world, but it had been sealed in the depths of Mirror Lake. Senior, do you have anything else to tell me? 00 he asked, looking at everything around him. The environment here looked extremely peaceful and peaceful. It was not like the mortal world at all, but for some reason, it felt like an illusion. The white-robed old man shook his head gently. My duty is to wait here for the fated person and give him the key. There is nothing else to tell you. After this matter is done, I can leave in peace. What? Senior, you? Lin En could not believe his ears. Could it be that the mysterious old man in front of him was about to pass away? If fate wills it in the future, we will meet again. You can leave now. However, the white-robed old man did not answer his words. He just smiled slightly, then waved his sleeve and sent Lin En out of the boundless immortal valley. Senior. Lin En's many words also disappeared from the world at this moment. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. When he came back to his senses, he was already outside the stone forest where he had come from. Such mysterious and unfathomable strength made Lin En's heart tremble. The strength of this white-robed old man was definitely far beyond that of the Earth Sword Immortal. It was a pity that he could not invite him out. It's a pity. Otherwise, I might have been able to deal with Xianxia. But the most important thing now is to find the heavenly path sword first. Lin En took a step forward. A flying sword appeared under his feet and quickly disappeared. In the boundless immortal valley, as Lin En disappeared, the peaceful expression on the white-robed old man's face also disappeared. It became cold and indifferent, as if there was no emotion. With a flick of his sleeve, the various scenes before his eyes began to vanish. The thatched cottage disappeared and collapsed. The small bridge and the flowing water also turned into fine powder and vanished into thin air. Everything exploded with a bang and turned into ashes. In just an instant, this place became a barren valley. Only some incomplete bones were left. They were crystal clear and white, exuding an ancient aura. It has merged the aura of two worlds. What a good body. The white-robed old man's eyes turned slowly. There was a bloody color in his eyes. He looked at the unconscious Tuoba Xiaoyao at his feet and seemed to be muttering to himself. But the next moment, he frowned and his expression changed. The void in front of him suddenly collapsed. A big hand reached out. It was surrounded by chaotic gas and colorful divine light. There were stars condensing in the palm. It seemed to be attacking him from a distant space. How did you find this place? The white-robed old man's eyes suddenly deepened. He saw the burly figure disappear in the void. Only then did he understand that he was being followed. However, he did not have time to attack the burly figure because the owner of the figure was extremely difficult to deal with. 2. In the boundless celestial valley, the white-robed elder looked cold and emotionless. As he slapped out, he lifted the unconscious Taba Xiaoyao and retreated quickly. However, as the space in front of him collapsed, a blurry white-robed figure appeared and charged toward him from an unknown dimension. It was as if there were 3,000 chaotic worlds floating around him. Strands of silver true flames blazed brilliantly, and they seemed capable of incinerating everything. They contained a supreme and terrifying aura. The palm contained the stars in the sky and struck toward his face. It was extremely powerful, as if the world was suddenly falling down. Even the white-robed elder's expression changed slightly. He didn't dare to face it head-on and could only choose to retreat. Boom! At that moment, the unparalleled aura filled the air. Every inch of the surrounding void was collapsing and becoming fragmented. The fog around the boundless celestial valley dispersed, revealing a dry riverbed and cracked land. There seemed to have been a huge collision that could never be resolved. Chaotic chi rushed into the sky, black astral winds raged, and endless rules and order lingered, rushing toward the wasteland of the universe. He's so difficult to deal with. What's his origin? The white-robed elder's figure flew backward and became much fainter. His face, which was originally filled with indifference, now had an ugly expression. He stared at the void in front of him. The violent aura gradually calmed down. A white-robed figure slowly walked out. A faint smile hung on his incomparably handsome face, and the entire world suddenly quieted down. All the rules and order were suppressed and filled with a vast will. A terrifying aura that could be seen with the naked eye swept out like a heavenly river bursting a dam. It even caused the world to dim. The stars in the outer space trembled and were about to fall. This made the white-robed elder's expression even more ugly. He knew that this was the other party's will trying to control the world. Because the other party had sensed something. Who are you? Why are you ruining my plan? The white-robed elder said coldly with indifference and hostility. He stared at Xianxia, who appeared here. Looks like this is a part of your incarnation. Ada didn't go to the wrong place that day. Xianxia didn't pay attention to the white-robed elder's words. Instead, he glanced at the celestial valley casually. He nodded in understanding the uniqueness of this place. To be precise, this place wasn't located within the sword-profound world, but an independent small space opened up by some sort of secret technique. It could be understood as a cultivator's sea of consciousness or soul palace. The white-robed old man in front of him was clearly the embodiment of the will of the heavenly Tao that had manifested that day. However, judging from its aura, it should not be the complete will of the heavenly Tao. Tell me where the source of the heavenly axiom is and I can keep your consciousness, Xianxia said calmly, choosing to get straight to the point. You're here for the heavenly Tao origin? The person who destroyed my eye of the heavenly Tao that day was also you? The white-robed old man's expression grew colder and colder, revealing killing intent. Xianxia chuckled, if it weren't for the heavenly Tao origin, why would I have come to this world? Although it's not easy for you to have your own consciousness as the will of the heavenly Tao, if you dare to stop me, I don't mind making you vanish into thin air. As he spoke, he glanced at Tuoba Xiaoyao, who was being carried by the white-robed elder. This son of destiny still hadn't woken up. It seemed that the white-robed elder had done something to him. However, Guchanga wasn't interested in this. As long as he could get rid of Tuoba Xiaoyao, he didn't care whether he was unconscious or awake. The heavenly Tao origin is related to my transcendence. How can I casually tell you? The white-robed elder's eyes were filled with coldness, and a vast will of the world appeared on his body. However, the surrounding void was clearly filled with an even more terrifying aura, constantly suppressing his aura. Transcendence? It seems that after you've given birth to your will, you don't want to just be the will of a world. You want to transform into a living creature? Guchanga smiled with some interest. He somewhat understood the intentions of the will of the sword profound world. Not only was it hiding somewhere, it also wanted to use the source of the world to achieve transcendence and transformation. After all, the level of this world was high enough. It was innately filled with all kinds of divine chains of laws. It was already extremely difficult for it to give birth to a consciousness, let alone transform into a living creature. However, once it transformed into a living creature, its strength would definitely be unimaginable. In Guchanga's opinion, even if it wasn't at the immortal state, it was close. You know a lot of things. The white-robed elder's eyes seemed a little cold, a change from his previous cold appearance. Clearly, Guchanga's words had touched his inner thoughts. As the will of the heavenly Tao, it was born to maintain the operation of the heavenly Tao. However, it had given birth to its own will. Naturally, it was unwilling to be a chess piece and bring blessings to the world. Therefore, it had been looking for an opportunity to use the source and fate that this world had gathered for countless years as the source to achieve transcendence. However, due to an accident, a spatial crack appeared outside the world, causing the orthodoxy of the upper realm to discover this world. It had no choice but to hide in a deeper place, trying to buy time and wait for the opportunity to transcend. A few days ago, if it wasn't for the fact that Guchanga's attack was too shocking, it had no choice but to appear and eliminate such a potential threat. However, it never thought that Guchanga's strength was unfathomable. He easily tore apart its incarnation and found this place. This was already far beyond its expectations. Since you won't tell me where the world's origin is, I'll have to search for it myself. Guchanga shook his head gently. He wasn't afraid even if it was the complete will of the heavenly Tao, let alone a part of it. He didn't want to waste any more time. Since he found this place, the so-called world's origin should be soon. At that moment, he didn't waste any more words and chose to attack directly. A terrifying gray fog swept over in an instant, covering the sky and the sun. It was like a huge wave breaking through a heavenly dam, completely enveloping the world. Terrifying black divine chains seemed to extend from the deepest part of the darkness, trying to devour the white-robed elder. What is this? The white-robed elder, who had been staring at Guchanga warily, suddenly changed his expression when he saw the scene. His originally faint figure trembled slightly. It was as if he had encountered some natural enemy in an instant, and he couldn't suppress his fear. The secrets of heaven here had become extremely strange. This black fog contained the divine might of devouring all divine laws and immortal techniques. Even as the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, he had no way of resisting at this moment. Who are you? His voice trembled, and his eyes were filled with fear. He didn't expect Guchanga to use such a method. There was probably no one in this world who didn't fear this kind of power. However, Guchanga didn't plan to answer him. The terrifying black fog contained an extreme devouring power, and it instantly drowned the white-robed elder. After a few screams, the sound of bones being chewed and broken could be heard. Then, it gradually returned to silence. Guchanga closed his eyes and digested the memories related to the will of the heavenly Tao. Then, he smiled softly and said, "Interesting, there was actually such a scheme." Although the memories of the will of the heavenly Tao were not complete, it allowed him to understand an extremely interesting thing. It turned out that a long time ago, the will of the heavenly Tao of the sword profound world had given birth to a consciousness and wanted to transcend further. Therefore, it tried its best to carry out a world-destroying sacrifice. It planned to sacrifice all living beings to break free from its shackles. Unfortunately, its intentions were discovered by the strongest person in the world. After that, it joined forces with the other experts and schemed against it. In the end, there was the war of destruction that disappeared in the long river of history. That terrifying battle had almost exhausted all the luck accumulated by the sword profound world, and it had almost destroyed this world. After that tragic victory, the will of the heavenly Tao was sealed in the depths of the mirror lake. Moreover, the strongest person searched for all kinds of divine materials and finally forged a divine sword. He sank it to the bottom of the mirror lake and specially suppressed its consciousness. However, it also suffered a huge backlash and disappeared not long after. The key to open the mirror lake also fell into the hands of its descendants. Only the descendants had a way to use that key. However, because this matter was too far away, and because a portion of the will of the heavenly Tao had broken free from the seal, it had manifested a miracle in the world and destroyed the records of the War of Destruction. Therefore, almost no one in the sword-profound world knew about this matter. If Guchanga had not flipped through the memories of this portion of the will of the heavenly Tao, he would not have known about this matter. The water in the sword-profound world was even more turbid than he had imagined. No wonder only a portion of the will of the heavenly Tao has manifested. Most of it is sealed at the bottom of the mirror lake. Guchanga was somewhat interested. That key is not the key to unseal the heavenly Tao sword, but the key to open the mirror lake. From the looks of it, Lin En should be the descendant of the one who sealed the will of the heavenly Tao. He has long entered the sight of the will of the heavenly Tao. He had found out about Lin En's arrival at the boundless immortal valley when he flipped through the memories. However, Guchanga still did not know where the source of the world was. The will of the heavenly Tao was very vigilant and did not leave any memories in this incarnation. Therefore, the key to finding the source of the world was still in the mirror lake. Master, do we still want this person to stay? Just as Guchanga was pondering, Ada returned with the unconscious Tuoba Xiaoyao. When the white-robed old man tried to escape earlier, Tuoba Xiaoyao had been left behind. In Guchanga's opinion, if the will of the heavenly Tao wanted to transcend, it had to transform. Tuoba Xiaoyao, who had fused the aura of the two worlds, was obviously the most suitable physical body. When the time came, the will of the heavenly Tao of this world would successfully integrate into the upper realm. There would not be any barriers or obstructions. There's no need to keep him alive. Guchanga shook his head. He raised his hand and a light fell on the unconscious Tuoba Xiaoyao. He suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. His mind was still in a mess. He didn't know what was going on and looked around in confusion. But in the next moment, when Tuoba Xiaoyao's eyes fell on Guchanga, his whole body trembled. There was some unconcealable fear and hatred. Guchanga, why are you here? Tuoba Xiaoyao asked fiercely. His eyes were bloodshot. He only remembered that he fainted when Guchanga fought with the red eye. He seemed to have been taken away by a mysterious force. He couldn't remember what happened after that. You don't need to know. Guchanga shook his head. There was no change in his eyes. Tuoba Xiaoyao felt Guchanga's murderous intent. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. You plan to kill me? Guchanga smiled. You're not stupid. I've done my best to keep you alive until today. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get the heaven-wielding sword so easily. If you have a next life, remember not to be my enemy. Don't even think about it. He spoke casually, and there was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. However, Tuoba Xiaoyao widened his eyes in disbelief. It was as if his biggest secret was exposed to the public. A terrifying chill swept through his body. His entire soul and throat seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible, ice-cold hand. He understood what Guchanga meant. Guchanga knew the biggest secret of his rebirth. Otherwise, Guchanga wouldn't have said that he still had 17 children in the younger generation. So you already knew. Tuoba Xiaoyao's face was pale and filled with despair. If Guchanga hadn't said it today, he wouldn't have believed that the biggest secret of his rebirth was known by Guchanga a long time ago. This meant that all his schemes that he thought were perfect were as laughable as a clown in Guchanga's eyes. Only he didn't know that he was being played by Guchanga. Actually, it's not too early. Guchanga smiled casually. Do you have any last words? If not, I'll kill you. You. Tuoba Xiaoyao was deathly pale. Even his soul was trembling. The shadow of death loomed over him as a terrifying aura enveloped him. He couldn't move at all. He still wanted to say something, but when Guchanga finished speaking, she obviously didn't want to listen to his nonsense. Boom, he raised his hand and slammed it down. A cluster of silver divine fire burned and instantly enveloped Taba Xiaoyao. In just an instant, he turned into a pile of ashes, and he didn't even have time to scream. Then, a golden heavenly Dao treasure chest jumped out. Gu Chang'e rolled up his sleeve and put it away. Let's go and see where the so-called mirror lake is. Gu Chang'e didn't plan to open the heavenly Dao treasure chest now. He looked into the distance and said to Ada behind him. He stepped out and left the boundless immortal valley. After the Shu sect was destroyed, he stayed in the Nanming dynasty. Many sword immortals trusted him. They sent people to look for the heavenly Dao's will. However, now that he knew the secret, Gu Chang'e felt that he didn't need to search everywhere like a headless fly. The mirror lake was obviously where the heavenly Dao's will was sealed. If he wanted to know where the world's origin was, he had to find the mirror lake first. However, according to the memories of the heavenly Dao's will, the mirror lake's real existence was only a rumor. Even it wasn't sure of its exact location. That was because the mirror lake wasn't fixed in a certain area. Instead, it would move with time. Looks like I have to spread the news and tell them that the mirror lake is where their hope lies. Thinking of this, Gu Chang'e had a rough plan in his heart. Then, he ordered someone to forge a tattered ancient book and imprint the rules of reincarnation on it, making it look real. Soon, 2 days later, a piece of news spread in the Nanming dynasty. Through the mouth of royal Lord Nanming, an old eunuch beside him accidentally spread the news, which directly shook the 13 prefectures. The mirror lake, which was rumored to contain a supreme material for forging swords, might very well contain the last chance of survival in the sword mystic great world. That was recorded in a broken ancient book that Princess Xian Dai of the Nanming dynasty had read in the library by chance. Although the ancient book was extremely broken, it recorded some things about the mirror lake in a few words. The moment the news spread, the entire sword mystic great world was in an uproar. Countless cultivators and living beings began to search for the lost mirror lake. Even sword immortal Lu couldn't help but start flipping through various ancient books in an attempt to find clues related to the mirror lake. Many cultivators and living beings in the many ancient warships of the upper realm that were hovering in the sky of the sword mystic great world also heard the news. Some Dao attainments of the ancient clans also ordered to send an army to search for the mirror lake. Their goal had always been the sword mystic great world's world origin. Some time ago, the sword mystic great world's will of the heavenly path had manifested, causing many Dao attainments to be wary. They had no choice but to stop thinking about descending to the lower realm. However, they didn't expect that the will of the heavenly path would be torn apart by Gu Chang'e's palm and vanish into thin air. This made them tremble in fear. They didn't have the terrifying strength of Gu Chang'e, so until now, they could only hide here and wait for the right opportunity. How did Xiaoya's life jade break? What happened? On the ancient warship of the great Yu celestial dynasty, eldest Princess Yufia's face was slightly pale. She clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white as she looked at the broken life jade in front of her in disbelief. The life jade here were left behind by many young supremes of the great Yu celestial dynasty, and a strand of their divine soul was stored in it. If an accident happened in the sword mystic great world, the experts in charge of guarding here would be able to sense it immediately. She rushed back from the sword mystic great world as soon as she knew that Tuoba Xiaoya's life jade had broken, wanting to confirm the truth of the matter. However, she didn't expect it to be true. Tuoba Xiaoyao had actually died in the sword mystic great world? What exactly did he encounter in there? Even with his strength, he couldn't survive. Yufia couldn't hide the sadness on her face. She had a good relationship with Tuoba Xiaoyao and even had some inexplicable feelings for him. Now that she knew that he had died in the sword mystic great world, she found it hard to accept. In the next few days, the sword mystic great world was extremely restless. Many ruins were uncovered every day. Large groups of cultivators rushed over, but in the end, they were met with a nose full of dust. Not to mention the mirror lake, they didn't even see a trace of the lake. This made many people doubt the authenticity of the rumor, and whether the mirror lake really existed. From the ancient records, the existence of the mirror lake should be real. Moreover, the sword city once appeared beside the mirror lake. Many of the divine swords of the Shu sect actually came from the sword city. Although the Shu sect was destroyed, the sect master of the Shu sect, graceful sword fairy, and the others were still there. They had lived for far longer than the other cultivators, so they had a deep understanding of the Mirror Lake. When the Shu sect was established, the few divine swords of the sect were actually related to the Sword City. Therefore, they firmly believed that the Mirror Lake existed, but they hadn't found its exact location. If the Mirror Lake is real, then the Sword City should have also existed. Maybe we can use the remnant aura of the Sword City to deduce the location of the Mirror Lake. Snow Sword Fairy pondered. As the master of the Sword Cliff, she naturally knew some secrets. In fact, the divine swords of the Sword Cliff were also related to the Sword City. Back then, they were even forged in the Sword City. Because of this relationship, they could use these divine swords to see if they could determine the location of the Sword City that sank into the Mirror Lake. This is a feasible method. The eyes of the Shu sect master and the others lit up when they heard this, and they suddenly realized something. A few days later, after taking out the divine swords of the major forces and using the divination method to search for the aura, the Shu sect master and the others finally gained something and were extremely excited. All the signs of divination are pointing to the ancient Xian ruins. The once incomparably huge ancient Xian holy dynasty is actually related to the Mirror Lake? While they were excited, they were also extremely confused. The ancient Xian holy dynasty was the largest holy dynasty in the history of the sword-profound world. It had even unified 8 of the 13 states. Its vast territory was far from what the current Nanming dynasty could compare to. Even if it was the ancient Xian ruins, the area was quite large. Strictly speaking, the former 8 states had been included in their territory. Moreover, at that time, there were no holy dynasties like the Nanming dynasty, Shu sect, Kongshan, and other forces. Its territory was boundless. The mysterious ancient Xian ancestral temple was located at the heart of the sword-profound world's dragon vein. It occupied all the creation of heaven and earth and seized all the mysteries. This was originally a heaven-defying secret place. However, tens of millions of years ago, for some unknown reason, this incomparably prosperous and powerful ancient Xian holy dynasty collapsed overnight. Even the last emperor went crazy. Later on, it was said that he touched a forbidden area that he should not have touched and was punished by heaven. Ancient Xian ruins? Guchanga was a little thoughtful. Then, without much hesitation, he took Ade and directly set off for the place. He was originally using the Shu sect master and the others to find this place. Now, all the signs pointed to the ancient Xian ruins being related to the Mirror Lake. Naturally, he had to go and take a look. As for his intentions being discovered, Guchanga did not mind at all. On the other side, Sword Immortal Z Sword, Sword Immortal Snow, and other land Sword Immortals also brought their men and rushed to the ancient Xian ruins without stopping. In order to prevent the news from leaking out, they had to get there before the whole world knew. The ancient Xian ancestral temple was once the most prosperous place in the sword-profound world. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered there. But now, it was in ruins. It was shrouded in black fog all day long. There were many broken mountains and terrifying cracks. If one was not careful, he would be torn apart by the astral wind that rushed out from the cracks. There was an ominous aura lingering there. Crows and vultures often looked around. There were many of them. Their blood-red eyes were filled with viciousness. They stood on the withered treetops and looked at the many cultivators who were rushing there. The sky was dark, and the surroundings were filled with thin black fog. As far as the eye could see, the world was a reddish-brown color. There were broken mountains and cracks everywhere, and some places even seemed to have been wiped out by an invisible and terrifying hand, leveling them to the ground. The world here was filled with an ominous aura that made people uneasy, as if countless wronged souls had been buried here. Even those with high cultivation would tremble uncontrollably after coming here. They would feel a chill in their souls, as if there was a chilly wind blowing past their ears. No one knew how the powerful ancient Xian god dynasty was destroyed tens of millions of years ago. It was so silent. According to the signs shown by the key, Mirror Lake should be here. However, there are only broken walls and ruins within a few thousand miles. There is not even a lake. How can I find this so-called Mirror Lake? At this moment, at the edge of the ruins, a figure riding a divine sword slowly landed. He had handsome features and a tall figure, exuding an extraordinary aura. It was Lin En, who had found this place according to the request of the mysterious white-robed elder after leaving the boundless immortal valley. He frowned as he sized up the wilderness in front of him. Strands of golden light flashed in his eyes. Even with his heavenly eye of the sword, he did not see anything unusual about this place. This was what he was puzzled about. However, the key in his arms showed that there would be traces of the heavenly sword here, which was where Mirror Lake was. That was why he did not give up and continued to search for the entrance. In Lennon's opinion, there might be some mysterious formation pattern hidden here that was hiding the aura and waves here. Otherwise, he would have found Mirror Lake long ago. On the other side, the Snow Sword Deity, the Graceful Sword Deity, and the others who had sent many people to this place were also searching for the entrance to Mirror Lake. They had been here for quite some time, but like Lin En, they had found nothing. Instead, they had encountered many strange beasts that lived here and lost many people. I never thought that such a powerful ancient Xian god dynasty, which almost unified the entire sword mystery great world, would end up like this in the end. Other than ruins, there is nothing left here. Standing on a broken mountain, the graceful sword deity could not help but shake his head in pity. I wonder how the power behind Mr. Gu from the upper world compares to the ancient Xian holy dynasty? A land sword immortal sighed as well. He could not help but compare the faction behind Gu Chang'e with the strongest faction in the history of the sword mystic great world. Hearing this, the Snow Sword Immortal wore an indifferent expression under his mask as he said in a soft tone, "The legendary Upper Realm has countless factions that are comparable to the ancient Xian god dynasty. On the other hand, the power behind young Master Gu stands at the peak of the Upper Realm. There's no point in comparing the two." Hearing her words, many of the land sword immortals present were shocked. They knew that the Snow Sword Immortal possessed an innate mystic technique that made her consciousness extraordinarily powerful. Therefore, even the souls of Upper Realm cultivators could be searched at will. Sword Immortal Snow's words were very close to the truth. It seems that we are still frogs in a well. Graceful Sword Immortal revealed a bitter smile, and then said, "Did you mention the matter of the ancient Xian ancestral temple to that young Master Gu?" The land sword immortals shook their heads when they heard this, indicating that they had not. After all, this matter was of great importance. Although they trusted Gu Chang'e very much. Gu Chang'e was from the Upper Realm after all, so it was inevitable that the people around him would not leak this matter out. Then, many land sword immortals turned into divine light and rushed towards the depths of this place. The ancient Xian ancestral temple is in front of us. Legend has it that there were too many divine treasures displayed in it back then, including the method to prove the Tao and transcend. There are also various divine swords, each of which is priceless and needs to be offered as a divine artifact. That's right. There are also various insights of ancient sword cultivators. Everything in that temple is collected by them, and there are pieces of wall carvings that are the crystallization of the wisdom of the past generations. It's a pity that it's all destroyed now, and nothing remains. Everyone was discussing animatedly, but they did not notice that in the void behind them, a faintly discernible figure that seemed to be standing in another world was slowly following them. This level of influence is far from enough. Ada, spread the news of this place. Gu Chang'e shook his head gently, and his eyes were filled with thoughts as he scanned the land that was surrounded by black fog. He could see that this so-called ancient Xian ancestral temple was a place that was abandoned by the heavens. All kinds of auras were chaotic, filled with hatred, ominous, and many other strange things. Even the son of fate that was born in this world was greatly affected when he came here, and it was difficult for him to find the correct location of Mirror Lake, let alone the rest of the people. So he had to think of a way to attract more people here, so that he could increase the chances of finding Mirror Lake. "Yes, Master." Ada received the order and quickly stepped into the void and left. 2 days later, a piece of news came, and it caused a huge commotion in the 13 states of the Sword Profound world. Countless cultivators were shocked and could not believe it. The ancient Xian ancestral temple was built by the descendants of the ancient Xian god dynasty's great ancestor after he passed away. The emperors of the ancient Xian god dynasty were worshipped here. Every emperor was a famous figure. Their cultivation was so strong that it was difficult to describe them. In the history of the profound sword great world, they had left behind a thick and colorful stroke. Until now, there were still many cultivators and living beings who would go to the ancient Xian ruins to pay their respects. but no one would have thought that the legendary Mirror Lake was hidden here. The moment this news spread, it immediately caused a huge wave in the 13 provinces of the Sword Profound world. Countless cultivators and living beings were shocked. They swarmed towards the ancient mystic ruins like bees. Even the ancient warships of the upper realm that were hovering in the sky had many cultivators who received the news and immediately went to report it. As for how this news spread, no one cared about it anymore. All eyes were focused on the ancient mystic ruins. If the ancient mystic ruins really had a mirror lake, then no matter if it was the cultivators of the Sword Profound world or the army of the upper realm, they would send their strongest forces to snatch it. To the Sword Profound world, the mirror lake contained everyone's last hope. In the eyes of the cultivators of the upper realm, the mirror lake might very well contain the source of the world, and was an opportunity for many who had achieved the Tao to advance further. For a time, the Sword Profound world was in turmoil. Many ancient warships broke through the momentum and rushed towards the ancient mystic ruins. Many forces in the 13 provinces also sent their armies to rush over. They were determined to protect this place as soon as possible. The flames of war in various places burned even more fiercely. Too many cultivators and creatures were destroyed. The war between the two realms had already reached the most critical step. Who leaked the news of this place? This is great. The entire 13 provinces have been alarmed. When the time comes, everyone will rush here. Who knows what accidents will happen? When they found out about this, the first batch of people to arrive at the ancient mystic ruins had ugly expressions on their faces. They did not know what had happened that caused the news of this place to spread and cause such a huge reaction. Originally, they planned to secretly find the mirror lake and awaken the will of the heavenly path that was sleeping within, using this to force the army of the upper realm to retreat. However, after the news of this place spread, the army of the upper realm would definitely not sit still and wait for death. As a result, many accidents would occur, and things would become much more troublesome. Perhaps someone else has deduced something. However, after searching for several days, we still haven't found any traces of the mirror lake. If there were more people, we might have found something unexpected. Snow Sword Immortal said softly. Her words received the approval of many people. If not for the fact that the divination indicated this place, they would have suspected that the mirror lake was not there at all. After searching for several days, there was no result at all. If it were anyone else, they would have given up long ago. What I'm worried about now is that if that young Master Gu finds out about this, will he feel that we're not treating him with sincerity? A sword immortal named 503 Lu Di said with some worry. To them, Gu Chang'e was an absolute benefactor. Not only did he tell them how to fight against the outer world, but he also never made things difficult for them. In the end, they were still on guard against Gu Chang'e. They secretly hid this matter from him and came here to look for Mirror Lake. With his status, he shouldn't care about this kind of thing. The Snow Sword Immortal shook his head lightly, but there was still a hint of concern on his face. It was foreseeable that they would definitely fight with the cultivators of those forces from the upper worlds in this place. Previously, those supreme cultivators had not come here in person because they were afraid of the power of this world. However, on that day in the Shu sect, the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao that suddenly appeared was torn apart by Gu Chang'e. The resistance of this world was obviously much weaker. If those supreme cultivators took the risk, they would definitely be able to come here. When the time comes, I'm afraid a fierce battle is inevitable. Who knows, all of us might die here. The graceful Sword Immortal also knew the Snow Sword Immortal's worry and could not help but sigh. In the next few days, the entire Sword Mystic world was in a state of excitement. Countless cultivators rushed to the place where the ancient mystic ancestral temple was located. On every mountain range, one could see figures appearing on divine swords. In the beginning, those who came were itinerant cultivators from all over the 13 states. However, towards the end, almost every force brought their most powerful foundation. They knew that an unimaginable battle would break out here. No egg would remain intact when the nest was overturned. Therefore, they were all doing their best, wanting to do something in this battle. The graceful Sword Immortal, the Snow Sword Immortal, and the others also gave up on the idea of continuing to look for Mirror Lake. They specifically waited here for the cultivators from the 13 states. Some veteran sword immortals of the land who had been in seclusion for a long time finally showed up. They were no longer hiding behind. The final battle is about to break out here. If we are swept in, I'm afraid we will be crushed to pieces. The people of the Nanming dynasty also rushed over. The second beauty of the southern Baron state, Princess Xianxia, was among them. She was wearing a light-colored long dress. Her figure was tall, and her hair was like a waterfall. Her skin was snow-white and delicate. Her eyes were focused like the autumn water. When her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, it could make one enchanted and want to smooth them out. This was a face that could be said to be capable of causing the downfall of a country. It was extremely moving. Beside her were Qing and many others of the younger generation. They were all the leading figures of this generation of the sword mystic world. The strongest person had already reached the 7th realm and was very likely to enter the realm of sword immortals of the land in the future. They could be said to have a promising future. The one who spoke was one of the young men. He was dressed in purple and had a handsome face. His manner of speech was extraordinary. Many young women around him faintly looked at him with admiration. This person was the leader of the sword mystics' 4 heroes, Chen Li. His grandfather was an extremely powerful veteran sword immortal of the land. It's unavoidable to fight to the death. For the future of the sword mystic world, we have to come here. Princess Xianxia sighed softly. If there is any danger, later, I will protect you. I have many life-saving items given to me by my grandfather. Hearing this, Chen Li smiled and comforted her. His grandfather was a sword immortal of the land. This was not a secret. How could the life-saving items given by his grandfather be simple? Therefore, when they heard this, everyone was extremely envious of him. Especially many young women, they wanted nothing more than to replace Princess Xianxia. Many people knew that Chen Li had always been pursuing Princess Xianxia, but the falling flowers were heartless. Now that the sword mystic world was facing a great disaster, as a leader of the younger generation, he had many opportunities to get close to Princess Xianxia. There's no need. When we encounter danger, Brother Chen should prioritize your own life. Xianxia is not worth your protection. Princess Xianxia shook her head gently and politely rejected Chen Li's good intentions. The smile on Chen Li's face froze, but he quickly recovered. He continued, once a great battle breaks out here, even a sword immortal of the land is not confident that he can protect his life. Xianxia, you have to be careful. I understand. There's no need for Brother Chen to worry. Princess Xianxia nodded. Her attitude was very cold. Even though Chen Li was shrewd and did not show his emotions, after being rejected by Princess Xianxia, he still looked a little ugly. Fortunately, when the people beside him saw this, they hurriedly spoke and changed the topic. Young Master Chen's strength is extremely strong. If you are given another few hundred years, you will definitely be able to enter the ranks of the sword immortals of the land. After dealing with this extraterrestrial demon, it won't be long before young Master Chen becomes the #1 person in our sword mystic world. The few of them kept talking, their words were full of flattery, which made Chen Li's expression look much better. Although Princess Xianxia had an indifferent attitude towards him now. He believed that when the final battle arrived, the Nanming dynasty would be destroyed sooner or later without a sword immortal of the land. Princess Xianxia would come to beg him. And just as the younger generation of the sword mystic world gathered here, in the distant sky, several shocking sword chi swept over. The person in the lead was an extremely tall and sturdy old man. He was dressed in purple and carried a long sword on his back. Wisps of sword intent lingered around him. His strength was terrifying. Grandfather, you're here? The moment Chen Li saw this person, his eyes were filled with joy and he could not help but shout. This person was his grandfather, Chen Bailey, who was known as the Northly Divine Sword. He had once fought enemies from all directions with the Northly Divine Sword and could not find a worthy opponent. Even his eldest disciple was half a step into the sword immortal of the land. Princess Xianxia, Qing, and the others also looked at the old man with a solemn expression. Even the current Shu sect master, graceful sword immortal, had been taught by this old man. This is sword immortal Bailey. The old man has come out of seclusion. There was a huge commotion. Many people were excited as they looked at this once legendary figure. In the distance, graceful sword immortal, snow sword immortal, and the others had no choice but to come and welcome him personally. They were extremely respectful to this old man. However, after Sword Immortal Bailey arrived, he did not greet the many sword immortals of the land. Instead, he looked at his favorite grandson. "I told you this place is very dangerous, but you insisted on coming. If anything happens, who will my inheritance be passed on to?" Although he spoke in a reprimanding tone, his concern and worry were evident. Hearing this, Chenli's expression turned solemn. "Grandfather, as the current leader of the younger generation in the sword-profound world, how can I retreat in such a dangerous situation and humiliate you?" He said this with a strong sense of righteousness. His expression was extremely solemn, causing many people around him to admire him. Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others who had rushed over also praised him in their hearts. They thought that he was indeed the leader of the 4 heroes of the sword-profound world. "Sigh, the child has grown up. You don't listen to me anymore." Sword Immortal Bailey seemed to shake his head helplessly, but his tone was satisfied. Then, he suddenly changed his tone and looked at Princess Xianxia on the other side. He said lightly, "In such a chaotic world, it's good for young people to spend more time together and get closer. It's better to let go of your usual arrogance." Chen Bailey knew his grandson well. He knew that he had a good impression of Princess Xianxia. However, seeing Princess Xianxia's attitude just now really made him unhappy. Her family background was not as good as Chenli's, and her talent was even worse. What right did she have to be so arrogant? Princess Xianxia did not expect Sword Immortal Bailey to say this to her at this time. Her face turned slightly pale. The people of the Nanming dynasty behind her also turned pale. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they did not dare to say anything. A veteran Sword Immortal of the land was right in front of him. Even Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others were his juniors. The small Nanming dynasty did not have a Sword Immortal of the land. How could they have the courage to talk to him? "Senior, you're right. Xianxia will remember." Princess Xianxia's face turned pale as she said softly. She originally wanted to ask her master, Snow Sword Immortal, for help. However, when she remembered that Snow Sword Immortal had also received guidance from this person when he took the final step, she was afraid that it would not be good for her to do so. She could only lower her head and reply softly. Her identity as a princess was completely useless in this place. She felt wronged. She did not have any feelings for Chenli, but he kept pestering her. Was it wrong for her to reject him, just because his grandfather was a veteran Sword Immortal of the land? For some reason, Princess Xianxia suddenly thought of a white-robed figure at this moment. Even though his strength had reached an invincible level in this world, he was still gentle and approachable. Xianxia doesn't like Chenli. Moreover, she already has a sweetheart. Ah Qing, who had been watching everything coldly from the side, suddenly said. Her words made the expressions of the people present change. Chenli's expression also turned ugly. Princess Xianxia widened her beautiful eyes in shock. Sword Immortal Bailey clearly did not expect that someone would dare to stand out and disobey him at this moment. His expression darkened slightly. He looked at Ah Qing, who spoke and said, "Oh, I'd like to know who's more outstanding than my grandson." Ah Qing frowned when she heard that. She opened her mouth. At this moment, the sky in the distance suddenly trembled. All the cultivators here felt as if their souls were being suppressed. They could not move at all, and they were shivering all over. The extraterrestrial demons are coming here." Someone's voice trembled with fear when he saw the scene in the distance. Rumble. That was a boundless expanse of demonic clouds that continuously surged over, covering everything. The ancient warships that were hovering in the sky rumbled and crushed down. They were like majestic ancient continents with monstrous auras. All kinds of law pools and chaotic auras lingered on them. They shone brilliantly, causing people's hearts to tremble in fear. The terrifying army of the extraterrestrial demons finally arrived at this place. They covered the void of thousands of miles around the ancient Xian ruins, casting black shadows on the ground. On these ancient warships, many terrifying demonic shadows stood. They were surrounded by fog, and their figures were tall. They did not speak much and were incomparably cold. They swept their eyes over the broken walls below without making a sound. However, the deterrence that this brought was terrifying and huge, causing everyone in the sword mystic great world to tremble in fear. Even graceful sword saint and the others were terrified, and their scalps went numb. Although these terrifying demonic shadows were not at the Earth Sword Immortal realm, they were definitely at the 9th realm. They could fight against them, however, the most frightening thing was that there were simply too many of them. Just by standing in the sky, they brought great fear to the people around them. They had no idea whether there were other even more terrifying existences standing behind these figures. Today, the final battle with this group of extraterrestrial demons is unavoidable. A Earth Sword Immortal without a white beard said with a solemn expression. At this moment, too many people had come to the ancient mystic ruins. They were all looking at this scene with extreme fear. They were trembling to the extreme, and their faces were pale. There was a faint sense of despair. P.S. The update will resume tomorrow. Rumble. The sky was crushed. Above the sky of the ancient Xian ruins, many ancient warships were hovering. Every single one of them was like a terrifying continent, surrounded by a thick fog that obscured everything. A large number of knights rode on ferocious beasts, holding weapons like heavenly swords and heavenly halberds. They were cold as they rushed out. They were murderous, like a group of bloody cavalry from the depths of hell, harvesting all lives. Are these extraterrestrial demons planning to kill all of us? Around the ancient Xian ruins, many cultivators from the mysterious Sword 13 prefectures were pale and fearful. For many young people, it was their first time seeing the true appearance of these so-called extraterrestrial demons. They had never been to the front lines and fought with them before. They felt that their souls were about to be frozen. Under that cold murderous aura, their bodies trembled, and they couldn't summon up the courage to fight back. This was an enormous gap that was like a natural moat, making every single one of them feel despair, not daring to speak too much. These people are so strong. The weakest is probably at the 8th realm, there are probably 9th realm beings hiding among them, beings of even higher realms. The graceful sword saint and the others looked solemn as they looked at those terrifying ancient warships. Their gazes landed on the demonic mountain-like figures, and they were extremely fearful. Clearly, the other party's aura was only at the 9th realm, and hadn't stepped into the realm of Earth Sword Immortal. But the aura and pressure were like an invisible demonic mountain that suppressed their hearts, making their hands and feet feel cold. This was the result of the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth. If not for the suppression, they probably wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning or surviving against this group of terrifying beings. So-called ants, can't you recognize the situation now? The supreme beings of my world haven't made a move yet, or else they would have destroyed your world long ago. A blurry figure appeared on the ancient warship. He was extremely tall, had a pair of red horns on his head, and a pair of wings on his back. His body was surrounded by cyan divine light, and his eyes were scarlet red. He spoke coldly, and his voice was filled with arrogance and disdain. It's just a desperate struggle. Soon, this world will be filled with the color of blood. Within the thick black fog, the sound of footsteps could be heard again. Another demonic figure appeared, its voice filled with contempt. Their voices resounded in the sky, not bothering to hide their intentions at all, causing the faces of everyone in the sword profound world below to turn ashen. They clenched their fists tightly and endured with all their might. Although it was such a humiliating moment, no one dared to stand out. Even graceful Sword Immortal and the others remained silent. Haha, as expected of a natural-born slave. At this point, you don't even dare to resist. Ha ha ha, the terrifying figure who spoke earlier mocked him once again, and laughed impudently. Forget it, there's nothing to say to this group of ants. Once we find that item, they can only be destroyed. It's not worth our attention. The other voice was very calm and cold. It was still high and mighty, and its words had already decided the life and death of all the living beings in this world. Damn it. You've gone too far. I'll fight it out with you. However, right at this moment, a furious roar suddenly came from the ancient mystic ruins, resounding in all directions. An old man wearing a green Taoist robe and carrying a sword on his back finally could not hold it in anymore. His eyes revealed anger and killing intent as he took a step forward and rushed into the sky. It was obvious that this was an existence at the level of a Earth Sword Immortal. The moment he appeared, he displayed such a great pressure and strength. Seeing this scene, many of the cultivators of the sword profound world could not help but feel excited. The depression from before was completely swept away. They weren't people without guts. Brother Zhao, graceful sword immortal's expression changed slightly. He knew this Taoist-robed elder, but he did not expect him to actually rush over and fight with this group of sky demons. In the end, he could only sigh softly. Don't be impulsive. The expression on Snow Sword Immortal's face under the mask changed drastically. He also wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Kill! The Taoist-robed elder roared angrily. His entire body was surrounded by a green sword light, transforming into a peerless divine sword. Immediately, strange phenomena appeared in the world. An unimaginable fluctuation was triggered, instantly rushing towards the terrifying figure shrouded in fog. It was him who had opened his mouth and mocked the sword profound world to his heart's content. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Seeing this scene, the terrifying figure sneered. With an attitude of not caring at all, he raised his palm and pressed down. What a laughable ant. Even now, you still can't see the situation clearly. However, in the next moment, a soft sigh sounded indifferently from the depths of the ancient purple-bronze warship. It was very soft and did not contain much emotion. However, it was like the sound of the heavens, exploding in everyone's ears. Even graceful Sword Immortal and the others felt their blood and chi churning, almost unable to stand steadily. The others only felt their souls tremble, and their bodies were about to collapse. Blood flowed from their 7 orifices, and they were incomparably terrified. Sir. The expression of the terrifying figure who had just attacked also changed. He became incomparably respectful as he turned around and bowed towards the depths of the ancient warship. He only had the cultivation of a quasi-supreme, but the one who spoke now was a true Taoist. His cultivation was unparalleled, and he suppressed the world. The expressions of the many figures standing on the ancient warship also became respectful. They were no longer as cold and aloof as before. They came from a certain supreme Taoist orthodoxy of the upper world, the divine spiritual mountain. Their appearance was very different from the human race. The one who spoke now was one of their ancient ancestors. As the voice fell, a withered hand suddenly reached out from the depths of the ancient purple-bronze warship that was shrouded in chaotic fog, breaking through everything. This hand was surrounded by gray fog. Its bones and fingers were distinct, like an eagle's claw. However, the surrounding void collapsed because of its aura, turning into nothingness inch by inch. Poof, just by reaching forward, it contained endless rules and order, and the space here collapsed and exploded. What? The void was stagnant, and time was frozen. The Taoist-robed elder's angry face suddenly turned into horror, and his eyes were filled with despair. In just an instant, that Taoist sword of his shattered with a crack. Immediately after, his entire body was cut open from the middle. Blood flowed out, and his soul was shattered. He died on the spot. A land sword immortal fell just like that. He was like a little chick without any power to resist. This horrifying scene happened in the eyes of countless cultivators. It caused everyone to tremble endlessly, and they felt incomparable despair. Brother Zhao, the graceful sword immortal's eyes were filled with grief. He wanted to stand out and avenge him, but his feet were like lead, and he couldn't move at all. The other land sword immortals were also pale, and they were a little frightened. Their strength was actually not much different from this person. It could even be said that they stood at the peak of this world, and it was difficult to find a match. However, facing an extraterrestrial demon whose face couldn't even be seen clearly, they were as small and insignificant as ants. They didn't even know how many of such existences there were in those ancient warships. Too strong. Is this the transcendent realm? The Snow Sword Immortal's jade face was also a little pale. She clenched her white hands tightly, and felt a surge of pressure. She almost couldn't breathe. For a moment, there was a dead silence below the ancient mystic ruins. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, and they couldn't stop trembling. Too weak. Is this the strongest person in this world? It seems that without the suppression of the heavenly axiom's will, he could destroy all of them with just one palm. In the ancient purple-bronze warship of the divine spiritual mountain, the ancient figure who attacked softly muttered to himself. His words were very emotionless. In another direction, In the ancient warships of the other orthodoxies hovering in the sky, there were also waves of divine telekinesis that were incomparably blazing and vast. The aura that was revived was much stronger than the one who attacked just now. Such a scene caused everyone in the dark sword world below to fall into despair. They couldn't see any signs of life or hope at all. Previously, due to the suppression of the heavenly axiom's will, these existences dared not simply descend here. However, in the ancient mystic ruins, the heavenly axiom was extremely chaotic, and the rules were even more vague and broken. They took advantage of the loophole and descended here, displaying their invincible and terrifying strength that was enough to wipe out everything here. Soon, the vast waves in the sky calmed down. The orthodoxies of the upper realm did not immediately send knights to clear everything. Instead, they communicated through divine telekinesis, and had other plans. Sooner or later, you will all be destroyed in my world. Evil will never prevail over good, this is the natural order of things. Seeing this, the sword immortal of Northley, who had been silent all this while, snorted coldly. Murderous intent surged from the depths of his eyes. But at this time, he forced himself to hold back. He did not dare to act rashly as he was worried that he would suffer a lightning strike from the other party. Many land sword immortals could see that these extraterrestrial demons had no intention of fighting with them for the time being. It seemed that they were also looking for the Mirror Lake and were unwilling to destroy everything here. Or rather, they were afraid of something. Little girl, what did you just say? The sword immortal of Northley did not dare to vent his anger on the extraterrestrial demon. He glanced around with his slightly gloomy eyes and looked at Qing. He naturally knew the origins of this young girl. Like his grandson, she was also one of the 4 heroes of the Sword Profound sect. However, his father went missing when he went to the crack in space. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. If her father was still alive, he would naturally be a little apprehensive. But now, there was nothing to be afraid of. Qing did not expect that sword immortal Bailey would not let go of this matter at this juncture. Begging for fresh flowers, she furrowed her delicate eyebrows. Then, under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people, she said calmly, Xiandai's sweetheart is Mr. Gu. Sword immortal Bailey, do you think that your grandson is better than Mr. Gu? Princess Xiandai was a little stunned when she heard this. A blush appeared on her beautiful face. She obviously did not expect Qing to say such words in front of everyone at this juncture. She did have some admiration for Gu Chang'e, but that was it. The Sword Profound Great World had encountered a great calamity, so how could she have the mood to consider the matters of love? Moreover, she was clear that with Gu Chang'e's background and identity, how could he not have any talented girls by his side? Princess Xiandai didn't dare to have too much hope as she reckoned that she wasn't good enough to catch his eye. What? Mr. Gu? Qing's words caused quite a commotion. Many cultivators had never seen Gu Chang'e's true appearance before. But they knew that such a person existed. Outside the mountain gate of Shu sect, he tore apart the incarnation of the will of the heavenly path with his bare hands. Outside Gusang City, he also killed several land sword immortals with a casual slap. His strength had long since reached an unimaginable level. Are you talking about that guy with the surname Gu? Great shock and disbelief appeared on Chen Li's face. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. He didn't expect Qing to say this at all, and actually involve Gu Chang'e. In terms of standpoint, the person with the surname Gu was from the upper realm and was in cahoots with the group of extraterrestrial demons. 0, Sword Immortal Snow, Sword Immortal E, and the others were also extremely shocked, but then they fell silent. Not to mention standpoint and identity, in terms of appearance and temperament, Gu Chang'e was indeed very attractive to women. Hearing this, Sword Immortal Bailey's expression froze. He naturally knew what kind of person Gu Chang'e was. However, he was humiliated in front of everyone. How could he accept this? He couldn't afford to lose face like this. The young Master Gu you're talking about is in cahoots with the extraterrestrial demons. How do you know what his intentions are for coming to this realm? Sword Immortal Bailey said calmly, with a tone of a senior teaching, young man, don't be fooled by appearances. Although his words were said very calmly, they were extremely rude. He was just short of directly saying that Gu Chang'e had ulterior motives. Sword Immortal E, Sword Immortal Snow, and the others frowned. However, due to Sword Immortal Bailey's seniority, they couldn't say much. Young Master Gu is a good person. He has no ill intentions towards our realm. Ah Qing frowned and explained. However, Sword Immortal Bailey laughed coldly and interrupted her. I've experienced far more than all of you. Are you doubting my eyes? Don't forget, how many land Sword Immortals died tragically in his hands outside Gusang City? They are the mainstays of our realm. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators and living beings had a slight change in expression. They were sorrowful as they thought of the land Sword Immortals who were killed. Just as Sword Immortal Bailey said, the land Sword Immortals were the mainstays of the Sword Arcane Great World. Every loss of one was a great loss. Those people asked for it. If they didn't provoke young Master Gu, they wouldn't have been killed. However, after hearing this, Princess Xianxia, who had been silent all this while, could not hold it in anymore. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she glared at Sword Immortal Bailey. Although she was afraid of Sword Immortal Bailey's power, she would not allow Guchanga to be framed like this. Then are you questioning this old man? Sword Immortal Bailey's eyes suddenly turned cold. There was a glaring sword will circulating, causing everyone's expression to change drastically. Princess Xianxia's face turned pale. She was injured by the sword chi and could not help but take a few steps back. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. If it were not for the protection of the secret treasure, she would have been seriously injured. Princess, the people of the Nanming dynasty had a drastic change in expression. They quickly stood in front of Princess Xianxia to protect her. They looked at Sword Immortal Bailey with uneasiness and fear, worried that he would kill them. Senior Bailey, please have mercy. Sword Immortal Yi and Sword Immortal Shui quickly stood up and tried to stop him. However, before they could finish speaking, a soft voice suddenly came from the sky not far away. So what if I doubt you? The voice was not loud, but it spread in the huge ancient mystic ruins. Almost all the cultivators and living beings heard it. Their hearts tightened and their expressions changed drastically. Dong, in the next moment, the sound of footsteps was heard. Layers of ripples appeared in the void. Then, a door seemed to appear there. A slender figure walked out of it slowly. 2. So what if I'm doubting you? Gu Chang'e was wearing a long white robe with wide sleeves. His black hair was sparkling with a sparkling luster. Faintly, there was a celestial aura flowing around him, making him look otherworldly. Strands of chaotic fog surrounded him, as if he had walked out from another ancient world. He was whispering as he walked down from the void. His eyes were shining brightly like a young deity, with a pressure and aura that made one's heart palpitate and soul tremble. At that moment, the sky above the ancient Xian ruins seemed to be suppressed. Time and space became still. Mr. Gu, why are you here? Ah Qing and Princess Xianxia couldn't help but widen their beautiful eyes in shock. They didn't expect Gu Chang'e, who had been resting in the Nanming kingdom, to appear here. This was really too sudden, and no one had expected it. The expressions of the Sword Fairy Yi, the Sword Fairy Snow, and the other sword fairies from the land changed abruptly. They felt guilty. After all, they were hiding this from Gu Chang'e. Now that they saw him here, they were naturally uneasy and worried that he would blame them. Gu Chang'e's expression didn't change much. He glanced at Princess Xianxia and asked softly, "Are you okay?" Princess Xianxia didn't expect Gu Chang'e to take the initiative to ask about her injuries. She was stunned for a moment. Especially when he handed over a clean handkerchief to wipe the blood at the corner of her mouth. Her head was buzzing, and her heart was beating very fast. "I'm fine. I'm fine." When she came back to her senses, she took the handkerchief and blushed. She quickly shook her head and said, but she couldn't help but daydream. Could it be that Gu Chang'e appeared on purpose to stand up for her? Princess Xianxia had a strange feeling in her heart, and her ears were almost completely red. However, when this expression entered the eyes of the others, it was an extremely bashful expression. Especially Chenli, who had always admired her. His eyes were about to pop out, and he was so jealous that he was going crazy. Gu Chang'e? At that very moment, Sword Immortal Bailey felt somewhat dumbfounded. A look of fear appeared on his old face. He did not expect Gu Chang'e to appear here. As a veteran land Sword Immortal, although he was very powerful, he knew how big the gap between him and Gu Chang'e was. That was an insurmountable and unimaginable chasm. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear and regret. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch it. Guchanga glanced at him casually. There was no majesty in his eyes, but it made the sword immortal of Northernly take a few steps back. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and even his voice was trembling. I didn't say anything. I hope young Master Gu doesn't mind if I offended you earlier. After he finished speaking, he began to slap himself. He lowered his head to hide the resentment in his eyes. His face was full of regret and fear, and he was no longer as resolute as before. Such a scene caused all the cultivators in the surroundings to sigh with emotion in their hearts, and they were extremely astounded while their expressions were extremely complicated. They did not expect the sword immortal of Northernly, who was once an invincible legend, to be so fearful in front of Guchanga. Grandfather, seeing his grandfather slap himself, Chinli felt extremely humiliated. He felt the same way, and he hated Guchanga to the core. Boom! Just as Guchanga appeared here, in the billowing black fog not far away, many ancient battleships made a commotion. Many vast divine consciousnesses were colliding with each other, and the voices were clearly shocked. Greetings, young Master Changa. The black fog that shrouded the sky dispersed, revealing the vast scene on the ancient battleships. Demonic shadows that stood there revealed their true forms, and they respectfully greeted this place. Almost every ancient battleship made such a sound. The black fog that was originally cold and silent suddenly seemed to be boiling. There were even a few blurry figures that were surrounded by chaotic aura walking towards this place. They brought with them a monstrous pressure that suppressed the sky. That majestic and terrifying aura made the sword immortal of Earth's expression change drastically. His scalp went numb, and he felt an uncontrollable fear. Footsteps sounded again between heaven and earth. On the ancient battleship of the Divine Spirit Mountain, the cold figure that killed the Taoist-robed old man with one claw also revealed his true appearance. It was a burly man with an eagle head and a human body. He was surrounded by divine chains of rules, and his skin was gray and covered with scales. He was extremely powerful. He personally showed up and bowed respectfully to Guchanga. Greetings, young Master Changa. In another direction, the Tao attainments of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Black Devil Peak, Ancient Supreme Temple, and many other orthodoxies also showed up. In front of Guchanga, they did not dare to be arrogant and hide behind him. They did not come to greet him. Today, in the eyes of many, Guchanga's strength had reached the level where he was invincible below the remnant immortal realm. Ordinary Tao attainment cultivators were far from enough in front of him. Everyone has to come and greet him? Who exactly is he? Such a scene made the hearts of everyone in the sword mystic great world tremble in shock. They never thought that these supreme experts on the ancient battleships would actually show up together and come here to greet Guchanga. This was too unbelievable and surreal. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would never dare to believe it. Before this, the other ancient battleships were extremely quiet. It was a kind of indifference. They were high and mighty and did not care about those below them at all. Because they were not on the same level, there would not be any equal opportunity. I still underestimated his identity by far, even though the Snow Sword Immortal had some understanding of Guchanga's identity and status. He was extremely shocked at this moment and could not calm down. With so many supreme experts, each of them could easily destroy all of them if they attacked with their full strength. However, in front of that young man, they were so careful and respectful. This, young Master Gu's origin, Princess Xianxia and the others were so shocked that they could not calm down. This was the first time they faced a supreme expert among the extraterrestrial demons. The other party was standing just a few steps away from them. Before this, they did not even dare to imagine such a thing. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Glancing at the many Tao attainments in front of him, Guchanga nodded slightly. His expression did not change much. He took the initiative to show up so that these people would show up. Otherwise, he did not know how long it would take to find Jinghu. It was naturally not Guchanga's style to not use so many tools. We did not know that young Master Changa would come here. Otherwise, we would have shown up to welcome you. We hope young Master Changa will not blame us. An emperor ancestor of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty said. He wore a purple-gold crown and his aura was as majestic and unfathomable as a mountain. The Tao attainments of the other orthodoxies also nodded. Before this, they really did not know that Guchanga would come here. After all, their goal was the world's origin. As for Guchanga's goal, no one knew. Although they had not descended to the lower realm before, they knew many things that happened in the Sword Arcane world. They knew that Guchanga did not need to fear the will of the heavenly path like they did. He could appear and walk around as he pleased. As for whether Guchanga would protect the people of this realm, none of them had ever thought about it in that direction. However, many people looked at Princess Xianxia strangely. They could not understand. Did Guchanga just show up for her, or did he have other intentions? They did not think that Guchanga would be interested in this girl. Although she was indeed very beautiful, in the upper realm, which of the maidservants by Guchanga's side were not beautiful and could cause the downfall of a country? Just now, this person actually dared to question young Master Chang'e. He truly deserves to die. The Taoist from the Divine Spirit Mountain had the intention of currying favor with Guchanga. As he spoke, his eyes were cold. He stared at the immortal of North Separation, whose face had turned pale from fear. He did not waste any time and reached out with his claw. It was as if his claw had pierced through time and nothingness. With a poof, his skull was opened. The Northly Sword Immortal was extremely terrified. He did not even have the chance to dodge. He could only let out a cry of despair as his spirit was annihilated in an instant. The Taoist sword that he had cultivated for thousands of years collapsed with a cracking sound. In the face of a true person who had attained the Tao, the so-called Sword Immortal of the land was no different from an ant. When they saw this scene, a wave of panic and terror swept through this place. Everyone trembled without end, and their faces were deathly pale without any trace of blood. Even the Snow Sword Immortal and the others paled slightly, their bodies unnatural, worried that they would be targeted by these terrifying figures. Grandpa, Chen-Li and many others of the younger generation were frightened to the point they almost fainted. Some even lost control of their bowels and trembled. This was a hair-raising scene, and it was happening right in front of them at such a close distance. Did I ask you to kill him? However, when he saw this scene, Guchanga frowned and said calmly. When he heard this, the hideous smile on the face of the godly spiritual mountain froze, and his body trembled. He thought that he had angered Guchanga. Immediately, he explained with some fear, I wouldn't dare. I was thinking that this person dared to question young Master Chang'e, so Guchanga shook his head gently and interrupted him. Forget it, just this once. Yes. I won't dare to do it again. Seeing that Guchanga was just casually saying it and did not mean to blame him, the existence of the godly spiritual mountain could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with joy. He had almost screwed up the matter. Fortunately, he was right to guess Guchanga's intentions. The rest of the godly spiritual mountain immortals' eyes flickered. They were guessing Guchanga's intentions. What did he want to do with this group of natives? Why did he have to show such an attitude in front of them? Sword Immortal Bailey died just like that. Initially, the graceful Sword Immortal and the others wanted to plead for mercy for Sword Immortal Bailey. However, when they saw this scene, they suddenly understood that in the eyes of the people from the upper realm, their lives were not important. They were nothing more than ants. Their hearts were filled with sorrow and helplessness. They could only stand where they were and did not dare to move at all. Young Master Chang'e, I heard that the Mirror Lake is hidden here. Perhaps the thing we're looking for this time is in it. I wonder if you've heard? After that, the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's elder imperial ancestor spoke again, sweeping his gaze across the ruins that were shrouded in fog and ominous signs. According to the investigation, the Sword City is buried in the Mirror Lake. That's the origin of all the sects in the Sword Mysterious World, another Tao Attainment Realm cultivator said softly. His eyes slowly swept across the ruins that were shrouded in silk-like fog. Even at their level, it was difficult to see through the many restrictions at a glance. This showed how mysterious and strange this place was. Moreover, the most frightening thing was that the heavenly secrets here were extremely chaotic and filled with many unknown auras. Guchanga's gaze was inexplicable. He shook his head and said, I've just heard about this place, so I don't know much about it. The reason why he appeared in the form of helping Princess Xiandai was that he wanted everyone to help him find the entrance to the Mirror Lake. This way, he would have a chance to sneak in secretly. After all, no matter what, if the world's origin fell into his hands, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble when he returned to the upper realm. Although Guchanga was not afraid of trouble, he adhered to the principle of less trouble and still planned to secretly obtain the world's origin. For those who were already in the Tao attainment realm, the temptation of the world's origin was self-evident. It was enough to make them go crazy and risk their lives. If that's the case, why don't we attack together, young Lord Chang'e? Let's see if we can find the entrance to the Mirror Lake. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's imperial ancestor's eyes moved slightly and asked. As they spoke, Princess Xianxia and the others followed behind the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's imperial ancestor. They all came down from the ancient ship and came here. Xianxia bowed slightly to Guchanga as a greeting. Although she was familiar with Guchanga, it was not appropriate to go up and greet him under such circumstances. In fact, Xianxia also had many doubts in her heart. She wanted to ask Guchanga if he knew the whereabouts of Tuoba Xiaoyao. After learning about Tuoba Xiaoyao's death, she sent people to investigate, but they did not find anything. Although she did not know why, she had a strange intuition in her heart. She felt that Guchanga might know about this matter. I won't participate in this matter. I'm just here to join in the fun. Guchanga waved his hand and smiled faintly, rejecting the request of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Imperial Ancestor. Upon hearing this, the Tao enlightened beings from the other orthodoxies looked disappointed on the surface, but deep down, they heaved a sigh of relief. They were actually very worried that Guchanga would come and get involved. With his strength and background, no one here dared to provoke him. At that time, if they really found the world's origin, they might not be able to resist the temptation and make a move on it. In this way, he would inevitably offend Guchanga. With young Master Chang'e's strength, it's really a pity. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor shook his head regretfully, but he was actually relieved like everyone else. Guchanga smiled but didn't say anything. Ada stood beside him like a terrifying demonic mountain. They stood at the periphery and didn't choose to enter the ruins. The ancient mystic ruins were very large, covering an area of tens of thousands of miles. Other than the many broken mountains, there were some collapsed ruins. One could see the former palaces and many murals and pillars. With the arrival of the so-called extraterrestrial demons, the powerhouses of the various forces and sects that rushed here didn't dare to act recklessly. They didn't dare to send their disciples to search for the whereabouts of the Mirror Lake. At the outermost area of the ancient mystic ruins, almost everyone from the Sword Profound world who rushed here had gathered. Graceful Sword Deity, Snow Sword Deity, and many other sword immortals of the land also stood there silently. They looked at the powerhouses of the upper realm not far away and used various secret techniques to search for the unknown strangeness of this place. The Mirror Lake is there. If they get there first, the consequences will be unimaginable. Graceful Sword Deity said softly, his eyes filled with worry. Snow Sword Deity looked at Guchanga, who was not far away and talking with many upper realm enlightened beings. Her heart was not calm. If young Master Gu speaks up and wants to stop all of this, what do you think the chances of success are? She asked Graceful Sword Deity. Graceful Sword Deity didn't expect her to suddenly say that and was stunned for a moment. Although young Master Gu doesn't have any ill intentions towards our world, how could he possibly save our world? Then, he shook his head and felt that the possibility was basically zero. Snow Sword Deity also laughed bitterly, feeling that she was dreaming. What made them worthy of Guchanga saving them like this? Before this, they had kept it a secret from Guchanga and had not told him about the Mirror Lake. Just as the people around the ancient mystic ruins were beginning to explore this place, in the depths of the ancient mystic ruins, Linen's entire body was glowing, and even his hair was golden. He was like the son of a god, standing in front of a collapsed ancient temple with a dazzling key floating in his hand. He could clearly feel that there were ancient sword intents interweaving here, and from his perception, there was definitely more than one sword intent. Perhaps there were many divine swords of the ancient mystic god dynasty that were enshrined in this ancient temple, and as time passed, the aura of those divine swords remained in this place. The key that the white-robed elder gave him in the boundless immortal valley also emitted a misty light when he arrived here. It was obvious that there was something attracting it in the depths of this collapsed ancient temple. Lin En felt that it was the Sword City that was buried in the Mirror Lake. There was definitely a hidden universe here. Outside the ancient mystic ruins, there are too many experts gathered. Even the supreme experts of the extraterrestrial demons have arrived. I have to be careful. Thinking of this, Lin En took out the key, and his heart gradually calmed down. He began to walk towards the collapsed ancient temple in front of him. Buzz, soon, ripples of light were emitted in front of him, as if there was an invisible door in the void. There is indeed a hidden space here. Lin En walked in, and his expression was somewhat pleasantly surprised as he saw the scene in the ancient temple. This was a small world. There was a vast forest, tall mountain range, and a vast sky. There was a surging sea of clouds. And now, he was standing at the entrance, surrounded by many mountains that were so tall that one couldn't see the top. Along the mountain peak, one could see a staircase that was incomparably sacred. It led to the bottom, as if it was a pilgrimage. In the deepest part of the space, Lin En saw a tower that reached the sky. It was golden and magnificent. It was so tall that one couldn't see the bottom. It towered into the clouds. In addition, there were many birds and beasts in this space. They were incomparably holy. Even their feathers were shining brightly. They were like beasts from the divine realm. They were not surprised when they met people. Could it be that the Mirror Lake is beside that tower? Lin En looked at the scene in the distance. His figure moved, and he walked along the mountain peak and down the stairs. Soon, he disappeared into the deep forest. Near the tower, there was a silver light. It was as if there was an ancient and blazing lake. It reflected the brilliance of the sky, and it was gorgeous to the extreme. Lin En felt that the environment here was very different from the environment of the outside world. There was a rich divine and holy aura flowing, which made people feel at ease. One had to know that in the outside world, there was an astonishing ominous aura lingering, and there were even strange occurrences. But in this space, it was a completely different and peaceful scene. It was truly inconceivable. However, Lin En didn't have time to think about this right now. Instead, he made the best use of his time to go deeper. He planned to reach the tower as soon as possible. Just as Lin En stepped into this place, there was a huge change in the ancient mystic ruins. A terrifying whistling sound came from an unknown place. Accompanied by the shrill whistling sound that filled the sky, many vengeful spirits appeared, walking out from every corner of the ruins like ghosts. At the same time, the black fog here also surged crazily, covering the sky and covering the earth as it flooded towards the area where the cultivators from all over were gathered. What happened? Why did this place suddenly become like this? Why are there so many vengeful spirits? This sudden scene caused the faces of everyone in the Sword Profound world to change drastically. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. They were very fearful and uneasy about all of this as they retreated towards the edge of the area. However, the speed of the black fog was too fast. There was even a strange aura interweaving within it that could cover the divine soul of a cultivator, making it difficult for them to sense their surroundings. Their eyes fell into darkness. The moment many people were engulfed by the black fog, they let out miserable cries. Then, the cries abruptly stopped. Immediately after, the sound of bones shattering and chewing rang out, as if there was some terrifying ferocious beast hidden within, waiting for an opportunity to devour people. What's in this black fog? Graceful Sword Immortal and the others took out their natal divine swords and slashed out with overflowing sword chi, trying to split the black fog apart. However, the result that followed caused them to be shocked and somewhat in disbelief. The strange thing hidden in the black fog could even devour their sword chi. It was like a clay ox entering the sea, suddenly disappearing without a trace. Even the ice seal doesn't work? On the other side, Snow Sword Immortal frowned. She was also trying, shooting out a misty ice and snow with her bare hands. It contained the absolute rule of ice, but when it came into contact with the black fog, it also collapsed with a cracking sound, turning into dust that filled the sky. Rumble, at the same time, the entire ancient ruins seemed to have suddenly come to life. Trembling sounds could be heard everywhere. Mountain rocks cracked, and ghosts appeared within the collapsed halls. A strange aura continued to spread out, causing everyone to feel fear and their skin to turn cold. There are corpses that came to life? Ah Qing and Princess Xiandai's complexions were somewhat pale. They couldn't help but back off, feeling that everything in front of them was too illusory, not too real. Right in front of them, a few tombs cracked open. Dense black fog pervaded out from within, and then it continued to crack open to both sides. This was a very strange scene. Old tombs were cracking open one after another, snow-white and even decaying skeletal hands extended out, slowly climbing up. Such a scene was truly unbelievable. It was extremely horrifying. Even the bones that had long decayed beyond recognition were still forming a skeleton, and they were quickly growing flesh and blood. After that, the heavenly armors that had long turned into dust in the tombs also reversed time, and with a clanging sound, they turned into battle clothes, covering their bodies. Those heavenly armors' complexions were pale, expressionless. They allowed the armor to cover their bodies, and then they walked out step by step with weapons in hand, forming a square formation, advancing forward. Resurrection of the dead? How heaven-defying is this method? This made everyone who witnessed this scene almost unable to believe it. Their scalps were about to explode, and their pores were filled with cold air. They couldn't understand, could there really be people who could live forever? Or could it be that these heavenly armors had never died, and had always been sleeping in the ancient Xian ruins? Could it be that they were the heavenly armors and heavenly generals of the ancient Xian god dynasty? This place is indeed strange. These corpses are in a half-dead state, and they seem to have some consciousness left. An enlightened being from the upper realm who had descended here narrowed his eyes, and threads of golden light were emitted from them. Then, he said so. The other enlightened beings also nodded. They didn't make a move, but still stood at the outermost periphery of the ruins, and didn't plan to act rashly. This place was extremely strange, and even they didn't have much confidence. These heavenly armors should be under an extremely terrifying curse, and they can't leave this place no matter what. They can only guard here in the state of the living dead. I've only seen it in some ruins in the upper realm, and the number of living dead back then was far less than here. The Grand Emperor of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty said with a slightly solemn expression. He tried to slap with his palm, and suddenly, lightning roared, and a world-shaking power appeared. The vast power crushed down, destroying heaven and earth, and directly smashing the heavenly armors in front of him into powder. But in the next moment, the soldiers that had turned into powder started to reorganize due to the strange power, and they returned to their original state. Such a scene not only changed the expressions of the enlightened beings, but also made the graceful sword deity and the others, who were not far away, feel terrified, and their hands and feet turned cold. They didn't expect that the ancient Xian ruins would contain such a terrifying danger. Looks like normal methods won't work, and we can't walk over. Someone must have entered the depths of the ruins in advance and touched something. A strange look flashed past Gu Chang's eyes, and then he shook his head as if he was guessing. He felt that it should be this world's son of destiny, Lin En, who found the entrance to the Mirror Lake, which led to such a huge change in the outside world. Connecting to the memory of the will of the heavenly path that he had devoured, Gu Chang'e understood that the ancient Xian god dynasty had touched the taboo of the Battle of Annihilation, and tried to build an ancestral temple to communicate with the ancient heroic spirits. That was why they were destroyed by the awakened part of the will of the heavenly path. All the living dead here, as well as the many strange auras, could be said to be the work of the will of the heavenly path. But these things had nothing to do with him. Since the entrance to the Mirror Lake has been opened, then things are much simpler. Gu Chang'e didn't plan to move. He was still waiting, and the time wasn't right yet. Don't let others beat us to it. Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, the Grand Emperor of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty and the other enlightened beings were all shocked. They were a little worried that someone would beat them to it and take away their fruit in advance. At that moment, their eyes were cold, and they reached out with their hands, covering the sky, and grabbed a few Earth Sword immortals, intending to let them explore the way first. If you can't walk in, then don't think of leaving alive today. Everyone will be buried with you. Their words were incomparably cold, containing an unquestionable will. The terrifying pressure caused the bodies of everyone in the sword profound great world to crack, and they were about to explode into a bloody mist. Facing these so-called ants, they did not have the slightest bit of fear like when they were in front of Gu Chang'e. Even Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal and the others were captured and ordered to explore the way ahead, deep into the black fog. They had no other choice. If they resisted, they would only be smashed into a bloody mist, and their bodies and souls would be destroyed. At this time, they finally understood the difference between Guchanga and these supreme experts, and their hearts became even more bitter. Guchanga's attitude was 1,000,000 times better than this group of supreme experts. At this time, they were the true ants, perhaps even worse. If you want to live, don't try to resist. Guchanga seemed to shake his head in pity as he spoke to graceful Sword Immortal and the others. The rest of the people in the Sword Profound Great World were all trembling in fear. They did not dare to move, and stayed where they were like a group of prisoners. P.S. I came back a little late, so I missed an update tonight. I'll make up for it tomorrow and end this storyline. The black fog was as heavy as lead clouds. Wisps of it seeped out from the depths of the ancient mystic ruins and covered the entire area. A large number of Walking Dead soldiers rushed out from the tombs. They held all kinds of heavenly swords, heavenly halberds, and other weapons as they charged toward the people who trespassed here. This was a terrifying scene. Even the land sword immortals were terrified. After witnessing the process of these undead exploding into smithereens, they quickly returned to their original state. With their strength, they couldn't destroy these walking dead. The only thing they could do now was to open up a path to the depths while they were recovering. Chi, 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 streaks of dazzling sword chi intertwined as if peerless heavenly swords were gathering. They crossed the sky and slashed toward the deepest part of the space. One could faintly see a blurry shadow flashing past there. There was a rain of blood. There were gray hairs of unknown origin mixed in the blood. It was ominous and strange. The rest of the people leading the way were also terrified. They gripped their weapons tightly and moved forward carefully. Not only did they have to avoid the terrifying fog, but they also had to be wary of the strange monsters hidden in the darkness, as well as the army of walking dead. Looks like the fluctuation from before should be from the deepest part of this place. The graceful sword deity held a jade green longsword. Luster flowed on the sword, and an extreme aura filled the air. It pressed forward and shook the thick black fog away. He was extremely powerful. As the sect master of the Shu sect, he was much stronger than the rest. That was why he took the lead and opened up a path at the very front. He helped the people behind him to find out the danger ahead. The snow sword deity followed closely behind. She held a crystal clear ice snow Dao sword tightly in her hand. Her ice snow divine domain descended around her, which had a great resistance against the black fog. Buzz, sword shadows lingered, and heaven and earth collapsed. The rest of the land sword immortals also used their own methods to survive here. Behind them were a few upper realm cultivators who had attained the Dao. The divine rules around them were as vast as the sea. They surged with a terrifying and majestic aura, suppressing everything here. Facing such an unfamiliar environment, they were extremely careful and didn't dare to act rashly. That was why they let the people in front explore the path. And when many land sword immortals were captured to explore the way, at the outermost area of the ancient mystic ruins, Guchanga pulled back his gaze and whispered something to Ada behind him. Then, Ada stepped into the void and disappeared in a blink. No one knew where he was. What did he arrange? Not far away, Xianxia, the eldest princess of Great Yu, who had been observing Guchanga's actions, had a slight change in her expression. She felt that Guchanga seemed to be detached from the world, but also seemed to be in control of everything. This was an extremely contradictory feeling. She did not believe that Guchanga would come to this world for no reason and come here to join in the fun without participating. Guchanga definitely had some unknown secret. When young Master Changa was in this world, did you see Tuoba Xiaoyao? After thinking for a moment, Yufi's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She lightly walked over, bringing with her a burst of fragrance. She couldn't help but ask in a soft voice. Tuoba Xiaoyao? Guchanga lightly raised his eyebrows, his gaze fell on her face, and then said with a smile, "Of course I saw him, but he's already dead." What? Yufi's face was filled with great astonishment. She did not expect Guchanga to say it so bluntly. She originally thought that Guchanga would say that he did not know and had never seen him before. But Guchanga directly said that Tuoba Xiaoyao was dead, which really caught her off guard. She didn't even think about it. Then, "Young Master Changa, do you know where he died?" Euphia felt that her mouth was a little dry, but she still could not help but ask. Hearing this, Guchanga still had a faint smile on his face. He shook his head and said, "He died in the Sword Profound World's forbidden area, Limitless Immortal Valley, Limitless Immortal Valley?" Euphia was in a daze for a moment. She had naturally heard of such a forbidden area. In the Sword Profound Great World, that place was known as the Land of No Return. It was shrouded in fog all year round, and even the Earth Sword Immortal would die if they stepped into it. Taba Xiaoyao had actually died in there? Then young Master Chang'e, do you know how he died? Euphia's expression suddenly became somewhat sorrowful, as she thought of some of the past with Tuoba Xiaoyao. Guchang's expression did not change much, he only smiled casually and said, "Of course I know, after all, I killed him with my own hands." "What, are you planning to avenge him?" "What?" Hearing Guchang's understated words, Euphia was stunned, and did not react in time. Then, when he heard Guchang's words clearly, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief and took a few steps back, almost suspecting that he had misheard. "Young Master Chang'e, you're not lying to me, right?" Her voice contained a trace of trembling and fear. This was rarely seen on the always dignified and elegant Euphia. In the past, no matter what she encountered, she always had a calm and indifferent appearance. Guchang's expression still did not change, he looked at her inexplicably and said, "Is such a small matter worth lying to you?" "No. I don't dare." Euphia's face was somewhat pale, her white hands clenched tightly, but fearful of Guchang's strength and power, she could only remain silent, not daring to say anything. Even if her imperial father was standing here right now, he would not dare to do anything to Guchanga, let alone her. She only knew that there seemed to be enmity between Tuoba Xiaoyao and Guchanga. But she did not know that it had reached the point where Guchanga wanted to kill him. Euphia's heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. She should have figured out why Guchanga would say those words in front of everyone in the great Yu Immortal Dynasty's palace. He had long wanted to make a move against Tuoba Xiaoyao, and now that he had come to this Sword Profound World, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if Tuoba Xiaoyao disappeared here, no one would care, no one would investigate. Just like just now, Guchanga even said in front of her that he had personally killed Tuoba Xiaoyao. What could she do? Avenge him? That was just a fantasy. Such an unscrupulous attitude was the so-called Guchanga just now, not the gentle and elegant appearance he showed on the outside. In the distance, Qing and Princess Xian Dai had been paying attention to the situation when Euphia was walking towards Guchanga just now. Originally, they thought that Princess Euphia was also one of Guchanga's admirers. But they did not expect her expression to become so pale at this moment, revealing uneasiness and fear. "It seems that young Master Gu is not so gentle to all women, then why did he appear to save me? Could it be that I am special to him?" The scene of Guchanga appearing to save her appeared in Princess Xiandai's mind, and a rosy color appeared on her face, and she began to let her imagination run wild. Although she also knew that in front of a great enemy, when disaster was about to befall, it was very wrong to care about such things. But she could not help but think about it. In the next few days, the black fog in the ancient mystic ruins was even more terrifying. It swept in all directions, like a huge wave that covered the sky and earth, constantly rolling. Because of the terrifying battle fluctuations in the depths, a terrifying earthquake occurred here, the ground cracked, and the mountain gate collapsed. In some places, ancient altars were even revealed. They were very damaged and not complete, carved with many patterns. There were pictures of ancestors praying to the heavens around a bonfire, as if they were offering something. On some broken totems, a pair of cold and huge eyes could even be seen floating in the sky, watching all the ancestors praying below. There were too many such pictures, exuding a strange and cold feeling. There was not the slightest bit of holiness. Many ancient cultivators of the Sword Profound World were captured by the people of the Upper Realm, asking them to study and decipher the meaning of these stone inscriptions. Some people who studied the altars were captured to try to repair these altars. In the eyes of many powerhouses of the Upper Realm, these altars contained space fluctuations that had not dissipated. It was obvious that in the distant past, there was very likely a space portal here, connecting to a certain space or world. Perhaps the mirror lake that had not revealed its traces all this time was related to these altars. "Looks like we've finally found the entrance?" Chang'e had been standing in the outermost ancient warship, looking down at the depths of the ruins where black fog was rolling. Although it was difficult for him to see the scene in the depths, he could feel the fluctuations in it. Judging from the magnitude of the fluctuations, it was easy to know which depth the people who entered had reached. Of course, the most important thing was that Chang'e ordered Ada to follow them secretly. Ada was born in the depths of the demon burial abyss. The ominous and strange aura here would not affect him at all. Therefore, the monstrous black fog that everyone was afraid of, to Ada, it was like walking on flat ground. It's about time. Chang'e's eyes moved slightly, his vast spiritual sense swept out, instantly covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Boom! At this moment, all the cultivators in the ancient mystic ruins felt as if there was an inexplicable suppression spreading between heaven and earth, like an invisible hand that slowly descended from a distant latitude. What is this? Is there some kind of strange change in this place? Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they could not breathe. Then, they saw in horror that the sky suddenly turned dark. A strange gray fog covered the sky and covered the sun. No one knew where it came from. It was even stranger than the black fog that pervaded the ancient mystic ruins, containing a monstrous aura that could devour everything in the world. This gray fog came very quickly, it was extremely turbulent, and one could not see where it ended. In an instant, it drowned the entire ancient mystic ruins. Even the many ancient warships that were hovering around were instantly swallowed, and could not be seen. This was a hair-raising and chilling scene. At this moment, whether it was the cultivators of the sword mystic world or the army of powerhouses from the upper realm, all of them were terrified to the extreme. They felt that their cultivation base, magic power, and spirit were all being eliminated, and were about to be devoured. This gray fog was the representation of ominous, strange, cold, and chaotic. Being in it would not only cause one's mind to collapse, but it would also cause one's physical body to dissipate, and one's spirit to be destroyed. Many people let out a miserable shriek as they discovered that their corporeal body was actually disappearing quickly. Their entire body became transparent, and soon after, even their bones and flesh became sparkling and translucent. After that, they turned into a rain of light and dissipated. Such a terrifying scene, as if their skulls were opened and a basin of cold water was poured down, causing everyone to tremble in fear. This gray fog, why does it seem so familiar? Eupheia's expression also changed drastically. She brought the people of the great Yu celestial dynasty behind her and quickly flew back to the ancient warship. She kept feeling that this terrifying and strange gray fog seemed to have appeared before. Although she had never seen it with her own eyes. She had heard about it from various news. Back then, when the reclusive Ji family was on their way to Mount Kuan to rescue their ancestor, they seemed to have encountered such a terrifying fog. It almost caused the entire reclusive family to lose their lives, even those who had attained the Tao would lose their lives in it. It was hard to escape death. Eupheia's face revealed an unconcealable fear. This kind of strange gray fog that only appeared in the forbidden zone of Mount Kuan, why would it appear here as well? She didn't have time to think too much. She quickly ordered people to activate the defensive formation patterns on the ancient warship to prevent it from being swallowed by this gray fog. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through her mind, causing Eupheia's body to tremble. Her expression was even more frightened and in disbelief. She turned her head with difficulty and looked towards the direction where Chang'e was at before. However, there was no one there. It seemed that when the gray fog swept over, Chang'e had already disappeared. At that time, Chang'e was also on his way to Mount Kuan. He just happened to be among the people who encountered that strange fog. This should be just a coincidence. For some reason, Euphia thought of an extremely terrifying guess. She couldn't help but shudder and didn't dare to think about it anymore. The entire ancient mystic ruins became alarmed and uneasy because of this terrifying fog that suddenly appeared. Almost everyone was thinking of a way to retreat to the outermost area. Compared to the black fog before, this gray fog was obviously more terrifying. What happened outside? What's going on? These undead Army 507 that were originally unconscious suddenly became fearful? In the depths of the ancient Xian ruins, there were corpses everywhere, as well as dilapidated ancient temples and palaces. They had all collapsed, and their original appearance could not be seen. A land sword immortal who was exploring the path turned around uneasily. He felt that the army chasing after them was retreating like a tide, as if they had sensed something even more terrifying. No matter what, this is where the ripples came from. The entrance to Mirror Lake must be right in front of us, Xianxia said, his gaze landing in front of the area. There was a pile of collapsed ruins there, and an ancient temple was shrouded in a faint light. There were actually quite a few vines growing in the surroundings, looking somewhat lush and full of vitality. Such a scene was really out of tune with the environment here. This aura doesn't seem right. Could it be that something has happened in the outside world? This feeling makes me feel a little uneasy. Last time, when I was at Mount Kuan, I also sensed this aura from afar. Why would it appear here again? An enlightened one frowned and said. He sensed that there seemed to be a majestic and terrifying aura pressing down from the outside world. Even an enlightened one could feel his heart palpitating, and he could not calm down. Last time, when the reclusive Ji family attacked Mount Kuan and tried to rescue their ancestor, he was also there, but he was not with the people of Ji family. We can't care too much about the outside world, there is indeed a spatial ripple there, and there's another world inside. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's old emperor shook his head, his gaze was like a heavenly blade as it landed, and the void trembled, making clanking sounds as he said with certainty. There is indeed a spatial ripple hidden there. The other enlightened one were also sizing it up, and then they couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression. They didn't waste any effort at all, and finally found the location of Mirror Lake. We don't know if there is any danger inside, let them explore first. The enlightened one from Divine Spirit Mountain glanced at Snow Sword Immortal and the others with a cold gaze, planning to let them enter that door first. His words were approved by the others, and they all looked at Xianxia and the others coldly, not giving them a chance to choose. You all said that you would let us go after opening the path. Hearing this, a Land Sword Immortal's expression became ugly, his heart was full of humiliation and unwillingness. In this world, he was the most powerful expert standing at the peak, but now, he was ordered around like a dog, and the other party even went back on their words. Not honoring the promise they made at that time. You are courting death. However, just as this Land Sword Immortal finished speaking, a heavenly Emperor Mountain's enlightened one's gaze suddenly fell, as if millions of terrifying demonic mountains were pressing down, covering and crushing that person's body. In an instant, a bloody mist filled the air, accompanied by a miserable cry. This place exploded into a sky full of corpses, and directly extinguished in body and soul. A Land Sword Immortal, the most powerful expert standing in this world, died just like that. This scene made Xianxia and the others' expression change abruptly. Many of them were furious, and wanted to fight with their lives on the line, but they were firmly held back by the people beside them, not daring to act rashly. Facing an enlightened one, which was also the transcendent realm, they didn't have the slightest chance of resisting. It was no different from ants trying to shake a big tree. Let's go. Xianxia laughed bitterly in his heart. Without a choice, he directly took the lead and stepped into that door. After that, Snow Sword Immortal and the others also silently followed behind. After the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's old emperor and the others glanced at each other, only when they didn't feel any undulations coming from the other side, did they relax. After passing through that door, the scene in front of them suddenly opened up, and they were even a bit shocked. This is the aura of the Tao of the Heavenly Tao. The will of the Heavenly Tao is definitely hiding here. An enlightened one's pleasantly surprised voice sounded, and it was slightly trembling. At their realm, they were naturally able to clearly feel the holy aura that pervaded this place. It was left behind after the Tao of the Heavenly Tao transformed. As for why the Tao of the Heavenly Tao transformed, they weren't interested. There was what they needed here, it was enough. Is this the legendary realm of the gods? It's so holy? That tower should be the Tong Tian Tower in the ancient records. In the past, the ancient profound god dynasty specially built this tower to worship the heavens. It's said that praying at the top of the tower can let the heavens hear your voice. Because of this, the ancient profound god dynasty became the strongest dynasty in the history of the sword profound world. Xianxian's voice was also filled with shock. The first thing he saw was the bright silver tower in the distance. They were currently standing on the peak of a mountain, the faintly discernible clouds surging around them, as if they were in the realm of the gods. This world was too peaceful and auspicious. There wasn't the slightest bit of murderous aura. Everything was so peaceful, it was as if they could let go of all hatred. There's a silver lake there. No, as expected, someone has already beaten us to it. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's old emperor's eyesight was astonishing. Even though this place had a great suppression on cultivation, he still saw the silver lake beside the Tong Tian Tower with a glance. It was incomparably blazing, the border couldn't be seen, there was an illusory fog surging on the surface, like a silver mirror. The whereabouts of the world's origin is inside. The other Dao attainment expert also revealed greed at this moment. His movements were very fast, directly transforming into a ray of divine light, striding towards that silver lake. However, he hadn't even taken a few steps when a silver lightning suddenly descended between heaven and earth, as if it was transformed from a vast and mighty silver true dragon, directly smashing down on his head, wanting to strike him down from the sky. This sound was truly too vast, it was continuous and endless, as if it had angered the heavens. The expressions of graceful sword immortal and the others all changed, recalling a rumor: one had to be devout in ancient Xian ancestral temple, otherwise, they would attract the heavenly lightning and suffer the wrath of the heavens. Flying over here was even more disrespectful to the heavenly Tao. This is the punishment of the heavens. They were shocked, their entire bodies trembling endlessly. Under this kind of lightning, they felt like ants. What can mere heavenly lightning do to me? This old man has attained the Tao for 30 million years, why would I be afraid of this? However, facing these silver true lightning, this Tao attainment expert who stepped forward was extremely disdainful, raising his hand to descend towards the sky, directly shattering these lightning bolts. He could feel that the aura of these lightning bolts were only at the level of a quasi-emperor, far from a Tao attainment expert. Seeing this, the other Tao attainments experts also did not hesitate, all transforming into divine lights, striding forward, welcoming the heavenly lightning, and entering the mirror lake. Snow Sword Immortal and the others did not dare to directly fly over like them, they could only obediently walk over as if on a pilgrimage. Many people planned to take the opportunity to leave, but suddenly discovered that the door to leave the space seemed to have been destroyed from the outside by someone from the outside. There was a brilliance pouring down in torrents, shattering everything, the void turned into fine powder. What's going on? The door was destroyed by someone. A few Earth Sword Immortals who tried to leave this place paled, somewhat in despair. Snow Sword Immortal and the others also stopped in their tracks, frowning as they looked back. They could not understand who would destroy the entrance here at this time. Could it be that they planned to trap everyone here? Why do I feel that this place is somewhat fearful? Snow Sword Immortal frowned, raising his head, looking at the vast sea of lightning in front of him. And just as they were puzzled, two figures suddenly walked out from the door behind them that had already collapsed into nothingness. The person in the lead was dressed in white, his hair was wreathed in divine light, he was extraordinary, handsome, and elegant, as if an immortal had descended to the mortal world. Behind him followed a tall and sturdy figure, dressed in nethersteel divine robes. Young Master Gu? Seeing this person, Snow Sword Immortal, Graceful Sword Immortal, and the others instantly widened their eyes, somewhat in disbelief, wondering if they had seen wrongly. Didn't Xianxia say that he planned to return to the upper realm, and was only here to join in the fun? Why would he appear here, and even destroy the door to leave? Oh, looks like you're still alive. Xianxia seemed to be a little surprised that they were still alive, and smiled slightly. However, this smile made Snow Sword Immortal and the others shiver all over, they could not help but tremble. They felt that the Xianxia in front of them was completely different from the person they knew before. This was a kind of fear that came from the deepest part of their souls. Young Master Gu, you, Snow Sword Immortal forced himself to calm down, he wanted to open his mouth to greet him. However, Xianxia only smiled slightly, he had no intention of continuing to talk to them, he took a step forward with Ada, and disappeared from the foot of the mountain. He was very fast, almost disappearing into thin air in an instant, then reappearing several thousand miles away. However, what made Snow Sword Immortal and the others even more terrified was that there was actually no lightning that struck down to punish Xianxia. This place is afraid of him? Graceful Sword Immortal's mouth was dry, he felt his scalp go numb. This world is fearful of him. The Graceful Sword Deity's voice was trembling as he thought of many things in an instant. Xianxia was definitely not as gentle as what they saw on the surface, and he was definitely not a kind person. Perhaps this is his true motive. He destroyed the entrance. Is he planning to annihilate everyone here? The snow sword deity could not help but shudder slightly. Her bright eyes under the mask were somewhat unconcealable shock. She had investigated the souls of the powerhouses in the upper realm and understood how terrifying Guchunga's background was in the upper realm. It was also evident from the fearful attitude of those who had achieved the Tao before. Even if those who had achieved the Tao died here, it would probably not affect Guchunga in any way. Since he dared to destroy the entrance and appear here, he must have been fully prepared. Could those strange fluctuations in the outside world be his doing as well? The snow sword deity thought of another possibility, and her heart trembled slightly. Suddenly, she felt that Guchunga was far more terrifying than she had thought. She could not guess his motive and thoughts at all. Under the sky, Guchunga stepped forward, ignoring the shocked and fearful expressions of the graceful sword deity and the others. He was not interested in this group of land sword deities to begin with. Even if he killed them and absorbed their origins, it would be a waste of time. From the beginning, he had been using this group of land sword deities to find this place for him. Now, their final value was gone. Whether they lived or died had nothing to do with Guchunga. Rumble. In front of him, there was a majestic and heavy aura surging, enough to make any living being standing under the sky tremble in fear. It was the wrath of the heavenly axiom, containing an aura and pressure that could destroy the world. In this small world, endless silver light filled the sky. It was a vast sea of lightning that struck from the depths of the sky, pressing down toward the bottom. The vast expanse spread over, and there was no end in sight. It was as if there was a pool of lightning hidden at the end of the world. Boom! Numerous lightning dragons the size of mountains sped through it, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were incomparably ferocious and contained a terrifying aura of destruction. Countless sparks flew from the bodies of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor and the others. They were all quickly crossing the sky and landing beside the Mirror Lake. Although these thunderbolts couldn't cause any substantial harm to them, they could sense that there was an inexplicable law spreading across the sky. Clearly, the Tower of Babel was not far away from them, as if they could reach it in one step. However, no matter how far they traveled, the distance between them did not change in the slightest. They would always be separated by the same distance. They knew that this was a type of supreme spatial rule. If they wanted to cross over, they had to break the rules of this place. It seems that the laws of the world here are not simple. What was left behind after the heavenly Tao transformed into the heavenly Tao could actually contend against us. The eyes of one who achieved the Tao were cold. Scarlet multicolored light swirled around his body, numbering millions and millions of strands. He raised his palm and slapped down, evaporating all of the lightning. He tried to break the rules of this place, but in the next moment, he discovered that the originally broken void was actually being reconstructed. Soon, it was restored to its original state. One had to know that he was a genuine Taoist with unparalleled cultivation. If he was in the upper realm, it would be extremely easy for him to destroy a galaxy with a raise of his palm. However, in this place, even the space barrier could not be broken. He couldn't completely break through the laws of the world here. This caused his expression to be a little ugly. He was in disbelief. Immediately after, he slapped out again. A matchless aura pressed down, and there were even billions of starlight gathering. Divine laws surged like the sea, piercing through the void. However, this scene didn't last for long. The broken void in front of him was once again reconstructed. Moreover, it was even more sturdy than before, faintly suffused with the aura of the immortal path. Don't attack anymore. This place is indeed strange. As expected of the place where the heavenly Tao transformed into the heavenly Tao. Even space is tainted by its aura and can be continuously reconstructed. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor shook his head and stopped this person. His expression gradually became solemn, and he was not as contemptuous as before. That is, at this moment, a Taoist suddenly noticed the scene behind him. He widened his eyes in surprise. When he looked carefully, he found that the figure walking over was extremely familiar, and he couldn't believe it. Guchunga. Why is he here too? Another Taoist was also surprised. Divine light flashed in his eyes as he stared at the scene behind him. The heavenly thunder there seemed to have been cleared, leaving only a vacuum-like area. Guchunga was strolling in it with his quasi-emperor subordinate. He really has other intentions. He's definitely not here to join in the fun. We have to be careful of him. The great Celestial dynasty's Grand Emperor's eyes flickered. He made all kinds of guesses in his heart and became incomparably wary and vigilant. The other Taoists' expressions also became solemn. However, they didn't notice that the entrance here had been destroyed. They all guessed that Guchunga's intention was the same as theirs, which was to come for the world's origin. The heavenly thunder here actually avoided him. The great Celestial dynasty's Grand Emperor noticed this and became even more vigilant. Judging from Guchunga's behavior, he was definitely not a kind person. He also didn't believe that Guchunga wouldn't kill them if there was a conflict later. One had to know that along the way, Guchunga had killed countless people who had attained the Tao. The situation is not good. The great Celestial dynasty's Grand Emperor's eyes flickered. He began to think of a way to retreat. Perhaps the only way was to unite everyone here to fight against Guchunga. He was unwilling to give up the world's origin that was very likely to be hidden here. At that moment, his divine thought surged and transmitted a message to the other Taoists here, telling them to be careful of Guchunga. He wouldn't be so bold as to attack all of us, right? Hearing this, the few Taoists were shocked and couldn't believe it. After all, they represented a supreme sect and an imperishable sage orthodoxy. If Guchunga attacked them, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the forces behind them. Although they weren't Guchunga's match, they were definitely more than enough to escape unless Guchunga was confident that he could bury all of them here. Let's be careful. Guchunga is definitely not a merciful person. Those forces who dared to stop him have all been destroyed. An enlightened Taoist from the Sky Emperor Mountain whispered. He had the same idea as the great Celestial dynasty's Grand Emperor. Seniors, are you waiting for me here? Just as the enlightened Taoists were having different thoughts, a chuckle suddenly sounded behind them. Guchunga quickly approached and appeared behind them. Hearing this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but narrow. They were a little shocked. With their strength, they couldn't see how Guchunga got there. The rules of heaven and earth here didn't have any effect on him? Young Lord Chunga, why are you here all of a sudden? An enlightened Taoist asked with a slightly unnatural expression. He stood very close to Guchunga. For some reason, he felt a chill down his spine. His hands and feet were slightly cold. I heard that this place might contain news of the world's origin, so I came to take a look. I think everyone's goal is the same as mine, right? Guchunga smiled faintly. His expression was a little casual. I didn't expect young Lord Chunga to be interested in this item. The enlightened Taoist from the Divine Spirit Mountain laughed dryly to hide the vigilance and uneasiness in his heart. The others fell silent. They didn't expect Guchunga to not hide his goal and directly say that he was here for the world's origin. This is a small world that was born after the heaven path of this world transformed into Tao. It might indeed contain the whereabouts of the world's origin. The great Celestial dynasty's Grand Emperor shook his head softly as if he didn't see Guchunga's goal. If that's the case, how about we split the world's origin equally when we find it? What do you think, young Lord Chunga? The few enlightened Taoists were slightly moved when they heard that. They thought of a solution. Since Guchunga intended to interfere, they could only give up a portion of the world's origin and share it equally with everyone. Share equally? Guchunga seemed to be slightly surprised when he heard that. A smile even appeared on his handsome face. He shook his head and said, "Do you have some misunderstanding about your own strength?" What? Hearing that, the enlightened Taoist who suggested that earlier had a stiff expression on his face. He didn't expect Guchunga to reject and humiliate them so straightforwardly. The rest of the enlightened Taoists also frowned. The vigilance in their hearts was extremely strong. Share equally with me? Are you worthy? Guchunga was still smiling faintly. Young Lord Chunga, what do you mean by that? Could it be that you intend to monopolize this world's world origin? At this point, the expressions of many Tao attainments turned cold. Looks like you guys aren't stupid. Guchunga said casually as his gaze slowly swept past the few Tao achievers before him. Apart from the great Celestial dynasty's Grand Emperor, who was relatively strong, the rest were at most at the early stage of Tao attainment. To him, there was nothing to worry about. He wants to kill us. We can't just sit around and wait for death. The expression of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's old emperor changed drastically. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. He roared in rage and forcefully resisted the sea of lightning as he attacked Guchanga. Begging for fresh flowers. He wore a violet gold crown on his head, looking mighty and domineering. He activated a violet gold divine sword, hacking out sword radiance that filled the sky. Divine laws were like chains, shattering the sea of lightning, releasing clanging noises. Boom! The rest didn't hesitate to use the terrifying means of Dao attainment. Endless light rain poured down, dazzling and dazzling, as if the world had been turned upside down. They didn't dare to be careless at all, because the person in front of them was Guchanga. Many Dao attainments had died in his hands during the battle in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Now, Guchanga's strength was even more unfathomable and unimaginable. You really dare to attack me? Guchanga's expression was still unchanged. His body was filled with dense 5-colored chaotic light, with terrifying waves intertwining. He raised his hand and activated the immortal slaying gourd. A ray of red light flashed out like an unsheathed immortal sword. It was so fast that it pierced through everything and rushed over quickly. Along with a puff, blood gushed up into the sky. A large head suddenly fell down. Its eyes were wide open, filled with fear, despair, and disbelief. Oh no, this is the gourd from back then. It can easily kill Dao attainments. Someone was terrified. He recognized this murderous weapon that shone brilliantly in the battle in the 8 Desolation 10 regions and killed many Dao attainments. The rest hurriedly retreated, not daring to face it head-on. They knew how terrifying this gourd was. The sword chi that slashed out could be said to be impossible to guard against. It could instantly kill the divine soul. After Guchanga activated the immortal slaying gourd, a ray of black light appeared in his hand. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd swept across, and all the rules and order in front of him exploded, shattering into pieces. Many Dao attainments' expressions changed drastically again. Although they didn't recognize this murderous weapon, they could feel the aura of slaughter and tearing through the ages from it. They didn't dare to have any other thoughts. They could only use all their means to resist. Even the aftermath of a battle between Dao attainments was an unimaginably terrifying catastrophe for any living beings or cultivators in the surroundings. Fortunately, this was only a small world with special rules. There were no other living beings here. Otherwise, it would definitely be a terrifying catastrophe. In the distance, Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others trembled in fear when they saw this scene. That was a feeling that came from their souls. Even though they were far away, their bodies were about to collapse. They really didn't expect that Guchanga really planned to destroy everyone here. He wanted to kill this group of Dao attainments. Moreover, from the looks of the situation, Guchanga had always been calm and unhurried. He didn't seem to have used his full strength at all. The other people joined forces and struggled to resist, and some of them even died. His strength is too terrifying. A land sword immortal's voice trembled. He was terrified to the extreme. The Dao attainments who killed them like ants couldn't even withstand a single palm from Guchanga. This was too inconceivable and unbelievable. Boom! Soon, endless brilliance erupted again. The 8 Desolation demonic halberd swept across and split everything. It was unstoppable. One after another, huge hands that crossed the heaven and earth were cut off by the halberd light. A terrifying aura swept in all directions. Someone roared angrily. His entire body was burning. The law and order that he struck out seemed to want to pierce through the entire sky. That was an incomparably powerful technique that could cut through heaven and earth. Even the Dharma body was far beyond 10,000 feet. They all attacked with all their strength and displayed the strongest techniques in their lives. Otherwise, they would definitely be killed by Guchanga. Here, a rain of blood splashed. Some people's bodies exploded, and their heads cracked. White bone fragments mixed with blood splashed in all directions. And just as a terrifying battle broke out here, in the silver lake beside Tong Tian Tower, there was a huge whirlpool rotating. Endless fog was swallowed in, as if it was leading to another world. The entire lake seemed to be boiling and began to tremble violently. The lake water rolled back and poured into the whirlpool. In just an instant, the water level here began to drop at a speed visible to the naked eye, revealing a corner of the ghost town buried at the bottom of the lake. In the depths of the ghost town's plaza, Linen's expression was slightly excited. He stood there, the key in his hand emitting a rich light. At the four corners of the plaza, there were four bronze pillars made of unknown materials. A hazy brilliance was emitted from them. White bones of unknown era were bound by chains and worshipped towards the altar in the center of the plaza. The heavenly path sword is here. Linen's gaze fell on the bronze divine sword stained with some blood in the center of the altar. It was difficult to hide the excitement in his heart. He slowly walked over. He could feel the key in his hand resonating with the bronze divine sword there. 2. This was an ancient city that was sleeping in the deepest part of the lake. It was incomparably silent. Its entire body seemed to be forged from bronze and condensed into one. There was no brilliance or vitality. It was quiet and serene, forever silent in the depths of the lake. If the lake water had not dried up today, it would probably never appear in the world. The entire ancient city was filled with broken artifacts and broken stone tablets floating in the air. The inscriptions on the tablets were surrounded by a red and black light, as if they were formed after thick blood had dried up. There were also many complicated and profound patterns carved on these inscriptions, as well as some ancient words. They seemed to contain some special meaning that could not be understood by the world. In addition to the ancient tablets, there were too many sword pools here. They were soaked in dried molten iron, which had solidified into a ball. There were also many long swords that had yet to be formed. This place was once known as the Sword City. It was the holy land in the eyes of countless cultivators in the sword-mysterious world. It had a supreme meaning. Every divine sword that shook the world came from this place. They were tempered thousands of times by the legendary swordsmiths of the past, and after countless years of hard work, they were finally formed. Now, in this city, other than those broken ancient swords, there were many humanoid creatures that seemed to be frozen in time and space. Their faces and genders could no longer be seen clearly. They could only be vaguely determined to be humanoid. Perhaps tens of millions of years ago, they were once the swordsmiths here, but an unknown calamity had descended and destroyed this city. No one had time to escape. They were swept away by the supreme unknown power and condensed into mud. The secret that would accompany this city forever was buried here. Now, as Lin stepped into this place again, the entire ancient city was once again suffused with an ashen color. A long sigh sounded, as if it came from an unknown place. It carried sadness and sorrow, and it reverberated in this place. It was enough to affect the mood of the living beings who stepped into this place. Why was this ancient city buried in the past? What exactly happened in the past? Although Linen's mood was also affected, his cultivation was powerful, and his state of mind was even more firm. He quickly recovered. He tried to use the key in his hand to open the seal on the altar and take out the bronze divine sword. Although he had never seen the heavenly path sword before, Lin was very sure that this bronze divine sword was what he was looking for. There was a vast aura of the heavenly path surging on it, causing those who walked here to involuntarily prostrate themselves in worship. Don't, just as he was about to step forward, an ethereal and ancient voice sounded around him again. Even the surrounding pillars began to tremble. The direction of the withered figures that were tied to the pillars began to change. Tears of blood began to flow from the depths of their withered eye sockets, containing extreme sorrow. It was as if they had done something wrong and were kneeling here after death to atone for their sins and beg for forgiveness. Jolson was affected by this mood. His hand, which was about to open the seal, trembled uncontrollably for a moment. It was difficult for him to continue. What the hell is going on? Linen's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He then bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. As a result, he felt his mind clear up a little and was no longer as blurry as before. Then, without hesitation, he placed the key in his hand into the groove in front of him. At this moment, Lin suddenly felt a pain in his palm. It was as if there was a scorching flame burning in his palm, instantly piercing through his palm and burning his flesh and bones. He let out a muffled groan and hurriedly retreated. His eyes widened as he realized that the key was actually melting. His blood, which was suffused with a hint of gold, was gathering drop by drop and falling into the groove above the altar. Why is this happening? Why do I have such an ominous feeling? Linen's expression changed drastically. He felt that his life force was rapidly draining away from his cracked palm and was about to seep into the altar in front of him to become nutrients there. He could not believe it. All of this happened too fast, so fast that he could not react. And the heavenly path sword that he had always regarded as the savior of the mysterious sword world was now covered with fine cracks. Then, it turned into a rain of light and began to collapse and dissipate. How is this possible? What the hell is going on? Linen could not believe what he was seeing. However, it was too late for him to react. As the bronze divine sword collapsed and dissipated, the altar in front of him suddenly collapsed. All the surrounding bronze pillars were trembling and collapsing, and all the chains were breaking. A terrifyingly large rift valley extended from the square all the way into the invisible darkness. A monstrous wind rushed out from within, accompanied by a terrifying murderous aura. It was as if it could devour the world and destroy all the darkness. The entire Sword City, which was sleeping in the depths of Mirror Lake, began to collapse. The originally sturdy and indestructible bronze pillars also collapsed one after another, turning into fine powder and dissipating between heaven and earth. All of the water in Mirror Lake was swallowed up by the crack and quickly disappeared. The entire sky seemed to have been destroyed, and the towering silver heaven-reaching tower at the side also abruptly fell and sank into the Great Rift Valley with a rumbling sound. Not far away, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor was still resisting stubbornly in the midst of the commotion that had gradually subsided. However, he was already on the verge of death. His entire body was covered in blood, like a candle in the wind. He kept coughing out blood. There was not a single part of his body that was intact. Some parts of his body even had white bones. He looked at this shocking scene and his expression changed drastically. He was in disbelief. This place is definitely not as simple as a place abandoned by the heavens. This is the sealing altar. He was very knowledgeable and recognized the altar in the collapsed ruins. It was scattered in the void, flashing with an ancient demon-destroying aura. What happened here in the past? Why is there a sealing altar? Is it to seal the consciousness of the heavenly path? Even at the moment of life and death, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor felt that the water in the dark sword world was far muddier than he had imagined. This is the consciousness of the heavenly path that you have been looking for. Guchanga laughed softly. Even if he had killed several Dao masters, it did not affect him in the slightest. He knew that the battle that destroyed the heavens had once happened here. The consciousness of the heavenly path had tried to sacrifice all living beings to achieve transcendence and transformation. However, it had failed in the end and was sealed here. Only a part of the consciousness of the heavenly path had escaped. Lin En happened to be the descendant of the existence that had sealed the consciousness of the heavenly path. His blood could undo the seal here. This was the reason why the heavenly path's incarnation in the boundless celestial valley had led him here. You knew all this all along? The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Emperor was horrified. His entire body turned cold. He felt as if an invisible hand was strangling his throat, and he almost could not breathe. However, it was too late for him to react. Guchanga raised his hand, and the halberd light slashed down. It destroyed the rules and order, and directly cut him in half. At this moment, all the Dao masters who had rushed here had lost their lives. None of them had escaped. The graceful sword fairy, the snow sword fairy, and the others who had been watching this battle from afar were also trembling. They were extremely frightened. They did not expect that this group of Dao masters would not be a match for Guchanga even if they joined forces. They were quickly killed and died here. They had witnessed everything with their own eyes. Guchanga would definitely not let them live. What is this? Outside the collapsed Great Rift Valley, Lin En stared blankly at everything that he had caused. He was still a little confused. He kept feeling that he had walked into a trap and did something that he regretted greatly. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to release this will of the heavenly path, and I wouldn't have been able to obtain the origin of the world. Guchanga's figure appeared behind him. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. It's all thanks to me? Lin En's entire body turned cold. He turned around and looked at Guchanga in disbelief. His voice was trembling. He did not know when Guchanga had arrived here, but from the current situation, Guchanga had killed the rest of the people here. What a pitiful guy. Your ancestor sealed the will of the heavenly path with great difficulty. In the end, you released it so easily. Guchanga shook his head and laughed softly. Although it was a pity, the depths of his eyes were still cold. There was no fluctuation in his emotions. My ancestor? Linen was stunned. Suddenly, he sensed that there was a strong sense of sadness in the surroundings. In the collapsed Sword City, there were light spots that filled the sky converging towards him. It was as if they were the heroic spirits of his ancestors from ancient times. In just an instant, he understood the cause and effect. The expression on his face was stunned. He muttered, "How is this possible?" He was really used by the will of the heavenly path. It used his blood to break the seal here, causing all the efforts of his ancestor to be in vain. I am a sinner. Lin An laughed bitterly. He knelt on the ground, full of guilt and sorrow. No, you are not a sinner. You are the hero who saved the Sword Mystery World. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to find this guy's hiding place. Guchanga smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Then, he took a step forward and appeared above the great rift valley. Terrifying astral winds swept through, containing divine chains of destruction that were difficult to describe with words. It was enough to penetrate the flesh of any cultivator. But Guchanga stood tall, his figure as motionless as a prison, looking into the bottomless depths of the darkness. Pfft! All the cultivators in the 13 provinces of the Sword Mystery World were shocked. They trembled nonstop and felt cold all over. They saw a crack in the depths of the world, like a broken mirror. It was also like a cracked egg, cracking continuously at this moment. It stretched across the sky and then began to collapse. There was a vast and boundless anger and killing intent venting there. It was cold and merciless, as if it wanted to destroy everything. The cultivators who saw this scene all felt their hearts palpitate and their bodies turn cold. What was that? In the depths of the collapsed world, a ray of light fell. It was an eye. That eye was too frightening. It was as if it was formed from the shattered universe. It was incomparably huge. It was deep and vast, dark and merciless. It was black and red, densely packed, and constantly oozed black blood. It made one's hair stand on end and felt cold from head to toe. Moreover, there was not the slightest emotion. It was cold to the extreme. At this moment, even their souls were frozen. Including some of the quasi-emperors who appeared from the upper realm, they did not even dare to move. It was as if they were targeted by an indescribable existence. They were worse than ants. No, worse than dust. Outside the ancient mystic ruins, countless cultivators and living beings also saw this horrifying scene. Seems like it should be what we are looking for. A land sword immortal's voice was trembling. This was no longer an existence in a dimension. They simply could not understand what it was. If they looked directly at it, they even felt like their heads were about to explode. The heavenly Tao is merciless, treating all things as dogs, seeing that it was not easy for you to give birth to consciousness. If you hand over the world's origin, I may spare your life. Guchanga looked at the eye that appeared at the end of the world, but his figure did not move. He still stood in front of the great rift valley and said lightly. He knew that the eye was just a projection of the heavenly Tao's will. Its real eye was actually hidden in this deep darkness. And as Guchanga's voice fell, there was suddenly a riot under his feet. Chaotic chi rushed out, wanting to drown him. A terrifying blood-red light suddenly shone, dispelling the deep darkness. It broke through the thick black fog and stared at Guchanga. An eye slowly opened in the depths of the darkness. The projection of the eye at the end of the world also looked in this direction. Boom! These two rays of light seemed to penetrate through the ages, the present, and the future, destroying everything. But it was obvious that its origin was even more terrifying. It was not just in the depths of the world, but in the depths of the darkness. No living being or cultivator could describe all of this, because the moment they looked at this ray of light, it was as if they had lost their soul, frozen in the world. This included the land sword immortals. Their souls were eliminated, and time and space became absolutely still. At this moment, only those who had attained the Tao could break free from this bondage. The existences of other levels could only be imprisoned in place, waiting for the catastrophe and death. Those who are disrespectful shall be killed. The cold and emotionless words were like the great millstone of destruction rotating, containing the power of destruction slowly coming out from the dark ground. The entire sword mystic world was trembling, and countless cultivators were shocked. Their souls were about to fly out with these words and be destroyed. In response, Xianxia smiled lightly and did not say anything else. Boom, at this moment, he suddenly stepped forward from his original spot. His robe spread open, and his Dharma body was extremely terrifying. His huge body stood tall in the world, breaking through this world. Then, his sleeves shook gently, and the chaos was destroyed, as if the order of billions of heavens was disintegrated. He reached out a huge hand, as if he wanted to shatter the darkness. That huge hand covered the sky, crossed the boundless territory, and covered 13 provinces. It struck the eye, causing it to tremble. Suddenly, there were billions of strands of chaotic light, as if they could tear apart the heavens. Countless cultivators looked at this scene as if they were facing a miracle. They trembled in fear and directly knelt on the ground, worshipping in that direction. This was already a power that was beyond their imagination, and they could not speculate at all. Xianxia made his move, wanting to destroy the will of the heavenly path in this world. At this moment, an unparalleled emperor's might swept through the universe, and a palm pressed towards the terrifying eye, piercing through the dark ground. This palm crossed countless mountains and rivers, as if a large piece of heaven and earth had collapsed, crushing towards that blood-colored eye, striking it until it trembled incessantly, many terrifying blood-colored cracks appearing. The aftermath rushed out, spreading out in all directions. The world barrier of the sword profound world began to shatter. Seems like it has just awakened. Its strength is not enough to be at its peak, at most comparable to a ruined immortal. Even if I can't find the world's source, swallowing it will be greatly beneficial to my cultivation. Xianxia looked into the eyes formed by the will of the heavenly Tao, taking a step forward. The void beneath his feet was disappearing, quickly appearing above the sky dome. He attacked again, the 8 desolation demonic halberd sweeping out, as if sweeping through the entire universe, breaking apart all order. The light here exploded, dazzling like countless suns exploding at the same time, spilling out endless energy. In this instant, a majestic phenomenon instantly enveloped heaven and earth. There were stars gathering in the heavens, millions of stars circulating, chaotic energy cascading down. Boom! It was as if the heaven and earth were about to collapse. Endless cracks appeared there, and world-destroying chains shot out from within. They pierced through everything at the speed of light. Xianxia continued to attack. All types of immortal light were extinguished, destroying the chains one after another. His white robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a young immortal emperor, looking down on the past and present with unparalleled magnificence. Those who disobey will be beheaded. The eyes formed by the will of the heavenly Tao were still cold and emotionless. Even if countless cracks appeared on it, it didn't seem to have any effect. The majestic and vast aura of the heavenly Tao interweaved, the light of the great Tao illuminating the world, revealing the life of heaven and earth, the cycle of the sun and moon, the sea of stars. In an instant, many terrifying scenes appeared here. Ancient tombstones appeared one after another, copper coffins stretched across the sky, as if countless supreme existences were buried and sleeping. There was also the world-destroying millstone that descended, continuously crushing, wrapped in black fog, slowly pushing over, causing the entire world to sway and tremble, continuously collapsing. This was a calamitous scene. Not only did the sky collapse, it also turned into a terrifying millstone 17, bringing with it a destructive aura, devouring and crushing all life, collapsing into a rain of light that filled the sky. The will of the heavenly Tao broke free from the seal and displayed unprecedented power. Boundless might blossomed. Life and death vanished, the cycle of reincarnation alternated, the heavens collapsed, and order was extinguished. To it, who had a will of its own, Xianxia's existence and actions were tantamount to the greatest provocation to its dignity. The severity of the situation was even comparable to that of the War of Destruction back then. However, the results of the two were polar opposites. In that battle that destroyed the heavens, countless cultivators and living beings were like moths to a flame, charging towards it without fear of death. But in the end, they all turned into ashes in midair. Their souls were extinguished, and they disappeared from this world forever. Those who disobeyed would be eternally tormented by the cycle of reincarnation and would never be able to reincarnate. They would have to kneel and pray on the path of reincarnation to eliminate their sins. But Xianxia was completely different from those rebels. His strength had exceeded the limits of what this world could contain, and he had even destroyed the order and rules of this world, so he had truly injured it. Countless cultivators and living beings in the Sword Profound world knelt on the ground, trembling non-stop. Their faces were filled with fear. This was a battle that shocked the entire Sword Profound world. That place had become chaotic. Endless chaotic chi rushed out, spreading towards the wasteland of the universe. All of the void had been pierced through. It was a scene of devastation. It was a blur. Large stars fell from the sky one after another. Is this a miracle or a catastrophe? Countless cultivators and living beings knelt on the ground, kowtowing towards the direction of the fluctuations. They were terrified, but they were also devout in worship. Even the Earth Sword immortals who stood at the peak of the Sword Profound world had the urge to kneel down. In their opinion, this was a battle that had exceeded their understanding. If they could see a trace of mystery from it, it would be enough for them to break through their current shackles and improve their cultivation. The ancient mystic ruins collapsed at this moment. A terrifying rift valley appeared, spreading in all directions. Endless black fog surged, covering the sky and earth, devouring all the living beings and cultivators in the surroundings. In just an instant, this place had become a land of death. The cultivators who could not react in time were all devoured and turned into ashes. Looks like this is the will of the heavenly Tao that we have been bitterly searching for, Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others quickly rushed out of the collapsed small world. Looking at the terrifying aftermath in that direction, they felt a lingering fear. They were very lucky, because the fluctuations from Xianxia's attack had directly shattered the barrier of this small world. Therefore, even if the entrance to this small world was destroyed, they still rushed out to avoid the consequences of being buried and annihilated. Lin En also escaped with them. However, compared to the guilt and sadness from before, he had already recovered. Under his calm expression, he suppressed his anger and killing intent. Lin En understood that this was not what he wanted. The will of the heavenly Tao was too cunning. It actually waited for him in the boundless immortal valley to set up this trap and release its true body. He did not wish for things to develop to this stage. The only solution now was to imitate his ancestor and seal the will of the heavenly Tao again. Although this method was very slim, this was their last chance. Otherwise, when the will of the heavenly Tao revived, it would definitely sacrifice the entire Sword Profound great world like before and achieve transcendence. At that time everyone, including him, would not be able to survive. What's going on? Graceful Sword Immortal looked at Lin En and could not help but ask. They had no idea what had happened and why this place would change like this. The will of the heavenly Tao was clearly the last hope that everyone in the Sword Profound great world prayed for. However, after it revived, it actually revealed a destructive intent that was even more terrifying than those otherworldly demons. The will of the heavenly Tao is not what we think. It wants to sacrifice all of us. Lin En's expression was heavy as he began to tell Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others the truth that he had learned. This included the origins of Mirror Lake, Sword City, the reason for the destruction of the Guxian Empire, and the heaven-destroying battle that sealed the will of the heavenly Tao. In fact, he did not know much. He only knew all of this through the spirits of his ancestors in Sword City. If one were to trace back the time, it could be traced back to tens of millions of years ago. At that time, Shu Sect, Mount Kong, and other forces did not exist. The only overlord in the Sword Profound great world was the Guxian God dynasty, which had almost unified the 13 states. Unfortunately, because of a huge disaster, the Guxian God dynasty fell apart overnight and disappeared in the long history of the Sword Profound great world. Lin En knew that he was a descendant of the Guxian God dynasty. The reason why the Guxian God dynasty was destroyed was because it had touched the forbidden area and saw the purpose of the will of the heavenly Tao. That was why it had incurred the wrath of the heavens. So there's such a secret? After hearing everything that Lin En said, Graceful Sword Immortal and Snow Sword Immortal were stunned. They were extremely shocked, and huge waves surged in their hearts. They even felt that their worldview was shattered. It was unbelievable. The will of the heavenly Tao that they had been searching for all this while was planning to sacrifice everyone, and a long, long time ago, there was a war that destroyed the heavens on this piece of land. This battle caused Sword City to sink into Mirror Lake, and the Gu Xian God dynasty was destroyed overnight. This is unbelievable. Graceful Sword Immortal and Snow Sword Immortal were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. At this moment, when they looked at the terrifying blood-red eyes again, they no longer had the intention to worship it. Instead, they were filled with endless anger and murderous intent. It was not only the extraterrestrial demons who wanted to invade and occupy this world. Even the will of the heavenly Tao that was born in this world was trying to destroy everything. Take them down. The Patriarch and the others' auras have disappeared. They actually came out alive. The revival of the will of the heavenly Tao is definitely related to them. Take all of them down. Kill whoever dares to escape. At this moment, an angry voice came from the ancient warship not far away. Many knights with powerful auras rushed out, holding all kinds of heavenly weapons and heavenly swords as they charged toward Graceful Sword Immortal and the others. The leader had a cold look in his eyes and was filled with murderous intent. He was ready to take down Graceful Sword Immortal and the others. In addition to these people, there were also many terrifying auras in the other ancient warships. Although the Tao attainments of the various orthodoxies had gone deep into the ruins, there were many boundary emperors who stayed here. Due to the revival of the will of the heavenly Tao, the rules of this world were chaotic. The suppression on them had been greatly reduced, and they could use most of their strength. In the face of a boundary emperor, even if Graceful Sword Immortal and the others resisted with all their might, it was futile and they were quickly taken down. What happened in the end? Why did my Patriarch's ore disappear? How did you all come out alive? The living beings of Divine Spirit Mountain stepped forward, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they asked in anger. The other powerhouses of the various clans also stepped forward, and even Xianxia was no exception. She frowned and felt uneasy. She also sensed that the aura of her patriarch had disappeared. It was very likely that he had fallen in the ruins. They were all killed by Xianxia. Lin En looked at the many powerhouses around him, took a deep breath, and then slowly said. He understood that Xianxia's identity in the upper realm was not to be underestimated. Even these powerhouses in front of him were afraid of him. However, no matter what, Xianxia had killed those Tao attainments. This was an indisputable fact. Lin En did not want to take the blame for Xianxia. He did not have the ability to do so. Moreover, if these people went to find Xianxia for revenge, they could also relieve some of the pressure on him and find a way to escape. The expressions of Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others changed drastically. They did not expect Lin En to be so decisive and bold as to directly say the truth in front of everyone that Xianxia had killed those Tao attainments. Although they had seen everything with their own eyes, who would dare to say such words lightly? Xianxia was a terrifying existence that could fight with the will of the heavenly Tao. If he wanted to kill everyone, he did not even need to do it himself. Just his subordinate alone could sweep everything away. Lin En's words made the expressions of the people in the upper realm change. Many people were even more murderous. They stepped forward and shouted angrily. Don't talk nonsense. To actually dare to frame young Lord Xianxia, courting death. Although Xianxia felt that these words were not too realistic, she still could not help shuddering slightly. She felt that Xianxia could really do such a thing. Ever since he admitted that he had killed Tuoba Xiaoyao, Xianxia knew that Xianxia had no scruples at all. Even if he destroyed this realm, he did not care at all. Therefore, it was not impossible to kill those who had attained the Tao. If you all don't believe me, then you can ask the rest. At that time, we saw it with our own eyes. Could it be that you all think that we can kill them? Lin En said with a calm expression, not panicking in the slightest. After all, that was the ironclad truth. He did not frame Xianxia. Whether it was true or false, one would know with a probe. I think that you just want to frame young Lord Xianxia. Why would he make a move against my race's ancestor? The expert of Divine Spirit Mountain had a cold expression that contained killing intent. A terrifying pressure crushed down. He did not believe Lin En's words at all. In his opinion, his ancestor had previously curried favor with Xianxia and was favored by him. How could he be killed by him? Linen's words were nothing more than trying to provoke the hatred between them and Guchanga, so that he could benefit from it. Death is at hand, and you still want to sow discord between us and young Lord Changa. It's simply laughable. The expert of another race stepped forward and said coldly. The quasi-emperor's aura pressed down, causing graceful sword immortal and the others to be unable to breathe. The laws of heaven and earth disappeared, and the quasi-emperor's aura was boundless. It was simply impossible to bear. The eyes of the other experts were equally terrifying. When they landed here, it was as if they wanted to tear the sky apart. Although the disappearance of the ancestor's aura was a serious matter, offending Guchanga was also not a small matter. Moreover, if their ancestor was really killed by Guchanga, then once they found out the truth, Guchanga would definitely not let them leave alive. Therefore, the best way was to pretend that they did not know anything for the time being. After safely returning to the upper realm, they would find a way to take revenge. Lin En did not know what the people of the upper realm were thinking. He still shook his head and said, "If you still don't believe me, you can search their souls. These people have all witnessed everything with their own eyes." As he spoke, he pointed at Graceful Sword Immortal and the others behind him. The Land Sword Immortals who escaped from the small world were not only limited to Graceful Sword Immortal and the others, but also some others. Those people were not related to him, so Lin En naturally threw them out without hesitation. Soul search? Hearing this, the expressions of Graceful Sword Immortal and the others changed. The soul was the place where a cultivator's life was connected to. If there was the slightest accident, it would endanger their life and death. If it was light, they would become retarded. If it was heavy, they would lose their lives. Lin En's words were truly vicious. He was not afraid of the other Land Sword Immortals at all. Many Land Sword Immortals also glared at Lin En with incomparable anger. However, Lin En's expression was calm, turning a blind eye to all of this. If he wanted to save the Sword Profound world, he had to make a necessary sacrifice. I think this person has ulterior motives. How could young Master Changa do such a thing? It's just a baseless accusation. Lock him up and wait for young Master Changa to return before we deal with him. However, the expression on Lin En's face quickly froze. He felt incomparably surprised and incredulous. The people here did not care about his words at all and directly ordered people to lock him up. Were they afraid of Guchanga to such an extent? They did not even dare to suspect him? That day was definitely a dark day of catastrophe for all the cultivators in the Sword Mystic Great World. Despair and wails were everywhere in the 13 prefectures. Countless cultivators were crying. Blood and fire spread. The earth cracked, mountains and rivers reversed, and the sun and moon lost their light. Vast and terrifying fluctuations came from the end of the world. That place was blurry. Only angry shouts and chaotic light could be heard from afar. Boom, in the end, that place collapsed. A large piece of the sky collapsed. 5-colored divine flames flowed like the legendary pure glass fire that could burn all things in the world. In this catastrophe, a terrifying hand that was green in color and surrounded by destruction laws reached down from the end of the world and grabbed billions of lives. It was like a world-destroying millstone that spanned between heaven and earth. It slowly rotated, pushing all rules and order to the end. Countless cultivators were obliterated into nothingness and disappeared in the cycle of reincarnation, never to exist again. Even Earth Sword Immortals were as weak as fireflies and were annihilated in an instant. The Sword Mystic Great World's will of the Heavenly Tao revived and controlled the power of the Heavenly Tao. It tried to destroy all lives and sacrifice them to transcend. However, such a terrifying millstone was then destroyed by a halberd light. It was torn into pieces, and black blood flowed out. It was incomparably terrifying. Billions of lives and cultivators looked at this scene in fear. It was as if they were facing a miracle. Guchanga's avatar appeared between heaven and earth. It exceeded millions of miles, and even his hair was larger than a star. It was surrounded by a vast amount of chaotic energy, like a god of creation who split the chaos in the legends. He reached out and tore open that gap. In an instant, he broke through the endless restrictions and space and entered the void of another dimension. "I've found you. How long are you going to hide?" He stepped in with a calm expression. In Guchang's opinion, this battle would come to an end soon. The will of the heavenly Tao was hiding from his pursuit. It hid from underground to another space. However, he still found its true body. The difference in power was not great, but against him, all resistance was futile. We have no enmity. Why are you chasing me? The will of the heavenly Tao stood at the end of the dusky world and revealed its true form. It was an extremely tall and sturdy black-haired man. His blood-red eyes were cold and emotionless. His body was surrounded by the light of virtue. 7-colored auspicious clouds shrouded him. Then, they turned into a 7-colored armor that covered his body. Boundless golden light of virtue surrounded him, making him look like the Lord of the world, revered by all races. A blurry phantom of a world floated up and down, as if it was standing on top of endless divine light. You are the only one who can enjoy the light of virtue? How ironic. I'll kill you? Aren't you the one who attacked me first? The sound of footsteps rang out in this dim space of nothingness. Guchanga chuckled as he walked over step by step. The 8 desolation demon halberd pointed diagonally towards the south. Everywhere it passed, everything crumbled. His aura was too terrifying, to the extent where this space couldn't bear it. It began to collapse, all of the laws and order disappearing. Who are you? The will of the heavens said coldly. There was a trace of great fear in its cold eyes. Guchanga's strength was beyond his imagination. Even though he now had the strength of a remnant immortal, he was still at a disadvantage when fighting against him. That was why Guchanga found the will of the heavens and charged over. He originally thought that after he woke up, he could reopen this realm and reforge his body, taking the final step. However, he didn't expect that Guchanga would suddenly appear. Even the other Tao masters of the upper realm were not worth mentioning in his eyes. They were insignificant. Only Guchanga was extremely difficult to deal with. Whether it was his origin or strength, they were both unfathomable. Who I am is not important. Hand over the world's origin, and I might be able to kill you quickly. The smile on Guchanga's face disappeared as he spoke indifferently. He stepped forward, intending to refine and devour the will of the heavens. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the space around him began to tremble and ripples began to appear. Then, it was as if a terrifying hurricane had swept up, enveloping all directions. At the same time, a monstrous black fog instantly filled the air like a field. It was filled with a chaotic aura, like a black hole in the universe, devouring everything. Who exactly are you? The expression of the will of the heavens' true body changed again as he felt a strong threat. It was not only Guchanga's methods, but also Guchanga's aura that made his heart palpitate at this moment. I already said that who I am is not important. Hand over the world's origin if you know what's good for you. Guchanga said indifferently. With a wing sound, dark light descended, boundless and boundless, covering this place. The great Tao treasure bottle appeared, although it was only the size of a palm. However, there were countless divine laws floating and intertwining within it, finally turning into a sky-devouring black hole, condensed by the stars of the heavens. The will of the heavens' true body felt a great threat. That palm-sized bottle seemed to contain the most terrifying thing in the world, and it could devour him. He did not dare to be negligent. A law pool appeared beside him, and silver lightning surged, turning into true dragons, divine phoenixes, black tortoises, and white tigers that pierced through the sky and charged towards Guchanga. Boom, however, Guchanga only held the 8 desolation demonic halberd and slashed horizontally, as if he wanted to destroy a great world. All the laws were collapsing, like an egg touching a rock, instantly shattering into pieces and exploding into nothingness. Even the law pool collapsed instantly, unable to resist this power. Roar. The will of the heavens' true body roared. The 5-colored armor emitted a brilliant light, and his black hair danced in anger. He took the initiative to attack. Otherwise, he would be devoured by this mysterious bottle sooner or later and die without a burial place. Rumble, the aura here was even more terrifying. It was as if the world was about to be overturned and reopened. Guchanga's expression did not change. The vague outline of a world appeared around him, and silver divine flames surged around each world. As the will of the heavenly Tao true body charged over, the silver divine flames around his body became more and more dazzling. They burned through the void as they faced that world-shocking attack head-on. He allowed that giant black hand to strike over, and he didn't even try to dodge. Boom, in the next moment, a terrifying trembling sound rang out. The will of the heavens' true body's huge hand could crush those who had achieved the Tao. However, when it hit Xianxia, it only made a trembling sound and did not kill the enemy. His palm and fingers were bleeding, and his bones were broken. Your physical body, the will of the heavens' true body's expression changed again and again. He quickly pulled back and retreated, sensing that something was wrong. The strength of Xianxia's physical body had even surpassed the extent that this world could bear. It seems that you still can't see the situation clearly? Xianxia chuckled. There was no fluctuation in his eyes, still cold and emotionless. The will of the heavens' true body's expression changed. Since the birth of a will, this was the first time he felt so uneasy and his life was threatened. He roared again, and terrifying chains of rules appeared around him. The great Tao rumbled, and the universe shattered. Each chain seemed to be wrapped around an ancient world, extracting the origin laws and surging over, trying to drown Xianxia. Tell me where the origin of the world is. Xianxia's expression was cold. His white clothes were whiter than snow, and his hair was glowing. He was incomparably handsome as he walked in this tattered world. All the offensive techniques were swallowed by layers of black light when they landed in front of him. This was different from the impenetrable. This was completely swallowing, and it could even be immune to everything. After all, even the laws that were close to the immortal Tao domain were useless. Haha, if you want to know where the origin of the world is, then you have to destroy this world. Can you do it? The origin of this world contains countless living beings. Only by sacrificing everyone can it be condensed. If you want to obtain the origin of the world, then it's very simple. You just have to destroy this world. The true body of the will of the heavens appeared in the distance. His body was tattered, and many places were filled with thick black blood. He sneered. He had suffered a serious Tao injury. The power that spread out from the great Tao treasure bottle was too terrifying. Even if he absorbed the laws of various places to heal his injuries, it was futile. Seeing that Xianxia was so determined to obtain the origin of the world, he might as well tell him everything so that Xianxia would give up. Sacrificing a world, other than him, who else could do it? After all, this sounded incomparably crazy. Moreover, doing so would not only attract endless karmic fire, but it would also cause a loss of merit, which would not be easy for future cultivation. I have to destroy this world? Xianxia frowned slightly, but he soon relaxed. He did not doubt the words of the will of the heavens. From its previous action of destroying the world, it was obvious that sacrificing all living beings was its only chance to transcend. And this time, after he revived, the first thing he did was to try to destroy this world and sacrifice all living beings as nutrients. Seeing him fall silent, the true body of the will of the heavenly path thought that Xianxia was afraid, so it couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm different from you cultivators. I started the world-ending battle because I followed the cycle of karma. Not only will I not attract the flames of karma, but I will also gain merit. And once you do so, you will definitely be entangled by karmic fire, leaving behind endless disasters. Have you thought it through? Xianxia shook his head gently and sighed. Fortunately. You reminded me. Otherwise, it would really cause trouble. It seems that I can't kill you now. What do you mean by that? The black-haired man formed by the will of the heavens stared at Xianxia with cold eyes. He had a bad premonition in his heart. This world-destroying calamity still needs to be triggered by you. Xianxia's face was calm, and there was even coldness in the depths of his eyes. Buzz. The great Tao treasure bottle bobbed up and down, and strands of black light appeared. The space suddenly froze. Vast and terrifying demonic chi surged, covering everything as it pounced towards the will of the heavens. At the same time, Xianxia's sleeves fluttered, and he reached out his hand. Billions of crimson rays of light bloomed, like a cage of heaven and earth, releasing the sound of the great Tao to suppress and capture it. This was a powerful and peerless attack. It was unpredictable and vast, and it was difficult to describe with words. All kinds of great Tao lights and Taichu sounds spread and bloomed, and even the scene of the sky splitting open was displayed. For a moment, this place became blurry, and all kinds of rules and order intertwined. The will of the heavens displayed its strongest power after its revival, and it wanted to resist Guchunga's suppression. However, after a few hundred moves, monstrous demonic qi seeped over, corroding the light of virtue around it, turning into star-like chains that bound its body. No matter how it resisted, it couldn't break free, and it was reduced to a fish on the chopping board. Although it's formed by the will of the heavens, its true body is no different from a living creature. It's easier to control this way, Guchunga said softly, and black and white colors bloomed in his eyes. He descended from the void, and the darkness behind him spread like a tide, engulfing the will of the heavens in an instant. Runes of the great Tao flickered and intertwined, penetrating along the chains, and then slowly falling into its body. It was like a brand that could control its life and death with a thought. If you don't want your consciousness to be erased now, then you'd better listen to me obediently. Guchunga's expression was cold. After all, the will of the heavens controlled the heavenly Tao of this world, and it was the representative of invincibility in this world. Earth-sort immortals were no different from ants. As long as he didn't interfere, it was only a matter of time before he sacrificed all lives and condensed the origin of this world. What? You, after hearing what Guchunga wanted to say, the true body of the will of the heavens suddenly felt a chill. It looked at Guchunga with a gaze full of fear. He originally thought that Guchunga would give up on the world's origin, but he didn't expect that Guchunga actually planned to use him to destroy this world and obtain the world's origin. In Guchunga's eyes, the survival of the sword-profound world was really not important. Moreover, Guchunga's methods were much more ruthless than his. He was simply using everyone as a tool. After controlling the will of the heavens, Guchunga had no intention of wasting time talking nonsense with it. Then, the space cracked open, and he took a step out, quickly disappearing. This place was actually still within the sword-profound world, but it existed in another dimension, and ordinary cultivators couldn't sense it at all. Now, it was impossible to avoid the apocalypse. Guchunga only needed to wait quietly. So many enlightened ones have died in the upper realm. I'm afraid they already guessed that I was the one who did it. Now, they don't dare to say much. When I return to the upper realm, it's inevitable that there will be trouble. Guchunga's figure left this space and appeared in the sky of the outside world. He pondered and planned to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of all these disasters. He looked at the devastated land below and shook his head gently. The battle between the will of the heavens and him had almost destroyed half of the sword-profound world. 5 of the 13 states' territories had been sunk, not to mention the overseas territories, which had been evaporated, leaving only the terrifying riverbed. However, there were still many living beings and cultivators left in this world, so it shouldn't have much of an impact on the matter of sacrifice. Buzz. The void blurred, and Guchunga disappeared with a step. In an instant, he traveled thousands of miles to the place where the ancient warship was hovering. When he was in the ancient mystic ruins, he intentionally let Graceful Sword Saint and the others go. It was so that he would have an excuse to make a move on the various orthodoxies that had descended into this world. Moreover, even if he killed Graceful Sword Saint and the others, the orthodoxies would have a way to deduce that he was the one who killed the many enlightened ones. On this day, endless blood and fire engulfed the entire sword-profound world. Everywhere was filled with despair and wails. The world was dark, as if doomsday had arrived, bringing calamity and calamity. The original territory of the 13 provinces had already been sunk. The terrifying Rift Valley spread out for tens of millions of miles. Volcanoes erupted, and scarlet flames rained down from the sky like meteors, destroying large swathes of territory. On the other side of the world, the ocean burst its banks and surged crazily, drowning the land. Countless terrifying ferocious beasts crawled out from the deep sea and charged towards the land. This world was already in tatters. All the forces and sects were shrouded in a thick cloud of gloom. They were in incomparable despair. The heavens want to destroy our sword-profound world. Many elders with high cultivation bases were lamenting. They knelt at the foot of the mountain and prayed to their ancestors, hoping to see a glimmer of light. Countless cultivators knelt at the foot of the Sword God Mountain, praying to the statue on the mountain peak. A terrifying calamity had once happened in the sword-profound world, almost wiping out all the races. However, at that time an outstanding person appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the world. He was known as the Sword God by the people of the world. With his own strength, he saved the building from collapse and resolved that great calamity. Later cultivators built the Sword God Mountain here, sculpting a statue and praying day and night. But today, many people discovered in despair that the originally golden statue of the Sword God had already dimmed. Too many cracks had appeared on it. Boom, in the end, under the terrified and disbelieving gazes of many people, the statue collapsed with a loud bang. Even the Sword God Mountain was struck by a terrifying bolt of lightning from the sky. Shattered rocks fell from the sky, cracking open one crack after another, quickly falling apart. There's really no hope. Even the Sword God Mountain has collapsed. Countless cultivators kneeling at the foot of the Sword God Mountain roared. They were incomparably sorrowful and desperate, not daring to believe what was happening before their eyes. Scenes like this were still playing out in various parts of the Sword Profound world. The calamity descended from the heavens, and the divine might was vast and boundless. Crimson chains of law pierced through the sky like divine dragons, wanting to cross everything. The land sword immortals that were hidden all over the sword mystic great world were shocked to the extreme at this moment. These crimson chains fell from the sky, carrying a scorching and terrifying 510 destructive aura. They shattered the void and headed straight for where they were hiding. Boom! Dazzling brilliance exploded. Under this boundless heavenly might, everyone was as weak as ants. All the land sword immortals roared in despair. They tried their best to break free from the chains. But in the end, it was futile. Even his soul was bound, unable to move. This was the power of the heavenly Tao. It was vast and boundless. As long as it was a cultivator born in the Sword Profound world, it would be difficult for them to escape. However, this kind of power was only effective against those who had reached the Earth Sword Immortal realm. Many cultivators who had already reached the 9th step felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Many people even saw with their own eyes that their grand ancestor, who had been living in seclusion in the deepest part of the clan, was tied up by a chain and dragged away, disappearing into the horizon. This kind of power made people despair. The gap was too big, and they could not resist at all. On this day, many land sword immortals who had not appeared were taken away by the crimson chains and disappeared without a trace. No one knew where these land sword immortals were taken, and what happened to them if they were dead or alive. Whether it was for them or for the common people, this was a day of despair and darkness. Outside the sky of the Sword Profound world, where the world barrier crack was located, many ancient warships floated in the air, surrounded by large stars and nebulas. It was extremely vast and deep. Many orthodoxies and forces that came to invade this world were now stationed here. With such a strange change in the Sword Profound world, even they felt a sense of trepidation. They did not dare to approach it casually. Some boundary emperors tried to descend to the lower realm to find out what had happened. However, they were quickly repelled by the power of that world, and almost could not escape. Therefore, they gave up and planned to wait and see. After returning from the ancient mystic ruins, the powerhouses of the various forces were stationed here. After all, their goal of conquering the Sword Profound world had not been completed. Naturally, they would not choose to return to the upper realm. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a slight tremor in the void outside the sky, followed by a series of ripples spreading out. Xianxia's figure stepped out of it. He was very fast and arrived at the ancient worship of the great Yu Celestial dynasty in an instant. Young Lord Xianxia? Many soldiers in charge of patrolling recognized Xianxia at first sight. They were extremely shocked and greeted him together. The disappearance of the great Yu Celestial dynasty's Grand Emperor's aura was not spread out for fear of causing panic, so many people did not know. They also did not know that the entire great Yu Celestial dynasty was extremely wary of Xianxia. Where is your eldest princess now? Xianxia landed on the ancient warship and walked slowly as he asked softly and casually. Young Lord Xianxia, since the eldest princess returned from the lower realm, she has been in the main palace and has not left. A soldier reported respectfully. The main palace? Xianxia nodded slightly. Then he disappeared and appeared thousands of miles away. Why do you think young Lord Xianxia is looking for the eldest princess? Seeing that Xianxia had left, several patrolling soldiers could not help but look at each other, feeling that something was wrong. The main palace was located in the depths of the ancient warship. Clouds and mist hung down, with mountains and pavilions standing tall and straight. Silver waterfalls swirled and colorful mist lingered around. Xianxia was dressed in white. Her figure was graceful, her face was dignified and elegant, and her hair was like clouds. She did not wear any makeup. She looked calm and stood quietly in the main palace. At this moment, when she heard footsteps coming from outside the palace, she turned around and looked at the figure walking slowly. She did not look surprised at all. It was more like she had been waiting for Xianxia here for a long time. Greetings to young Lord Xianxia. Then, Xianxia bowed slightly. She was dignified and elegant, showing the magnanimity and calmness of a royal disciple. She was neither servile nor overbearing. Xianxia nodded slowly and said, "You have been waiting for me here for a long time?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded and admitted calmly. She knew that Xianxia would return here. The sword profound world's will of the heavenly Tao could not stop him. Moreover, she knew that since Xianxia dared to kill so many Tao attainments without fear, he must be here. It was obvious that they had the intention of burying everyone here. That was why he would definitely make his move. Everyone would not be able to escape death. Even those who achieved the Tao were no match for him, let alone others. "Oh, you have been waiting for me. It seems that you know the purpose of my return?" Xianxia said with a faint smile. He seemed to be interested. Xianxia said with a complicated expression, "Young Lord Xianxia, you must be planning to kill all of us here, so that you can monopolize the sword profound world's world origin?" She was very smart. In fact, when Xianxia killed the ancestor and many other Tao attainments, she had already guessed it. The world origin was something that could make Tao attainments go crazy. How could Xianxia not be moved by it when he was in such a realm? "Since you know this, why are you still waiting for me here? Are you waiting for death?" Xianxia asked with a smile. Xianxia shook her head and said with a serious expression, "Young Lord Xianxia, you can actually change your method. If you kill everyone here, you will inevitably arouse suspicion when you return to the upper realm." She knew that if she resisted at this time, she would only die faster. Therefore, the only way was to let Xianxia understand the value of her life. "I know what you mean. You want me to let the great Celestial Dynasty people go? But how can you guarantee that the other forces will not cause me trouble?" Xianxia said with a strange expression. Although he intended to kill everyone and bury them here, considering that the essence of the world needed to be refined, he needed to sacrifice the lives of the common people. If the sacrifice was not enough, the many upper realm orthodoxies here would be a good choice. "I'm afraid young Lord Xianxia already has a plan in mind because dead people will not cause trouble," Xianxia said with a calm expression. Xianxia smiled, then withdrew his smile and said, "It seems that you dare to wait for me here because you are confident. If you want me to let the great Celestial Dynasty go, I can do that. However, I want you to think of a way to lure the armies of the various orthodoxies into the Sword Arcane Great World." "Lure them into the Sword Arcane Great World?" Xianxia was shocked as she suddenly guessed Xianxia's intention. "Why, can't you do it?" Xianxia glanced at her and asked. Xianxia felt a little dry in her mouth, but she nodded and said, "I will try my best. However, due to the existence of the heavenly will, I'm afraid many people will be forced to retreat before they even get close to the Sword Arcane Great World." Xianxia gently shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about this. The heavenly will not make things difficult for them." "Will not make things difficult for them?" Xianxia was stunned as she did not understand what Xianxia meant. However, she could not help but shudder as she thought of a possibility. Could the heavenly will of this world have been controlled by Xianxia? Was that why he planned to lure the armies of the various orthodoxies into the great world so that they could be wiped out in one fell swoop? After leaving the main hall, Xianxia went to the dungeon according to the information he obtained from Xianxia. Graceful Sword Fairy, Snow Sword Fairy, Lin En, and the others were now imprisoned in that place, waiting for him to deal with them when he returned. This was the solution that the powerhouses of the various orthodoxies had unanimously decided on. The Tao enlightened ones of the various clans were now nowhere to be found. After all, they were not stupid. They would not offend Xianxia when they knew that they were no match for Xianxia. Whatever happened, they would at least have to deal with it when they returned to the upper realm. "Young Lord Xianxia, this is the person who has been framing you." How do you want to deal with him? In the dungeon, a supreme stage powerhouse from the Divine Spirit Mountain was leading the way as he pointed at Lin En and asked respectfully. Apart from him, there were also powerhouses from various orthodoxies who were accompanying him. All of them had extraordinary cultivation bases and shocking vitality, like a terrifying furnace. I understand. Gu Changge nodded as he stared at Lin En with a strange look. Initially, he wanted to see how much trouble this child of destiny could cause. However, he was rather disappointed. Not only was he bewitched by the heavenly will, but he could not even tell the situation clearly. Other than being an experienced baby and farming heavenly treasure chests, there was probably no other use for him. To be honest, at his current level, there weren't any children of destiny that could have a great impact on him or be of any use to him. Gu Changge could only hope that when the immortal gate opened and he entered the immortal territory, would there be a surprise? Why are you here? Lin En stared at Gu Changge. His originally calm face had a ripple of emotion. His cultivation base was sealed, and he had been imprisoned in the dungeon. He really did not expect Gu Changge to return to this place so calmly after killing the Dao enlightened ones of the various clans. Moreover, he was treated so respectfully by the powerhouses of the various clans. However, Gu Changge had no intention of paying attention to him. He casually scanned his surroundings. Graceful Sword Immortal, Snow Sword Immortal, and the others were imprisoned on the other side. Their cultivation bases were also sealed, and they were reduced to ordinary people. In this huge dungeon, the ones who were imprisoned were actually this group of land sword immortals. The people who once stood at the pinnacle of the sword arcane great world could only be prisoners now, and their lives were not up to them. Their expressions were extremely complicated. They were somewhat uneasy, but even more so, they were dejected. Currently, the sword arcane great world is facing a great calamity. Perhaps you have already known that the will of the heavenly Tao wants to slaughter all the living beings in this world, so as to achieve its plan of transcendence. When it transcends, it will be the day when this world collapses and all living beings perish. All of you will die, and all the living beings that were born and bred in this world will be annihilated and buried. Gu Changge looked around the dungeon, then slowly opened his mouth and told them this secret. For the time being, he did not want to kill this group of land sword immortals. After all, this group of people had cultivated to this point, and their bodies had long been tainted with the aura and rules of this world. In other words, the land sword immortals were the most suitable nourishment for the sacrifice. However, there were simply too few existences who had cultivated to this stage. Gu Changge had asked the will of the heavenly Tao to capture all the land sword immortals that were currently hidden in the sword arcane great world. The graceful sword immortal, the snow sword immortal, and the others were all top experts in the sword arcane great world. Would it not be a waste to kill them just like that? When they heard Gu Changge's words, the expressions of the experts from the various orthodoxies changed. Some were shocked and some were in disbelief. They did not know that there was such a secret. The sword arcane great world's will of the heavenly Tao was actually so ambitious? I'm afraid that when it transcends, it will enter the immortal state. After all, this kind of heavenly Tao existence is different from cultivators like us. They are born and are protected by the heavenly Tao, so they do not need to suffer all kinds of hardships during their growth. An extremely ancient expert spoke, seeming extremely heavy, even a bit worried. After all, in the current upper realm, there was no news of the existence of the immortal Tao existence. This might be a threat to the upper realm. If that's the case, maybe the disappearance of our Tao attainment cultivators is related to this. Looks like we have to explore this sword arcane great world again. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's eldest princess, Xianxia, frowned slightly at this moment. She seemed to have thought of something and could not help but sigh softly. As soon as she said this, the hearts of the experts from the various orthodoxies suddenly moved. They looked at each other and felt that it was very possible. In fact, they were not willing to believe that Gu Changge was the one who killed their grand ancestor. On the contrary, they would rather believe that their grand ancestor was trapped in the sword arcane great world for some reason and could not escape for the time being. In the dungeon, everyone was shocked by Xianxia's words. The sword deity Yi, the sword deity Shui, and the rest widened their eyes as chills ran down their spines. They had witnessed how Gu Changge killed those few Tao attainments with their own eyes. Xianxia and one of the grand emperors behind her were also among them. Yet, she had turned a blind eye to this and was even planning to lure the rest to the lower realm. What was her intention? If that's the case, all of you seniors still have a chance of survival. Guchanga smiled as if he was not surprised. He did not expect Xianxia to say that. However, it was a good thing that he could lure all the cultivators from the various forces to become the sacrifice. Perhaps they're trapped somewhere? Xianxia's words made the experts from various orthodoxies fall into deep thought. If there was still a glimmer of hope, they did not wish to see their Grand Emperor fall here. It seems that we'll have to explore the Sword Arcane world sooner or later. An expert from the Divine Spiritual Mountain spoke and nodded as he made a decision. Many people had the intention to retreat as they thought of this. They planned to instruct their subordinates to arrange for people to descend to the lower realm. With such a disaster happening in the Sword Arcane world, there was blood and fire everywhere. It was a good opportunity for them to escape. After that, many figures left the dungeon, leaving only the people from the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty and Guchanga. You can leave now. Guchanga shook his head gently and waved his sleeves. A breeze swept past and instantly removed the seal on the sword deity Yi, the sword deity Shui, and the rest. What does young Master Gu mean by this? They were shocked and did not understand Guchanga's actions and intentions. They looked at each other and saw the confusion and doubt in each other's eyes. Guchanga did not kill them. Instead, he removed the seal on them and planned to let them go. The Sword Arcane world is in such a terrible situation. As the supreme experts of this world, it's time for all of you to display your strength and usefulness. Guchanga said lightly. The heavens and earth were the furnace and all living beings were the nourishment. These sword immortals of the land were the best sacrifices. It was indeed time for them to display their usefulness. Thank you, young Master Gu, for not killing me today. If there is another opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you. Hearing Guchanga's words, Graceful Sword Immortal and the rest were startled at first, then their expressions became extremely complicated as they respectfully cupped their hands and said. They did not know that the current will of the heavenly Tao had already been controlled by Guchanga. It could be assumed that Guchanga was soft-hearted and did not want to kill again. This made them, who previously felt that Guchanga was unfathomably shrewd and ruthless, feel ashamed in their hearts. They were really too narrow-minded to measure the heart of a gentleman. Due to Guchanga's order, the experts from the other orthodoxies did not dare to continue making things difficult for Graceful Sword Saint and the others. They could only watch as they were released and left the ancient warship to return to the Sword Arcane Great World. However, compared to the good luck of Graceful Sword Immortal and the others, Lin En was not so lucky. His heart was filled with unwillingness and regret. Guchanga casually killed him, and a golden heavenly Tao treasure chest jumped out and was casually kept by him. Other than that, he did not care about the heaven's life points at all. Then, Xianxia continued to spread the news and let the people from the other orthodoxies descend to the lower realm. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, but she suppressed the fear in her heart and said respectfully. After experiencing these things, she finally recognized the nature of Guchanga. Under the handsome and elegant appearance of an immortal, there was actually a ruthless and unscrupulous means hidden. In the past, she was actually curious about him and even admired him. Now, Xianxia only wanted to stay away from him. 3 days, I'll only give you 3 days. After 3 days, everyone will definitely be led to the Sword Arcane Great World. Guchanga glanced at her indifferently, as if he knew what Xianxia was thinking. 3 days was more or less enough. The final sacrifice should be coming soon. Once the time was up, he would not continue to wait. Xianxia said respectfully, yes, I should be able to do it in 3 days. Guchanga nodded. His figure turned into a rain of light and disappeared on the spot. The news of the impending catastrophe of the Sword Arcane Great World spread quickly and caused a huge commotion. Everywhere was filled with despair. A few days ago, terrifying chains of order appeared from the depths of the sky and captured the sword immortals of Earth. This was already a warning to the people. The remaining 9th and 8th realm cultivators of Shu sect, Kongshan sect, and other forces gathered together. Their faces were extremely solemn as they discussed how to solve this problem. Some felt that they should escape this world and go to other ancient planets with life to escape this catastrophe. Some felt that it was better to surrender to the extraterrestrial demons and be taken away. Even if they became slaves, it was still better than dying a horrible death. Otherwise, no matter what choice they made, they would not be able to escape death. Even the sword immortals of Earth could not escape from the chains of order, let alone the rest. Therefore, the only way to survive was to surrender. However, the cultivators who had such thoughts were in the minority. Most people still felt that they should unite and fight against the heavenly Tao. After all, the heavens were virtuous. They did not believe that everyone would die tragically in this catastrophe. After that, the sword immortal Xianxia, the sword immortal Shui, and many other sword immortals of Earth who were captured by the extraterrestrial demons returned. This caused the originally panicked people to gradually calm down. They felt that this battle was not without hope. The only way is to unite. A long, long time ago, the will of the heavenly Tao was sealed by our ancestors. Now that it's our turn, why can't we do it? The sword immortal Xianxia encouraged and told them the secret he learned from Lin En. When everyone heard this, they were naturally encouraged. Their morale was greatly boosted. The most important thing now is to think of a way to save those sword immortals of Earth who were captured by the will of the heavenly Tao. It must be afraid of us, which is why it chose to strike first to gain the upper hand and weaken our strength. Another veteran sword immortal of Earth spoke. He was very dignified, and his words were very convincing. No one dared to be negligent. They began to think of ways to find out where those sword immortals of Earth who were captured were currently imprisoned. This was because their soul lamps had not been extinguished yet. They must be imprisoned in some mysterious and unknown place. Looks like the only way now is to look for the mirror lake like last time. In the end, they thought of the only way, which was to determine the exact location through aura, just like when they divined the mirror lake. At the same time, in the distant upper realm, at the entrance of the sword arcane great world, waves of extremely terrifying sounds came. It sounded as if the world was collapsing. Rumble. The void shook violently. The huge crack that spanned tens of thousands of miles was slowly healing. Radiance retracted, and the power of the world's law filled the air. Then, streams of black blood flowed out. Such a scene caused the countless cultivators that stood guard here to be shocked, and then they were horrified. What happened? How could this be? Why did that world's entrance suddenly close? My family's successor is still inside. An old servant of a supreme Taoism orthodoxy could not help but shout. He was extremely anxious. One had to know that the world's crack was not fixed. Once this entrance closed, no one knew how to enter it. Most importantly, the sudden closure of this space crack and the black blood flowing out. Did this mean that something ominous had happened? The successors of many immortal forces in the upper realm had entered, and several Tao attainment realm existences had also arrived. If an accident happened, they would not know what to do and would not be able to explain themselves. Let's try together. A boundary emperor of an immortal force who had been guarding this place suddenly spoke. His expression was extremely solemn as he discussed with the boundary emperors of the other forces. The strange phenomenon here is not to be underestimated. Let's try together and see if we can open this space crack. The other boundary emperors nodded. Their expressions were solemn, and they felt a little uneasy. Boom. In the next moment, they attacked. Vast and mighty auras shook the surroundings and swept up towering waves. In the end, they could not stop the space crack from closing. Seeing this, a young man from the great Celestial dynasty could not help but worry. The eldest princess and the others are still inside. Young Master Xianxia is also inside. If something happens to him, will the Longevity Gu family vent their anger on the great Celestial dynasty? Gu Xianxia shouldn't have any problems. But I don't know if anything will happen to the eldest princess and the others. The aura of the jade talisman that the old emperor left here has dissipated. This makes me very uneasy. The boundary emperor of the great Celestial dynasty was much calmer. He knew how powerful Gu Xianxia was. Even if everyone was buried inside, Gu Xianxia would probably be able to leave safely. However, he still contacted the great Celestial dynasty to inform them that something had happened here. He was worried that Xianxia, the old emperor, and the others would be wiped out. At the same time, on this day in the sword mystic world, the darkest day had arrived. The terrifying scene was far more terrifying than any other time before. The world was pitch black, and terrifying strange phenomena appeared everywhere. The sky was dim and lost its color. Then, black fog drifted, covering the sky and the sun. It was vast and boundless, like a surging black continent that was pressing down. The sun has been swallowed, all the light has disappeared. Countless cultivators and living beings were stunned as they stared blankly at this scene. Gotcha! Cracks appeared in the sky one after another. The sky shattered like a mirror, and black blood flowed down. At the same time, the black substance came crashing down, flooding in all directions. In the remaining areas of the sword-profound great world, too many powerful cultivators were struck by this black substance and suddenly fell to the ground while twitching. On the other hand, these black substances seemed as if they were alive as they ceaselessly drilled into his facial features and nostrils, and they even emitted sounds of chewing and tearing, causing him to be extremely astounding. Begging for fresh flowers 0 inches merely an instant, all of these living beings and cultivators transformed into ash, and they let out shrill cries as they were annihilated. At this moment, the sword-profound world was in chaos, rumble, ancient warships descended from the heavens one after another, landing once again. A majestic army of the higher realms stood on them. There were the great celestial dynasty, the divine spirit mountain, the heavenly emperor mountain, and various other forces. It could be said that they were all the forces that had attacked the sword-profound great world this time. Xianxia did not dare to disappoint Xianxia, so she racked her brains and finally used the reason of finding the location of the old ancestor to mobilize various forces to rescue him. The old ancestor's aura is in the center of this world. While this world is in chaos, we can go and rescue them. Xianxia spoke softly. Her dress was like snow, her figure was slender, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. She was extremely beautiful and elegant. This aura is not right. It seems that this world is about to collapse. A quasi-emperor existence had a solemn expression. He had extraordinary knowledge and sensed the changes that were happening in the sword-profound great world at this moment. The sky suddenly darkened, as if the most terrifying chaotic true thunder was exploding in the deepest part of the world. The entire sword-profound great world was boundless, but at this moment, the various lands were trembling. Countless terrifying ferocious beasts woke up in the deepest part of the ocean. They raised their heads and looked into the distance, incomparably terrified. What happened? What's going on? Why is the world shattering? The sun and stars are also disappearing. The sudden change in the sword-profound great world shocked many cultivators who did not know about it. On the ancient warship, the faces of the cultivators from the upper realm turned pale. They noticed that the entrance from before had disappeared, and they could not sense the slightest trace of the upper realm's aura. That universe tunnel was also gradually closing. Everyone would be trapped in this world, and it would be difficult for them to escape back to the upper realm. This made them incomparably terrified, and they did not understand what was going on. Rumble, the world was splitting apart and collapsing, and then it was peeled off. Flames soared into the sky, melting everything. It was as if meteors were sweeping down and smashing down. The entire sky of the sword-profound great world was split into pieces like a mirror. Astral winds blew, and all directions were pitch black and bottomless nothingness. Inside was a sea of nothingness, and there were also surging chaotic streams. Many ancient ferocious beasts lived there. Even those who had achieved the Tao had to be careful when crossing. There were terrifying laws suppressing them, and they would die miserably. This scene shocked all the cultivators in this world. Everyone opened their eyes wide in horror. Heaven and earth ruptured, all types of laws pervading the air. The divine light of order was like raging flames, burning everything. There were some cultivators who came into contact with a trace of this aura, and then they were immediately turned into a blast of powder, body and soul erased. This was an incomparably terrifying and horrifying scene. The entire world was shrinking and collapsing. At the same time, it was like a collapsing continent, shrinking towards the center. The parts near the edge all melted into the sea of nothingness and chaotic streams, turning into powder. This isn't as simple as wiping out the world, but rather reopening this world, returning it to nothingness and primal chaos. All of the creatures in this world will die. On the ancient warship, a supreme being realm existence said in horror. His soul trembled, feeling incomparable lingering fear and worry. Even someone as powerful as him was horrified under this type of aura. He was like an ant, unable to resist at all. There was even less of a need to talk about the other cultivators. Their legs went weak, their faces pale. Moreover, what made them feel even more despair was that they couldn't find any way of leaving. The heavenly mysteries here were in chaos, the laws broken, order in chaos. They couldn't sense the aura of the upper realm at all. At this time, someone noticed that the speed at which the sky was collapsing wasn't that fast. Only the central region of the sword profound great world was undamaged, as if it wasn't affected. Quickly go to the center. There might be hope of survival there. Everyone in the sword profound great world shouted. Their bodies lit up, wrapped in runes, and rushed over with extreme speed. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the cultivators or the living beings, they were all terrified. They rushed towards the central region, feeling that that was the only place where they could survive. Rumble, mountain ranges collapsed, the ground cracked, and volcanoes erupted. Scarlet true fire surged out from within, burning everything. A calamity descended. All living beings and cultivators were buried and destroyed, their bodies and souls destroyed. When the entire sword profound great world was destroyed, in an incomparably dark space. A dense aura of destruction interweaved, and chaotic light dissipated. All kinds of vast and majestic power rose and fell, enough to crush ordinary people into meat paste, destroying their bodies and souls. Dark cages floated here, imprisoning the many sword immortals who had been captured from the sword profound great world. Their faces were ashen and filled with despair. When they saw the throne of darkness in this space, their hearts trembled, and they were terrified to the extreme. A white-robed man was sitting on it, as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. Beside him, the black-haired man formed by the will of the heavenly Tao was saying something with reverence. 2. Dark and deep fog surged in this space, filled with an aura of despair and deathly stillness. The stars in the sky could be seen flowing above his head, and the primal chaos was boundless. It was as if he had arrived at the legendary end of the universe. Many dark cages were forged from unknown dark divine gold. They were extremely sturdy and floated in the surrounding void, bobbing up and down as divine law surged. From time to time, purple lightning would strike down, causing the struggling cultivators to groan and tremble non-stop. Not to mention the land sword immortals, even if they were imprisoned here, they would not be able to escape. This space was incomparably vast, and the surroundings were even more boundless. It was as if they were in an unknown dimension. Everyone looked at the blurry white-robed figure in the distance in despair, terrified to the extreme. They had never thought that the person who had single-handedly caused the final calamity of the sword profound world would actually be such a young man. This was simply unimaginable. No matter who it was, as long as they knew the truth, they would tremble in fear and feel a chill all over their bodies. In the middle, a dark throne floated. Xianxia sat upright on it. His face was blurry and ancient, exuding the coldness and majesty of a god. His gaze fell and slowly swept across all the land sword immortals. Imprisoned here. In the end, he nodded lightly. In the past few days, the only remaining land sword immortals in the sword profound world had been captured by the will of the heavenly Tao and imprisoned here. Other than some fish that escaped the net that could not be sensed, there was almost no one left behind. Sir, may I ask when this sacrifice will begin? The black-haired middle-aged man formed by the will of the heavenly Tao was still as tall and sturdy as before. His hair was thick, and his eyes were as deep and vast as the sea. However, in front of Xianxia, he was still incomparably respectful and fearful. After all, his life was in his hands and could be extinguished at any time. He did not dare to hesitate and refuse Xianxia's orders. Wait a little longer. There are still some people who have not arrived. Xianxia shook his head lightly. Although his gaze was calm, the depths of his eyes were filled with indifference, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. I understand. The incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao nodded silently. At this moment, he even felt that Xianxia was more like the heavenly Tao than him. He was cold and heartless, treating all living things as ants. As Xianxia's sleeves trembled slightly, the space in front of him blurred. Then, an image appeared. Everything that had occurred in the entire dark sword world was reflected here. Calamity swept through the entire world, causing the heavens and the earth to collapse, the seas and rivers to dry up, and it was a scene of desolation. Stars fell from the heavens, swirling with scarlet fiery light. They continuously smashed into the great earth, creating terrifying craters and cracks. Many cultivators and living beings couldn't escape in time and were smashed by these stars. In an instant, they were turned into ashes and meat paste, their bodies and souls destroyed. Billions of living beings were wailing in agony as they watched the entire world collapse and shrink, as if it was being clenched by an invisible giant hand and then slowly closed. The heavens were in tatters, large chunks collapsing and falling off. Divine flames overflowed, spreading towards every part of the great earth. Everything along the way was burned down, turning into ashes. It was a despairing and dark scene. Even those with powerful cultivations would feel fear in their hearts at this juncture. They could only think of ways to escape to the central region. However, when the collapsing area reached the central area, the world was not far from destruction. At that time everyone would die. No one was an exception. Other than the native cultivators of the Darksword world fleeing for their lives, there was also the army of the upper realm that had descended into this world fleeing. Ancient warships transformed into streams of light, speeding through the universe at the speed of shuttling through the universe, avoiding the collapsing void turbulence and the falling stars. The world collapsed, order and rules were broken, and the aura of destruction was everywhere. Among them, the most unsafe area was the outer space. Now, the universe tunnel back to the upper realm was closed. Everyone only had one way out, and that was to escape to the central region of the Darksword world. Or rather, to rescue the ancestors of the various races that were trapped somewhere and see if there was a glimmer of hope for survival. The black fog that drifted over from an unknown place spread out and enveloped many cultivators. Soon, blood spurted out from their mouths and noses, and they quickly shriveled up. It was as if all their vitality, essence, and spirit had been devoured, turning into nutrients for the black fog. Such black fog now enveloped every corner of the Darksword world. It was still surging toward the central area at a terrifying speed, and there was almost no way to stop it. It seems that the only way now is to rescue the ancestors first. Otherwise, we will definitely be trapped in this world and can't return to the upper realm. Many figures stood on the ancient warships, looking at all of this with solemn expressions. They still did not know Xianxia's purpose. They only wanted to take advantage of the chaos in this world to rescue their ancestors who were trapped somewhere. After all, only the power of those who had attained the Tao had a chance to find the coordinates of the upper realm, reopen the universe tunnel, and safely return to the upper realm. Xianxia's heart was a little cold, and she ignored the many conversations around her. She looked at the terrifying scene below and felt a lingering fear. This was the process of an ancient world collapsing toward destruction. It was like a terrifying black hole spreading, swallowing everything. All living beings and cultivators were buried in it. Even the ancient ferocious beasts that lived in the deep sea could only let out an unwilling scream before they were swallowed by the void turbulence. The majestic power that belonged to the world came crashing down. Even the stars were as small as dust, let alone living beings. I only hope that he will keep his promise and let us go when the time comes. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave this place alive. Xianxia sighed softly in her heart. She was not sure if Xianxia would let them go, but following Xianxia's orders was indeed the only way to survive. The place where the ancestors are trapped should be up ahead. When the time comes, I hope that everyone will work together. Soon, Xianxia calmed herself down and said to the powerhouses behind her. The central area of the Darksword world was in front of them, and it was also the area that had not collapsed yet. Countless cultivators and living beings swarmed toward that area as if they had gone mad, trying to find a chance of survival. Xianxia followed Xianxia's instructions and led the armies of various orthodoxies here. She had already guessed what would happen next, and that was why she felt a chill in her heart. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would not have believed that such a ruthless method would be used by the leader of the upper realm's younger generation, the number one person revered by countless young skyprides. At the same time, in the central area of the Darksword world, in a majestic palace, the graceful sword deity, snow sword deity, and the others who were released were also discussing matters with the remaining powerhouses in this world. In this palace, there was a square sword-forging platform that was surrounded by all kinds of colorful sacrificial stones that emitted a faint brilliance. A path was vaguely projected, as if it was pointing somewhere. It seems that the rest of the land sort immortals are imprisoned there. If we follow this path, we'll be able to find them. One of the land sword immortals said excitedly. When the graceful sword deity and the others heard this, they nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that there was always a way out. Before they deduced that space, they had already prepared everything. Therefore, after they found the path, the mighty army outside the palace rushed over and followed everyone to kill their way there. This was almost the strongest force that could be gathered in the dark sword world. Everyone was determined to fight to the death with the will of the heavenly axiom. After I saw young Master Gu from afar outside the ancient mystic ruins, I haven't seen him since. It seems that he has already returned to the upper realm. Perhaps we won't see him again in the future. In the army, Princess Xian Dai and Ah Qing were also there. She looked at the shattered sky in the distance and could not help but sigh, as if she was regretful. 3 days ago, an ancestor of the Nanming dynasty who had been in seclusion for a long time was also captured. Before this, they did not know that the Nanming dynasty had an ancestor who had already entered the land sword immortal realm. Therefore, the Nanming dynasty had mobilized almost all of their forces to rescue the ancestor this time. Even a princess like her could not escape. I'm afraid that the rescue of so many land sword immortals this time will result in certain death. Perhaps the meeting at the ancient mystic ruins was the last time. A hint of regret appeared on Ah Qing's small face. She shook her head and hid the emotions in her heart. Which girl did not yearn for love? She was no exception. However, this admiration had never been revealed. She also understood that it was impossible. To Gu Chang'e, his actions back then were nothing more than simple compassion. The two of them were not from the same world at all. If it were not for that coincidence, they would not have had any interaction. Woo woo woo, the ancient horn sounded. Everyone's heart surged and their morale was boosted. The great army of the sword mystic world gathered and opened up a path. They followed the path that was deduced to rescue the land sword immortals who were captured by the will of the heavenly axiom. Graceful sword immortal, snow sword immortal, and the others led the way in front. This was a terrifying force that could not be underestimated. Even the sky was trembling. The vast army covered the sky and the sun, sweeping through everything. The number was not in the trillions, but there were definitely hundreds of billions. Kill! Endless roars came from afar. They contained endless killing intent that seemed to penetrate through the past and present, washing everything. The vast and mighty army finally killed their way to this place. They broke through the scene and saw the depth and darkness of this place. Dark cages floated in the air, densely packed. The laws and order interweaved, trapping all the land sword immortals who were captured. In the surroundings of this space, clusters of dark divine flames burned. It was incomparably terrifying, wanting to refine the figures in the cages. What? Everyone was shocked. They stood there in a daze, unable to believe all of this. Snow sword immortal, graceful sword immortal, and the others turned pale. Their bodies were covered in cold air, and they could not help but tremble. They felt as if they had fallen into a terrifying trap. Is it finally here? In the dark and deep space, Gu Chang'e sat on the throne. Looking at the scene in front of him, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. And as his voice fell, from the depths of this space, there was a heavy cracking sound. Terrifying chains pierced out, directly piercing through everything. Then, these chains spread out. Each one was as thick as a mountain ridge, as if they were made of supreme immortal gold. They were of different colors and flickered with a faint immortal light. They wrapped around the world in all directions, as if they wanted to absorb the origin of this world. My lord, shall I make my move too? Seeing this, the true will of the heavenly path trembled and hurriedly cupped his hands. He understood that Gu Chang'e was beginning to extract the origin of this world, planning to sacrifice this world. All living beings would become nutrients. The maturation of the origin of a world was extremely difficult. Even he had to go through a lot of trouble to find such an opportunity. He planned to take advantage of this opportunity to break the seal and condense the origin of the world, taking the final step. However, he did not expect that all of this would be a wedding dress for Gu Chang'e. Do it. Gu Chang'e said indifferently. There was no fluctuation of emotion in the depths of his eyes. He was only condensing the origin of the world. As for the matter of sacrificing this world, it had nothing to do with him. Therefore, even if there was a great reason, it would only fall on the will of the heavenly path. Once the origin of the world was in his hands, erasing the will of the heavenly path was just a small matter to him. The calamity had descended, and the cycle of reincarnation of heaven and earth was just following the order of the rules. After countless years, this world would be reborn from chaos, and everything would be reborn. After all, this was reincarnation. Since that's the case, then let's begin. I've been waiting for this day for too long. Hearing this, the will of the heavenly path's face revealed a sinister look. Looking at everything that was filled with despair and destruction, it began to control the power of the heavenly path, pushing the world-ending millstone, rumbling as it rolled down. Boundless black fog spread out from this place, covering millions of kilometers in an instant. At this moment, the sword mystery world had finally come to an end. The world-ending millstone was boundlessly large, with no end in sight. It rumbled down from the sky, slowly moving, obliterating all traces and rules. All the cultivators and living beings were wailing, shattering, and decaying, about to return to the ruins. Black blood filled the sky, like a hell on earth. What exactly is this? In the army of the upper domain, there was panic. Everyone was shocked. Even quasi-emperors were crushed by this aura, and then were drowned in the black fog. They wailed and chose to self-destruct, wanting to escape. This was a horrifying scene of apocalypse. Suddenly, ancient sacrificial runes lit up in all directions. Accompanied by streaks of bloody light shooting into the sky, miserable cries and despair filled the air. Large numbers of cultivators and living beings could not escape in time, and all turned into energy that surged into the ground. The strange sacrificial runes were ignited, turning into patterns that spread out in all directions. Mountains collapsed, the earth collapsed, and the sky cracked. This was a shocking scene. At the same time, words flickered in the pitch-black void, as if they were imprinted with divine gold, more dazzling than the stars. These were ancient sacrificial runes. In ancient times, these were the words that the ancestors chanted when they offered sacrifices to the heavens. At this moment, everyone heard the sound of chanting scriptures between heaven and earth. It was ancient and vicissitudes, as if it had transcended eras. There were gods and devils sitting cross-legged on the horizon, boundless and compassionate. Rescuing the ancestors is just a bait to lure all of us in. While the passage between the two worlds is closed, they borrowed everyone's lives to ignite the sacrificial runes. Using the power of the sacrificial runes, they sacrificed a powerful world to nourish this place. This is too cruel, using everyone as nutrients to nourish something else. What is the purpose of this? On the ancient warships, all the cultivators from the higher realms were in a daze. Their faces were pale with fright, overwhelmed with shock and despair. Even the quasi-emperor's souls were trembling, terrified to the extreme. Staring at the calm Xianxia, many experts were furious, full of anger and hatred after being deceived. I'm just following orders, everyone, please don't blame me. Looking at the world-destroying millstone that was gradually descending, Xianxia stood on the ancient warship, her expression exceptionally calm. Many people immediately understood Xianxia's actions. This was a trap to lure everyone here. Now, they were truly in a situation where they couldn't call for help. No one could save them, even if the higher realms knew about the situation here, they wouldn't be able to rush over to rescue them. Their bodies were ice cold. Sacrificing a great world to nourish something, this kind of thing actually happened before ancient eras. However, only the immortal rulers who had fallen into darkness would do this kind of heinous thing, because they would suffer a backlash from heaven and earth. Especially for an ancient world like the Sword Mystery Great World, the backlash was even more terrifying. Even a true immortal wouldn't be able to bear it. This was simply unimaginable. No one would have thought that the expedition to the lower realm this time would actually become a dead end, and everyone would be turned into nutrients. End of chapter 649. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.